Shua Mao unsheathed his short blade, casually securing the scabbard behind him. His pace quickened, and his figure transformed into a fleeting shadow. As Chimu Lu Dao echoed with a low shout, a streak of lightning suddenly illuminated the dim forest, momentarily dispelling the darkness that I could scarcely discern his movements, only perceiving the thunder and blade light spreading like waves, enveloping a vast area. Within that domain, the hidden assassins fell one after another. Without exception, but a sense of awe surged through me, my heart racing, blood boiling, as if a fiery flame ignited within my chest. Having traversed through this world for so long, this was the first time I witnessed such high-level combat prowess firsthand. The visceral impact of the experience was far more profound than merely observing it in an anime. Shua Mao's overwhelming confidence and composure, coupled with his dazzling swordsmanship that crushed all intent to kill, utterly captivated me. Though I'm a medical practitioner, I too yearned for such an ability to wield life and death over my adversaries. Just as I was lost in this overwhelming astonishment, Shua Mao had already sheathed his blade and returned, his movements breathtakingly graceful. Master Shua Mao, were you not engaged in battle with the main forces of Sha-in on the front lines? How is it that you are here? A pastoral ninja approached him, his face alight with surprise, resembling a fan encountering their idol. Need I say more? Surely, my wish just now has been granted, a female medical ninja gushed, her infatuation evident. I was just lamenting my inexperience with men, and here comes the perfect one, sent by the Sage of Six Paths. I have urgent matters to attend to. Shua Mao dismissed the enthusiastic crowd with a single statement, his gaze wandering among the medical ninjas until it landed on Hiroshi. Noera, I've heard from the communications team that your group has a highly skilled medical ninja named Yong Jing. Is that you? Shua Mao's voice was deep and direct. The actor Hiroshi's face instantly flushed crimson, and he awkwardly scratched his head, fully aware that Shua Mao had mistaken him for someone else. With Wu Gang deceased and the storyteller gone, he was the oldest remaining member of Group 13, which explained Shua Mao's confusion. It's not me, Master Shua Mao. Hiroshi stepped aside, revealing the youthful face behind him. He is Yong Jing. Shua Mao's gaze fell upon me, his brow slightly arching, momentarily taken aback by the revelation that the medical ninja, whose skills could rival Tsunade, was merely a child yet to reach adulthood. Even with his extensive experience, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. However, he quickly regained his composure, fixing a calm gaze upon me. Come with me, Yong Jing. I require your medical expertise. We can discuss the details en route. I hesitated, casting a questioning glance at Hiroshi. Go on, Yong Jing. Hiroshi encouraged with a smile, his tone filled with support. Since it is Master Shua Mao's request, you may be tasked with something pivotal to the entire battle. This could be your chance to prove yourself. He paused, adding, with Master Shua Mao present, you will face no danger. Leave the medical duties in another combat zone to us. Rest assured. After a moment of contemplation, I finally nodded. Very well then, Leader Noera. I raised my arm. Before departing, I longed to embrace Hiroshi Noera, yet the multitude surrounding me rendered me somewhat bashful. Stop being so sentimental, you rascal. Actor Hiroshi discerned my thoughts and playfully smacked my shoulder, chiding, Master Sachem is still here waiting. Any words can wait until we return to the village. Very well. You are the leader, I conceded, ceasing my hesitation and turning to follow SHM as we departed. This marked my final encounter with actor Hiroshi. As we journeyed, my curiosity got the better of me, and I inquired of Master SHM. Will your departure from the front lines impact the situation of the battle? The enemies in my vicinity have been nearly eradicated, SHM replied, leading me at an astonishing pace, his stamina unwavering as he addressed my query. By the time the adversaries in other battle zones realize this, we shall have returned. He cast a glance my way, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. This youth, aside from his exceptional medical prowess, could keep pace with him. He subtly quickened his stride until reaching the level of a high-ranking ninja. Noticing my slight struggle, he ceased to accelerate. Yong Jing, he stated, slightly turning his body, his tone grave, I will need you to exert yourself in treating two individuals. Their survival holds the potential to sway the course of the entire battlefield. A chill ran down my spine at this revelation. Yet, observing that SHM had no intention of elaborating further, I prudently refrained from pressing for more details. Master SHM, are they gravely injured? I could not contain my curiosity. With a slight nod, he replied, a tinge of helplessness in his voice, they are formidable. I cannot remain on the battlefield. Thus, suddenly, It dawned on me that these were foes he had previously confronted. Recalling the terrifying might of his combat skills, I nodded in acknowledgement. It seemed these two were not merely severely wounded, they were likely teetering on the brink of death, beyond the reach of conventional medical remedies. I had heard from my colleagues in the medical unit that Lady Tsunade was engaged in a fierce battle elsewhere, locked in a fierce contest with Kaiun-wielding poison, the other, an antidote resulting in a deadlock. It seemed SHM had no better option, hence my fortuitous selection. Along the way, the earlier squad that SHM had left behind gradually regrouped. Surrounded by my comrades, a profound sense of security enveloped me. Before long, we successfully reached the battlefield where SHM was stationed. The sight of the makeshift infirmary before me filled me with awe. Who on earth deserves such high-caliber treatment? I wondered. Follow me, Yong Jing, SHM commanded without preamble, leading me into the specialized treatment room. Upon entering, I was taken aback by the scene that unfolded before me. The room was devoid of electric light, dimly illuminated only by the flickering flames of candles in the corners. The floor was etched with a myriad of dark symbols, subtly forming a four-pointed star array. The flickering candlelight danced with the array, casting a ghostly green glow. Two lifeless figures lay in the center of the array, encircled by a cadre of medical ninjas, fervently infusing them with vitality. I cautiously stepped into the array and discerned the features of one individual. A realization struck me. With his crimson hair and flowing robes, was this not Gar's father, the fourth Kazekage, Raza? Yet, upon further reflection, I found it amiss. Wait a moment, these two were the parents of Xie, Kyo's son and daughter-in-law. Having clarified their identities, I approached their sides. Bending down, I began to perceive the situation with meticulous attention. This awareness struck me profoundly as I realized the two individuals were already riddled with wounds beyond count. A tempestuous surge of lightning-infused chakra ravaged their bodies, relentlessly destroying cells and tissues. Were it not for the continuous infusion of vitality by 7 or 8 medical ninjas, these two would have long since succumbed, regardless of their physical resilience. As I had previously surmised, mere medical ninjutsu was utterly inadequate to save them. This superficial approach could only delay the inevitable decline of their life force. To truly revive them, it was imperative to perform an exceptionally precise debridement surgery while simultaneously administering equally meticulous and potent medical ninjutsu. Furthermore, these two steps must be flawlessly coordinated. Any deviation would spell their complete demise. Aside from Lady Tsunade, there were few in Konoha capable of effecting their salvation, though I considered myself an exception. Fixated on the array shimmering with a faint green light, my gaze ignited with anticipation. These two were acknowledged as formidable warriors even by Kiki Shma, and they were on the brink of death. If I could bring them back, the rewards would be nothing short of extraordinary. I straightened up and turned to Shma with a tone of conviction. Lord Shma, if I'm not mistaken, this array in the room is intended for the application of the revitalization technique, is it not? Given the current scarcity of medical ninjutsu, most techniques pose little threat to medical ninjas. After all, every additional skill taught could prolong life on the battlefield by years. Although the revitalization technique was immensely challenging, its principles were straightforward, with the primary difficulty lying in the precise manipulation of chakra. Indeed, Shma replied, nodding in approval. He had refrained from speaking earlier to assess whether I could discern the purpose of the Jiraiya test of my capabilities. So, if I were to ask you to perform the revitalization technique, do you possess the confidence to execute it? I paused, contemplating the matter before quickly analyzing the situation. This technique utilized a portion of the injured's tissue as a medium, manipulating cellular ratios to regenerate the damaged tissues. Once successful, the results could be akin to a resurrection. However, the technique not only relied on skill, but also on fortune. I could not guarantee success, and thus spoke candidly. Lord Shma, the most suitable candidate you mentioned is him. Before I could elaborate, an elderly medical ninja, nearing 60, rushed into the room, his agitation evident as his beard bristled. Shma furrowed his brow earlier. This old man had claimed a 50% chance of saving the two, yet he seemed dissatisfied, seeking me out instead. Yong Jing, what do you say? Shma inquired, his tone calm. That I cannot make any promises, but I have a 90% certainty, I replied, disregarding the old man. I spoke plainly, motivated solely by the prospect of a reward. With no desire to engage in conflict, it was truly absurd that even the old man dared not assert he could save these two. Yet I was bold enough to make such a claim. My words only served to inflame the old man's ire as he pointed at me and exclaimed to Shma, Lord Shma, the essence of a medical ninja lies in rigor and experience qualities. This young man clearly lacks, but I suggest you let him depart. The old man has been particularly hostile towards me, and it is evident that his animosity is not without reason. Previously, he expressed a 50% assurance, clearly calculating that there would be no one else available to assist Shua Mao, ultimately leaving him with no choice but to rely on his expertise. Should he succeed in saving a life, he will undoubtedly claim a share of the credit. Conversely, if he fails, he can easily shift the blame onto Shua Mao, having already stated that his confidence was limited. Little did he anticipate the emergence of a young individual attempting to usurp the accolades that rightfully belonged to him. How could he possibly tolerate such audacity? Some individuals simply lack self-awareness, mistaking their mere tenure for genuine capability. I shook my head in disdain for such antiquated thinking. In the original narrative, this couple met a tragic end. Their lifeless bodies returned to Sha'in village, becoming mere puppets in the hands of fate father and mother. The old man's medical skills hardly warrant further discussion. He is akin to a member of the Konoha S4, inept and overly fond of frivolity. The difference lies in the fact that he has squandered lives, whereas the latter permitted the greatest Konoha to be lost. The technique of resurrection is exhaustive, demanding not only heart and effort, but also time. Regardless of who assumes command, the second individual may not endure until the next round of treatment. As the old man continued his incessant complaints, I interjected, suggesting, how about this? We each take on one person, and whoever fails must willingly accept the consequences. The old man's expression shifted dramatically at my assertive proposal. Chiba directly interrupted him. How about this? Let's each save one person. If anyone fails, they will voluntarily accept punishment. This, faced with the aggressive Chiba, the old man's expression changed slightly. The imposing demeanor from earlier completely vanished. Is this kid out his mind? Why set up a military order for no reason? Chapter 10. Resuscitation. Astonishing rewards. The old man immediately regretted it. He had the qualifications and the ability. Even if he didn't take on this achievement, he could continue to enjoy generous treatment, and there was absolutely no need to accompany Chiba in madness. He had no confidence in saving these two people. He was just trying his luck. Realizing this, the old man's attitude softened. He looked at Chiba and pretended to say, Junior, treating illnesses and saving lives is no child's play. I merely wanted to give you a few pointers. Why must you be so aggressive? After speaking, without waiting for Chiba to respond, the old man bowed to Shua Mao and said, Lord Shua Mao, since this junior is so confident, I will let this rare opportunity go to the young man. He needs his chance more than I do. Heh, scared is scared, yet still speaking so grandly. It's truly nauseating. Chiba sneered, Old sir, since you care so much about the junior, why not stay and supervise? If any mistakes occur during the treatment, you could help guide us. Upon hearing Chiba's words, the old man displayed a look of disdain. What status do I have, and what level are you? You want me to assist you? Dream on. The old man was about to refuse, but glanced at the expressionless Shua Mao beside him. His body trembled, and he quickly changed his tune. No need for you to say, I had that intention already. Huh. Since the goal of scaring off the old man had been achieved, Chiba no longer cared about him, and turned to Shua Mao. Lord Shua Mao, please give the order for everyone to prepare. Just cooperate with me fully later. I plan to treat both of these individuals simultaneously. As Chiba had said earlier, if they were to perform resuscitation separately, the other person might not hold on, so he intended to save them together. Chiba, are you really confident? Shua Mao solemnly confirmed again. It was not surprising that Shua Mao was worried. Chiba was indeed too young, and he had never witnessed Chiba's medical skills firsthand, so he felt somewhat unsure. The old man secretly scoffed. He has no chance. This is the resuscitation technique. Even if he were to rely on luck, he would only dare to tackle them one at a time. This kid wants to do both at once. Isn't that insane? You actually believe in him? Chiba smiled and said, Lord Shua Mao, the reason I say I have a 90 confidence is that this technique does require a bit of luck, but I am 100 confident in my abilities. All right, I believe you. After a deep look at Chiba, Shua Mao nodded without hesitation. Shua Mao had a keen eye for recognizing people, just like in the original plot. He saw at a glance that Kai would become Kakashi's future rival. He saw that Chiba was truly confident. Trust those you use, and do not doubt those you trust. This is the way of a general. During the treatment process, everyone followed Chiba's commands. Shua Mao ordered, yes, including the unwilling old man. The medical ninjas replied in unison. Yash. Chiba stepped into the dark technique formation, palms together. Streams of chakra flowed from his body to the ground, like water dripping into an ink pool, creating ripples that connected with the formation beneath his feet. Zizizi. Under the infusion of Chiba's chakra, the dark technique in the formation seemed to come alive, writhing on the ground, and then, like tentacles, it burrowed into the bodies of the two individuals lying at the center of the formation. Chiba closed his eyes, extending his perception along the technique, and the conditions inside the two individuals immediately became clear in his sight. Follow my lead. Infuse life force with all your might. And do not stop, Chiba shouted. Yes. The crowd responded. Various medical ninjutsu were unleashed, and in an instant, the room was filled with lush green light. With everyone's assistance, Chiba began to clean up the wounds inside the two individuals bit by bit, continuously stimulating the regeneration of the cellular tissue at the wound sites. It was foreseeable that this would be a time-consuming process. Not knowing how long had passed, everyone was still exerting all their efforts to save them, and the green light in the room had thickened to the point where it was almost overwhelming. For the reward, The medical ninjas assisting had changed several times, but the one leading the entire technique, Chiba, could not be replaced and could only grit his teeth and persist. Resuscitation, rebirth. Chiba roared, and the remaining chakra in his body surged out, all entering the formation. At the same time, the wounds of the two individuals lying in the center of the formation began to pulsate, healing at an almost visible speed. Huff, huff. Once the wounds on the two individuals were completely healed, Chiba could no longer hold on. He slumped to the ground, gasping for breath, with a sharp pain in his lungs. Ding! Treatment successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving all medical ninjutsu 20 boost permanent. Ding! Treatment successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving Tsunade, secret technique of 100 poisons. At that moment, the system's prompt sounded. Chiba instantly felt that his waist no longer ached. His lungs no longer hurt, and he was revitalized. A 20 permanent healing boost, and 100 poisons. The secret technique of 100 poisons. Chiba was momentarily dazed, as countless memories of taming poisonous creatures, creating poison sacs, and using hidden weapons flooded his mind, totaling over 100 kinds. No, as a medical ninja, why do I need these skills? Chiba silently complained. The system's rewards were quite miraculous, directly internalizing into himself, meaning that Chiba was now a master of poison. Sigh, as a medical ninja, how would he ever use these skills? Ding! The host has achieved resuscitation for the first time using his own abilities. As an achievement reward, the host has obtained the skill resuscitation usage, right 1. There's also an achievement reward? Chiba was stunned and hurriedly opened the skill description. Resuscitation. For the deceased whose time of death does not exceed 1 hour and whose body is intact, this skill can bring the individual back to life. And the host will definitely receive a quality reward. Holy crap, the system is serious. This truly is resuscitation. After reading the skill description, Chiba excitedly pounded the ground with his hands. This skill is incredible. Not only does it give someone nearby an extra life, but also grants quality rewards. Last time, he received the Senju bloodline and perfect chakra control as quality rewards. The reward for bringing someone back to life can't possibly be worse than last time, right? No wonder. Seeing Chiba so excited that he was pounding the ground, Shua Mao nodded thoughtfully, finding joy in saving lives and being elated at saving a life. It was no wonder this child possessed such exquisite medical skills at such a young age. This is what is meant by the benevolence of a healer. Holy crap! This young man. The old man beside him was astonished, his eyes nearly popping out. He had been unwilling to rest, staying in the ward just to witness Chiba's failure. Who would have thought this kid actually managed to save both individuals? That's outrageous. Even Lady Tsunade might not be able to save both of them at once. Sigh. Life is not a novel, and the old man is not some mindless villain. He had only competed with Chiba for his own interests. Now, after witnessing Chiba's potential, he smiled bitterly and joined the other medical ninjas in praising Chiba. Previously, I was indeed short-sighted. You truly possess skills that do not match your age. I feel ashamed in comparison. Talents emerge in every generation. It's no use trying to resist aging. At this moment, the nearby Kakashi Hitaki noticed the old man's embarrassment and took the initiative to speak up. All right, everyone except Chio can leave for now. Also, call on the brothers at the door to take control of these two. Yes. Following the other medical ninjas, the old man left the ward in a daze. Chio, you have really done a great job this time. After everyone left, Hatake looked at the two lying in the center of the formation, a rare smile appearing on his face. Chapter 11. The young sister of a friend. Tsunade. These two are the son and daughter-in-law of Chiyo from Tsunade. In the hospital room, Sakumo was explaining to Chiba, the third Kazekage has just taken office, and the power in Tsunade is still in Chiyo's hands. Now that we have these two as hostages, Tsunade will definitely be constrained. I see. Chiba nodded. What Sakumo said was quite similar to his own speculation. What is war for? It's for interests. Why is Hatake Sakumo going to such great lengths to save two enemies? It must be because their survival can bring greater benefits to Konoha, whether it's forcing Tsunade to cede land and pay reparations or to surrender voluntarily. You don't need to go to other battle zones for medical missions anymore. I'll send someone to take you back to your previous battle zone. You can just stay there on standby, Sakumo said with a smile. Thank you, Lord Sakumo. Chiba's eyes brightened as he expressed his gratitude. The area he was previously stationed in, under Orochimaru's command, was located at the rear of the battlefield, where the enemy had almost been completely eliminated. Staying there on standby was just a way for him to survive openly. Lord Sakumo, are we going to end the war with Tsunade soon? Chiba asked. No. Sakumo shook his head, his tone stern. Not enough people have died in Tsunade yet. We have to wait a little longer. A month later, in a separate tent in the battle zone under Orochimaru's command. Sigh, I wonder when Team Yawara's leader will come back. Chiba lay on Shinjuro's bed, spinning a scalpel in his hand, bored as he watched Shinjuro slowly move around the tent with a crutch. Since returning, there had been no injured patients for him to treat, and taking care of Shinjuro had become his exclusive task. TSK, I have to say, no wonder it's the Senju bloodline. He was almost burned to a crisp, and he can move around so quickly now. Chiba thought to himself. I mean, when the big pillar committed suicide with a kunai, even Madara believed it. Truly, beauty can be blinding. Hey, Chiba, what are you daydreaming about again? Shinjuro, panting, leaned against the bed and casually tossed his crutch on the ground, smiling as he said, When I get better, I'll teach you how to fight and train. Duh. Chiba shook his head without thinking, rejecting him. I'm a medical ninja. Why should I learn all that nonsense? To protect yourself, Shinjuro pouted. With your skinny frame, I could take on 20 of you when I'm healthy. Huh. Chiba sneered, not backing down. If it weren't for you being a patient, I'd pin you down and rub you into the ground right now. Chiba, Shinjuro, both of them had lively personalities and a bond from saving each other's lives. So they had become familiar with each other over time. Bickering like this had become a common occurrence. Orochimaru, get out here. Just as the two were playing around, a strong and commanding shout echoed through the camp. It was the voice of his older sister. The two exchanged glances, and Shinjuro said excitedly, Quick, Chiba, carry me outside. Chiba rolled his eyes. Why don't you just use your crutch to go outside? Do you have no arms or legs? I am tired. Shinjuro said defiantly. Is this how you take care of me? Do you want me to tell my sister and have her punch you to death? You little brat. Chiba was momentarily at a loss for words. Annoyed, he sat up from the bed, picked Shinjuro up in a princess carry, and rushed out of the tent. Shinjuro was stunned. Chiba, what are you doing? Chiba said nothing. He just wanted to mess with Shinjuro's mindset a bit. Bang! As soon as they stepped out of the tent, a dull sound came from nearby, followed by a figure flying past them and crashing heavily into the nearby woods. Shinjuro. Chiba. Was that Orochimaru? Chiba asked uncertainly. Oh man, it really looks like the teacher. Shinjuro nodded repeatedly as he looked at the familiar figure stuck in a tree. Clap, clap. As Chiba turned around again, a graceful figure had already walked up to him, looking down at him. Gulp. It was a woman in her early 20s with blonde hair, exquisite features, and an attractive figure, exuding an irresistible charm of a noble lady. There was no doubt. She was Shinjuro's older sister, Tsunade. You must be Chiba, Tsunade said, glancing at her brother lying in Chiba's arms, narrowing her eyes as she shifted her gaze to Chiba's face. Why yes, Lady Tsunade, Chiba stammered, feeling a bit nervous. Orochimaru had just flown past his face, and Tsunade's imposing presence was indeed quite strong. Don't be nervous, Chiba. My sister is very nice, Shinjuro said with a smile. Tsunade frowned and scolded. Stop grinning, Shinjuro. I'll deal with you later. Oh. Shinjuro obediently shut his mouth, sensing that once he healed, he might be in trouble again. Tsunade set aside her scrutinizing gaze on Chiba and said solemnly, I've heard about your actions. Thank you for saving my brother. Consider it a favor owed to you. All right. If I need anything, I'll contact you. Chiba accepted without hesitation. Sometimes, being overly polite can be off-putting. Accepting favors can actually bring people closer together. You're quite good. You're to my liking. Upon hearing Chiba accept her favor, Tsunade revealed a satisfied smile. As long as you think I'm good. Chiba thought to himself. Now, tell me about Shinjuro's current condition. Yes, Lady Tsunade. The war between Konoha and Tsunade had ended, which was also why Tsunade was able to escape from the front lines. Sakumo's several surprise attacks had completely shattered Tsunade's morale, and with hostages in hand, they had no choice but to submit to Konoha. The war between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire came to an end, and in terms of results, the Land of Fire had the upper hand. In a conference room in Konoha, as the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat on the platform, calmly smoking a pipe while quietly waiting for the attendees to arrive. Although the war with Tsunade had ended, the confrontation with the Iwagakure army was still ongoing, which was also the reason for Hiruzen's strategic meeting. The attendees were all key figures in Konoha, such as Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade, who were humorously referred to as the three ninjas of Konoha by Hanzo the Salamander. Therefore, when a youthful face appeared in the conference room, many people showed surprised expressions. Chiba-kun, nice to see you again, Orochimaru greeted the newcomer with a smile. Chiba, you've come too. Tsunade spoke up boisterously. Chiba, even the usually aloof, Sakumo nodded slightly to the newcomer. At this point, the uninformed attendees were even more surprised, and a thought rose in their minds simultaneously. Who is this kid, and why is he getting such a big welcome? Indeed, due to his outstanding contributions in the war against Tsunade, saving the parents of Scorpion, Chiba had also been invited to participate in this strategic meeting. Lord Orochimaru, Lady Tsunade, Lord Shikaku. After returning the greetings one by one, Chiba found a corner that nobody paid attention to and sat down. He was just there to make up the numbers, and he was aware of this. All right, everyone is here. Let's get started. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen on the stage spoke up. Just as Hiruzen finished speaking, Tsunade suddenly stood up and said loudly, I have an opinion to propose. This war has exposed many problems, and I believe it is necessary to reform the medical ninjas in Konoha to ensure that every team is equipped with a combat-capable medical ninja. Tsunade, we have already discussed this issue before, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, rubbing his temples, feeling a bit of a headache. Right now, we are at war with Iwagakure. Where do we have the time and energy for reforms? What did you say, old man? Tsunade glared with wide eyes and slammed the table angrily. If we don't implement reforms quickly, it will only lead to more sacrifices. The meeting room fell into a brief silence. No one spoke up for Tsunade, even her two childhood friends. After all, the other side was the third Hokage. I support Lady Tsunade's opinion. From the crowd, a man with long blue hair hesitated for a long time. Just as he was about to stand up to support Tsunade's opinion, a weak voice came from the corner. Chapter 12. Tsunade and Chiba. I cherish your life late with a swish. Everyone turned around in unison, looking in the direction of the voice, curious to see who was brave enough to openly oppose the third Hokage. Chiba? Tsunade was taken aback. She had thought of Jiraiya and Orochimaru, but she never expected that the one who stood up to support her would be a friend of her brother, a young boy. So you have an opinion about me? On the podium, Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted coldly, his expression darkening as the aura of authority suddenly erupted. In front of the core members of Konoha, being questioned by a 13 or 14-year-old boy would anger anyone, even if Sarutobi Hiruzen was not an angry man. Looking at the furious third Hokage, the crowd fell silent. Even the long-haired man who had wanted to support Tsunade quietly dismissed the thought. However, for some reason, the man felt a sense of emptiness in his heart. Huff. Chiba, at the center of the pressure, did not back down. He took a deep breath, a complex look flashing in his eyes. Team leader Noera, if you were here, you would surely agree with this proposal. If it weren't to cover for those without combat power, you wouldn't. Chiba suppressed his thoughts and spoke earnestly. Lord Third, how could I have an opinion about you? You were appointed during the defeat of the army and commanded us through peril, leading Konoha to numerous victories and out of the quagmire of war. Anyone from Konoha would admire you. Flattery may not work when said by someone else, but coming from a sincere young boy like Chiba, it genuinely pleased Sarutobi Hiruzen. What a little slickster. Hiruzen smiled, taking a puff from his pipe, no longer harboring any blame, and said with a smile, Go on, what do you think? Chiba nodded and said, From a broader perspective, you are certainly correct, but I believe Lord Tsunade has a point as well. Chiba began to list the benefits of optimizing the structure of Konoha's teams and establishing a new training mechanism for medical ninjas from the perspective of a medical ninja. On the podium, Hiruzen listened attentively, slightly nodding at Chiba's eloquent words. Not bad. good understanding people, a promising candidate. Unfortunately, he was too old to take on a disciple, but thinking of his 3 peculiar disciples made Hiruzen feel an urge to start over. Those 3 brats didn't even regard him as their teacher, not as much as this child in front of him. Orochimaru, start over? Do you want me to help you? Teacher, Sarutobi. After the meeting, Chiba quickly left the conference room through the back door. Impulsive, he thought to himself, feeling a bit regretful. He had stood up on a whim, signed that impulsiveness was indeed a devil. Hey, Chiba, wait for me. At that moment, Tsunade's pleasant voice came from behind. Huh? Chiba was taken aback, wondering if he had inadvertently triggered some event. In his previous life, he had been busy with his studies and only had a rough understanding of Naruto. He was unaware that Tsunade and Dan Kato's romance began at this meeting. In the original plot, it was Dan Kato who stood up to support Tsunade, but now that person was him. Just now, even Orochimaru and Jiraiya had not spoken up in front of the old man. Thank you for supporting me, Chiba, Tsunade said as she quickly caught up with him, walking alongside him in the quiet alley at night. Chiba shook his head and sighed. You don't need to thank me, Lord Tsunade. To be honest, I didn't stand up just for you. Chiba's slightly dejected appearance touched the soft spot in Tsunade's heart. It was because she had nearly lost Shinsuke that she had been so emotional in the meeting. Chiba must have lost someone very important as well. Walk with me for a while. Let's talk, Tsunade said, looking at the somewhat dispirited Chiba. Okay. Chiba nodded, accompanying Tsunade to a secluded place. At this time, Tsunade was in her early 20s at the peak of her figure and beauty, with a full yet modest chest and a slender waist that could be grasped in one hand. Chiba stole a few glances, feeling his heartbeat quicken. He really had no resistance to beautiful older sisters. The two weren't very familiar, so they couldn't be completely open right away. Their conversation began in the field of medicine, which they both understood. The medical knowledge in the Naruto world was based on chakra and was far less detailed than that of Earth. Whatever Tsunade discussed, Chiba could articulate well, providing insightful perspectives. After all, he had memorized so many books in his previous life. He was full of knowledge points. Chiba's vast knowledge undoubtedly impressed Tsunade, and her gaze toward him changed. So, do you have any dreams, Chiba? Tsunade suddenly asked. Not really. Chiba thought for a moment, feeling blank. If he had to say something, he wanted to have enough power to avoid experiencing loss and to peacefully grow old with the person he loved. I see. That sounds quite warm. Tsunade nodded, feigning indifference as she said, You're not young anymore. You must have someone you admire, right? Not yet. Chiba's face instantly fell. Lord Tsunade, why do you have to bring that up? Sorry, did I touch a sore spot? Tsunade laughed heartily, her laughter causing Chiba's heart to flutter. If it weren't for the fact that you were the same age as my brother, perhaps we. Under the tranquil night sky, looking at Chiba's somewhat youthful face, Tsunade felt a hint of sentiment. After all these years, she never expected that the first person she would feel moved by would be her brother's friend. Here, as a reward for saving my brother, take this necklace. Saying this, Tsunade took out a crystal necklace from her chest and handed it to Chiba. This necklace was a relic left to her by her grandfather. To motivate her brother to become Hokage, she had given it to Shinsuke. Who would have thought that ever since Shinsuke stepped on a detonator last time, he had suddenly become superstitious, insisting that the necklace brought him bad luck and refusing to wear it again. Therefore, the necklace returned to Tsunade's hands. What are you still waiting for? Take it. Tsunade's delicate hand shook in the air, completely unaware that Chiba had started to tremble. I saved your brother, and you want to harm me? Chiba had heard of the death necklace in Naruto. Whoever wore it would die, and even the protagonist Naruto almost couldn't escape it. As a supporting character, he really couldn't bear the fate of this thing. Lord Tsunade, how about you choose another reward? This? Huh. Before Chiba could finish his sentence, Tsunade furrowed her brows and tightly clenched her small fist in displeasure. This necklace held extraordinary meaning for her. If it weren't for her feelings for Chiba, she wouldn't easily give it away. Come here, Tsunade exclaimed, reaching out to pull Chiba. In front of Tsunade, Chiba had no ability to resist. His body uncontrollably turned half a circle, and then he dumbfoundedly fell into Tsunade's arms. So soft. The next moment, an indescribable softness hit Chiba's back, instantly making him forget about the death necklace. When he came to his senses, Tsunade had already put the necklace around his neck. Chiba. All right. Tsunade clapped her hands and released Chiba. After giving him a once-over, she nodded in satisfaction. This necklace looks quite good on you. What a joke. With this face of mine, anything I wear looks good. Sigh, forget it. I'll just take it off quietly later. Chiba thought to himself with a sigh. But just then, Tsunade cracked her knuckles and looked at Chiba with a dangerous glare. I'm warning you. If I find out you secretly take off the necklace, I'll punch you to death. Chiba, I got it, Lady Tsunade. Chapter 13, Mito Gate Tsuki. Goodbye Tsunade, a few days later, in the Hokage's office. Hey, old man. Tsunade sat casually on Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk and said, I think we should let Chiba be the head of the trial medical reform. Sigh. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a headache coming on from Tsunade's loudness. He put down the documents in his hand and said helplessly, Tsunade, while I also admire this kid Chiba, if we look at him by the standards of combat personnel, he's just a genin. This doesn't seem appropriate. What's inappropriate about it? Tsunade snorted coldly, crossing her arms. Maru Starke Kai was just a genin too. Puffed. Cough, cough, cough. Hiruzen had just taken a sip of tea when he heard Tsunade's words and choked on it. Maru Starke Kai. That was a man recognized by Master Tobarama. If it weren't for punishing himself, Keikai would have already been an outstanding Jonin. How can this kid Chiba compare to Keikai? After recovering, Hiruzen shook his head and said, All right, Tsunade, I'll consider your opinion. But I believe Chiba still needs more experience. This kid has no roots or power. If you recklessly put him in such an important position, it could easily bring him unnecessary trouble. I can't be bothered to listen to your nonsense, you old man. Tsunade jumped down from Hiruzen's desk, left a parting remark, and swaggered out. Unruly disciple, unruly disciple. Hiruzen felt a pain in his liver. He picked up the pipe on the table and took a few hard puffs, then pulled out a crystal ball from the drawer, intending to vent his frustrations. It seems Hiruzen has been swayed, or perhaps it's because of Tsunade's face. Mito Gate In, who had been listening from the side, thought his eyes slightly moving. He knew that Hiruzen already had the idea of trial medical ninja reform, but had not yet determined who would be in charge. With Tsunade's commotion, given Hiruzen's temperament, he might very well give in and choose that commoner named Chiba. I'm leaving then, Hiruzen. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen take out the crystal ball, Mito Gate and left with a sense of propriety, closing the door behind him. After leaving, Mito Gate and adjusted his glasses, a glint flashing in his eyes. He knew that his daughter was also a medical ninja, and this head position would be a perfect stepping stone for her to enter the higher echelons of Konoha. Mito Gate Residence. This is a great opportunity, but the third Hokage already has a tentative candidate. As one of the higher-ups, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to directly recommend you. Mito Gate In sat in the main seat, looking at his excited daughter, speaking in an official tone. However, if that commoner named Chiba voluntarily gives up this opportunity, I might be able to work something out for you with Hiruzen. Mito Gate Tsuki nodded heavily, delighted. I understand what you mean, father. So as long as I make some moves to make that commoner willingly give up, that head position will be mine. Seeing his daughter understood, Mito Gate In reminded her, remember to offer him some benefits, handle this neatly, and don't let us lose face in the Mito Gate clan. Yes, father. Mito Gate Tsuki replied. Sigh, back to the battlefield again, how annoying. Chiba lay on his small bed, sighing inwardly. He had looks, had medical skills, and there was no escaping the fight against the rock-hidden village. Knock, knock, knock. Just then a knock on the door sounded, and Chiba jumped off the bed and opened the door. Who are you? A brown-haired woman stood outside. Upon seeing Chiba, she raised her chin slightly and said with an arrogant expression, I am Mito Gate Tsuki, the leader of the 7th Medical Team, your superior. Mito Gate family? Chiba was a bit puzzled. This woman seemed a bit off, and he didn't know what she wanted. I came to discuss a mutually beneficial deal with you. Saying this, Mito Gate Tsuki didn't wait for Chiba to invite her in. She strode past him, glancing around before casually saying, Your house is really small. Chiba's expression turned cold. His house was indeed quite small, only about 20 to 30 square meters, but this house was the only relic left to him after the sacrifice of his body's parents. Say it, what deal? Chiba lost patience and asked directly. These commoners are really rude. After silently cursing, Mito Gate Tsuki revealed a proper smile. Here's the thing. I hope you can voluntarily give up on contesting a certain position. In exchange, I can meet some of your needs. Meet my needs? Chiba looked Mito Gate Tsuki up and down, revealing a look of disdain. She looked all right, but with her ordinary figure, how could she meet his needs? Just by talking? Mito Gate Tsuki felt a bit uncomfortable under Chiba's strange gaze and changed her posture, saying, How about this? I'll offer you 2 million Ryo. How's that sound? Chiba shook his head. Seeing this, Mito Gate Tsuki frowned and said somewhat displeased, Why not? Not to mention that this position might not even belong to you, but the offer I'm giving you is already quite good. Is indeed good, Chiba said calmly. But if even someone like you needs to spend a large sum to buy an important position, how can you expect me to give it up? That doesn't seem like a mutually beneficial deal at all. You. Mito Gatsuki was momentarily speechless. Chiba smiled without saying a word. He had seen many relationship-based bullies like Mito Gatsuki in his past life. Everyone worked hard to compete for positions, while others could just get in with a word. He didn't expect the ninja world to be even worse. First Hokage. We can't rely on connections to compete for Hokage. Second Hokage. Okay, big brother. Third Hokage. Okay, master. Fourth Hokage. Okay, grandmaster. Fifth Hokage. Okay, grandpa. Seeing that Chiba was unyielding, Mito Gatsuki's voice turned cold. You better think it over, Chiba. You're rejecting the Mito Gate clan. Oomph. The Mito Gate clan can bully others just because of their power? Chiba sneered. In my last life, I swallowed my anger. But this time I have a golden finger. There's no way I'm letting you bully me. I'll tell you, even if the Sarutobi clan comes, they still have to pay. What? Mito Gatsuki thought the negotiation had collapsed, but Chiba's sudden turn almost broke her delicate waist. This position is just a small stepping stone for your big clan, but for me, a commoner, it's an opportunity to change my fate. Looking at the bewildered Mito Gatsuki, Chiba said with deep sorrow, I'll say a number, 10 million Ryo, no bargaining. Impossible. Mito Gatsuki said coldly. An A-rank mission is only worth a few 100,000 Ryo at most. I'll give you 500,000 Ryo at most. Fine, it's a deal. Chiba replied cheerfully. The amount didn't matter. He didn't plan to keep his promise anyway. Why not take the free money? If he weren't currently physically weaker than the big clans, he would want to hang this arrogant Mito Gatsuki up and give her a good beating. Sigh. There are too many who die at the hands of their own in the Naruto series. It's better to endure until I have strength, Chiba thought to himself. Very well, then it's 500,000 Ryo. Mito Suki glanced at Chiba disdainfully and said arrogantly, I advise you not to entertain any inappropriate thoughts. In Konoha, no one dares to toy with the Mito clan. Even the Senju and Uchiha clans are a thing of the past. Mito Suki said slowly, how about you go to the Uchiha clan's territory right now and shout 3 times that the Uchiha are a thing of the past. Let's see if those red-eyed lunatics 1T come out with knives to deal with you. They might even wipe out your whole clan. They're really capable of doing such things. After silently mocking for a moment, Chiba smiled and said, of course, it's natural. I understand the rules of getting paid for work. Chiba didn't take Mito Suki's threat to heart. After he treated 100 or 80 quality patients, he would directly make Konoha's F for a thing of the past. Knock, knock, knock. Not long after sending Mito Suki away, before Chiba could return to his bed, there was another knock at the door. So soon? Chiba thought it was someone bringing money, and he excitedly opened the door with a warm smile on his face. Huh, you seem very happy to see me, little Chiba. The blonde woman at the door seemed to misunderstand something, and a dazzling smile suddenly blossomed on her beautiful face. Tsunade, Lady Tsunade. Chiba was stunned, his heart racing wildly. Well, seeing you puts me in a good mood as well, Tsunade said, patting the dazed Chiba, smiling cheerfully. Chapter 14 Tsunade. Chiba, let's take a gamble, Lady Tsunade. Is there something you need from me? Chiba asked hurriedly after regaining his composure. Yes, there are a few things. Follow me. Tsunade tilted her head towards Chiba, signaling him to follow. The two of them walked forward and unknowingly arrived at a training ground in Konoha. Chiba looked around, puzzled, and asked, Lady Tsunade, what are we doing here? Boom! Before Chiba could finish his sentence, Tsunade suddenly turned around and threw a punch, the sound of the air exploding as her fist slammed towards Chiba's face. Chiba. As he saw the fist getting closer, Chiba's pupils suddenly constricted, and every hair on his body stood on end. His instincts told him that if this punch hit him, he would die. Shadow dance step. Chiba's toes touched the ground, and he flew up like a leaf, narrowly brushing past the incoming punch and landing lightly elsewhere. Lady Tsunade, what are you doing? Chiba asked in confusion as he evaded her attack. Could it be that she found out he had peeped at her that night? Bang! Ignoring Chiba's words, Tsunade stepped forward, her figure crashing towards him like a cannonball. Huh! Tsunade turned midair, raising her knee and shouting, delivering a whip-like kick towards Chiba's cheek. Shadow dance step. Faced with Tsunade's terrifying strength, Chiba didn't dare to defend. He quickly dodged. Tsunade's leg grazed past his shoulder, the gust of wind stinging his skin. Wow, Lady Tsunade, why are you aiming for my face with every move? Chiba exclaimed, shocked. Tsunade's strength was too frightening. Just a touch would be the end for him. Swish! Tsunade's whip kick missed, and using the momentum, she leaped into the air, turning around before raising her other leg high, chopping down towards Chiba's head like a battle axe. Another one. Chiba's eyelids twitched as he hurriedly leaned to the side. Tsunade's leg missed and smashed into the ground, creating a deep pit on the hard training ground. Spiderweb-like cracks spreading out. Chiba. Under Tsunade's frenzied assault, Chiba felt like a small boat in a storm, swaying unsteadily. If it weren't for the Senju bloodline and shadow dance step, granting him agility far beyond that of an average shunin, he would have probably been beaten to a pulp by Tsunade by now. Lady Tsunade, are you testing my combat abilities? Chiba began to understand. If that's the case. After dodging another attack from Tsunade, he swiftly retreated, one hand reaching for his ninja tool pouch. The hidden sand, 100 poison secret technique not only made Chiba a master of poison, but also equipped him with various throwing techniques for concealed weapons. In preparation for the upcoming war, he had specially prepared a ninja tool pouch. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chiba quickly pulled out several shurikens, flicking his wrist as they transformed into cold flashes, flying towards Tsunade. If one looked closely, they would notice some subtle purple powder hidden beneath the shadows of each shuriken. Oh, this is interesting. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, stomping her foot on the ground, causing the stone floor to explode, sending up dirt and stones that perfectly blocked the incoming shurikens. Chiba, isn't this a bit over the top? Tsunade didn't attack again. She casually picked up a shuriken from the ground, rubbing the purple powder between her fingers, a look of approval appearing on her face. Not bad. If it were someone else, they might have already fallen for it. Huff, huff. Chiba gasped for breath and forced a smile. Lady Tsunade, you really scared me just now. Ha ha. Only by being unexpected can you truly simulate your responsibility on the battlefield, Tsunade laughed. Seeing that you have the ability to protect yourself puts me at ease. If you're careful on the battlefield, even a typical jonin might not be able to catch you. As she spoke, Tsunade tidied her somewhat disheveled robe and returned to a serious demeanor. I can't convince Shinjuro. That kid insists on going to the battlefield. I plan to assign you two to a team, so you can look out for each other. Is that okay? Assigning Chiba and Shinjuro to the same team was also a first attempt at reforming medical ninjas, and Tsunade had high hopes for Chiba. No problem, Lady Tsunade. Chiba nodded in agreement. Since he was going to the battlefield anyway, being with Shinjuro might be safer, plus they were good friends. Don't call me Lady Tsunade. It sounds distant. Seeing Chiba agree, Tsunade smiled again. We're not that far apart in age. Just call me by my name. Chiba was taken aback. Logically, even if he changed how he addressed her, he should still call her sister Tsunade like Shinjuro. How could he just call her by her name? Wouldn't that mess up their relationship? However, since Tsunade requested it, Chiba steeled himself and said, all right, Tsunade. So obedient. Tsunade pulled Chiba into a hug, grinning as she said, since I just gave you special training, aren't you going to invite me to your house for a meal? I heard from Shinjuro that you're quite the cook. I want to experience it. Is that okay? Of course, that's fine. Chiba didn't dare to refuse and hurriedly nodded. Ha ha. Looking at Chiba, who was blushing in her embrace, Tsunade laughed heartily. She suddenly felt that having a younger brother was pretty good. She could tease him openly, and his shy appearance was super cute. At Chiba's house, as soon as Tsunade entered the house, her delicate nose twitched a couple of times, and her expression suddenly darkened, making Chiba's heart tremble. What's wrong, Tsunade? Chiba asked, trembling. You have the scent of a woman's perfume in your room. Tsunade gritted her silver teeth. This scent. It's that foul woman from the Midarashi clan. Nanny. Chiba was shocked. They say women are scary. But he didn't expect female ninjas to be even scarier. She could even tell whose perfume it was. Lady Tsunade, the situation is like this. Chiba was afraid that Tsunade would punch him in anger, so he hurriedly explained what had happened earlier. That foul woman from the Midarashi clan has a good scheme. After listening, Tsunade sneered. You don't need to worry about this, Chiba. If she gives you money, just take it. Leave the rest to me. Okay. Chiba nodded heavily, his nose feeling a bit sour. This feeling of having someone backing him was really nice. In return, he definitely had to cook a good meal for Tsunade. Half an hour later, Chiba set a table full of dishes. Although the ingredients were simple, they were colorful and fragrant. So delicious. Tsunade's eyes lit up as she sat at the dining table, picking up a piece of braised potato and putting it in her mouth, only to yelp as it burned her, doing a little dance. Delicious, Chiba. You really have some skills. After swallowing a potato, Tsunade couldn't wait to try other dishes. Stuffing her small mouth to the brim, making her cheeks puff up. Lady Tsunade, please don't stuff more into your mouth. It's almost up to your throat. Chiba said helplessly. If Chiba had a romance system bound to him, he would surely see the continuous pop-up notifications of affection one above Tsunade's head. After finishing a delicious meal, Tsunade looked at Chiba with an even more ambiguous gaze. Chiba, let's make a bet. While Chiba was cleaning up the dishes, Tsunade suddenly said impulsively, I'm not lucky. I always lose when I gamble, so I bet that you won't. Clatter. Before Tsunade could finish her sentence, the bowls and chopsticks in Chiba's hands fell to the ground, leaving him in a state of shock. No, Lady Tsunade. If you want me dead, you could just say it directly. No need to go through all this trouble. Chiba glanced at the crystal necklace hanging on his chest, thinking in anger, are you stacking death buffs on me? Chapter 15. The Land of Rain. A rank mission the next day. Konoha Hospital. Ding. Treatment successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining fire style. Fireball technique. Damn it. Why such a useless reward? Shinya muttered under his breath, turning to another hospital bed. Useless thing? The patient on the bed looked confused. How did this doctor know the pet name his wife had for him? Ding. Treatment successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Ding. Treatment successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall. Oh, finally getting something good. After seeing the latest system notification, Shinya's spirits lifted. After treating so many patients, he finally received a B-rank ninjutsu. With perfect chakra control, creating his own ninjutsu was not difficult. However, creating a practical one that surpasses ninjutsu that has been improved over generations in a short time was still beyond his capabilities. This required creativity. Just like Shinya could skillfully use various mathematical formulas, but if you asked him to create one himself, well, let's call it a day for saving lives. Shinya nodded in satisfaction and prepared to leave, but just as he reached the hospital entrance, he ran into Ju, who was looking for him. I'm not saying this to you, Shinya. Ju complained. We're about to head to the battlefield in the Land of Rain as reinforcements. How can you still find time to help at the hospital? The heart of a healer, do you understand? Shinya rolled his eyes and strode forward. Hey, Shinya, wait for me. Ju hurriedly caught up with Shinya, blocking his path and smiling mysteriously. Guess who our other teammate is? Who? Shinya asked, holding his head and showing little interest. It's Marustar Gukiai. Ju excitedly shook Shinya's shoulder. He's that amazing water style, J-Nin uncle. Marustar Gukiai. This time, Shinya was genuinely surprised. Marustar Gukiai was a legendary figure in Konoha. Because he had caused the deaths of 2 companions in his youth due to his eagerness for quick results, Gukiai swore to the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, that he would be a J-Nin for life. Yet he himself possessed strength beyond that of ordinary J-Nin. Throughout Gukiai's long career as a J-Nin, he partnered with countless famous ninjas, such as the second and third Hokage, White Fang, and the legendary Sannin, and like Noer Hashir. He was known for riding the coattails of others, earning him the nickname Eternal J-Nin. But doesn't Gukiai only take on simple tasks at the J-Nin level? Shinya asked, somewhat confused. His impression was that this old man only did matchmaking, not ranked missions. Ju waved his hand, looking smug. Gukiai is practically half a disciple of my great-grandfather, and my sister personally reached out to him. How can we not get him? Damn, are you made of plastic? You're acting all high and mighty with me. Shinya punched Ju with annoyance. A week later, in the Land of Rain, as a battleground for several major nation struggles, this country seemed to be perpetually crying, with light rain falling continuously. 3 figures moved swiftly through the rainy night, splashing droplets and leaving ripples on the waterlogged ground. I didn't expect to be assigned an A-rank mission right off the bat. It seems the situation here is quite tense. Ju tightened his poncho and spoke excitedly. Shinya glanced at Ju, but said nothing. This was his first time executing a mission as a combat unit, and starting with an A rank made him somewhat nervous. However, after witnessing the slaughter with Wugong and the others last time, he no longer felt any psychological burden about killing. Well, although Konoha and Iwagakure have no intention of full-scale war, after fighting the Land of Rain for so many days, both sides have shown their true strength. Taking over Ju's words was a middle-aged man, who looked worn out and was carrying a large pot on his back. This old man, resembling a ninja turtle, was their teammate for this mission, Marustar Gukiai. Don't be fooled by Gukiai's status as a J-Nin. He had information even more current than Shinya and Ju, and he was particularly knowledgeable about the current battlefield situation. Gukiai-senpai, both Ju and I lack your battle experience. Why don't you take charge during the operation? Shinya suggested. Me? Gukiai paused, a hesitant look on his face. Yes, Please analyze this mission for me and Chinya first. Ju chimed in. All right, thank you both for trusting me. Gukiai smiled wryly. Having been treated as a Jainin for years, he had gradually come to see himself as just an ordinary Jainin. But looking at the two Yu's expectant gazes, he seemed to see the two companions who once admired him and instinctively straightened his back. Members of my village's information class, codenamed Miko, recently intercepted important intelligence from a Wagakure. But during the evacuation, they were pursued by an Wagakure squad. Our mission is to relay this intelligence back to the communications team. It is worth noting that due to the importance of this intelligence, the Wagakure squad chasing the Miko may very likely include members of the Wagakure Explosive Corps, Gukiai warned. The Wagakure Explosive Corps? Chinya's expression grew serious. The Wagakure Explosive Corps is similar to Konoha's Umbu, with members being the elite among the elite, like Deidara and Kuratsuchi, who are part of the Explosive Corps. Wait, at this moment, Ju noticed a flaw. Is our mission just to relay intelligence? What about the colleague from the information class? In a narrow valley filled with jagged rocks, 5 or 6 figures moved like shadows, each with a murderous intent, their eyes fixed on the fleeing woman ahead. Including the woman, all 6 wore Wagakure uniforms, but one had a darker color. It was the Special Operations uniform unique to the Wagakure Explosive Corps. Bitch, you stole our Wagakure intelligence and still want to run? Earth style, Earth Spike. An IW ninja shouted angrily, leaping up and running along the steep rock face, landing not far behind the woman, slamming his hands heavily against the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Dense stone spikes shot up from the ground like bamboo shoots after rain, causing the entire ground to tremble violently. The woman in front hurried to dodge. Although she narrowly avoided the thrust of the earth spike, she was momentarily thrown off balance by the tremors. Earth style, Rock Spike. Another IWA ninja, quick on the draw, formed hand seals and shot a sharp stone spear directly at the unsteady woman. The woman let out a muffled grunt as the stone spear grazed her thigh, tearing away a large chunk of flesh. But the next moment, her thigh's wound miraculously healed as if it had never happened. Boom, boom, boom. The Wagakure ninjas, who had expected the woman to fall, misjudged the situation. Their ninjutsu struck the spot where the woman had been, while she seized the opportunity to accelerate suddenly, once again putting distance between herself and the Wagakure ninjas. Damn it! One of the Wagakure ninjas cursed softly. Are you a spy or a medical ninja? How can you use such advanced medical ninjutsu as healing dispel? Just now, before the woman was attacked, she predicted the spot where she would be hit and quickly concentrated a large amount of chakra there, allowing her wound to heal the moment it appeared. Don't rush. Patience is required when dealing with prey. She doesn't have much chakra left to expend. At this moment, a member of the Wagakure explosion team, who had been silent, spoke up. Yes, Lord K-Go. Several IWA ninjas responded, regaining their composure once again. And, just as K-Go said, after a series of escapes, the woman's stamina was almost depleted, and the scene before her began to blur. As long as she completes this mission, the children will have new clothes to wear. The woman muttered to herself, seemingly forcing herself to muster her spirits in this way. When she mentioned the children, a glimmer of light returned to her originally dim eyes, as if a person in the desert had suddenly seen a stream of water. Lord Danzo promised her that as long as she could complete this mission, he would provide a substantial donation to the orphanage, enough for the children to live carefree for a long time. Thinking of the satisfied smiles on the children's faces when they received new clothes, even in dire straits, the woman couldn't help but show a happy smile. Boom! Just then, the ground beneath the woman suddenly exploded, debris flying everywhere, and she was swept up by the terrifying force, crashing heavily against the nearby stone wall. Cough, cough. The woman fell to the ground in a sorry state, blood pouring uncontrollably from her mouth. Drip, drip. K-Go, along with a group of Wagakure ninjas, slowly approached the woman, looking down at her with indifference. Children, the director may not come back. I hope you all can grow up safely. Looking at the murderous Wagakure ninjas, the woman slowly closed her eyes, a tragic smile appearing on her face. For the sake of the children in the orphanage, she had been forced to risk her lifetime and again. She was truly exhausted and wanted to stop and rest. Chapter 16. Explosive Release Bloodline, Crisis of the Rope Tree Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Just as the woman closed her eyes, waiting for death, a massive fireball flew in, smashing directly towards the Wagakure ninja in front of her. Whoosh, whoosh, Whoosh! 5 Awagakure ninjas swiftly dodged, and not only did they avoid being hit by the fireball, but even their clothes weren't singed. Well, it seems the great fireball technique really can't hit anyone. It can only serve as a flashy entrance effect, muttered Chiba softly. There are people up there. It must be Leaf Ninja, 2 kids, and a turtle. One IW ninja shouted harshly, pointing at the mountain. No need to elaborate. These 3 were indeed the Chiba team who had rushed over. Is it the Leaf's reinforcements? The woman lying on the ground reignited her hope for life. But she was too exhausted, lacking even the strength to move, and could only weakly lie there, waiting for her fate. In her blurred vision, 3 figures raced down the steep mountain wall, getting closer and closer. Earth release, stone spike. Earth release, rock spear. The Awagakure ninjas reacted quickly. 2 of them formed hand seals, and a series of long spears made of rock shot out, whistling through the air as they fiercely targeted the 3 who had just leaped down from the cliff. Clang, clang, clang. Maruhoshi Kogai turned around, spinning in midair while carrying a pot, crashing into the incoming rock spears like a top, deflecting all the spears in an instant. Leaf Village's Willow, illusion, sword technique. After landing, Kogai ignored Chiba and rope tree behind him, drawing a long knife from his back and charging fiercely at the Awagakure ninjas. This is... One IWA ninja's eyes widened in shock. The long knife Kogai wielded seemed to multiply before his eyes, dancing like hundreds of willow branches, while Kogai's figure vanished behind these branches. Don't look at the knife in his hand. At this moment, Ku shouted loudly beside him. He saw through Kogai's technique. The opponent was integrating illusion techniques into swordsmanship, using the swinging knife to cast illusions. What a brilliant method. Puchi! Kogai flashed past the IWA ninja, the long knife slicing accurately across his neck, before once again positioning the knife in front of him. Damn it, killed him. Seeing their companion fall, the IWA ninjas turned red with rage, disregarding the nearly unconscious woman beside them, wanting nothing more than to tear the 3 in front of them to pieces. I'll take care of him. You guys handle those 2 kids, Ku said to Kogai with a serious expression. Yes. The remaining 3 Awagakure ninjas responded, gathering their strength and charging towards Chiba and Rope Tree from different directions. Kogai-senpai, what are you doing? Follow our previous battle plan. Rope Tree shouted to Kogai as his expression changed. However, Kogai tightened his grip on the knife, his eyes only on Ku, completely ignoring Rope Tree's shout. How could this be? Chiba's expression was equally grim as he suddenly recalled something. This guy seems to go all out in battle when he encounters an equally matched opponent. In other words, he gets carried away. This is why he only takes on ninja missions. Rope Tree. Understood. Chiba and Rope Tree exchanged glances, positioning themselves in front of the Miko to protect her as they prepared to confront the 3 IWA ninjas charging at them. Although the mission only required them to bring back information, no one knew whether that information was with the woman or in her head. Earth release. Earth flow wall. Chiba slammed his hands on the ground, and a heavy earth wall, towering 4 to 5 meters high, rose with a rumble, marked with a large, comical dog head. What the hell is this? One Awagakure ninja cursed, though he had never seen this expression not belonging to the ninja world. He could feel the strong sense of mockery from it. Earth release, split earth palm. The 3 IWA ninjas coordinated perfectly, simultaneously bending down to slap the ground, their earth chakra penetrating through, causing the towering earth wall to crumble and debris to fly everywhere. The 3 IWA ninjas maintained their speed, leaping over the scattered stones and charging straight towards Chiba and Rope Tree. How fast? Chiba was startled. He hadn't expected the opponent to break through the earth flow wall in the blink of an eye. He had just placed the woman on his back and hadn't even had time to secure her. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Rope Tree formed hand seals with one hand. Cheeks puffed out, and then he expelled a powerful gust of wind towards the IWA ninja charging at Chiba. Whoosh! The IWA ninja's movements were momentarily halted, and Chiba took the opportunity to secure the Miko onto his back with rope, directly releasing medical ninjutsu through his back to heal the woman. True strong warriors never complain about their environment. Chiba, whose chakra control was maxed out, indicated that he could use his entire body to release medical ninjutsu, even his, but could be used to heal people. Clang! Rope Tree drew his long knife, facing off against one Iwagakure ninja, while the other 2 chose to attack Chiba, who now had an extra burden. Earth release. Earth spike. One ninja used the same technique again, causing the ground to tremble as dense stone spikes shot up from beneath Chiba's feet. Shadow dance step. With the woman on his back, Chiba exerted force through his legs, lifting himself off the ground and out of the attack range of the earth spike. But just then, another IWA ninja, holding a long knife and grinning maliciously, was waiting where Chiba was about to land. Kid, I'm going to, watch my 100 poisons secret technique. With no place to land, Chiba had no way to change his landing position in the air, but he remained calm, directly crushing the poison pouch he had hidden in his hand. The woman, IWA ninja. Boom! The poison pouch exploded, scattering purple powder everywhere, directly covering the IWA ninja below with it. Cough, cough, cough. The IWA ninja with the knife was dumbfounded. He had not expected Chiba to be so ruthless, even while carrying an injured person, to dare detonating a poison pouch indiscriminately. Meanwhile, Chiba, who had taken the antidote beforehand, thought that it was just a mere paralyzing poison. After all, the woman behind him had already lost her ability to move, so inhaling a bit of poison mist wouldn't affect her much. The woman naturally had no objections, as she had already passed out. Thud! Chiba landed safely, and before he could deal with the sluggish, knife-wielding IWA ninja, another IWA ninja swiftly dispelled the poison mist, standing protectively in front of his comrade. TCH, pretty quick reaction. Chiba took the opportunity to survey the battlefield. Rope Tree was still entangled with his opponent, while Kogai and Kuu were also engaged in a fierce battle. As a member of the Iwagakure Explosive Corps, Kuu possessed the bloodline limit known as explosive release, allowing him to concentrate chakra to explode objects he struck with his hands. Kogai, with his water release technique, was in a rain-soaked environment, making it like a home field advantage, trading blows with Kuu, creating a spectacular visual feast. Chiba slightly nodded. This is good. Kogai-senpai is holding back the opponent's strongest combatant, while Rope Tree and I just need to. Explosive release. Landmine fist. Just as Chiba's thoughts raced, Kuu smashed a heavy fist into the ground, instantly raising a cloud of dust and debris that obscured the vision of Chiba and Kogai. In the next moment, Kong Wu, who was originally engaged in battle with Gujie, suddenly appeared behind Shu, his fist, clad in Special Forces gloves, raised high. Shu. Looking at the defenseless Shu, Qianye's eyes were filled with rage. In the face of Kong Wu's explosion escape, Shu's body was as fragile as porcelain, likely to shatter into pieces at any moment. Gujie Sr. Vin Yashao to Desperatity. The only one who could timely intervene to save Shu was the master of water escape, Gujie. Chapter 17. Weakness of explosive release. Changing tactics. Ju. Almost at the same moment, Gujie also noticed the critical situation of Ju. He felt as if struck by lightning, his mind going blank. Back then, it was precisely because he was eager for success, choosing to confront a powerful enemy alone while abandoning two weaker companions, that led to the death of those two companions. The scene before him was so reminiscent of that year. Gujie's eyes turned red instantly. Water release, water barrier. With a loud roar, Gujie formed hand seals and unleashed the water release recklessly. A terrifying torrent of water surged forth like a waterfall, creating a solid barrier behind Ju. How is this possible? Kong Wu's pupils suddenly contracted. In the absence of nearby lakes, Gujie only formed two seals, and yet he could release such a degree of water release. However, even so, it cannot stop my explosive release. Kong Wu shouted, still maintaining his punching posture, focusing entirely on delivering a punch straight at Ju behind the water barrier. Not good. Even if Ju was slow, he noticed the huge commotion behind him. But the rock ninja in front of him swung his sword, forming a coordinated pincer attack with Kong Wu, leaving him no chance to evade. Damn, damn, damn. Ju's heart was filled with anxiety. But in the blink of an eye, he could not escape from the rock ninja of similar strength. Boom. The next moment, Kong Wu's fist slammed heavily against the water barrier, and the explosive chakra burst forth from his arm. Crash! The water barrier instantly shattered, turning into weak streams of water that splashed helplessly onto the ground. Kong Wu's figure only paused for a moment. He twisted his waist, and, in the next instant, his fist struck again at Ju's back, who was entangled. Water release, wave riding strike. Just at this critical moment, Gujie stepped onto the water flow generated by the water barrier and almost instantaneously slid in front of Ju. He protected Ju with one hand while swinging his blade toward Kong Wu's forearm with the other. Kong Wu's expression changed slightly as he quickly altered his move. He sidestepped the incoming long blade and, using the momentum, turned his waist delivering a heavy kick to Gujia's shoulder. Bang! Kongwu's kick was incredibly heavy, and a cracking sound echoed from Gujia's shoulder. Under the state of wave riding strike, Gujia stumbled, holding Ju, and fell not far away. Just as things were happening in an instant, Chinya anxiously shook off the two rock ninjas and landed in front of the fallen Ju and Gujia, slamming his hands heavily on the ground. Earth release. Multiple earth flow walls. Chinya roared, and 3 thick, tall earth walls rose in succession, blocking the 3 of them and buying them a little time temporarily. No wonder this is an A-rank mission. It's truly thrilling. Ju gasped heavily in Gujia's arms, still in shock, immersed in the emotions of having survived a disaster. Are you okay, Ju? Gujia, disregarding his own injuries, grabbed Ju's shoulder and asked. At this moment, the figure of Ju in front of him overlapped with the figures of his companions in his mind. Gujia's throat choked up, and 2 lines of hot tears streamed down his face. I'm fine. Ju looked at Gujia, who was in tears, somewhat puzzled and worried, and asked back, Are you okay, Gujia-senpai? I'm fine. Looking at the worried faces of Chinya and Ju, Gujia's tears flowed uncontrollably. In his daze, he seemed to see those 2 companions from his youth again. Cheer up, Gujia. Everyone is counting on you. The voices of his companions echoed in Gujia's ears once more. I will protect them well. I won't let the mistakes of the past happen again. Gujia wiped away his tears, his gaze firm. Boom! The heavy earth flow walls suddenly collapsed, and Kongwu led 3 subordinates, charging towards the 3 once again. I've already discovered the weakness of that explosive release ninja. The 3 strategically retreated, and Gujia rallied, saying, It seems he can only detonate targets with his hands, and he must concentrate chakra completely. It has seemed so. Chinya recalled and nodded firmly. After the opponent shattered the water barrier, there was a brief pause in his movements, which should have been him gathering power for the explosive release. Otherwise, Ju would have been finished long ago and wouldn't have held on until Gujia came to assist. Similarly, it was clearly a great opportunity to use explosive release to directly blast the 2 earlier. Yet when he kicked Gujia, he didn't use explosive release. Perhaps it's not that he doesn't want to, but that he can't. So he used seriously, excitedly saying. So, as long as we can restrain his hands and not give him a chance to use explosive release, that bastard will be done for. Exactly. Chinya nodded, looking at Gujia beside him. Gujia-senpai, the next battle will require our cooperation. You can't fight alone anymore. Don't worry, I understand. Gujia replied seriously. Ju and Chinya exchanged glances and said, Then next we will change opponents. I and Chinya will be responsible for holding that explosive release ninja. You quickly deal with the other 3 rock ninjas. Clap. Chinya untied the ropes on him, forcefully tossing the unconscious woman to the ground a little distance away, while Gujia also threw the iron pot from his back, which landed perfectly on top of the woman. That explosive release ninja is very strong. To restrain him, Chinya and Ju need to give it their all. This woman will only hinder Chinya's speed in drawing his sword. If they fail, the woman would die too. So it's not a big deal. The 3 simultaneously turn around, forming a triangular formation and spreading out from different directions to meet the 4 pursuing rock ninjas. Not running anymore, little mice. A rock ninja sneered. They are strong. Be careful, everyone. Don't underestimate them. Kongwu cautioned. Shuriken, Shadow Kron technique. Gujia leaped up, using his uninjured arm to throw a shuriken heavily, then formed hand seals and used the ninjutsu taught to him by a Sarutobi Hiruzen. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The shuriken split into 2 in the air. Then 2 became 4, and in the blink of an eye transformed into hundreds and thousands, shooting towards the 4 rock ninjas with a deafening sound like 100 birds chirping. Another illusion technique? Seeing the torrent of shuriken coming, a rock ninja gritted his teeth and said, No, this is not an illusion. Kongwu seemed to realize something, his expression changing drastically. This is a technique of the 3rd Hokage. Every shuriken is real, and each one is lethal. Quickly dodge. However, Kongwu's warning was too late. Or rather, even if he had warned, it would have been meaningless. Hundreds and thousands of shuriken came at once, forming a perfect encirclement. And even if the rock ninjas wanted to dodge, there was no way to avoid it. Explosive release. Landmine fist. Kongwu smashed his fist heavily against the ground, the upheaved soil blocking most of the shuriken aimed at him, but the other rock ninjas did not have his ability. Earth release. Earth flow. One rock ninja was still forming seals when his body was pierced by the dense shuriken. It was the unlucky guy who had been affected by the nerve toxin and was reacting slowly. Ding, ding, ding. Two rock ninjas. One desperately swung his sword to block, while the other simply hid behind his companion's body, using it as a shield. Damn it! Kong Wu cursed angrily, his body shooting towards Gu Jie like an arrow. If he couldn't restrain Gu Jie, his subordinates would have no ability to resist in front of him. You won't get through. Your opponent is us. Shu and Qian Yi naturally wouldn't let Kong Wu have his way. The two attack him from left and right, working together against Kong Wu. Thousand Hand style, draw slash. Chakra scalpel. The two moved nimbly, their figures intertwining around Kong Wu, as their long swords and chakra blades continuously struck at Kong Wu's arms. Explosive release. Kong Wu attempted to unleash explosive release several times, but under the obstruction from Qian Yi and Shu, he found it nearly impossible to execute. Feeling extremely frustrated. Water release. Water dragon bullet. Meanwhile, Gu Jie formed hand seals with both hands, summoning a roaring water dragon that directly knocked the two rock ninjas away, crashing heavily against the mountainside. Damn! After witnessing this out of the corner of his eye, Kong Wu's heart sank to the bottom. He knew that he might fall here today. Chapter 18. Orochimaru. Kill Jiraiya. Konoha style. Quick blade slash. After dealing with two rock ninjas, Gu Jie and Qian Yi joined forces, and the three of them launched an attack on Kong Wu simultaneously. Without the ability to use explosion release, Kong Wu was no different from an ordinary jonin, and facing a shinobi with two assistants, he quickly found himself at a disadvantage, with numerous openings appearing. Gu Jie's long knife was fast and fierce. Taking advantage of Kong Wu's fists leaving his sides and his center wide open, he stabbed fiercely into Kong Wu's chest. Drip, drip. Blood flowed from the long knife, and Kong Wu's body slowly fell to the ground, his eyes filled with deep unwillingness. His ambitions had not yet had the chance to be unleashed. There were still so many things he had not done. To be safe, Qian Yi delivered another knife strike to Kong Wu's head, directly interrupting his last thoughts. This place isn't safe. Let us leave. Gu Jie reminded. Okay. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Qian Yi responded, spitting out several fireballs onto the ground, burning the corpses of the rock ninja to ashes in an attempt to cover up their information. Qian Yi discovered that if the great fireball technique could hit a person, its power was quite impressive. Eating technique. After the three moved the woman to a safe place, Qian Yi placed his hands on her chest and gently pressed down, starting to infuse chakra into the chakra-depleted woman. No, Qian Yi, where are you putting your hands? Ju's eyes turned red with jealousy. He had never touched a girl his entire life. No, why does Qian Yi get to? What's wrong with my hands? Qian Yi replied confidently. As we all know, the healing technique requires hands to be pressed against the patient's chest to release it. I did the same when I saved you back then. Oof. Ju's face flushed red, and he coldly snorted, It's fine to lie to your brother. Just don't lie to yourself. I can't be bothered to expose your little thoughts. Gu Jie sat nearby, cooking ingredients with a portable iron pot, laughing as he watched the two bicker. Following these two lively little guys, he felt like he was alive again. Ding! Treatment successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining A-level medical ninjutsu in healing injury elimination. Oh, a powerful body has emerged. After a round of treatment, the system notification rang, and Qian Ye's eyes lit up. An A-level medical ninjutsu. It seems this woman is extraordinary, likely not an inconspicuous person. In healing injury elimination, predicts the location of imminent damage and heals it before the enemy attacks, minimizing the damage sustained, a self-healing type ninjutsu. But why hasn't she woken up yet? Wing Yvonne did it. The system has already popped up a successful treatment notification, and her heartbeat feels normal. So why hasn't she woken up? Why hasn't this person moved her hand yet? The woman on the ground was quite helpless. In fact, she had regained consciousness long ago, but to avoid embarrassment, she wanted to wait until Qian Yi moved his hand before waking up. However, she didn't expect that after fainting for so long, he still had no intention of moving his hand. Could you please move your hand? Unable to avoid it, the woman slowly opened her eyes and spoke in a soft tone. I'm sorry. Qian Yi quickly moved his hands away, scratching his head awkwardly and apologizing. Will it rain today? The woman ignored Qian Yi and scrutinized the three of them before suddenly asking a baffling question. It won't rain today, but it will rain tomorrow, and it will definitely be heavy. Ju answered without hesitation. Correct. The woman nodded, then pulled off a mask from her face, looking serious as she said, Hello, colleagues. I am a member of the Konoha Intelligence Unit, code name Miko. What? Yakushi non? Upon seeing her appearance, Chin-Yi couldn't help but exclaim. Blonde hair, blue eyes, black-rimmed glasses, nun-s robe, white stockings, an intellectual mature woman. Chin-Yi had been a fan of Yakushi non in his previous life, so he recognized her at a glance. At that moment, he felt like a fan meeting their idol, which caused him to lose his composure a bit. You know me? Non asked, putting on a pair of glasses she had pulled out from somewhere, looking puzzled. Non was particularly famous in Naruto, but the child she adopted, Kabuto Yakushi, was well known to anyone who had watched Naruto. Well, I stayed in an orphanage for a while, and later I heard it got a new director, so I paid a little attention. After regaining his composure, Chin-Yi answered without leaving any gaps. Wow, Chin-Yi, so you're an orphan? At this moment, Ju exclaimed in surprise. Ju, shut your mouth if you can't speak. Chin-Yi said irritably. In the Naruto world, how many parents are alive? It's common for 3 people to not be able to gather a pair of parents. Isn't it? Please inform us of the intelligence you obtained from the Rock Ninja. After giving Ju a glance, Chin-Yi turned back to Non and said, we need to relay the information back as soon as possible. All right. Non nodded, her expression serious, as she said, I cannot guarantee the accuracy of the information. I personally believe there's an 80% chance it is true, so please judge for yourselves. It seems that the Rock Village has been plotting a conspiracy against the 3 shinobi. They've set a trap near Iwatama in the southern rain country, planning to eliminate the 3 shinobi in one fell swoop. What? Upon hearing this, Ju's expression changed drastically. My sister and the others might be in danger? It looks like we won't be able to have this meal. Looking at the delicious soup just cooked in the pot, Gujia smiled bitterly. At this time, the 3 shinobi were the strongest among the new generation of Konoha, aside from SHM, and their existence was of great significance to Konoha, not to be lost. By the way, there's one more thing you need to pay attention to. Non reminded, the Rock Ninja with explosion release had a special identity. His name is Kong Wu, the nephew of the 3rd Tsuchikage. Given the current Tsuchikage's vengeful nature, if he finds out you killed Kong Wu, you might get into some trouble. I'm the grandson of the 1st Hokage. What does he count for? Ju didn't want to waste a moment. Anxious as he said, let us hurry up and go. Chin-Yi, Gujia-senpai. In the southern rain country, Iwatama, in a dim cave, Orochimaru silently used earth release to block the cave entrance and turned to look at his 2 companions. Jiraiya lay on the ground, weak and covered in blood, having fallen into a coma due to excessive blood loss. Beside him, Tsunade desperately used medical ninjutsu, but the effect was minimal. The Rock Village must have been plotting for a long time, setting an ambush on their route, forcing the 3 of them to hide in the cave, their lives hanging by a thread. Give it up, Tsunade. Orochimaru's gaze turned cold as he said lightly, the Rock's earth release will soon destroy this mountain. If we want to escape, we cannot hesitate. You and I must leave immediately. But what about Jiraiya? Tsunade said worriedly while performing the healing technique. In his current state, we can't possibly take him with us. That's why I'm using medical ninjutsu. Enough, Tsunade. Orochimaru raised his voice and said coldly, it's wartime now. We cannot lower our chances of survival for uncertain matters. If you continue to be willful, it will only lead to the demise of the 3 of us. Since you are unwilling to make a decision, let me send Jiraiya on his way. With that, Orochimaru took out a kunai from his pocket, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Chapter 19. Chiba's little girlfriend? Tsunade goes berserk, get any closer, and I'll kill you. Tsunade turned around, her face filled with vigilance as she stared at Orochimaru. She knew that Orochimaru wasn't just talking. He was truly capable of such actions. Orochimaru. Just as the 2 were arguing, Jiraiya, who had been heavily injured and unconscious, regained consciousness. He struggled to lift his arm and slowly raised 2 fingers towards Orochimaru, giving a peace sign. Orochimaru was taken aback. You won't make a move, Orochimaru. Seeing this, Tsunade's lips curled slightly as she said, Jiraiya trusts you from the bottom of his heart, and that trust is enough to make you hesitate. TCH, boring. Orochimaru gritted his teeth and raised his kunai again, but his legs felt as heavy as lead, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move an inch. Boom! Suddenly, the cave where the 3 were located began to tremble violently, like an earthquake, producing a deafening roar. The ground shook and rocks began to collapse. Orochimaru casually swatted away a falling boulder and looked out through the cracks in the mountain, seeing a mass of rock-hidden village ninjas dressed in brown clothes and tan vests. They didn't seem to be searching for the 3 Sannin. Instead, they were using earth release, ground-shattering palm to attempt to destroy the entire mountain. Oomph, I told you to make a decision sooner. Orochimaru retracted his gaze and turned to Tsunade coldly, saying, "Now look, we're all going to die here." How could this happen? Tsunade bit her silver teeth, looking at the densely packed rock ninjas outside, her face revealing a look of despair. Roughly estimating, there were at least 20 rock ninja teams outside. If the 3 of them were at their peak, dealing with these people would be a piece of cake. They could at least escape unscathed, but now. Tsunade clenched her fists, feeling a chill all over, as a sense of helplessness enveloped her. The last time she felt this desperate was when facing the demigod of the era, Hanzo of the Salamander. Whether it was last time or now, there was no glimmer of hope for victory. It's all my fault. If it weren't for saving me, you wouldn't be trapped here. Jiraiya, lying on the ground, forced a bitter smile. What's the use of saying this now? Orochimaru shot a sidelong glance at Jiraiya and said coldly, "We should think about how to break out. Watch out, ambush. Kill them." Just as the 3 were in despair, the rock ninjas, who had been executing Earth Release in an orderly manner, suddenly became chaotic. What is going on? The 3 exchanged glances and looked outside. They saw a group of leaf ninjas dressed in black combat uniforms and green vests, like sharp blades, viciously tearing a hole in the formation of the rock ninjas. Leading them was a brown-haired boy, who shouted as he charged forward, "Sister, Orochimaru-sensei, Jiraiya brother. We're here to save you. Reinforcements have arrived." Tsunade instantly showed a look of joy. None of the 3 of them would have to die, and no one would have to be sacrificed. Jiraiya's pupils contracted as his gaze was drawn to the black-haired boy beside Shinosuke. A boy rushing across the battlefield with a medical kit will bring unprecedented destruction or stability to the ninja world. Jiraiya stared intently at the boy, the prediction of the great Toad Sage ringing in his mind once more. Could it be him? Jiraiya murmured. The prophecy from the great Toad Sage had somewhat obsessed him. He felt that the entire meaning of his life was to find the child of prophecy mentioned by the great Toad Sage and guide him correctly. Everything else was unimportant. In the whole series, Jiraiya was also the only one in the ninja world who actively sought help from his summoning beasts. However, is this kid really a medical ninja? After observing for a while, Jiraiya thought uncertainly. The boy was wielding a chakra blade, stabbing hearts with deadly precision and without hesitation. Was he really a medical ninja? His brutality seemed to rival even Tsunade. "Shinosuke, Donji, I'm coming to save you." Orochimaru looked at Shinosuke, who had delved deep into the enemy lines, his worried face contorting. "Shinosuke, I will never let you fall into danger again." With a swift leap out of the cave, Orochimaru dashed towards Shinosuke, waving his arms as he made a scientifically precise approach. Cough, cough in all my years. This is the first time I've seen such a rich expression on Orochimaru's face, Jiraiya marveled. "Keep your mouth shut, Jiraiya." Tsunade chose not to join the battle, even though she was very worried about Shinosuke and Chiba. After all, Jiraiya was in this state and needed her protection. The 3 Sannin are over there. Orochimaru charged into the battlefield, exposing Tsunade and the other's position, and immediately, a dozen rock ninjas rushed towards the cave. Boom! Boom! Tsunade blocked the cave entrance, throwing 2 punches, sending the first 2 rock ninjas that lunged at her off to the afterlife. The strength of the Senju clan was no joke. They could precisely control their chakra, concentrating it for an instant explosion, easily shattering hard rocks, let alone fragile human bodies. "We're here, Lady Tsunade." With the brilliant cover of Kage's water release and Orochimaru's overwhelming advance, Chiba, Shinosuke, and Aneo finally broke through the heavy obstacles and rushed into the cave. "Lady Tsunade, leave Jiraiya to me for treatment." As soon as Chiba entered the cave, he saw the fallen Jiraiya. "Rewards, rewards, rewards." Chiba's eyes instantly lit up, focusing solely on the injured Jiraiya, completely ignoring Tsunade, who was beside him, raising her arms to give him a hug. "Hee sister, didn't you always hate this mushy stuff?" Women are truly contradictory. Shinosuke, who was confused, saw Tsunade opening her arms and happily hugged her. Then teasingly remarked with a smirk, "Ugh, sister, be gentle." Tsunade said nothing, merely increasing the strength of her arms, nearly choking Shinosuke to death. "I'll help too," Nina, who had followed along, spoke up. Known as the Walking Shrine Maiden, she was very skilled in medical ninjutsu. If it weren't for the threat from Danzo, she would have preferred to become a medical ninja. "Sister, let's leave Jiraiya to Chiba and the others. Let's go kill some enemies," Shinosuke said with a smile. "This." Tsunade hesitated upon hearing this. She looked at Kage beside her, and only when she saw him nod slightly did she feel relieved. trusting both Chiba's medical skills and Kage's combat abilities. All right, let's go. Before leaving the cave, Tsunade turned back to glance at Chiba, discovering that he and Ineu were hand in hand, treating Jiraiya. Damn it, so infuriating. Tsunade's anger surged, and she stomped forward, directly stepping out spiderweb-like cracks in the thick stone floor. Shinosuke, I ask you, who is that woman beside Chiba? Tsunade and Ju charged into the enemy ranks, and while fighting side by side, she asked with noticeable annoyance. Oh, her? After Ju cut down an IWA ninja with a single strike, he shrugged and said, who else could it be? Chiba's little girlfriend. After being touched by Chiba, she just chased after him, wanting him to take responsibility, he thought. Otherwise, why would a member of the intelligence team not return to report after completing a mission and instead follow onto the battlefield? Bang! Tsunade expressionlessly threw a punch, exploding the head of an IWA ninja. Looking at the shattered skull, which resembled a watermelon, Ju felt a chill run down his spine. What's wrong with my sister? Why is she acting all weird? Ju mumbled to himself. Women are really troublesome. Chiba is much easier to get along with. Chapter 20. Jiraiya's commission. Meanwhile, in another cave, watching Chiba exert all his effort to save him, Jiraiya's eyes flickered, as if he was pondering something. At such a young age, possessing medical skills comparable to Tsunade, could it be him? Jiraiya could sense that Chiba was the one leading the entire rescue process, while the seemingly more experienced Hanayuki was merely assisting from the side. Chiba's precise control of chakra and his effortless use of medical ninjutsu made Jiraiya's gaze towards him increasingly profound. Ding! Treatment successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the ninjutsu Earth Style, Hell Swamp, and Fire Style, Fireball. After the treatment, the system notification rang out, and Chiba instantly revealed a satisfied smile. It's no wonder they are known as the Legendary Three. Just a mere fatal injury, and they managed to grant me 2 ninjutsu at once. Earth Style, Hell Swamp, creates a huge swamp under the enemy's feet, causing them to sink until submerged. Fire Style, Fireball, a surprise attack with a strange flame, focusing on an unexpected fire technique. I wonder if it's because I only have the chakra affinities of fire, earth, and yang that the system rewards me with techniques only within these 3 attributes. Chiba stroked his chin, revealing a contemplative expression. The power inherited from the Senju bloodline mainly manifests in physique, and not every Senju clan member possesses both water and earth chakra affinities, so Chiba did not acquire water affinity. I also wonder if the system can grant me new chakra affinities. Otherwise, how will I use the bloodline limit to treat and save people in the future? Although Tsunade and Orochimaru were not in peak condition, with the cooperation of Konoha reinforcements, they easily dealt with a batch of nameless IWA ninjas. The battle soon concluded, and Konoha undoubtedly emerged victorious, thwarting Iwa's plot to annihilate the Legendary Three. The remaining Konoha ninjas were responsible for cleaning up the battlefield, and Tsunade returned to the cave with Ju to check on Jiraiya's condition. Though Orochimaru appeared cold on the surface, he also followed back to the cave, quietly keeping an eye on Jiraiya. Phew, Jiraiya, I'm glad you're okay. Seeing Jiraiya's complexion rosy and able to joke with Chiba and the others, both Tsunade and Orochimaru secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Lady Tsunade, since you're back, I'll go out to help. There should be quite a few injured outside needing treatment. Chiba quickly stood up and set upon seeing Tsunade and the others return. Jiraiya had already exhausted his resources, and he planned to find another place to continue gathering supplies. Bastard, I just came back from the battlefield, and you don't even say a word of concern for me before rushing off? Hearing Chiba's words, Tsunade couldn't help but get angry. Her small fist clenched hard again. I'll go with you, Chiba, Hanayuki said softly as she also stood up. Bang! A loud noise echoed, and Ju turned around in confusion, only to see his sister with a dark expression retracting her fist, leaving a large hole about 3 to 4 meters wide in the previously smooth wall. Gulp! What's wrong with my sister lately? Why is she getting angry so easily? Has she hit menopause? Ju thought to himself as he swallowed hard. No wonder you don't want to stay with me. It turns out you're enchanted by this little demon. Tsunade's golden hair seemed to float up as her icy gaze shifted between Chiba and Hanayuki, emanating a low pressure from within. Did I offend Lady Tsunade somehow? Sensing Tsunade's murderous intent directed at him, Chiba trembled. Wait, Chiba, just as the atmosphere grew more delicate. Jiraiya, who had been leaning against the rock, struggled to prop himself up. Chiba, you haven't taken a master yet, right? Jiraiya walked slowly to Chiba's side, smiling as he extended a hand towards him. So how about it? Do you want to become my disciple, Jiraiya? Huh? Chiba was taken aback, feeling that this scene seemed somewhat familiar. Jiraiya, what are you stirring up here? Tsunade said irritably, Chiba is a medical ninja. Even if he were to take a master, it would be to learn medical ninjutsu from me. What does it have to do with you? It's absurd. There was no way around it, despite her anger. Tsunade still had to consider Chiba's future, and following her would be the best choice for him. Hee. At that moment, Orochimaru chuckled and leisurely spoke up. Speaking of which, I previously mentioned wanting to take Chiba-kun as my disciple, but he unfortunately rejected me. Oh, Chiba, you're impressive. Ju teased with a grin. To have the three of them fighting over you. You really are my brother. Hanayuki looked at Chiba in surprise, her beautiful eyes sparkling. The legendary three were top-tier figures in Konoha in terms of strength and status, and this young man before her had somehow gained the recognition of all three. So many people dreamt of becoming disciples of the legendary three, of being directly connected to the Hokage, yet he outright rejected it. Hanayuki admitted that her curiosity about Chiba was growing. Suddenly becoming the focus of everyone's attention, Chiba felt a bit bewildered. He also didn't understand why Jiraiya suddenly took an interest in him, and Tsunade and Orochimaru were joining in the fun. Chiba thought he could write a novel about this, titled Naruto, the legendary three competing to take me as their disciple. I'm sorry, Lord Jiraiya, but I currently have no intention of taking a master. Facing Jiraiya's hand hovering in midair, Chiba could only refuse apologetically. He actually quite liked Jiraiya, or rather, not many Naruto fans would dislike Jiraiya, this great hero. However, Chiba had the system with him. Taking a master might not bring any substantial benefits, but it could increase the risk of exposing the system. No need to apologize, I was too abrupt, Jiraiya waved his hand and then placed it behind his head, laughing heartily. Tsunade shot a sidelong glance at Chiba, snorted coldly, and said nothing more, planning to privately teach Chiba later. Since that's the case, Chiba, I have one more thing to ask of you. Soon, Jiraiya's smile faded, and his gaze fixed intensely on Chiba. I intend to commission you to carry out an important task for me. Jiraiya was not sure if Chiba was the prophesied child of the great sage Toad, so he planned to give Chiba a test. What task? Tell me more. Upon hearing about an important task, Ju immediately became interested, his eyes sparkling as he leaned closer to Jiraiya. Jiraiya did not speak, but instead looked at Hanayuki beside him, his intention very clear. With Shimura Danzo's people here, there were some things he was not comfortable saying. Everyone, since there's nothing else here, I'll take my leave first. Hanayuki understood and bowed slightly to the three ninjas before directly walking past Chiba and heading outside the cave. We are not from the same world. You bask in the sunlight while I am mired in darkness. Hanayuki did not look back. At looking at the figure of Yano, you leaving? Chiba felt a bit melancholic. That white-haired elder sister, he really... Bam! Seeing Chiba lost in thought, Tsunade could no longer hold back and directly slapped Chiba on the head. 033. Faced with Tsunade's powerful strike, Chiba simply lay down on the ground without saying a word, embodying the spirit of a tough guy. Young people have good bodies. They can just fall asleep. Jiraiya, Orochimaru. The two suddenly recalled some unpleasant childhood memories and silently stepped back, keeping their distance from Tsunade. Hey sis, why are you hitting my brother? Rope Tree was unhappy and, not knowing any better, rushed in front of Tsunade, raising his neck and loudly questioning. Tsunade narrowed her eyes and let out a light snort, causing Rope Tree to instantly retreat 2 steps, trembling as he raised his arms to block in front of him. Sis, you can hit me, but if you hit my brother, you can't hit me anymore. A brother in the heart. But the phone can't be reached in case of trouble. Baka. Tsunade retaliated with a big slap, and Rope Tree instantly fell to the ground, lying neatly alongside his good brother. Jiraiya, what do you intend to have Chiba and the others help you with? Taking advantage of the two being unconscious, Tsunade frowned slightly and looked at Jiraiya. Don't worry, it's not a dangerous task. Jiraiya explained. I'm temporarily tied up right now, and I plan to have him take care of those 3 kids for a while. Chapter 21. The unexpected appearance of Nagato. Is Conan changing careers? What a trouble. After listening to Jiraiya's words, Orochimaru coldly said, I said long ago that we should have killed those 3 back then. It would have been a good thing for them. Enough, Orochimaru. I don't want to hear such talk anymore. Jiraiya, who usually had a good temper, burst into anger. Do as you wish. Trying to meddle in everything will only bring you harm. Orochimaru lost interest in the ensuing conversation, leaving the cave after casually dropping a remark. I have no objection to that. When she heard there was no danger, Tsunade's brows slowly relaxed, and then she asked, somewhat puzzled, "But why are you suddenly so concerned about that kid, Chiba?" "It's just a guess," Jiraiya replied ambiguously. "I'll tell you more once I confirmed it." "All right." Tsunade nodded slightly at his words, stealing a glance at Chiba on the ground, a hint of domineering softness flashing in her eyes. "That brat. Anything I set my eyes on, I will eventually get it." "Oomph." Tsunade knew that with the current disparity in their statuses, Chiba probably hadn't even thought in that direction. But it didn't matter. It was just a matter of a few years. In a few more years, the age difference would be negligible. "What? You want us to take care of kids?" Shinju and Chiba, being heirs of the Senju bloodline, quickly woke up. Upon hearing the details of the task, Shinju immediately jumped up in anger. This wouldn't even qualify as a D-rank mission in Konoha, and you call this an important task? Chiba remained silent, his expression thoughtful. Jiraiya's mention of taking care of 3 kids couldn't possibly refer to Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko, could it? But what was Jiraiya's intention in requesting this? Due to the information imbalance, Chiba pondered for a moment, but couldn't come up with a reasonable explanation. "Listen, Shinju." Jiraiya ruffled Shinju's hair, smiling as he said, "I promise you, this is a very important mission. I will have the village list it as an A-rank request. What do you think?" "Well, that's more like it." "Okay then." Shinju pouted, not very happy, but reluctantly agreed. Jiraiya then looked at Chiba, who nodded and said, "I have no objections, Lord Jiraiya. Just give the orders." Meanwhile, Kuji remained silent throughout, acting like a brick, moving wherever necessary. Seeing this, Jiraiya smiled with satisfaction. "Great, I'll leave those 3 kids to you. If you have time, guide them in their training. Here we are, just ahead." Under the guidance of Jiraiya's shadow clone, the 3 of them arrived at an inconspicuous small hill, where behind it was a small wooden house. "Who is it?" The person inside the wooden house seemed to have heard the noise, and a young, slightly nervous voice came from within. The next moment, the door opened. A boy with short orange hair, looking only 6 or 7 years old, stepped out holding a kunai, his face filled with vigilance. "Oh wow, Nagato." Upon seeing the orange-haired boy, Chiba almost exclaimed, "Yahiko, it's really Yahiko." The unfortunate kid who founded the Akatsuki organization and ended up dying midway, becoming the Deva Path Pain. Despite having guessed earlier, Chiba still felt a bit excited to see Yahiko in person. "It's me, Yahiko." Jiraiya's shadow clone stepped forward a couple of steps and affectionately ruffled Yahiko's hair, saying, "You've already learned to protect your companions. You're doing great, Yahiko." "Hee, Jiraiya-sensei." Yahiko instantly showed a delighted expression and turned to shout into the wooden house, "Konan, Nagato, hurry out. It's Jiraiya-sensei." Soon, 2 other kids of similar age to Yahiko came out of the wooden house. One was a little girl with blue-purple hair tied in a bun, and the other was a shy boy with red hair who only showed his bangs. "Konan, Nagato, come over here. Let me introduce you." Jiraiya smiled and waved at the 2 kids. After they approached, he began to introduce everyone. Chiba didn't pay attention to Jiraiya's words, but stared blankly at the innocent faces of Nagato and the others. Who would have thought that a few 6 or 7-year-old kids would become influential figures in the ninja world 20 years later? Ugh, they actually became beings that stirred the ninja world. Looking at the 3 children, a thought suddenly popped into Chiba's mind. If he killed them now, would the Akatsuki organization cease to exist in the future? However, Chiba quickly shook his head, abandoning this idea. Forget it. First, recklessly changing the known plot towards an unpredictable direction would do him no good. Second, Uchiha Madara might very well have spies nearby, watching over Nagato. "Brother Chiba, can I learn medical ninjutsu from you?" Just when Chiba was lost in thought, a cheerful little girl's voice rang out, pulling him back to reality. "Huh?" Chiba looked down and found that Konan had somehow walked up to him, looking at him with anticipation. 3 question marks appeared on Chiba's face. "Sister, you're the future white tiger of the Akatsuki, with 600 billion explosive tags that can change the world, enough to make a tough guy like Kakuzu cry. So why do you want to learn medical ninjutsu?" Chiba forced a smile and asked with some confusion. "Because Yahiko and Nagato often get hurt. I want to learn medical ninjutsu, so I could take good care of them." Konan answered without hesitation. "All right, no problem." Chiba had no reason to refuse, so he agreed. Meanwhile, Nagato and Yahiko squeezed over to Kuji and Shinju, chattering excitedly around them. Obviously, the boys were more interested in cool, battle-ready ninjutsu. Shinju was somewhat evasive. While the usually silent Kuji answered every question, he really enjoyed the lively kids. Great. Seeing you all getting along makes me feel at ease. Jiraiya, watching from the side, said with a smile. Teaching the three little ones ninjutsu was, on one hand, to help them protect themselves better, and, on the other hand, to help Nagato control the power of the Rinnegan. Conan's initiative to learn medical ninjutsu was also a good thing in Jiraiya's eyes. He thought that when she grew up, she might be able to help more children. Knowing that he would miss the three kids after leaving, Jiraiya took advantage of everyone's distraction to dispel his shadow clone. Jiraiya-sensei is so sneaky. He left quietly. Yahiko immediately hugged Shinju beside him and wailed. Yahiko was the youngest and most lively among the three, completely unaware of social anxiety, and was naturally friendly. You brat. Shinju's face puffed up in anger, barely managing to suppress the impulse to beat up Yahiko. At this time, Mayahiko is 6 years old, Conan is 7, and Nagato is 7 to 8 years old. Seeing this, Chiba couldn't help but chuckle. It used to be Shinjuro who tormented him, but now finally someone could torment Shinjuro. Nagato and Kogetsu fell silent again, their presence almost non-existent, as if they were carved from the same mold. So, Chiba brother, please take care of me from now on? Conan reached out a hand towards Chiba, her big eyes curving into a smile like a cunning little fox. No problem. Chiba held Conan's small hand and shook it, and soon new ideas began to form in his mind. These three children in front of him are all exceptionally talented prospects. It would be great if he could get rewards from them. However, they are not injured right now. He couldn't just beat them half to death for treatment. That might not be impossible. Chiba squinted his eyes, examining the three in front of him, and began to seriously consider the feasibility of this plan. Chiba brother? Conan shuddered slightly, feeling a bit uneasy under Chiba's strange gaze. Chapter 22. Developing the system. New directions for improvement. Water release. Water bullet technique. Water release. In the blink of an eye, a week has passed, and the three little ones, under the guidance of Gyuk, have been practicing water release ninjutsu with great enthusiasm. Chiba, eavesdropping nearby, felt a sense of a eunuch in a brothel, wanting to speak, but tears flow first. He clearly understood many principles of water release techniques, but without water attribute chakra, it was a waste of his perfect chakra control. And Chiba wasn't he a pervert, so he naturally couldn't really beat the three little ones half to death for rewards. Sigh. Yahiko, you splashed water on my face. Haha, I shot it right at your face. Take another one, Nagato. The three little ones quickly turned their serious ninjutsu practice into a water gun battle, and Gyuk didn't stop them, just watching the three kids play with a smile. Lord Tobarama, when you guided me in water release back then, were you watching this group of kids like I am now? Why are you still ganging up on me? Yahiko, being the mischievous one, was soon being chased and beaten by Nagato and Conan. While dodging, he shouted to the lazily napping Shoju under a nearby tree. Shoju, someone is bullying me. Come help. TSK. Shoju didn't even open his eyes, lazily refusing. He was already a mature adult. How could he participate in such childish play? Shoju, you jerk. Seeing Shoju not moving, Yahiko said indignantly, I gave you my first time, and you treat me like this? You call that your first time just hanging on a tree? Shoju angrily jumped up from under the tree. Damn. Thus, another person joined the chase after Yahiko, and his screams grew louder. Saving the dying and healing the wounded. Saving the dying and healing the wounded. Seeing Gyuk no longer teaching, Chiba began to ponder how to take advantage of the three quality little ones. After a while, Chiba's eyes suddenly lit up. He realized he seemed to have fallen into a misunderstanding. Psychological trauma. Isn't that also a kind of injury? So many people die because of psychological issues. ISNT, helping others heal their psychological trauma, also a form of saving lives? How could it not count? Nagato and the others were all war orphans and must have PTSD, having experienced or witnessed threats involving death to themselves or others, leading to severe mental disorders. Chiba felt it necessary to give it a try. If helping others heal their psychological trauma could also yield rewards, then he had another method of gaining benefits. After dinner, the three little ones were asked to line up and sit in front of Chiba. Brother Chiba, why did you call us here? Conan asked, somewhat confused. Shoju and Gyuk also curiously walked over to see what Chiba was planning. It's like this, Chiba slowly began. After spending some time together, I've noticed that all three of you are sick, and quite seriously. The three little ones? Yahiko suddenly stood up in indignation, saying, you're the one who has. Brother Chiba, what I mean is we are very healthy, eating well, and feeling great. Halfway through, Yahiko suddenly realized something was off and hurriedly added the second half of his sentence with a forced smile. Chiba wasn't angry and nodded, smiling, yes. Your bodies are indeed very healthy, but within your healthy bodies lies a heart full of wounds. There's no need to rush to reject this or feel ashamed. Having psychological issues isn't your fault. The fault lies with the war and those ambitious people. Chiba's voice was calm and gentle, making the three little ones feel as if they were bathed in spring breeze. Now, let me help you ease your minds. In his past life, in order to obtain a psychological counselor certificate, Chiba had learned a lot of relevant psychological knowledge. Guiding the three little ones to put down their defenses and confront their psychological issues was quite easy. Now, Chiba finally understood how correct the saying knowledge is power was. Speaking of which, there were indeed many people in the ninja world suffering from PTSD. Many were pulled to the battlefield right after graduating elementary school, witnessing the deaths of relatives, friends, and companions. How could they not have psychological issues? At such times, if someone deceived them with a few words, wouldn't it be natural for them to turn dark? Especially for someone like Nagato, who hadn't even attended elementary school, whether good or bad. Anyone could easily manipulate him with a few words. Therefore, only by facing these issues directly could one establish a correct core belief. There are many treatment methods for PTSD, and for the first treatment, Chiba chose the most commonly used cognitive behavioral therapy. Ding! Treatment successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Just as Chiba was still chatting away and the three little ones were nodding in agreement, the system notification suddenly rang out, leaving Chiba completely stunned. Psychological treatment is a long-term process. Chiba was prepared for a prolonged battle. This was just the beginning. How could it be successful already? Chiba hurriedly opened the system notification. After carefully reading the detailed information, he finally realized that the one providing him with the reward for treatment was not the three little ones, but Gyuk. Chiba turned around in realization and saw Gyuk, who had been listening in the corner, had tears streaming down his face. The last time he saved Shoju during a battle had already helped Gyuk resolve some of his inner turmoil. After going through Chiba's guidance, Gyuk finally chose to let go and completely reconcile with his past self. It seemed that in the system's view, helping others heal their psychological trauma also counted as saving lives, and this method was indeed effective. Chiba's eyes sparkled with excitement, and after successfully treating Gyuk, the reward he received was new chakra attribute, water. This indicated that my previous guess was correct. Through the system, I could slowly complete my chakra attributes and even comprehend the power of bloodline limits. In Chiba's view, this reward was even more substantial than the one he received for treating Jiraiya. Doesn't this suggest that the longer the cycle required for psychological treatment, the more substantial the corresponding rewards would be? Chiba had a vague suspicion in his heart and looked at Nagato and the others with even more fervent eyes. These three little ones would all become well-known figures in the future of the Hidden Leaf Village, if he could heal their psychological traumas. What kind of rich rewards would he receive? Would it be Yahiko's wind attribute, Konan's paper jutsu, or perhaps Nagato's Rinnegan? Chapter 23, Nagato's Rampage. Changes on the battlefield. There shouldn't be any absolute existence nearby, right? Chiba thought to himself, pulling his fingers back from the ground with some uncertainty. Although Chiba had a keen sense of chakra, the spore technique of black and white zetsu was very concealed, and he couldn't guarantee it 100%. Another week passed. The three little ones trained with Jiraiya and Nagasaku during the day and learned psychological knowledge and ideological education from Chiba at night. Perhaps years later, when Uchiha Madara sought out Nagato again, he would be bewildered to find that Nagato had become a staunch red warrior. No matter how he tried to deceive him, Nagato would remain unmoved. Just thinking about it was amusing. Chiba revealed a mischievous smile. After each day of psychological education, Konan would come to Chiba's room alone to learn medical ninjutsu with him. However, the child's thirst for knowledge was too strong. All right, Konan, that's enough for today. Looking at Konan's eager face, Chiba wearily refused, feeling exhausted and wanting nothing more than to fall asleep. Oh, big brother Chiba, just satisfy Konan a little. Konan clung to Chiba's arm and pouted adorably. In the past, she, Nagato, and Yahiko lived a precarious life. And now that they finally had the opportunity to learn and change their fates, she was naturally eager for knowledge. You're still young. I'm afraid you can't handle the knowledge below, Chiba said helplessly. Konan is not small anymore. Big brother Chiba, let me try. Konan blinked her big eyes and said, all right, Sai, I really can't do anything about you. Chiba sighed deeply, knowing that he would probably have to stay up late again tonight. Another day passed. After teaching the three little ones, Jiraiya went to the nearby river to fish. Nagato stayed at home with Chiba, watching him provide psychological counseling for the three little ones, secretly remembering some guiding methods to try on Tsunade later. After all, my sister is so irritable all the time. Who would believe she doesn't have some psychological issues? Nagato thought to himself. All right, let us continue with the next step, Chiba said softly. Try to recall those painful memories again, identify the negative beliefs and emotions within them, and follow my finger to do eye movements. This time, Chiba gradually adopted a movement desensitization therapy. Seeing the three little ones following his guidance and meditating seriously, Chiba felt a surge of joy in his heart. So far, the treatment was progressing smoothly, and at this rate, he would soon be able to reap rewards from the three of them. However, at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. Nagato's calm face suddenly twisted, and he uncontrollably hugged his head and screamed. Nanny. Chiba's pupils suddenly contracted. He didn't expect that after so many sessions of psychological counseling, Nagato's emotions would still break through the threshold and go berserk. Ding! In almost an instant, the red hair that had covered half of Nagato's face suddenly floated up, revealing a pair of purple eyes that exuded madness. Not good, everyone quick! Chiba didn't have time to warn everyone. In the next moment, accompanied by Nagato's scream reminiscent of constipation, a terrifying repulsive force suddenly spread out from Nagato. Boom! Like the terrifying shockwave of an explosive tag detonating at close range. Chiba and the others were instantly blown away, flying out from the shattered remnants of the wooden house, crashing heavily into the distance. Water style, water barrier. Chiba forcibly suppressed the surging chakra within him, his fingers flying as he quickly formed two seals in the air, successfully casting the water style he had secretly learned from Jiraiya. Whoosh, a circular water wall rose up in an instant, enveloping the four of them. The gentle water flow gently supported their falling bodies, helping them land slowly on the ground. That pair of eyes. Chiba, did you see those eyes just now? As soon as they landed, Nagato grabbed Chiba's shoulder, making a monkey-like screech. Purple, it was purple, and in circles. For so long, Nagato had always shown his bangs. And this was Nagato's first time seeing Nagato's eyes, so it was only natural to be shocked. Nagato, are you okay? After landing, Konan and Yahiko rushed towards Nagato, who was kneeling in the ruins of the wooden house, looking in pain. Chiba and Nagato exchanged glances and also walked towards Nagato. But the shock on Nagato's face still hadn't faded. What was that power just now? Was it dojutsu? No. How could there be such a terrifying dojutsu? Nagato muttered quietly. I'm sorry, I lost control again and almost hurt everyone. I'm sorry. Nagato's head hung low, his bangs once again covering his eyes, apologizing to everyone with a face full of guilt. What are you apologizing for, Nagato? This is a good thing. At that moment, a hand rested on Nagato's shoulder, and the gentle words made Nagato freeze. Good thing? Nagato looked up with some confusion, seeing Chiba smiling at him. Yes, it's a good thing. Chiba nodded, sitting down beside Nagato, wrapping his arm around Nagato's shoulder. Human emotions are like a great river. Controlling your emotions is like managing the river. It's better to let it flow than to block it. The more you suppress it, the more problems arise. What we need to do is build a dam in this river, ensuring that we are no longer overwhelmed by emotions, allowing this river to flow steadily and letting emotions be under our control. Including Nagato, the three little ones nodded repeatedly, while Nagato, beside them, rolled his eyes, thinking that Chiba really knew how to talk to kids. Emotions contain powerful energy. Remember the anger you felt just now, Nagato. Don't be afraid of it, but try to harness it. Let it work for you. When you can control your anger freely, that incredible power will become a strong weapon to protect your companions. Saying this, Chiba patted Nagato's shoulder and pointed to the three beside him, earnestly saying, don't have any psychological burden, Nagato. Look, no one blames you. Instead, they're all worried and trust you. We all believe you can do it. Minasan, everyone. Nagato's nose turned sour. He raised his head and slowly scanned the three of them, realizing that, just as Chiba said, their faces showed only concern, without a trace of fear or blame. Keep up the good work, Nagato. I have high hopes for you. Chiba patted Nagato's shoulder and smiled. Those who have experienced pain will treat others well. Understanding pain allows one to mature and better protect others. I understand, big brother Chiba. Nagato nodded heavily. Under Chiba's guidance, he quickly adjusted his psychological state, even becoming more optimistic than before the rampage. Phew. Seeing this, Chiba secretly breathed a sigh of relief, discreetly wiping away the non-existent sweat on his forehead. Being a psychologist in this world is really dangerous. One has to face enraged children, and a moment of carelessness could lead to sacrificing one's life on the job. Chiba thought to himself. Sitting next to Nagato just now, he truly felt a lot of pressure, fearing that Toby might suddenly unleash a Shinra Tensei on him. At this moment, Gujia returned with 2 big fish, contemplating the location of the original wooden house. I'm getting older, and my memory is getting worse. I remember the wooden house should be in this direction, right? After finishing dinner together, Chiba conducted individual psychological counseling for Nagato again. Nagato had already identified the trigger information causing his traumatic pain. As long as he could help Nagato complete desensitization and rebuild positive cognition and emotional feedback, Nagato's PTSD could be considered cured. With the reward within reach, Chiba planned to put in more effort. But just then, Ju suddenly jogged over, interrupting the two with a serious expression. Chiba, there's a change on the front line. We need to hurry back. Chapter 24, A Death Trap Targeting Chiba. A change has occurred at the front line, and we need to return quickly. After hearing Key's words, Chiba frowned, feeling a bit reluctant inside. To be honest, he could already see the substantial rewards beckoning to him, and at this moment, he really didn't want to leave. Is the source of the news reliable? At this time, Gujia walked over upon hearing the conversation. Of course, this news was just conveyed to me by the communication monkey. Key nodded in response. The communication monkey is a very special spirit beast from Flower Fruit Mountain, responsible for long-distance information transmission. Only those from prominent clans can contract a communication monkey, and those who can use techniques to relay messages to Flower Fruit Mountain must undoubtedly be from Konoha. Chiba, Gujia-senpai, let's hurry and set off. Since we've already contacted the communication monkey, it must be a very urgent situation. Key was eager, having stayed here for more than half a month. He was about to go stir crazy. He wanted to get going. I just find it a bit strange. Chiba frowned and said, our team is currently in a state of executing an A-rank mission over at the sub-branch. So even if something happens at the front line, why would they specifically summon the 3 of us back? Oh, you're overthinking it. Chiba, this summon is definitely not just for us 3, but for all Konoha teams out in the field. Key put his arm around Chiba's shoulder and smiled. Besides, what problem could there be with the news from our own communication team? You have a point. Maybe I was overthinking it. After pondering for a moment, Chiba nodded. Since Shimura Danzo is not here, no one in Konoha should take action against our own, right? After thinking it over, Chiba still felt a bit uneasy, so he frowned and looked at Key. Key, why don't you relay this matter to Lady Tsunade and the others remotely? Let's ask for their opinion first. Okay. Key scratched his head and complied, but the 3 waited for a long time without receiving a reply from Tsunade and the others. There was no choice. The 3 had to head to the battlefield first. Unless there were special circumstances, otherwise, disobeying orders would be considered as treason. Chiba and Key and and Uncle Gujia, you must be careful. After learning that the 3 were returning to the battlefield, the 3 little ones all looked reluctant and worried. Don't worry, we'll be back soon. After bidding farewell to the 3 little ones, the trio quickly packed up and set off on their way back to the front line. Meanwhile, not long ago, in the southern part of the Land of Rain, a small battlefield where Iwagakure confronted Konoha. Hundreds of Konoha ninjas gripped their weapons tightly. Standing ready and staring fiercely ahead, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Among the neatly arranged Iwagakure army in front, only one person stepped forward, slowly approaching them. To be more precise, it was a little old man only about 3 meters tall, with white hair and beard. In front of a group of muscular Konoha ninjas, he looked like a toy figure, comically out of place. Yet, this little old man, who was as short as a child, approached calmly, causing hundreds of Konoha ninjas to not even dare to breathe. This was because he was the current Tsuchikage of Iwagakure, Noki, the only existing being with the bloodline elimination ability. In front of such a powerful individual with flight capabilities and large-scale offensive means, numbers had lost their significance. My patience is limited. I will say this one last time. Noki raised his hand and summoned a small, transparent cube, casually saying, hand over the mastermind who killed my nephew, and I may spare your lives. Because Noki, had this kind of strength. He could openly tear up the rules and demand blood for blood without reason. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Noki shook the transparent cube in his hand, and strands of annihilation aura emanated from it. Many sensing ninjas simply detected it and were frightened to the point of trembling legs by the horrifying energy contained within the cube. No one doubted Naka's words. One sensing ninja even trembled as he said, "He is telling the truth. That technique has surpassed my understanding. If it falls on us, we might be completely erased in an instant." Hith. Looking at the Konoha ninjas who were silent as a grave, Noki sneered. He retracted the dust release and signaled the Iwagakure army behind him not to advance, sitting cross-legged on the ground alone to meditate. There is no wall that doesn't let the wind through. Identifying the murderer of Keigu is not a difficult task for him. Now, he only needed to wait for Konoha to hand over the person, and he would execute them. If they do not comply, then he would fly to the back of this Konoha army, initiate dust release combined with the light of the earth technique, and slaughter all the Konoha ninjas in conjunction with the Iwagakure army here. At this time, Konoha's main force was on the main battlefield, and there was not a single person here who could balance him out. Surely, no one would return to delay the battle for the sake of these 3 small fries, right? Meanwhile, within the Konoha Command Communication Department at this battlefield, chaos had erupted. As high-ranking officials, we must consider the overall situation. This action is not a concession to the enemy. It is a necessary sacrifice to exchange 3 lives for Tsuchikage not taking action. You're talking nonsense. A concession is a concession. When did Konoha ever need to rely on the enemy's mercy to survive? 2 high-ranking officials from the communication department started arguing, and their ideological differences represented the disputes of most people present. War has casualties. The previous team responsible for luring the enemy lost all 18 members, but it allowed us to kill dozens of IWA ninjas, so that sacrifice was worth it. The first high-ranking official argued, maybe if those 3 were present, they would willingly sacrifice themselves for Konoha's interests. Isn't that the unique will of Fire of Konoha? To be fair, later Sarutobi Hiruzen avoided war by handing High-Ga Hisashi over to Kumobikure, which was also a manifestation of the will of fire. What the hell are you talking about? Is relying on selling out our own people to gain so-called benefits not a disgrace? The second high-ranking official, an old man with white hair and beard, couldn't contain his temper and rolled up his sleeves, directly punching the first high-ranking official in the face. "I see you're just afraid of sacrifice. So you'd rather believe Naka's nonsense." "Nonsense, this is a strategy. The 2 high-ranking officials started fighting, while the other members were at a loss, each voicing their opinions, turning the entire communication command department into a chaotic market. "I think we shouldn't hand anyone over, but rather seek help from Lord Sakumo. Who is closest? Is that useful? Unless Hokage-sama personally comes. Who could stop Noki? Not to mention, he has a group of IWA ninjas eyeing us." Among the crowd, a Konoha ninja with a small mustache glanced at the profiles of the 3 and complained. "Are the lives of the prominent clans worth more? Are our lives worthless? It's clearly their fault. Why should we bear the consequences?" The words of the mustached ninja instantly gained recognition from many people. One Konoha ninja even angrily said, "But even if we want to hand someone over, they're not here with us right now." Seeing the crowd successfully incited, a glimmer of joy flashed in the mustached ninja's eyes, not expecting this task to be so easy. "Who has the authority to contact that prince? Let's find a way to trick them into coming over." The little bearded ninja suggested. "What do you mean by trick them? That sounds so harsh." A Konoha ninja interjected. "We're just calling them over to ask their thoughts. Maybe they'll be willing to sacrifice themselves." "You make a good point. So, shall we do it this way?" Time returns to the present. The 3 of them from Chio rushed at full speed and finally arrived at the battlefield where the division was located. "Brothers, we're here to support you. Where's the enemy?" Before they even reached the spot, seeing the dark mass of friendly troops ahead, Shibuki excitedly shouted. They didn't expect that after running for so long. The battle hadn't even started. Were they waiting for him, Shibuki, to show his might? "Shibuki, be careful. Something seems off." Chio slowed down and whispered a warning. And Kyuk's expression also turned extremely serious. From their perspective, there were no enemies ahead. Yet, hundreds of Konoha ninjas stood in formation, holding weapons, all staring blankly in place, as if possessed. This was clearly abnormal. Swish, swish, swish. Upon hearing Shibuki's voice, hundreds of people turned their heads in unison. Their expressions a mix of surprise, regret, and indifference. But each one looked at the 3 with the eyes of the dead. Okay, something definitely seems off. This time, even the dullest Shibuki realized something was wrong. He instinctively took 2 steps back, feeling a bit uneasy under the bizarre gazes of the crowd. "You finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for a long time." A hoarse voice echoed from the center of the battlefield. and the orderly Konoha army seemed to be slowly parted by an invisible hand, revealing a small figure sitting on the ground. Boom! The moment Chiyo saw the opponent's appearance, it felt like he was struck by lightning, and Yano's words echoed in his mind once more. His name is Kuu, the nephew of the third Tsuchikage. Given the current Tsuchikage's vengeful nature, if he finds out you killed Kuu, this is a trap, a setup. Chiyo spoke bitterly. We were betrayed by our own people and stepped into a Shura field specifically set for the three of us. Chapter 25. The Oppression of Shadows. Hopeless. How could this happen? After hearing Chiba's words, Ju's face turned pale as paper. You guys. Ju looked ahead with bloodshot eyes. But no one responded to his gaze. The Konoha ninjas shifted their eyes elsewhere. Although they didn't expect the higher-ups to actually compromise with the enemy, once this happened, their fighting spirit, which had been resolute against the enemy, dissipated by more than half as they silently accepted this reality. So that's how it is. Kai sighed heavily, stepping forward 2 paces, his not-so-tall figure blocking the way between Ju and Chiba. What a touching scene. Naka's figure floated slowly, leisurely passing over the Konoha army as if reviewing his own troops. Damn it. Many Konoha ninjas clenched their weapons tightly, their faces showing humiliation. But they gritted their teeth and suppressed the urge to strike. The higher-ups had ordered the recall of these 3. What could they do? To vent their anger and drag their comrades to accompany them in a meaningless death alongside these 3? As the distance closed, the oppressive aura radiating from Noki grew stronger, crashing down on Chiba and the others like a monstrous wave. Gulp. Chiba struggled to swallow, feeling as if his heart were being tightly gripped by a giant hand, making it hard to breathe. Is this what a shadow-level powerhouse is like? This tangible pressure makes it impossible to harbor even the slightest thought of resistance. With Chiba's current strength, let alone fighting a shadow-level ninja, even escaping from him was a pipe dream. So is this a dead end? Chiba murmured, unable to see any way out due to the vast disparity in strength. You 3 kill my nephew? Soon, Noki appeared before the 3 of them, looking down at them. TSK, 2 kids and a cripple. How am I supposed to handle this? Noki stroked his beard, appearing somewhat troubled. How about this? I'll only use 1 move. If you can survive, I'll let you go. How about that? Idiot, do you think you're funny? Chiba cursed inwardly. Ha ha ha. Seeing that Chiba and the others remained silent, Noki chuckled and waved his hand, saying, Why so serious? I was just joking with you. As the leader of a village, I wouldn't personally bully you juniors. That would tarnish my reputation. After a moment of contemplation, Noki continued, How about this, 1 life for another? You choose 1 person to die in place of my nephew, and I'll let it go. Isn't that fair? Just 1 person. Ju turned to look at Chiba and Kai, then resolutely stepped forward and shouted at Noki. I killed your nephew. I'll take responsibility. They had ended up in this predicament because of his foolishness. If he could exchange his own life for Chiba and Kai to live, Ju felt it would be worth it. Let me do it. You 2 are still young. Live on. Kai blocked Ju behind him again, standing in front of the 2 once more. Chiba closed his eyes, pained, and said, Ju, Kai-senpai, stop arguing. Watching their interaction, Noki raised his arm, pretending to wipe away tears, feigning sincerity. How touching. I almost shed tears for your genuine feelings. He really. Chiba suddenly opened his eyes, pointing at Noki in anger. He's just toying with us, from the beginning. He never intended to let us go. Ju smiled bitterly. I know, Chiba, I know, but what if he? There's no what if. Chiba and Noki spoke simultaneously. To maintain this courage under the pressure of a shadow-level ninja, I must regard you more highly. At this moment, the smile on Naka's face had vanished, and the wrinkles on his old face twisted together, looking as fierce as a demon crawling out of hell. You guessed right. I am indeed toying with you. As a reward, I will send you on your way ahead of time. Naka's gaze swept over the 3, his voice hoarse as he pronounced, You 3 will all pay for my nephew. Meanwhile, in the central part of the Land of Rain, Tsunade had just exited a battlefield and, taking advantage of the break while heading to the next battlefield, used summoning technique to gather intelligence from afar. Upon seeing 2 pieces of news, Tsunade's figure froze in place, her face suddenly changing. Ju and Chiba are in danger. Jiraiya, we need to return to the south immediately. Tsunade looked at her 2 confused companions, speaking anxiously. Tsunade, you can't go. Jiraiya grabbed hold of Tsunade, and, under her uncertain gaze, he slowly shook his head. The next stronghold is vital for Konoha. We can't just turn back like this. Konoha? Go to hell. This was the first time Tsunade had cursed in her life. She violently shook off Jiraiya, tore off her forehead protector, and with a forceful grip, crushed the steel Konoha emblem into a lump with a crunch. If Chiba and Senju die, I'll just become a rogue ninja. Whoever wants to protect Konoha can do so. I'm not going to accompany this anymore. Tsunade threw her forehead protector heavily on the ground, saying angrily, Tsunade, don't be willful. We must consider the bigger picture. Seeing the Konoha forehead protector lying quietly on the ground, Jiraiya's expression changed, wanting to persuade her again. But at that moment, Orochimaru, who had been silent, walked over to Tsunade's side. Tsunade, I'll accompany you back. Tsunade, Orochimaru you. Looking at the two companions standing against him, Jiraiya's face changed completely. Jiraiya, I ask you one last time. Are you coming back with us? Tsunade had lost her patience, coldly asking. You go. I'll stay to guard the forward stronghold for Konoha. After a brief silence, Jiraiya spoke with determination. Jiraiya indeed liked Tsunade, but in his heart, Konoha was far more important. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said to Tsunade in the original plot, if you betray the village, I will kill you myself. Perhaps I was too willful. Orochimaru, let's go. Tsunade took a deep look at Jiraiya, turning to leave with Orochimaru, while Jiraiya also quickened his pace towards the forward stronghold. Everyone moved forward, with no one looking back. The scene returned to the southern battlefield. Dust release, no jutsu. In the air, Noki clasped his hands together, and a small, transparent cube flickered into view, making Chiba below feel as if his heart had turned to ash. No way. Is it really necessary to use a technique like just for us three? Chiba couldn't help but smile wryly. This technique of dust release was enough to annihilate the three of them. Even with the trump card of revival in his hand, he felt powerless to turn the tide. Alas, what a pity. Looking at the transparent cube in Ohaki's hand, Chiba sighed deeply. He clearly had great potential with the system. But who would have thought that just as his life was becoming exciting, it would come to such an abrupt end? Chapter 26. White Fang to the rescue. Born leader Buzz the large Inoki in the sky waved his hand casually, and a small cube floated down towards the three. The power contained just enough to envelop them. Try to struggle a bit. It will make this old man feel better, Inoki said with a sneer. It seemed he was deliberately toying with Chiba and the others. The transparent cube flew slowly, hanging above their heads like the sword of Damocles, refusing to drop. Get out of the way. Even knowing that Inoki was trying to play with them, Chiba and the others still dodged as quickly as they could. Futile struggle. Inoki crossed his arms and coldly watched the scene. With the speed of Chiba and the others, they were unable to escape the range of dimensional separation. Clang. However, at that moment, a flash of lightning appeared not far away, as if cutting through the sky in an instant, precisely striking the transparent cube heading towards Chiba and the others. The next moment, a deafening sound like 100 birds chirping followed, shaking the eardrums of everyone along the way. Flag tree, style 100 birds, sharp spear. This was a spear composed of dozens of fine lightning bolts, as if gathering mosquitoes to form thunder, violently crashing into the transparent cube while spinning at high speed. Boom! The balance inside the transparent cube was broken, and in a dazzling flash of electricity, it exploded, releasing an annihilation force capable of separating matter into atomic states, book of formation. Bang! The annihilation force of dimensional separation was released in mid-air, but the terrifying energy generated by the explosion still existed, crashing down towards the ground and directly sending Chiba and the others flying. Puff! Cough, cough, cough. Chiba landed awkwardly on the ground, his internal organs shaken severely, and he rolled over to vomit on the ground. Rope Tree and Gujie were in no better condition than him. At this moment, Inoki's attention was no longer on Chiba and the others. He slightly turned his head to look at the silver-haired man who had descended like a silver ribbon, landing directly in front of him. Sakumo Hataki, if this old man remembers correctly, that should be your name, right? Looking at the weary Sakumo, Inoki spoke with some confusion. In your prime, you still wouldn't have a chance against me. Why are you here now, rushing to your death? It's Lord Sakumo. Lord Sakumo has arrived. A murmur rose among the Konoha troops, with various expressions on their faces. Chiba, Konoha's White Fang is here. We are saved. Rope Tree crawled over to Chiba, grabbing his arm, crying tears of joy. Shoo, keep your voice down. Let's retreat a bit and watch the changes. Chiba calmed Rope Tree down, and the two helped the injured Gujie as they quietly began to back away, while Inoki was temporarily distracted. Lord Tsuchikage is joking. Under everyone's gaze, Sakumo spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly. I came here only to ask Lord Tsuchikage a question. Are you going to personally intervene in the war in the Land of Rain? Hearing Sakumo's words, Inoki frowned slightly, but soon relaxed. Of course not. I came here just for revenge for my nephew. These three were sent by you Konoha to appease my anger. The repeated wars between the fire and earth countries in the Land of Rain were essentially just to seize interests. However, if Inoki personally intervened, the nature of the war would change, and the scale of the conflict would further expand, potentially leading to a situation where both sides would fight to the death. Facing an existence of Sakumo's level, Inoki naturally couldn't treat him casually like the previous small fries, so he cautiously gave an explanation. So, he actually doesn't dare to take action against us? Konoha ninjas whispered among themselves. No wonder he is so patient, waiting for us to hand them over. Then you must have misunderstood. At this moment, Sakumo spoke again. No matter the identity or reason, we Konoha cannot hand over any compatriots. If you want to kill them, you will be making enemies of everyone present. Oh, is that so? Inoki sneered upon hearing this. Are you so sure that I wouldn't dare to act? I could casually kill dozens of people. Do you think Sarutobi Hiruzen would fight me for these people? No, Lord Tsuchikage. Sakumo shook his head and said, as I said, if you want to kill them, you will be making enemies of everyone present. You would have to kill us all. Ha ha, I think you're the one joking, Hataki Sakumo. Inoki laughed loudly in the air. Why don't you turn around and ask the people behind you how many are willing to die for those three? Not far away. The hearts of Chiba and the others instantly sank. It's over. It feels like we're still going to be done for, Chiba lamented in his heart. If these people were willing, they wouldn't have been tricked here. Moreover, Chiba asked himself, he wouldn't be willing to sacrifice for a few strangers. They will, Sakumo said firmly. Because if we hand over these three today, tomorrow it could be us. If we turn a blind eye to our compatriots, we will eventually find ourselves isolated and helpless. These three were around the same age as most of the parents and children of those present. Empathy would lead no one to sacrifice their own parents or children for the sake of appeasement. Of course, the most important point was, Sakumo drew the short sword white fan from his back, coldly saying, if anyone dares to betray their compatriots, I will strike them down before the Tsuchikage gets to them. After saying this, Sakumo turned around, his cold gaze sweeping over the Konoha ninjas like an ice blade. I have finished speaking. Who is in favor? Who is against? The Konoha ninjas fell silent, and after a while, a Konoha ninja who had been unwilling stood up, shouting angrily. I am in favor. It was Dr. Chiba who saved my life during the battle against Tsunade. I will return this worthless life to him. And me, I have also received help from Dr. Chiba. I feel ashamed for not standing up right away. This kid Rope Tree helped me block a knife in battle before. I was ungrateful, and I didn't even have the courage to speak up for him just now. With someone leading, soon a steady stream of Konoha ninjas stood up. I can't stand it anymore. My son is about the same age as them. Looking at them reminds me of my son. Even if I die, I want to do something as despicable as selling my own child. Yes, we fight to the death on the battlefield just so that the village's children can grow up safely. These little kids are on the battlefield at this age and just achieved merit. Who would be heartless enough to hand them over? I support Lord Sakumo. I do too. I'm going all in today. With each person who stood up, Inoki's expression grew darker, while Sakumo's smile grew more pronounced. Did you hear that, Lord Tsuchikage? Sakumo turned around again, pointing his short sword at Inoki, and spoke with blazing eyes. So, you Awagakure are going to fully wage war against us Konoha? As Shimeo's voice fell, the Konoha ninjas behind him had already raised their weapons and shouted along. Fight! 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 The bold voices of the Konoha crowd echoed through the air. Chinya, it seems like we don't have to die anymore. Shinju, who had quietly circled behind Shua Mao, once again hugged Chinya, rubbing all his tears and mucus onto Chinya's body. Don't be so optimistic yet, Shinju. Chinya's expression remained serious. Whether they could survive ultimately depended on whether this Tsuchikage wanted to save face. Chapter 27, Selling Out Grandpa? Just wait to die. In midair, Naka's expression changed repeatedly. He didn't expect that a mere 2 sentences from Hataki Sakumo could quickly unite hundreds of people from Konoha. This young man's ability to manipulate people was so mature that it was comparable to his own. If I had known, I shouldn't have given him the chance to speak just now. I should have directly killed those 3. Inoki felt a bit regretful. However, there was nothing he could do. As the leader of a village, he represented the face of a Awagakure and couldn't just act on a whim. Clap, clap. At that moment, a series of hurried footsteps came from behind, followed by several shouts. Nara Shikaku is leading a support team. Uchiha Fugaku is leading a rescue team. In the Konoha formation, a ninja couldn't help but start doubting his ears. What the hell? I must have misheard, right? Damn it, even the Uchiha clan has come. Let's do this. The Konoha ninjas were stimulated and became even more spirited, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. What a great Hatake Sakumo. One by one, Konoha's small teams merged into the military formation. Naoki gave Sakumo a deep look. He knew that he could no longer act against those three today. Suddenly, Naoki seemed to think of something and inexplicably smiled. Strategizing and commanding. Hatake Sakumo, I can see you have the potential to be Hokage. The next Hokage position must belong to you. Naoki exclaimed loudly, and his voice reached every Konoha ninja present. Lord Tsuchikage, you flatter me. I can't bear such high praise. Hearing this, Hatake Sakumo's expression changed. Naoki was trying to kill him with kindness in public. Hee. Naoki sneered and changed the subject. You can protect them for a moment. But can you protect them for a lifetime? As for future matters, you don't need to worry about that, Lord Tsuchikage. Sakumo retorted sharply. Very well. Naoki slowly nodded. Looking down at Sakumo, today I personally came down to the battlefield. It is indeed beneath my status. Consider this battle a win for you. However, I have not lost. Naoki said meaningfully, then slowly ascended into the air, not even glancing at the three Chiba and leaving without looking back. Sakumo Dano, how can I live without you? After surviving, Shinju knelt in front of Sakumo with a thud, hugging his thigh and crying. Get lost. Don't embarrass yourself here. Chiba pushed the conspicuous Shinju away and then bowed to Sakumo seriously, saying, Thank you, Sakumo Dano. If it weren't for you, we would have been in danger today. Chiba's hands were still trembling. The tension and excitement between life and death were still stirring his nerves. Naoki, I will remember today's grudge. I will definitely repay it 100-fold in the future. Weakness is a sin, and Chiba was even more determined to become stronger. He didn't want to experience that feeling of helplessness again. Ha! Sakumo patted Chiba on the shoulder, jokingly saying, No need to thank me. Just consider it a favor you owe me, and remember to repay it later. At this moment, Sakumo did not know that this joke would later become a prophecy. Today, I really owe you one, Sakumo. On the side, Keikai also sighed while supporting his old waist. You don't need to be polite with me, Keikai-senpai. You were the one who brought me along back then, Sakumo smiled. After a brief conversation, Sakumo solemnly warned, I can't stay here for long. You all must be careful. Naoki will not let this go easily. He will likely target you next. I understand, Sakumo Dano, Chiba replied with a serious expression. At this moment, a figure suddenly rushed through the crowd and knelt in front of the three, bowing deeply without explanation. Old sir, what are you doing? Please get up. This was an old man with white hair and beard. Seeing this, Shinju hurried forward to support him. Children, I'm sorry. You had to experience such a desperate situation. The old man was the one who previously said, What the hell is fire? And he grabbed Shinju's hand, tears streaming down his face. But at that time, I had already knocked over another commander. We really didn't issue the order to recall you. It must have been someone acting on their own, shamelessly doing this kind of thing to save themselves. Wait, knocked over another commander? Chiba stared at the old man in shock. Don't worry. After we repel the IWA ninjas here, I will definitely find a way to root him out and deal with him as a traitor. I just hope you all. The old man choked. I hope you don't blame Konoha. You can't let such a despicable person affect your views of Konoha. Looking at the old man, crying, Chiba and Shinju exchanged glances. Their anger indeed lessened a bit, but it was really hard for Chiba to have any good feelings for Konoha now. In the southern battlefield, Iwagakure Station. I'm going back to Iwagakure. Hatake Sakumo will probably not stay here long. Once he leaves, you will launch a full-scale attack on Konoha. Naoki instructed his subordinates beside him. Offer a bounty for those three. Whoever kills one will be rewarded 1 million. If someone can capture all three alive and bring them to Iwagakure, I will reward him 10 million ri. Yes, Lord Tsuchikage. Sakumo came and went in a hurry, taking away some Konoha teams that came to bolster their numbers. Chiba and the others did not leave. Rashly moving or following Sakumo to the main battlefield could be even more dangerous. Therefore, Uchiha Fugaku volunteered to stay behind and protect Chiba and the others. Kill all the Konoha bastards. Eva Scountres, D. Just as Sakumo expected, he had not left for long when Iwagakure launched an attack on Konoha with great momentum. Under pressure, even the ninjas from Konoha's command communication department had to participate in the battle. Shinju, can you find out who sent you the message? Chiba asked in a low voice from the rear of the battlefield. He hadn't left for another reason. He wanted to personally deal with the bastard who tricked them into coming to their deaths, so he wouldn't trouble that old gentleman. Chiba's moral outlook was very simple. He didn't care about what faction or stance. Whoever wanted to harm him, he would kill. It should be possible. After thinking for a moment, Ju replied, that person contacted Wagwashan through a special technique. There should still be residual energy on him for a short time. Kill, kill, kill. The IWA ninjas had already broken through Konoha's formation, roaring as they charged toward Chiba and the others. Oof. Seeing this, Chiba snorted coldly. I will cover you with Kai-senpai. You quickly find that person for me. Understood. Ju replied, biting his finger, intending to summon his communication monkey to locate the person who contacted him. Water release, water bullet technique. Chiba formed hand seals with both hands, and a cannonball made of condensed rainwater whistled past, knocking away a charging IWA ninja, leaving Kai beside him stunned. Earth release, rock spear. An IWA ninja formed hand seals, and 3 long spears made of rock suddenly pierced towards the 3. Water release, water barrier. Chiba calmly changed his hand gestures, and a stream of water surged up, blocking the 3 long spears that were coming at him. Is it just my illusion? Why does this child's use of water escape techniques look so familiar? Gujie fell into deep thought once again. The old man drew the long knife from his back. Grimacing in pain from his waist, and in a very twisted posture, he intercepted 2 IWA shinobi rushing towards SHK. Whoosh! Just as Chiba and the others were focused on the IWA shinobi charging from the front, a shuriken came flying from behind them, shooting towards Chiba's back at a very concealed and tricky angle. Nanny! Chiba broke out in a cold sweat, instinctively dodging just in time to narrowly avoid the lethal shuriken. Damn it, I wondered why I was betrayed by my own people. It turns out there was a mole in the team. Chiba's face turned extremely grim. If it weren't for his mastery of hidden weapons and his sensitivity to their trajectories, he might have been hit just now. Shiki, Gujie, don't just look in front, be careful of what's behind you. After reminding them, Chiba looked at SHK again. Have you found that guy? SHK? Found him. On the other side, SHK had already canceled the summoning technique, pointing confidently to a spot not far away, whispering, It's that big belly over there. Chiba followed SHK's finger and saw a rotund figure constantly fleeing at the back of the battlefield, causing quite a bit of trouble for the nearby Konoha ninja. At this distance, that shuriken from earlier might have been thrown by this guy. Chiba quickly made a judgment in his heart, and looking at the somewhat flustered figure, a cold smile appeared on his face. Good, leave the rest to me. Gujie remained silent, pretending he hadn't heard anything. SHK took the initiative to remind him. Be careful, Chiba. Don't let anyone catch you off guard. I know. Chiba nodded slightly. He was already thinking about how to kill that guy without being noticed, leaving no traces behind. Chapter 28. Overly disciplined Fayek with the help of Rope Tree and Koji. Chiba dealt with the attacking rock shinobi while subtly getting closer to the portly communication squad member. This guy's panic doesn't seem to be feigned. Could it be that the insider isn't him, and this fool was just misled by someone? After observing closely, a look of confusion appeared on Chiba's face. There are hidden weapons. Just as Chiba was pondering, a Konoha ninja in front suddenly shouted loudly. In the next moment, a poison pouch suddenly fell among the crowd, hissing as it released purple poisonous gas, enveloping the nearby Konoha ninjas. While everyone else was quickly fleeing from the suddenly formed poison mist, Chiba not only didn't dodge, but even took a deep breath of it. Hiss, this smell. Is it the poison from Tsunade? Chiba chewed on an antidote pill while savoring the taste of the toxic gas. For ordinary people, perhaps all poisons are similar, but for Chiba, an expert in toxicology, especially Tsunade's toxins, he could identify it just by smelling. It's like how girls can recognize a specific shade of red lipstick, or how boys can name Ultraman characters. It seems that Tsunade is unwilling to accept defeat and wants to vent their dissatisfaction through a Wagakure. The corners of Chiba's mouth slightly lifted. The best way to cover up the traces of a crime is to blend them completely with the traces at the scene. On a battlefield filled with Tsunade's toxins, if you were to poison someone using their methods, even Conan would be baffled, right? Swish. Under the cover of the poison mist, Chiba produced a specially made kunai, with a grip wrapped in bandages holding some transparent powder. Careful, there's another hidden weapon. A Konoha ninja shouted. Another poison pouch came flying, and Chiba seized the opportunity to throw the kunai, piercing straight towards the airborne poison pouch. Boom! The poison pouch exploded, and with Chiba's added force, a purple mushroom cloud instantly erupted, with the toxic mist coverage area 3 times larger than before. What the hell? Such power! Looking at the rising mushroom cloud, Even the rock shinobi who released the poison pouch was stunned. No way, you Tsunade people are insane for inventing something like this. It's purely mixing friend and foe. A mutual destruction, right? The rock shinobi didn't know that the poison mist only looked intimidating. In reality, the toxicity had been greatly diluted, almost negligible. Cough, cough, help! I'm dying. Cough, cough. Under Chiba's precise strike, the portly communicator was also enveloped in the toxic mist. He began to cough violently, frantically seeking help from those around him, completely unaware that he wasn't poisoned at all. Whoosh! In his panic, he didn't even notice a shuriken quietly flying close to the ground, instantly slicing across his exposed ankle. Thud! Another corpse appeared on the battlefield, as if a drop of water fell into a river, not even stirring a ripple. Turns out he was just a fool. Chiba shook his head secretly and pretended to panic as he ran out of the poison mist, reuniting with Koji and Rope Tree. Look, it's those three. Kill them. Bring back their heads for the bounty. As the battlefield grew increasingly chaotic, more and more rock shinobi rushed to the back of Konoha, and when they saw the faces of Chiba's trio, their eyes instantly lit up. A bounty of several million ryo, even for Jonin, is quite a sum. If you want to take my head, you better see if you have the ability. Rope Tree screeched. Meanwhile, Chiba was simultaneously stabbing someone in the heart, while painfully questioning. I don't want to kill. Why are you forcing me? Why are you forcing me? Old man Koji, on the other hand, was ruthless and said little, grinning widely as he slaughtered. Despite being utterly powerless in front of Anoki, together they were truly not a match for ordinary rock shinobi. Patriarch, that guy called Chiba, seems a bit strange. In another part of the battlefield, Uchiha pointed at Chiba not far away and said to Fayake, look at his footwork. Doesn't it resemble our Uchiha clans? Oh, Fayake looked towards Chiba, his eyes quickly spinning with 3 black tomo. Although Chiba had modified the shadow dance step to conceal it as much as possible, the Sharingan could still clearly capture the unique force trajectory of the shadow dance step. Indeed, it is our clan's shadow dance step. After observing for a while, Fayake slightly nodded, giving an affirmative answer. How strange. How could he know our clan's footwork? The Uchiha murmured in confusion. Naturally, he learned it from our Uchiha clan. Fayake didn't speak, but already had a vague guess in his heart. Without the Sharingan, Chiba must have observed the shadow dance step extensively to grasp its essence. Furthermore, shadow dance step is a light and clever footwork, mostly practiced by women in the clan. In recalling how Chiba had previously asked if he knew Mikoto, after grasping these key points, Fayake felt like he understood everything. Mikoto had previously said she didn't know Chiba, they were just from the same class, which means Fayake's mind instantly filled in the blanks. That's right, this is a case of a girl who has never noticed a boy, while the boy has been silently watching the girl with a crush. And the girl is Mikoto, while the boy is Chiba. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Fayake's face. He seemed to know how to tie Chiba to the Uchiha clan's chariot. The war lasted for several hours, with no winners. Both Konoha and Iwagakure suffered heavy casualties. At this point, both sides tacitly chose to cease fire and began to clearly clean up the battlefield. Although Chiba's trio looked extremely battered, they had not sustained any serious injuries and successfully survived until the end. It's not that Chiba is bragging. The 3 Konoha genin gathering together without causing a catastrophic disaster is already quite low-key. Alright, Chiba, there are a few in our clan who are seriously injured. Can you come and help us take a look first? Not long after the war ended, Fayake approached Chiba with a sincere request. Of course, no problem. Please lead the way, brother Fayake. Chiba replied readily. 1. Fayake had stayed behind for him, and 2. The Uchiha clan had a relatively high output rate. Chiba couldn't refuse Fayake for both emotional and logical reasons. Inside the tent for treating the Uchiha clan's wounded, Chiba methodically began to treat the injured, starting from the critically wounded to the lightly injured. Ding. Treatment successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining fire release. Phoenix Fire Technique. Ding. Treatment successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining fire release. Dragon Fire Technique. One system prompt after another sounded, and Chiba felt a bit frustrated. Is it that you Uchiha only know fire release and nothing else? Ding. Treatment successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Uchiha Crazy Laugh. Chiba. Good grief. Is the system including Uchiha Crazy Laugh in the mix because the 4 members are old, weak, sick, and disabled, so it included this healer too? Sigh. Forget it, just keep a calm mindset. Saving lives is like doing charity. Alright, brother Fugaku was about to get up and leave after treating a few Uchiha injured in Chiba when Fugaku, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke up. Chiba, you're not a kid anymore. Have you thought about marriage? In the Naruto world, Chiba's age is indeed not considered young. Itachi was already a great filial son at this age. Not really, Chiba replied, somewhat confused about Fugaka's intention. Fugaka nodded and spoke again. In that case, have you considered the girls from the Uchiha clan? Well, I have, but Chiba admitted that he might have indeed looked at one or two of Uchiha Makoto's doujinshi. Coughed just a couple of times. But now, the person asking this question was her future husband. How the hell was he supposed to respond? Should he say his thoughts about his future wife? Fugaka might just get furious and unleash his Manjiki Sharingan, summoning Susanoo to give him a big beating right there. Seeing Chiba stammering, Fugaka became even more convinced of his guess. So, he leaned closer to Chiba's ear and whispered, how about when we get back, I help you ask Makoto out, so you two can get to know each other better? Chapter 29, Disaster Star, Get Out of Our Camp. What? Chiba looked at Fugaku in disbelief. What Fugaku just said was so shocking that he momentarily lost his ability to speak. Is there really such a self-disciplined man in this world? Perhaps only that brother who walked in the rain without an umbrella can compare to him. Is this really okay? Chiba looked at Fugaku and asked uncertainly. Of course, little brother Chiba. Fugaka nodded, revealing an ambiguous smile. As long as you truly like her, I'm willing to help you connect with Makoto. Hiss. In the end, Chiba left the Uchiha tent with a dazed expression, feeling completely confused. What has happened? Chiba tried to sort out his thoughts. Just now, Fugako asked if I wanted a wife and said that as long as I said the word, he would send his wife over to me. Chiba also knew that because of his little butterfly effect, Fugaku and Makoto were probably completely out of the picture, but thinking about it was still quite exhilarating. Hey, doctor, come with me quickly. My friend has been unconscious and needs treatment. Okay. Just as Chiba was lost in thought, a small bearded ninja hurried over, and Chiba was pulled away to a medical tent for the injured. I'm very sorry, but your friend probably can't be saved. After a round of emergency treatment, Chiba shook his head and spoke with an apologetic expression. The guy on the bed had been poisoned by 2 conflicting toxins, missed the best rescue time, and the severe toxicity had already damaged his internal organs. After all, not everyone has the same physique as Senju or Uchiha, able to withstand fatal injuries for 3 days and nights. It was already a miracle that this guy held on until he arrived. Quack doctor, what use are you? The small bearded ninja put on a desperate look, pointing angrily at Chiba's nose. If it weren't for you offending the Tsuchikage, we wouldn't have lost so many brothers today. Now, you've killed my friend. You are a disaster star. The small bearded ninja's voice was loud, immediately attracting the attention of many nearby ninjas, and their gazes towards Chiba turned unfriendly. They all had relatives and comrades who died in today's battle, and were filled with pent-up rage with nowhere to vent. Chiba's presence instantly became a good punching bag. Even though they knew that without Chiba, the war with the Wagakure would have erupted just the same, they still instinctively directed their anger at Chiba. That's human nature. You disaster star. We don't welcome you in our camp. Get out. The small bearded ninja continued to scold. The other Konoha ninjas did not speak, but they silently stepped behind the small bearded ninja, coldly staring at Chiba. Your friend's condition was not optimistic to begin with. I have done my best, Chiba tried to explain. But the small bearded ninja couldn't care less, interrupting Chiba in anger. You're talking nonsense. My friend was fine just now. It's you who harmed him. Fine. He was just fine. Chiba furrowed his brows slightly, glancing at the lifeless, injured man on the bed, then back at the small bearded ninja, and his frown gradually eased. This is a premeditated medical disturbance. Chiba had already sensed something was off. The Uchiha clan's tent was not close to here. It was impossible that there wasn't a single medical ninja along the way. They were clearly targeting him from start. There are already quite a few people in the camp who have grievances against me. This guy cleverly poured this dirty water on me. I need to quickly find a way to clear my name, or else. After pondering for a moment, Chiba pretended to be furious and said, Impossible. My medical skills are absolutely fine. Your friend showed severe symptoms just now. It must be because you weren't there to take care of him the whole time, which caused him to miss the best rescue opportunity. As soon as Chiba said this, before the small bearded ninja could respond, the Konoha ninjas behind him could no longer hold back. What the hell? This little doctor is lying through his teeth. Rin Samlang was clearly by his friend's side the whole time and went out looking for a doctor when none came. What are you still talking to him for? Can't you see this little guy is already losing his mind? Clearly, he is making up stories to shift the blame onto others. His medical skills may be poor, But his character is even worse. Why should we protect someone like him? I truly feel it's not worth it for the brothers who sacrificed. One by one, the Konoha ninjas stood on their moral high ground, pointing fingers at Chiba. Did you hear that? The small bearded ninja spread his arms and sneered. I was with my friend the whole time. Everyone in the tent can testify. Now what do you have to say? Then it's strange. Chiba pretended to be confused. Your friend was poisoned by 2 toxins, and his organs are in acute failure. You were with him the whole time. And you didn't notice anything unusual? Not giving the small bearded ninja a chance to speak, Chiba continued. What's even stranger is, if your friend was poisoned by these 2 toxins on a battlefield, he shouldn't have lasted this long unless one of the toxins was just administered. You were with your friend the whole time. Did you see any suspicious person approach? Chiba asked. One of the toxins was just administered? Does this doctor mean? Suddenly, the Konoha ninjas looked at the small bearded ninja with peculiar expressions. You're talking nonsense. Are you implying that I poisoned my friend? The small bearded ninja's face turned red with anxiety. Who in the camp doesn't know how I feel about my friend? It's clearly your medical skills that are lacking, and you want to turn the tables. So many of our brothers died today, all because of you. The small bearded ninja emphasized once again. Hiss. Watching the two confront each other, the surrounding Konoha ninjas were somewhat uncertain. Right, who is it that said this guy Chiba's medical skills were quite good? But Rin Samlang and his friend are very close. They're like one person, even dating the same person. Enough pretending. Looking at the small bearded ninja's face full of grief and anger, Chiba said lightly, You only administered one type of untreatable poison to your friend, then called me over, wanting your friend to die in my hands. But you, with only a superficial understanding of toxicology, do not know that being poisoned by these 2 toxins simultaneously means your friend couldn't have survived from the battlefield. Watching the small bearded ninja, eager to defend himself, Chiba directly cut him off. Don't be too quick to speak. If you insist that my medical skills are lacking, then go find another doctor, and he will give the same answer. At this point, a hint of panic finally appeared on the small bearded ninja's face. Admit it, from the very beginning, you were aiming to have me expelled from the camp. Chiba didn't give the small bearded ninja time to react and struck while the iron was hot. Based on your motives, I have reasonable suspicion that you are an insider planted by a Wagakure in Konoha. I see. A member of the communication class showed a look of realization. I just remembered that it was Rin Samlang who kept urging us to trick Chiba and the others back. It's really funny. Rin Samlang had regained his composure and said coldly, It's clearly your lack of medical skills, yet you want to bite back at me. Who doesn't know that your medical class is united, and finding someone to cover up your mistakes is not a difficult task? I've worked diligently in Konoha for so many years. How can you tarnish my reputation with just a few words? Who am I? Don't the people present know me better than you, an outsider? With just 2 sentences, Rin Samlang skillfully deflected Chiba's attack, first eliminating the impartiality of the medical ninjas, and secondly playing the emotional card, pulling most of the Konoha ninjas back to his side once again. For a moment, many Konoha ninjas glared at Chiba in anger, feeling that they had just been deceived by him. That's right, the insider is me. Even if you guess it, so what? Looking at Chiba, who stood alone in place, rejected by everyone, a hint of mockery flashed in Rin Samlang's eyes. The poison has already been dealt with by me. Without evidence, what can you do to me? Chapter 30. Could it be Lady Tsunade? You're so confident because you think I can't prove you poisoned him, right? Facing Rin Samlang's mocking gaze, Shinya spoke calmly. If what he said earlier was just a guess, now he was 100% sure that this guy in front of him was the insider from a Wagakure. With such strong, on-the-spot reaction abilities, who would believe that he wasn't a professionally trained spy? These baseless accusations are just figments of your imagination. Rin Samlang sneered, sticking to his denial. Oh, is that so? Shinya smiled as well. I have some research in toxicology. The poison you used is a sand village toxin called Ningji, a liquid, light yellow, and odorless that can kill just by being applied to the skin. Shinya stared into Rin Samlang's eyes as he spoke these truths, intending to make the other party believe his subsequent lies. Sure enough, Rin Samlang's expression changed slightly because Shinya had indeed named the poison he used. This poison is volatile in the air and turns blue when it encounters alcohol. Shinya didn't give Rin Samlang time to think. He took a bottle of alcohol from the medical kit and slowly twisted open the cap, saying, Whether you poison him or not, we can find out if there are any toxins left on your hands. Boom. Rin Samlang's brain crashed on the spot. He didn't know whether what Shinya said was true or false, and he needed time to analyze Shinya's words. This is bad. Everyone present were seasoned ninjas, and their instinctive hesitation had already exposed Rin Samlang. When Rin Samlang realized the situation was dire, the surrounding Konoha ninjas had already drawn their weapons and charged at him. Damn! Facing the onslaught of muscular men, Rin Samlang had no power to resist and was instantly pinned to the ground. How? Did you know? Rin Samlang's veins bulged on his forehead as he struggled to lift his head and asked Shinya intermittently. According to their intelligence, Shinya had hardly ever come into contact with the Sand Village's poisons. Why did Shinya know so much about their toxicology? Rin Samlang was defeated because of this. So he wanted to get a clear answer. You can take him, but I want to leave now. So, could you please make way? However, Shinya directly ignored Rin Samlang and spoke to the group of Konoha ninjas blocking the tent's entrance. Shinya, answer me. Rin Samlang, pinned to the ground, struggled frantically. Sometimes, being ignored can cause greater psychological harm to a person than insults and mockery. Shinya's complete disregard was like rubbing Rin Samlang's dignity into the floor, just like his face was being pressed against the ground. Sorry, little brother Shinya. Yes, we were just confused for a moment and were misled. Please don't take it to heart. A Konoha ninja spoke awkwardly, and the others quickly echoed him. It's understandable. Facing the apologies from the Konoha ninjas, Shinya smiled and said, So, can you let me through now? Understanding or not, Shinya naturally had no good feelings towards the group that had just mindlessly accused him. The Konoha ninjas exchanged glances and ultimately made way for Shinya, watching him leave. Damn it, it's all your fault. Watching the lonely figure of the young man, a Konoha ninja felt ashamed and kicked Rin Samlang hard. I really should be ashamed for misunderstanding such a straightforward kid. I feel like I'll have to slap myself awake tonight. Back in his own tent, Shinya's expression was serious as he informed Shinju and Gujiya about what had just happened. Who knows how many insiders a Wagakure has? This place is no longer safe, and we need to move quickly. Shinya frowned. Gujiya pondered for a moment before slowly nodding. I agree with your opinion, Shinya, but just the three of us alone. If we encounter Iwagakure pursuers on the way, I have considered this issue as well, Senior Gujiya. I plan to have Brother Fuyue lead a team to cover our retreat, Shinya replied. Even if a Wagakure is powerful, they can't possibly infiltrate the Uchiha clan, right? What a joke. The Uchiha clan is humble and approachable. Even those who are not from the clan can integrate well with them. It would mean owing Fuyue a favor. I wonder if he will force me to do something with Mikoto. Sigh, it's really complicated. After discussing with Gujiya, Shinya suddenly felt something was off, as if someone was missing from the tent. Wait, Shunshu, did you forget your voice card at home? Shinya looked at the silent Shunshu beside him and asked irritably. It was because I made a hasty decision before that put everyone in danger. I won't team make decisions anymore. Shunshu, rarely not bickering with Shinya, explained with a dejected face. You guy. Shinya felt a bit of a headache. He knew that Shunshu was affected by the earlier deception. Shunshu. Just as Shinya was thinking about how to comfort Shunshu, a familiar figure suddenly rushed into their tent. Lady Tsunade, sister? Indeed, it was Tsunade, who had been searching for them, bursting into the tent, followed silently by Orochimaru, who breathed a sigh of relief. It's great to see you both safe. Upon seeing that Shinya and Shunshu were unharmed, Tsunade's beautiful eyes turned red, and without further ado, she stepped forward and hugged Shinya tightly. Tsunade, Lady Tsunade. The sudden embrace caught Shinya off guard, and Tsunade's unintentional collision knocked him dazed. Not only Shinya was dazed, but Shunshu was also taken aback. Wait, what's going on with my sister? Why does she hug Shinya first when her brother is right here? Could it be? Shinshu's eyes sparkled with wisdom. After a long while, Tsunade's excited emotions finally calmed down a bit. Realizing it was inappropriate, she quickly released Shinya, her fair little face blushing. Seeing this, Orochimaru showed a playful smile, while the inconspicuous Gujiya also revealed an ant-like smile. On the way there, Tsunade had thought about a lot. What if she never saw Shinya again? What if Shinya was seriously injured and paralyzed? Then she would have to take action. How embarrassing. In short, she realized some things. Time waits for no one. If you like someone, you should boldly express it, leaving no regrets. At least on the way there. That was Tsunade's thought. However, when she truly saw Shinya, especially with her brother standing beside him, Tsunade immediately began to hesitate. What if Shinya thought she was too old? What if Shunshu didn't understand her? What if? Tsunade's eyes dodged, not daring to meet Shinya's gaze. The usually bold and straightforward Tsunade was now feeling insecure. One can only say that liking someone always makes one feel shy, and it was no exception for Lady Tsunade. Could it be that Lady Tsunade? Wouldn't he? Looking at the petite woman in front of him, Shinya's heart raced, and a bold guess suddenly appeared in his mind. Lady Tsunade, could it be that you? Sis, so you. At the same moment as Chiba spoke, Nawaki also showed a sudden look of realization and rushed to speak up. Did Nawaki figure out? Tsunade was startled, a wave of embarrassment surging to the top of her head, leaving her whole body tingling and numb. Completely losing control of herself. Chapter 31. Reunion with Conan. Toby goes wild. It's all my fault for being too obvious just now. Tsunade felt both shy and angry. If her found out she had a crush on his friend, he would think she was an old cow eating tender grass. How would she face him in the future? But alongside the embarrassment and anger, there was also a hint of anticipation in Tsunade's heart. If Ju really revealed her feelings for Chiyo, she could understand their attitudes toward it. Would Ju accept it? Did Chiyo like her? After all, she could only be embarrassed for a while. In the future, she could openly like Chiyo. Thinking this way, Tsunade's embarrassment and anger were significantly diminished. So, she looked at Ju and pretended to be calm as she said, Ju, what do you want to say? Big sister, you did that on purpose to annoy me, right? Ju said with a knowing expression. Wachi. Tsunade stared at Ju in shock, realizing that in her embarrassment and anger, she had underestimated her little brother's intelligence. And what made Tsunade even more dizzy was what came next. Because I made a mistake this time. You intentionally didn't hug me and chose to hug Chiyo instead to express your dissatisfaction and concern for me. Ju put his hands on his hips and said angrily, I know you've long disliked me as your. You want someone as smart as Chiyo to be your, right? Tsunade's face instantly darkened. Great, not to mention lovers. Chiyo had now directly become her. See, I hit the mark, didn't I? Ju said smugly. Otherwise, why would your face look so bad? Like you want to beat me up? Thinking he had seen through Tsunade's little thoughts, Ju was quite pleased and completely unaware of the impending danger. Say you. Yeah. Hey, big sister, why are you really hitting me? I'm your only real. If you beat me to death, I'm gone. I'm hitting you. I'll let you guess right. I'll let you be so clever. Take that. Ouch, big sister, that's not allowed there. Yammy. Ju's cries of agony instantly echoed throughout the tent, while Orochimaru helplessly facepalmed, showing a doting smile. Ju-kun is still as foolish as ever, but Orochimaru shifted his gaze to Chiyo, who was standing by, at a loss. He gave a barely noticeable nod. This is fine, compared to Jiraiya, who is focused on achieving peace in the ninja world and neglects little loves. This young man might be more suitable for Tsunade. It's just that this kid seems to be clueless about feelings, much like Tsunade and Ju, the two foolish Senju siblings. I wonder when they will get together. So, I misunderstood just now? Looking at the beaten Ju and the furious Tsunade, Chiyo's mind was in a jumble. Lady Tsunade just hugged me to annoy Ju, and after that felt it was inappropriate, hence the shyness. After the logic made sense, Chiyo felt a bit disappointed. He had thought Lady Tsunade liked him, but then he thought again and felt a bit relieved. Fortunately, Ju interrupted him in time. Otherwise, if he had publicly asked, does Lady Tsunade like me? He might have been the one getting beaten now. Good brother, thank you for taking the hit from me. Having you is my support. Looking at the pained and helpless Ju, Chiyo felt very touched. There was no way around it. When it came to matters of the heart, as someone with the Shinju bloodline who had been single since birth, Chiyo said, I can't tell the difference. I really can't tell the difference. 10 minutes later, Tsunade clapped her hands, feeling refreshed. Ju, on the other hand, lay on the ground in despair, his little face swollen like a steamed bun, resembling a fat fish that had lost its dreams. To be fair, having a who could help relieve stress and release emotions was quite nice for Tsunade. Chiyo, on the way here, I heard there were infiltrators from Iwagakure trying to frame you, wanting to drive you out of the camp. Once her emotions stabilized, Tsunade looked at Chiyo and asked, Yes, that's true. Chiyo nodded. We think this place is no longer safe and plan to have Uchiha Fugaku lead us to another location. Hiss, those Uchiha guys may not be reliable. Let me and Tsunade escort you. At that moment, Orochimaru, who had been smiling and silent, spoke up. That would be the best. Chiyo quickly agreed. Compared to Fugaku, the two in front of him were clearly better choices. Time is of the essence. Let us set off now. Tsunade glanced at the collapsed Ju and said to the others in the tent. Under the protection of Tsunade and Orochimaru, Chiyo and his group quietly left the camp. They planned to return to the small mountain where Nagato and the others were located. That small mountain was a location carefully chosen by Jiraiya, very hidden, and it could be self-sufficient in living. with Tsunade and Orochimaru's cover. They also didn't have to worry about their whereabouts being exposed or being followed, which was relatively safe. Me and Tsunade will take you here. We need to return to the battlefield quickly to help that guy Jiraiya. Seeing the small cabin not far away, Orochimaru stopped and said, "You stay here and focus on your A-rank mission. Don't go anywhere, and only leave after the battle is over, understood?" Tsunade looked reluctantly at Senju and Chio, giving a worried reminder. "Don't worry, Lady Tsunade, we understand." Senju sulkily ignored Tsunade, while Chio replied helplessly. How strange, because of this unreliable Senju. Lady Tsunade seems to regard him as a child. In fact, Chio wished he could stay in one place and wait for the end of the Ninja World War. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't return to the village now, he would have wanted to go back to Konoha directly. After Tsunade and Orochimaru left, Chio and the others returned to the familiar small cabin. "Chio and Aiken, Senju and Aiken, Senior Gukai, you're back." Upon seeing the three little ones rushed over joyfully. Conan even dove into Chio's arms. "Chio and Aiken, I missed you so much." "Hee, I missed you all too." Chio smiled and rubbed Conan's head. He had been thinking day and night about the reward from Nagato and the others. However, just thinking about how he would be exhausted every night dealing with Conan and meeting her needs made Chio feel a bit mentally drained. Then for the next while, I'll settle down and improve my strength. Chio thought to himself. The system had rewarded him with many skills, and he felt he needed to take time to integrate these rewards and enhance his strength. He couldn't rely too much on the system. He planned to use his perfect chakra control to attempt combining the fire and earth chakra nature transformations to develop a bloodline limit, melt release. Of course, he also needed to obtain the rewards from Nagato and the others. It would be foolish not to use the system. He was very much looking forward to what kind of rewards he would receive this time. At least give me a rare skill. In the dimly lit hall, a figure cloaked in a white robe sat atop a high platform, their expression shifting between dark and light, lost in thought, strategizing and commanding the three armies. A potential Hokage. After a long pause, the figure slowly spoke. "Inoki is trying to use my Shimura Danzo's blade to kill. What do you think?" The voice of Shimura Danzo echoed in the hall, yet none of the root ninjas kneeling below dared to respond, each one remaining silent as a grave. "Humph, a bunch of mute fools." Danzo snorted coldly, turning to the woman kneeling before him. "Miko, do you have any other intelligence to report?" "No, Lord Danzo." Yanoyu replied expressionlessly after a moment of silence. She did not disclose the information that the three Sannin have simultaneously taken an interest in Chiba's talent. She didn't want that bright child, Chiba, to be targeted by Shimura Danzo and to fall into darkness like she did, unable to escape. Such matters would not be publicly proclaimed by the three Sannin, and neither Kage nor Shinjuro would speak carelessly. Danzo should be unable to learn from other channels. "All right, you may leave." Danzo waved his hand at Yanoyu. "I have arranged a new task for you. Depart as soon as you're ready." "Yes, Lord Danzo," Yanoyu replied, her knuckles whitening as she bit down on her silver teeth. "You all may leave as well. I want some peace and quiet." After dismissing everyone, Danzo angrily crumpled the information in his hands and threw it heavily onto the ground. Was splendid Hatake Sakumo, commanding the battlefield and winning hearts, gaining the support of major clans like Uchiha and Nara. "Do you, Hatake Sakumo, wish to compete with me for the position of Hokage?" Bang! Danzo's hands gripped too hard, crushing the handle of his seat into powder. "Hatake Sakumo, you better not stand in my way, otherwise." A chilling glint passed through Danzo's eyes. For the position of Hokage, he had already done too many things he shouldn't have. Adding a couple more wouldn't matter. Chapter 32, Amazing Reward. Chiba can fly. When focused on something, time passes quickly, and that's exactly how Chiba was when he devoted all his energy to Conan. "Chiba, you're so fast, isn't that enough?" "Sigh, Conan, I've given you everything I can. I really can't squeeze out another drop." Unknowingly, 3 months had passed. Facing the exceptionally talented Conan, who was eager to learn every night, Chiba swore he really had no more medical ninjutsu to teach her. "Well, fine. I'll let you off tonight, Chiba. Conan will come find you again tomorrow night." Huh. Seeing Chiba's terrified expression, Conan covered her mouth and giggled, looking like a cunning little fox. "You little brat, you dare to mess with me?" Realizing that he had been tricked by a little kid, Chiba angrily picked up Conan and started spanking her. No, Chiba. Conan knows she was wrong. Conan's little face turned red as she pleaded for mercy. Ding! Treatment successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining dance of the paper. At that moment, The system notification suddenly rang out, leaving Chiba frozen in place, completely bewildered. What the heck? Chiba glanced at his hands and then at Conan in his arms, momentarily unable to comprehend. In the past 3 months, he had worked hard and spared no effort in providing psychological counseling to the three of them, yet he had not been able to resolve Conan's psychological issues. How could this happen now? What the hell is this principle? Chiba and I, why aren't you talking to Conan? Are you really angry? Conan turned her head secretly and, seeing Chiba silent, began to panic. Chiba and I shouldn't have scared you just now. How about you hit me a couple more times? Don't be angry, okay? Please talk to me. A series of wronged words came from Conan, and only then did Chiba come back to his senses, feeling a pang of heartache as he rubbed her head. Silly child, who says I'm angry? I'm actually quite happy right now. Dance of the paper. Transform the body into countless paper pieces, allowing free movement and transformation, like a butterfly dancing gracefully. How could Chiba not be happy to obtain such a powerful skill from Conan? Dance of the paper not only immunizes him against physical attacks, compensating for his lack of area attack methods, but most importantly, it grants him the much-coveted ability to fly. It's worth noting that in the ninja world, the number of ninjas with flying abilities is extremely limited, with only Onoki currently capable of it. When he watched Naruto, Chiba was amazed by Conan's white wings descending from the sky, and now he possessed that ability. After further development, he could even master the god's paper technique, wielding the power to turn 600 billion explosive tags into a sea. With a wave of his hand, the world changes color. Damn, just thinking about it is exhilarating. Gorgeous, simply stunning. And this skill suits me quite well. Chiba nodded in satisfaction. As a medical ninja, being able to transform into a white-winged angel was quite reasonable, right? Now, he could truly be called a paper person. Are you really not angry, Chiba and I? Conan blinked her big eyes, sneaking peeks at Chiba's expression. Of course not. When have I ever lied to you? Chiba pinched Conan's cheek and smiled. Hee, that's great. Seeing that Chiba was genuinely not angry, Conan finally relaxed and happily snuggled against him. Observing this, Chiba suddenly had an epiphany. Perhaps a stable and intimate relationship is the most crucial thing missing in the growth of these three little ones. It is what they long for the most and the key to unlocking their psychological problems. Since that's the case, how about giving Yahiko and Nagato a good beating tomorrow to see what happens? Chiba rubbed his chin, a thoughtful look on his face. Beating is affection, after all. Perhaps if I give them a good thrashing, the rewards will come. It's worth a try. For several days, Chiba almost beat Yahiko and Nagato to death, but he still couldn't obtain any rewards, so he had to give up. Even if Senju and Kai hadn't held him back, he could never really hurt the two kids. This also indirectly proved that the psychological counseling he provided had some effect. At least Nagato could now control his emotions and Wu Ti go berserk at the drop of a hat. LOL. Chiba reasonably suspected that Yahiko might be just like that fool Senju, having no psychological issues at all. As for Nagato, the pain he bore was too heavy, making it difficult to resolve in a short time. Meanwhile, on a small hillside that just happened to overlook the wooden house, two completely white figures appeared to float slowly from the ground as if they had no physical form. They were two humanoid creatures with green hair and peculiar appearances. And if Chiba saw them, he would instantly recognize their identity. White Zetsu. Ah, so annoying, that guy's perception is too keen. Ever since he arrived, we can't even eavesdrop on little Nagato and the others anymore, one white Zetsu complained. Seeing that its companion seemed disinterested, the other white Zetsu once again initiated the conversation. By the way, that guy seems to be continuously giving little Nagato hope. Shouldn't we stop him? Stop? Why should we stop him? Its companion glanced at it and grinned ominously. Isn't this great? Hope is like a bubble. The bigger it gets, the more painful it is when it bursts. Let him give Nagato hope for now, and when the time comes, we can destroy it ourselves. How wonderful. Ah, I never realized before you're such a pervert. Shoo, someone is coming. Hide quickly. There were noises coming from afar, and the two white Zetsu once again sank underground, as if they had never appeared, leaving no trace behind. Jiraiya-sensei. Damn it, Senju, you big fool. Outside the wooden house, when Chiba saw a familiar figure walking towards them, he stopped his sparring with Senju. However, Senju showed no signs of stopping and threw a punch that landed solidly on Chiba's handsome face. Don't look at me like that, Chiba. In battle, anything can happen. Brother Senju just taught you a lesson. Learn from it. You idiot. Yin destruction. Chiba activated his body enhancement, instantly healing the injuries on his face, then turned to look at Jiraiya, who was laughing heartily nearby. Jiraiya-sensei, what brings you here? Could it be? Seeing Jiraiya's smiling face, Chiba had a faint suspicion. Chapter 33, Konoha, encountering youthful father, that's right. Jiraiya stepped forward, patted Chiba's shoulder, and said, you've worked hard during this time. The war between Konoha and Iwagakure has ended, and you can return to Konoha now. Ah, finally. After hearing Jiraiya's words, Chiba let out a sigh of relief. With the rivalry between Iwagakure and Konoha coming to an end, the Second Shinobi World War was also officially over. The Shinobi world was about to usher in several years of peace, and he could finally focus on his own development. But just then, Jiraiya suddenly changed his tone and said, don't celebrate too early. I have some bad news to tell you. Huh? What bad news, Jiraiya and Ju asked, leaning in with some trepidation. Noki has put a bounty on all three of you at the exchange, with a bounty of 5 million Ryo for you and Elder Keikai, and Chiba's bounty is half of yours. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Ju's worries instantly vanished, and he laughed out loud. Chiba, you worthless thing, 250,000, haha. Damn it, Ju. Chiba felt a bit gloomy, but he had no way to refute it. It seemed he really wasn't worth much, with a bounty that didn't even reach zero. One of his summas. Forget it. Let us think positively. This could be considered his first step on a grand path. Ah, are you leaving, Brother Chiba? At that moment, three little ones returned from fishing with Keikai. Upon hearing that Chiba and the others were leaving, they instantly showed reluctance and attachment. After spending so long together, they had already formed a bond, especially with Chiba, the psychologist. The feelings of the three little ones were even more special and profound. Chiba thought that if Nagato were to take the path of crime in the future, he would definitely have a spot in the Akatsuki, probably either the animal path or the human path. Well, I guess I could go from a character that didn't appear in the original plot to a minor character with lines. Chiba thought to himself, Brother Chiba, will we meet again in the future? Conan tugged at Chiba's sleeve, tears welling in her eyes. Of course we will, Conan. Don't cry. Chiba squatted down, wiping the corners of Conan's eyes. When you all grow up a bit more, you will become remarkable figures in the shinobi world, and then there will be plenty of opportunities to meet. Brother Chiba, you have to keep your word. When I grow up, I'll come find you. Conan's tears couldn't stop flowing, and she finally couldn't hold back and threw herself into Chiba's arms, crying. Damn, getting older makes my eyes easily fill with bricks. Ju said while rubbing his eyes, his voice tinged with tears. Okay, do you want to listen to what you're saying? Yuni, I will remember your image and smile in my heart. Safe travels, I will miss you. Yahiko followed suit, wailing. Nagato also walked up to Keikai, whispering, Elder Keikai, please take care of yourself when you go back. Keep warm and don't let your waist get cold. Goodbye. Under the tearful gazes of the three little ones, Chiba and the others gradually walked away. With Jiraiya's guidance, Chiba and the others found the nearest Konoha team and set off on their journey back to the Land of Fire. A month later, Konoha, Chiba's home. After resting for so long, I finally feel a bit better. After taking a long breath, Chiba, who had been lying in bed for a week, finally decided to go out and get some fresh air. Click. Chiba opened the hidden compartment under the floor and took out a small box, inside which lay 50,000 Ryo silver bills. This 500,000 Ryo was the benefit fee that Mito Kaguya had sent him earlier. How much should I take? Chiba pulled out 2 silver bills, hesitated for a moment, then put one back, finally leaving with 50,000 Ryo. Chiba's destination was the Noera family. Now that the war had ended, he planned to visit the orphan of the Noera group leader. Not long after the war ended, Konoha's streets were not lively at all. In fact, they were somewhat desolate. The villagers hurried along, hardly stopping in the streets. Sir, please give me another chance. I promise I won't mess up the task again. Get lost. Don't beg me. I'm begging you to leave. Our team doesn't welcome you. Please go bother another team. As Chiba walked along, he was suddenly attracted by the quarrel coming from the street corner. As someone who loved watching the excitement, he quietly approached. In the corner, a middle-aged man with black hair, wearing a green tight suit and a yellow scarf, was repeatedly bowing to a young ninja. This spirited outfit. It's my Dewey, my guy's father. Chiba, who was observing secretly, showed a look of surprise. He never expected to encounter such an impressive character during his stroll. Sir, please, I really need this task. My son is about to start school, and I need... Might Dewey, with his hands together, was desperately pleading with the young ninja who was at least 10 years younger than him, ignoring his dignity. Get lost. What you need has nothing to do with me. The young ninja in front of Might Due lost patience and scolded him rudely. I was a fool back then for letting you, this guy with a missing screw in your head, join the team. Not only did we not earn any commissions, but I also had to pay for the losses from the caravan out of my own pocket. If you don't leave now, I won't care if you have money or not. I'll send you to the Konoha Police Department, and you can go tell those Uchiha bastards. Faced with the young ninja's merciless scolding, Might Dewey's face turned pale. He bowed and saluted, but the other party showed no appreciation and impatiently pushed him away. Get lost. Stop whining. Don't come to bother me again, or I'll make sure you can't stay in Konoha. After leaving that parting shot, the young ninja strode away, leaving Might Due standing there in a daze. Might Due was a civilian who joined Konoha during the war. He had a low level of education and couldn't use ninjutsu. He was just a man of brute strength, thus unable to pass the Chunin exam, becoming a long-time laughingstock among ninjas. As a low-ranking ninja who was unwanted and couldn't take on quality tasks, Might Due could only take on some laborious jobs, helping to find lost cats and dogs, or moving heavy objects just to make ends meet. But now his son Might Guy was about to start school, and if he couldn't pay the exorbitant fees, his son would have to sign a contract of servitude with Konoha. Might Due would never allow that to happen. But as a low-ranking ninja with no money and no skills, how could he gather such a high tuition fee? Guy, what should I do? Even someone as determined as Might Due felt a bit lost at this moment, and he painfully tugged at his hair. Come on, Due, pull yourself together. Youth is not something to be taken lightly. After a while, Might Due took a deep breath, forcing himself to perk up and prepare for a new round of attempts. All right, let us go try our luck elsewhere. Even though Might Due knew that no one would be willing to team up with him, and those ninjas would spare no effort in mocking him, his dignity would be trampled again and again. To be strong for the sake of his father, for the sake of Kai, no matter how or difficult it is, he is willing to endure it all to protect the ones he loves. This is the entire meaning of his youth. Yo, my youth has ignited. Let's go, Might. Just as Might Guy was about to do a backflip and move to the next location using his hands, a slightly immature voice came from behind him. Mr. Might Guy, please, hold on, Chiba said uncertainly. To be honest, he was a bit tempted by Might Guy's 8 gates. So he planned to make contact with him and see if he could get his hands on the 8 gates. Chapter 34. Have you heard of the 8 gates of Duinjia? Huh? Who are you? Might Dai supported himself with his hands on the ground, turning his head back to see a boy he had never met standing in front of him. The reason he said he had never seen him before was that if he had encountered such a handsome young man, he would definitely remember. My name is Chiba. I just heard that you seem eager to take on a mission, and I happen to have a good commission here. I wonder if you're interested? Chiba asked with a smile. Yes. Young man, of course I am. Upon hearing Chiba's words, Might Dai immediately flipped over with excitement, grabbing Chiba's hand as if he had found a lifeline. No matter what the commission is, you can trust me. Youth Dai, I will do my best to complete it. Might Dai's neck turned red with excitement. The young man in front of him had such charm. At a glance, he didn't seem like someone short on money. Akai's tuition was secured. My home is nearby. Come on, I'll treat you to tea at my place, and we can sit down and chat slowly. Might Dai was very enthusiastic, grabbing Chiba's hand and unwilling to let go, insisting on taking Chiba to his home. Might Dai's house was on the outskirts of the village, with peeling walls that looked dilapidated, giving off a feeling of being on the verge of collapse. What do you mean? 20 kilometers is close. Once inside, Chiba plopped down on the worn-out sofa, picked up the tea that Might Dai poured, and thought helplessly. Little did he know that as soon as he took a sip of tea, Might Dai rubbed his hands together and impatiently asked, "So, young man, what was that good commission you mentioned?" Chiba helplessly put down the teacup. Now he understood why Might Dai couldn't get any commissions. When the boss opens the door, you get in the car. When the boss is young, you treat him like a brother. When the boss offers tea, you don't drink. When the boss drinks tea, you interrupt. Who will want to hire you under those circumstances? Chiba secretly shook his head and said, I heard your physical skills are quite good, and you charge reasonably for your work. I plan to hire you to guide me in my physical training once a week, with a reward of 100,000 taels per month. How does that sound? Although Might Dai seemed a bit weaker compared to Kai, who almost kicked his way to the grand finale. His ability to open the 8 gates and defeat the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist showed that his talent was definitely not lacking. He was a good target for saving lives. A ninja like Dai, who only practiced physical skills and had no money or resources, must have many hidden ailments that needed treatment. However, if he rashly proposed to treat him, it would only make Might Dai suspicious of his ulterior motives. Therefore, Chiba planned to first establish a commission relationship with him, and then take the opportunity to bring it up. This would be more secure. No problem. Of course, no problem. Upon hearing the reward of 100,000 taels, Might Dai's eyes sparkled. He had no objections and immediately agreed. Seeing this, Chiba secretly smiled and did not rush to speak, but instead started chatting with Might Dai. After a while, Chiba casually mentioned, "Senior Dai, I'm actually a medical ninja, and I see that your body seems to have some minor issues. How about I help you check it out?" Whoosh! Upon hearing Chiba's words, Might Dai jumped up from the sofa, as if he had springs on his butt. No need. Young man, you don't have to check me." This honest and straightforward man was sweating profusely, repeatedly waving his hands and incoherently refusing. "How about I don't take this commission? You can find someone else." "I have no money. I really have no money. My child has tuition costs a lot." Might Dai knew that a medical ninja like Chiba would charge quite a bit for a complete examination followed by targeted treatment. It was possible that he would not only not get the 100,000 taels, but after the examination, he would have to pay a lot out of his own pocket. Adai, you're really foolish. How could there be such a good job? Even if there is, it wouldn't be your turn as a perennial low-ranking ninja. Might Dai was feeling very frustrated at this moment. He had taken Chiba for someone who intentionally used tricks to cheat people into treatment, charging exorbitant medical fees. After wasting so much time, he had to resign himself to bad luck and wanted to quickly ask Chiba to leave. "Senior Dai, please don't misunderstand. It's not what you think." Chiba also noticed Might Dai's thoughts and, feeling a bit sad, quickly explained. "I'm not a scammer. To be honest, I don't lack money. I just get excited when I see a potential patient and want to accumulate experience and practice my skills. How about this? I'll help you check and treat you, and you can charge me a little less for the fee. This way, I get to practice, and you can eliminate some health risks. We both win," Chiba said. After hearing Chiba's words, Might Dai uncertainly asked, "Just charge you a little less. Would that be the total medical fee?" To be honest, Might Dai knew that he had quite a few health issues, but to save money, he was reluctant to see a doctor. After Chiba's words, he was indeed a bit tempted. Thinking about it, if this young man really wanted to scam money, why would he approach someone who looked like he had no money? Was he after his age? Was he after his lack of hygiene? Right? Chiba nodded and said, "If I weren't afraid you'd think I'm a scammer, I would have offered to treat you for free. I really enjoy treating people. That won't do. Young man, we can't let you work for free." Might Dai quickly waved his hands in refusal, hesitating for a moment before gritting his teeth and saying, "I'll only charge you 60,000 taels. That 40,000 taels can be considered my treatment fee for you. Don't think it's too little. How could it be?" "Then it's settled." Chiba smiled and said, "Now you lie down, and I'll check you first." "Okay." Might Dai complied and lay down. After their earlier interaction, he instinctively felt that the young man in front of him was not a bad person. Chiba placed his hand on Might Dai's acupoint, and chakra flowed into Dai's meridians as he began to examine his condition. There are quite a few hidden injuries here. If they can be healed, the rewards will be substantial. Chiba felt a bit excited inside and got straight to work treating Might Dai. As one hidden injury after another was repaired, surprise appeared on Might Dai's face. At first, Dai was just trying it out. After all, Chiba looked so young, and he himself had said he needed patience to practice and gain experience. How advanced could his medical skills be? But now, as the hidden and stagnant injuries in his body were cleared, Might Dai felt completely at ease, as if he had become 10 years younger. "Young man, your medical skills are truly impressive. I've taken advantage of you." Might Dai couldn't help but exclaim, completely won over by Chiba's medical skills. Chiba smiled without speaking, continuing the treatment. After an unknown amount of time, Chiba slowly withdrew his chakra, and the system's notification sound followed. Ding! Treatment successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining physical enhancement. At the same time, a warm current surged into Chiba's body, continuously enhancing his bones, meridians, and flesh. Is it just physical enhancement? Chiba felt a bit disappointed. It wasn't that the reward of physical enhancement was bad. It was just that he initially expected to obtain 8 gates of Duinjia, so he couldn't help but feel a bit let down. After all, once he mastered the 8 gates of Duinjia, it would mean that he would have a chance for a comeback in any situation and could prevent many techniques that counter chakra. Sigh. I can only say that the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Senior Dai, let's leave it at that for today. When you have time, just come find me at the address I mentioned. Having not received the desired reward, Chiba stood up and intended to take his leave. All right. Might Dai also stood up, but as soon as he did, he froze. Just a moment ago, lying there, he hadn't felt it as clearly. But now that he stood up, he felt as if his body was light as a feather, like he was standing on clouds, and he was incredibly agile. The joints that had previously moved with slight stiffness now felt exceptionally smooth. This young man actually cured the hidden ailments in his body. These ailments had troubled Dai for many years. If he went to the hospital for treatment, let alone 40,000 taels, even 400,000 taels might not be enough. But now, Mike Dai looked at Chiba with immense gratitude, his eyes reddening. Young man, I, Dai, will definitely teach you martial arts well. I'll heeked. Then I'll leave it to you, Senior Dai. Chiba smiled and responded somewhat absent-mindedly. By the way, young man, just as Chiba was about to push the door to leave, Mike Dai seemed to have made a certain decision. He suddenly called out to Chiba in a lowered voice. Have you heard of the 8 Gates of Dunjia? Chapter 35. Opening the door, orphan of the wild field. When Chiba heard the words 8 Gates of Dunjia, his footsteps immediately came to a halt, and his heart began to race violently. In just a few short minutes, Chiba's emotions had been like a roller coaster, rising and falling erratically. I seem to recall a senior mentioning that this is a technique that stimulates the human body's potential, allowing one to unleash immense power in a short amount of time. After pretending to respond casually for a moment, Chiba feigned confusion and looked at Might Dai, asking, Senior Dai, why did you suddenly bring up the 8 Gates of Dunjia? Chiba appeared to calmly await Might Dai's answer, but in reality, his heart was racing with excitement. Since I promised to teach you martial arts well, I must keep my word. I intend to teach you the first gate of the 8 Gates of Dunjia, Might Dai straightforwardly stated, without any unnecessary embellishments. Yes, that's great, Chiba exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. He hadn't expected to gain the opportunity to master the 8 Gates of Dunjia from Might Dai instead of receiving it through system rewards. This feeling of regaining something lost, of seeing hope in the darkness, made him ecstatic. Although Might Dai only agreed to teach him the first gate, as long as he grasped the training methods and principles of the 8 Gates of Dunjia, he could use system rewards to unlock the remaining 7 gates. But why would Senior Dai voluntarily offer to teach me the 8 Gates of Dunjia when I haven't said anything? Chiba felt puzzled. In reality, it was indeed difficult for someone as cunning as Chiba to understand the thoughts of straightforward people like Might Dai. In Might Dai's view, no matter how much others had done for him, he had to work hard to repay it, and he would give back more, never less. That was his youth. Chiba not only cured his hidden illness, but also provided him with a stable source of income. Solving his urgent financial problems, these favors were worth far more than the mere 40,000 Rio he could repay. The only thing Dai could offer in return was the 8 Gates of Dunjia. The 8 Gates of Dunjia was not an exclusive martial art of the Might family. Teaching Chiba the non-core first gate as a return favor felt perfectly appropriate to Might Dai. After all, the 8 Gates of Dunjia is extremely difficult to master, and even with the first gate, Chiba might not be able to open it. Inside each person's body, there are 8 gates that restrict their chakra. Chiba sat back down on the worn-out sofa while Might Dai, with a serious expression, began to explain. The so-called 8 Gates of Dunjia involves opening these gates to remove the restrictions on one's chakra, thereby unleashing martial arts far beyond one's own power. However, while gaining this power, the user's body will also sustain damage, so before opening the 8 gates, one must undergo extraordinary training to ensure the body can withstand the burden of opening the gates. Chiba nodded repeatedly, as he was familiar with this concept. After all, during Xiao Li's Chunin exam, he couldn't help but activate the 5th gate for 5 minutes, resulting in his account being suspended for 500 episodes. When discussing his area of expertise, Might Dai became entirely at ease, freely introducing the key points of the 8 Gates of Dunjia to Chiba. After a thorough explanation, Might Dai guided Chiba to locate the 8 gates within his body. Yes, it's at that point where the most meridians converge in the left brain region. That is the first gate, opening gate. You can try to push against the gate with your chakra and feel it. For a while, I will conduct strict martial arts training with you. Perhaps one day you will be able to push open the opening gate. Halfway through his sentence, Might Dai suddenly felt it inappropriate, fearing it might dampen Chiba's enthusiasm. He quickly added, even the first gate is very hard to push open, Junior. Even I took several years to. Boom! Before Might Dai could finish his sentence, a violent wave of chakra suddenly erupted from within Chiba, leaving Dai's jaw hanging in midair, completely stunned. Did I accidentally push open the opening gate? Chiba felt a bit embarrassed. He had merely followed Might Dai's guidance to give it a try, but unexpectedly, he easily opened the first gate, and he was still sitting on the sofa. I swear, I didn't mean to embarrass Might Dai. Senior Dai, Senior Dai. Chiba called out several times before Might Dai finally came back to his senses. He grabbed Chiba's hand, speaking excitedly and incoherently. Once, you open the 8 gates with just one try. Junior, would you be willing to take me as your master? I will teach you the entire 8 gates of Duinjia. Ah, take you as my master? Chiba said helplessly. Wait, why does everyone want to take me as their disciple? No, what I meant was, Might-Dai suddenly realized that as a mere low-ranking ninja, he didn't have the qualifications to be Chiba's teacher. His face turned beet red as he hurriedly explained. What I mean is you're a martial arts genius. If you train seriously, you will definitely shine in the ninja world in the future. A martial arts genius? Perhaps. Chiba responded non-committally. Thinking about it, with the Senju bloodline, enhanced physique, and perfect chakra control, it would be hard for him not to learn even the first gate of the 8 gates of Duinjia. After a series of events, it was already late, and after agreeing on a time for their next meeting, Chiba got up to leave. Before he left, he disregarded Might-Dai's objections and insisted on leaving a 500,000 Rio banknote behind. What a good junior. Might-Dai clutched the banknote tightly, watching Chiba's departing figure with tears of gratitude. Although Chiba insisted he wasn't lacking in money, one could imagine how difficult it would be for someone so young to save up 500,000 Rio. Chiba had merely heard about his difficulties and insisted on advancing his tuition fees, giving him his hard-earned savings. Junior, your great kindness, our Might family will never forget. The next day, Chiba casually pocketed a 500,000 Rio banknote and headed out again. Unfortunately, today, apart from encountering a 3060 lady, Chiba didn't come across anyone worth his attention. Noticing Chiba's gaze, the lady approached and said her cat could do the splits, inviting him to her home to see it. She even said that since Chiba was so handsome, she'd make an exception and give him a discount, only charging 10,000 Rio for the admission ticket. Chiba didn't even think and outright refused. Are you kidding? What kind of cat? That's way too expensive. He made his way to the Yawahara family, and upon seeing the plaque hanging on the door, Chiba's mind once again echoed with the cheerful laughter of group leader Yawahara. Ha ha! If my daughter weren't so young, I would have wanted to recruit you as my son-in-law. You little brat, stop being so sentimental. Let's talk about it when we return to the village. Group leader Yawahara, you broke your promise. Chiba rubbed his swollen cheeks and muttered to himself. Although he had always called Yawahara Hiroshi group leader since joining the medical team, he had been following Hiroshi, who had taken good care of him. In Chiba's heart, Hiroshi was like a half-teacher to him. Knock, knock, knock. Suppressing his thoughts, Chiba stepped forward, knocking on the Yawahara family's door. Coming. Please wait a moment. A tender voice came from inside the house. Soon, the door opened, and a little girl who looked only 3 or 4 years old peeked out from behind it. The girl had short brown hair, and her big deep brown eyes were lively and cute. Her baby-faced cheeks had 2 long purple stripes. Upon seeing Chiba, the little girl curiously spoke. Hello, I am Noera Rin. May I ask who you are? Regarding the timeline issue, don't get the generations mixed up. However, there's only a year or 2 difference between Yahiko, Obito, and the others, while Minato is quite a bit older than them. Here are 2 points. 1. In the Battle of Kanabi Bridge, Obito died at the age of 13, according to Kishimoto's The Book of Fighting, and at most a year later. Yahiko died at the age of 15, according to Kishimoto's The Book of Formation. 2. At most a year later, Minato died in the Nine Tails attack at the age of 24, according to Kishimoto's The Book of Formation. Additionally, in Kishimoto's The Tale of Minato, during the later stages of the Second Shinobi World War, Minato was already able to assist Jiraiya and face 2 Jinchuriki from a Wagakure. You can roughly calculate the ages of these characters. The timeline has many bugs, with some artistic adjustments, but the general age references are based on Kishimoto's settings. Here are the current ages for readers' convenience. Nagato, Conan 7 to 8 years old, Yahiko 6 years old, Obito, Kakashi 4 to 5 years old, Rin 3 to 4 years old, Minato, around 14 years old. Chapter 36, the most special Nin exam in history, the daughter of Team Yawara's leader, is actually Yawara Rin. Even though Chiba had already guessed this in his heart, he couldn't help but feel a bit dazed when he saw Yawara Rin, Yawara's leader. I can't be your son-in-law anymore. I'm afraid Obito will come back and scatter my ashes. But Obito should still be just a little kid now, right? I could knock him out with 1 punch, haha. After some self-deprecating humor, Chiba's mood lightened a little. At this moment, they were still at the tail end of the Second Shinobi World War. Yawara Rin was about the same age as Yahiko, a year or 2 younger, and hadn't started school yet. Obito was the same. Minato was still developing the light wheel, cold, sweet, flying, spiral Jiraiya double technique to protect Kushina, and hadn't become a master yet. Hello, I am Chiba. Chiba stopped daydreaming and forced a smile, waving at Rin. Chiba? That name sounds familiar. Rin's little face showed a thoughtful expression. After a moment, she patted her little head and said, Chiba Naiken, you're my father's team member, right? I've heard my father mention you. Yawara's leader mention me? Chiba was initially taken aback, then asked with some emotion, did Yawara's leader say that I'm his most proud team member? Rin shook her head seriously and said, no. My father said he never had such a stupid child and that you often made him very angry. Chiba. Looking at the speechless Chiba, Rin chuckled to herself, then began to ponder Chiba's intentions. Ahem, this is the money that Yawara's leader previously entrusted to me. Chiba coughed strategically twice, then took out the 500,000 Rio banknote from his pocket and handed it to Rin. The leader said that if one day he couldn't return to the village, I should help him pass this money to his family. Now I'm here to fulfill that promise. Looking at the 500,000 Rio banknote right in front of her, Rin did not extend her little hand to take it. He must have a very good relationship with my father. After hesitating for a moment, Rin raised her little head and said with a hint of pleading in her eyes, Chiba Naiken, this amount of money is too much. I'm still small and can't manage it well. Could you please continue to keep it for me? If it's not too much trouble when you're not busy, you can use this money to buy some daily necessities and come to see me from time to time, okay? All right. Looking at the pitiful daughter of the leader, Chiba really couldn't refuse. Of course, in the face of girls like Rin and Conan, who were so endearing, Chiba only regarded them as his younger sisters and had no other thoughts. After all, he didn't like small tablets. He preferred beautiful older sisters with great figures who would bounce up when poked. Thank you, Chiba Naiken. Are you busy right now? If not, come in for a cup of tea before you leave. Ah, okay. Then I'll trouble you, Rin. As night fell, after staying at the Yawara house for a while, Chiba bid farewell and left. On the way, he ran into the earlier young lady again, who was wandering alone by the street, wearing a pair of fluffy cat ears on her head. Ah, so the cat that can do splits refers to. Chiba was greatly shocked. To avoid succumbing to temptation, he quickly returned home. Hey, Chiba. Just as Chiba was searching for his keys, a figure suddenly appeared from behind him and gently patted his shoulder. What the hell? Chiba was so startled that his heart nearly stopped. He turned around abruptly and saw Tsunade standing there with her hands behind her back, smiling at him. Tsunade, big sister, what brings you here? Is there something going on? Halfway through his sentence, Chiba seemed to think of something and suddenly changed his tone. Slap. Tsunade's bright smile instantly vanished. Shinju, you really should die. I'm going to remember this beating for you. After silently suppressing her urge to hit someone, Tsunade smiled again, raising her voice to make it sound softer. What? I can't come see you if I have nothing to do. Of course you can. Chiba didn't notice Tsunade's unusualness. He pointed to a small apartment of about 20 to 30 square meters and smiled. My home is quite big. You're welcome to come over anytime. No problem. TCH, with such a small place, I can't do anything with you. Tsunade pouted, and after entering the room with Chiba, she got straight to the point. All right, I do have something to ask you. Saying that, she pulled out a piece of paper from her pocket and slapped it down on the nearby table. This is the registration form for the CH-NIN exam. I signed you up for this CH-NIN exam. Nin Nevam. Chiba was stunned. Not to mention that the strongest combat power in Konoha is just a genin. He had no need to lower his status to become a CH-NIN. As a medical ninja, why would he need to participate in the CH-NIN exam? It's not like it's a few years later. As a non-combat personnel, wouldn't it be better to steadily advance through the medical system with his merits? What kind of expression is that? It seems Tsunade saw through Chiba's thoughts, and she instantly forgot to maintain her gentleness, poking Chiba's forehead with annoyance. I already told you, I want you to be the head of the medical reform project. If you don't meet the combat personnel's assessment criteria, how can my plan proceed? Go, I've talked so much and I'm hungry. Hurry up and go to the kitchen to make me something to eat while we talk, Tsunade said. Make me do what you say, huh? You really know how to order people around. Facing Tsunade's unequal oppression, Chiba indignantly chose. Okay, Lady Tsunade. Chiba responded and quickly went into the kitchen. Sometimes being ridden on is also a kind of fun. No need to be so proud. Chiba comforted himself. A few moments later, Chiba prepared the meal, and the two enjoyed dinner while discussing this CH-NIN exam. Chiba, don't think that with your strength, you can easily pass this exam, Tsunade said while picking up food. This CH-NIN exam is very special. Don't blame me for not reminding you to be careful not to capsize in the gutter. Hearing this, Chiba frowned. To be honest, he really thought this CH-NIN exam was just a formality, wasn't it? After pondering for a moment, Chiba took the initiative to ask, what's so special about it? Tsunade Nizan? Since Tsunade had already arranged everything for him, he might as well do it. Putting in some effort to get a position in Konoha would make his life more comfortable in the future. Just as I expected from a boy Tsunade. Have my eye on. Seeing that Chiba was not blindly arrogant, but instead humbly seeking her advice, Tsunade nodded in satisfaction. She put down her chopsticks and said seriously, before I answer that question, let me ask you one. Do you know the real purpose of each village holding the Nin exam? I know. Chiba nodded and replied. The Chunin exams may seem like a way to select the best ninjas, but in reality, they provide a legitimate stage for competition, strategizing, and showcasing skills among the various ninja villages. Many important figures will come to watch, using this opportunity to assess the strength of each nation. Only by conquering them with strength can we seize the commissions issued by these major clients from other ninja villages. You're right, Chiba. After hearing Chiba's words, Tsunade slightly nodded and then raised a finger to explain to Chiba. This Chunin exam is a new round of competition following the end of the wars among several nations. Each major ninja village is holding its breath, so this time the exam allows for casualties and the restrictions on the candidates have been minimized. That's the first point. The second point is that the Mist Village, which has always been completely isolated from the other nations, has unusually proposed to participate in the joint Chunin exam this time. This means, after a brief pause, Tsunade said with a serious expression, this will be the first time in history that all 5 major ninja villages participate in the Chunin exams. Chapter 37 Konoha. We directly use nuclear weapons. Is the Mist Village acting out of character? For the first time in history, all 5 great ninja villages are participating? Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Chiba's heart tightened, instinctively stirring a sense of vigilance. Was this Nin exam a plot that was destined to happen? Or was it a mutation triggered by his little butterfly effect? Or perhaps, was it aimed directly at him? Could it be that Inoki wants the people of Awagakure to kill me? Could it be that Uchiha Madara wants to use the Mist Village's hand to eliminate me? Could it be, I don't think I've offended Reikage or Kazekage. After a brainstorming session, Chiba felt that he was perhaps overthinking it. After all, most people wouldn't expect him to participate in the Nin exam, right? Tsunade was unaware of Chiba's paranoid thoughts. She raised a finger and continued. Thirdly, due to years of war and the reasons mentioned above, many who should have already been promoted to Nin have not been, remaining nominally as Genin. In other words, this Nin exam is a mixed bag, featuring all sorts of characters, and during the assessment, running into someone labeled as Nin wouldn't be surprising. After Tsunade's explanation, Chiba understood. This was nothing but vicious competition. Clearly, some individuals already possessed the strength of Nin or even Nin, but were denied the title, being forced to compete as Genin to prove a point for their ninja village. You catch fish, I catch fish, and the bronze instantly turns into super shadows. Chiba shook his head secretly. Tsunade was right. Due to various reasons, this Nin exam was bound to be quite spectacular. With restrictions lifted and casualties permitted, the examination site would likely turn into a battlefield where ninjas from various villages fought each other. Even more frightening was that the lowest level of opponents would be Nin, with no upper limit on their strength. But why do I feel excited? Chiba looked at his hands, feeling a bit lost. He didn't understand where this excitement was coming from. He was clearly a peace-loving medical ninja. Chiba, I've told you everything you need to know. Now you decide for yourself. Chiba? Seeing Chiba remain silent, Tsunade thought he was hesitating but felt unable to refuse due to her arrangement. So, she stood up, lifted Chiba's chin, looked directly into his eyes, and said seriously, don't feel any psychological burden. Chiba, this Nin exam is very dangerous. A slight misstep could lead to death. Even if you don't want to participate, I will support your choice. What Tsunade didn't say was that if Chiba didn't participate in this Nin exam, her medical reform project would likely die in its infancy. Although she had invested a lot of effort into this project, it would be a shame to give up halfway. But compared to Chiba, all that was unimportant. At this moment, Chiba's face was already flushed. Family, who understands? Tsunade supported his chin with one hand, their cheeks nearly touching. Chiba could even feel Tsunade's breath on his skin and smelled her faint fragrance. What was worse was that Tsunade was now leaning over him. A strong visual impact hit him head-on. How could I give up, Sister Tsunade? That would mean all your hard work goes to waste. With the incredible willpower of a lifelong single dog, Chiba forcibly controlled himself to look away, struggling to speak. As the saying goes, the bigger the storm, the pricier the fish. The chance of finding a severely injured genius on the battlefield is much higher than in a hospital. And now he also had a few cards up his sleeve. A small-scale melee was nothing, and he could manage to protect himself. He really wanted to join this excitement. Oh, thank you for supporting me, Chiba. Although Chiba had ulterior motives, Tsunade was unaware and thought he was participating in the exam for her sake. Tsunade's eyes instantly became moist, and moved by the moment, she pulled Chiba into her embrace. Ugh, Sister Tsunade, I can't breathe. Chiba struggled violently in Tsunade's embrace, muffledly pleading for help. What? You want another hug? Okay, sister will satisfy you. Tsunade answered nonsensically, refusing to let go of Chiba. I just got ridden on earlier, and now you still want to force me. Let me go, Chiba thought with a face full of indignation. The next day, at Chiba's home. Chiba, I heard you're going to participate in this CHNE exam. Let me give you a piece of advice. It's too deep here, you. What the hell? Ju had just jumped onto Chiba's window when he saw what Chiba was doing and stumbled, directly falling through the window. It's still a month until the CHNE exam, and you're already preparing? Ju got up from the ground, surprised. You've never seen much. Chiba held a book, glancing sideways at Ju, secretly thinking that Ju was uninformed. In their country, there were those who studied for an exam a year, even 3 to 5 years in advance. You little cherry blossoms are just behind. Chiba, I think you should just honestly be a genin. No one will look down on you. Looking at the preparing Chiba, a hint of worry crossed Ju's eyes, but he said boldly, Get lost, don't disturb my studying. Chiba lazily cursed, his eyes never leaving the book. The first part of the CHNE exam was a written test, extremely difficult for most, and Chiba planned to just casually learn and play around. After a while, Ju couldn't help but speak again. It seems to have gotten lively outside. There are a lot more people. Well, after all, Konoha is hosting this CHNE exam, so they have to prepare in advance. Chiba replied casually. Although Chiba appeared to be reading, he was actually contemplating the exam. Aside from his shadow dance step chakra surgical knife, various elemental techniques, and other conventional combat methods, he now had 3 trump cards: the 8 gates opening gate, the paper dance, and the not fully developed lava release. These 3 trump cards should be used only when absolutely necessary. If unavoidable, he would first reveal the 8 gates. Chiba thought. The lava release and paper dance were too special. They were life-saving techniques, and Chiba didn't want to expose them in an exam. For the next month, he planned to learn the opening gate physical techniques from his senior Dai, and also trouble his other senior, Kuka, to teach him a few water release techniques. If I have time, I can also occasionally go to the hospital to draw some prizes. Chiba secretly planned. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Under the watchful eyes of the public, this CHNE exam, which had not been held since its establishment by Senju Tobarama, and for the first time featuring all 5 great ninja villages, began on schedule. Go, Konoha brothers. Get good results. Just make sure Konoha doesn't lose face to those foreign ninjas. Amid the cheers of the onlookers, Chiba anxiously walked into the written test venue, feeling as if he had returned to the college entrance examination. What the hell, Konoha higher-ups, have some shame. Upon entering the exam room and scanning the candidates, Chiba couldn't help but curse. Who did Chiba see? This generation of pig-deer butterflies, Yamanaka Haichi, Akidu Dingza, and Nara Shikaku. The 3 have already made a name for themselves in the Second Shinobi World War, and their tacit cooperation is enough to rival an elite J-Nin team. And what else? The old man who carries a pot wherever he goes. Marahoshike, Suk, is here too. Looking at the old man with a worried expression and a face full of reluctance, it's obvious that he was forced to come by the higher-ups of Konoha. Seriously, a person who can rival dozens of IWA ninjas, and you call that a genin? Are the genin of Konoha all this amazing? Alright, these few may be outrageous, but Chiba can still tolerate it. However, what he can't stand the most is that eye-catching gold in the crowd, and the bright red next to it. Chiba feels that if he were one of the high-ranking officials of other ninja villages, he would definitely point at Konoha's higher-ups and scold them a few times. Seriously, guys, are you out of your minds? In a military exercise, you actually brought out nuclear weapons? Chapter 38. Death Forest, Cruel Competition, Isn't This Cheating? Chiba complained a bit, but then he thought about it and could actually understand. After all, this assessment is hosted by Konoha. If someone gets killed on their own turf, how would Konoha maintain its reputation in the ninja world? They must have arranged for some tough characters to ensure their own safety. No need to say more. That flash of gold is none other than Minato Namikaze. Although Master Minato can't create Rasengan yet, his potential is well understood by those who know, not to mention Uzumaki Kushina, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Good luck, Minato-kun. I'll head out first. Don't worry, little Kushina. Who would have thought? At that moment, Uzumaki Kushina suddenly turned and walked away. Chiba then realized he was overthinking. She was just there to send her boyfriend off to the exam. Will I ever have a cute girlfriend? Chiba gritted his teeth. It seemed that Minato noticed Chiba's gaze and turned his head slightly to smile at him. Wow, so handsome. Chiba quickly looked away. Master Minato's charm was so powerful it appealed to everyone. It seems he needs to be cautious in the next assessment. Chiba reminded himself. Since Konoha is so shameless, the other ninja villages probably aren't any better. Who knows? They might also send a bunch of elite jounin to participate in the assessment. While Chiba was deep in thought, several pairs of eyes were secretly observing him. But they quickly withdrew their gazes without drawing Chiba's attention. Senior Gukai, are you here for the Chunin exam as well? Chiba approached Gukai and asked as the exam hadn't started yet. Sai, don't mention it. Lord Third insisted I come, Gukai said with a frown. He really just wanted to be a low-ranking ninja. Why would they assign him to intercept candidates from other villages? Please, unrelated personnel, swiftly leave the area. All candidates, take your seats and do not whisper. We will now begin distributing the test papers. With the examiner's loud command, the previously noisy examination room fell silent in an instant. Each candidate took their respective seats and started answering questions. The written test consisted of 10 very difficult questions, but for Chiba, it was a piece of cake. He didn't even need to search for the chunin who had been arranged in advance to write the correct answers. There are 15 minutes left until the end of the exam. Please hurry up and answer. Chiba undoubtedly passed the first written test. The second assessment took place at Konoha's number 44 training ground, also known as the terrifying Death Forest, and the examiner for this round was Orochimaru. Now let me introduce the rules of this assessment, Orochimaru said, looking at the 100 candidates who passed the preliminary test with a strange smile. In a moment, I will randomly distribute 100 scrolls, each marked with the insignia of one of the 5 great ninja villages, to each of you. The first to gather 5 different scrolls and bring them to the designated location within 5 days will be considered to have passed the assessment. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, the candidates below began to discuss among themselves. So, this assessment is not like the previous group battles, but is a personal battle from the very beginning? The elimination rate is too high. We need to collect 5 scrolls, meaning at most only 20 of us will pass. Wait, at that moment, a ninja from the grass village raised his hand and interrupted Orochimaru, questioning indignantly, why are there no scrolls with the insignia of our grass village? Orochimaru smiled politely and replied, I'm sorry, but you don't deserve it. Ha ha ha. The candidates from the 5 great ninja villages immediately burst into laughter. The grass village ninja's face turned red, and he wanted to say something but didn't dare to, ultimately fleeing into the crowd. It is worth mentioning that this assessment does not limit methods. You can form teams freely and let loose, even if it means attacking your own. I only recognize the scrolls, and Orochimaru grinned ominously. This time, killing is allowed. Even if you maliciously kill someone, you will not face any punishment upon leaving. Once Orochimaru finished reading the rules, even candidates from the same village looked at each other with a hint of vigilance in their eyes. In the crowd, a ninja sarcastically remarked, with such arrangements, it seems they are afraid we, the candidates from the 5 great ninja villages, won't kill each other. The originally matched competition has now escalated into a ranking battle, and now even the competition system has changed into a full-blown survival game. No rules, rampant killing, and everyone receives random scrolls. This means that everyone encountered in the assessment will be an enemy. The candidates quickly divided into several groups, forming small teams based on their respective ninja villages. It seems this assessment will be quite interesting. Minato Namikaze smiled slightly, showing no signs of worry. Sai, what a hassle. I have to think again. Narashikaku sighed. Minato, this situation is special. Let's form a team of 4 first to avoid running into others who group together. Akimichi Choza suggested while munching on chips, with Yamanaka and Noichi beside him. All right, Minato readily agreed, and stood together with the Inoshikacho trio. Even Minato and the others are teaming up. Should I find a trustworthy teammate too? Chiba rubbed his chin, scanning the crowd. After taking a closer look, he found a few familiar faces among the teams from other ninja villages. However, due to age differences, these individuals looked somewhat different from their appearances in the manga, leaving Chiba uncertain about their identities. Note these down. They're all potential high-level SSRs. Chiba thought to himself. Just as Chiba was surveying the area, a surprised voice came from behind him. He turned around to see a purple-haired girl walking towards him. Chiba, it's really you. I thought I had mistaken you for someone else. The purple-haired girl seemed a bit excited upon seeing Chiba. Didn't you go to the medical team after graduation? Why are you here for the Chunin exam? What was this girl's name again? I think it's Yuhizuki? Chiba couldn't quite recall her name. He only remembered that she had pursued him in the past, but was rejected because she was too young. Now it seemed she had grown up. She was almost a C-cup now. Yes, it's Yuhizuki. Chiba smiled. I plan to switch from the medical team to another position, but I need to pass the combat personnel assessment standards, so I'm here to try my luck. Oh, I see. Yuhizuki nodded, then quickly asked, so, do you have a team yet, Chiba? Why don't you join ours? It's been so long since graduation. Could she still like me? Looking at the eager expression on the girl's face, Chiba felt a bit puzzled. He didn't understand what qualities he possessed that were worth her attention, especially since he had no system back then, aside from being handsome. Chiba was just about to decline, but then another person walked over and forcefully interrupted their conversation. Yue, we already have enough people in our team. There's no need to invite anyone else. This was a sturdy young man who looked around 17 or 18, and he seemed to be quite displeased with Yue for inviting Chiba without permission. Ryohei, Chiba is a medical ninja. Having him join us can increase our survival rate, Yue explained. Forget it. I heard everything you just said. The man named Ryohei shot a glance at Chiba and coldly said, you know how competitive the medical squad is. How could anyone voluntarily transfer out? Implicitly, he is clearly someone who couldn't team make it in the medical squad, and that is why he is here for the Chunin exam. How high can his medical skills really be? As for moving to a better position, a kid without a clan emblem? Does he even deserve that? Yue, realizing what Ryohei meant, momentarily fell silent. When Chiba was in the squad, he indeed was quite mediocre in every aspect. Could it really be, as Ryohei said, that he was here because his skills weren't good enough? Moreover, what qualifications did someone who had never killed anyone have to join their team? Seeing that Yue wasn't speaking, Ryohei continued, our team doesn't need such a burden without combat ability. Never killed anyone. No combat ability? Is he talking about me? Chiba was a bit confused. Ryohei, you're right. After a moment of silence, Yue nodded. She looked at Chiba with a face full of guilt and said, I'm really sorry, Chiba. I really need to pass this assessment. She had heard that this Chunin exam would be very difficult, and what she needed was a capable partner, not a rookie she had to worry about. After making her choice, Yue dared not look at Chiba anymore and quickly turned to leave. Kid, don't let me catch you bothering Yue again, or don't blame me for disregarding our village ties and killing you. Ryohei, like a high and mighty figure, coldly stared at Chiba and declared, his confidence stemming from absolute self-assurance in his own strength. Among the same batch of Chunin, there was no one stronger than Ryohei. His goal was not only to pass this Chunin exam, but also make a name for himself in this competition. Chiba, is there a possibility that the one being bothered is him? Faced with Ryohei's childish behavior, Chiba felt speechless. Was it his fault for looking as handsome as the readers? Did he have to find a sense of superiority from him? Just now, he didn't even get a word in before being dragged into this klitsch drama. Ryohei, right? Chiba smiled. Once the assessment starts, if I get the chance, I'll show you my medical skills. Forget it. Don't let me see you again. Ryohei sneered and dismissively turned to leave, quickly catching up to Yue. Chiba stared at his back, muttering, no, I can't get over this hurdle in my heart without treating you for a few fatal injuries. I can't afford to provoke the Konoha F4 for now. But a little punk like you dares to threaten me. Does he really think I, Chiba, have never killed anyone? Chapter 39. Undercurrents and hidden agendas. At the same time, outside the Death Forest, ninjas from other villages were discussing strategies, with many eyes falling on Chiba. In the Awagakure camp, a leading IWA ninja pointed at Chiba and said without hesitation, do you see that kid over there? If we get the chance once we're in the forest, kill him. Boss, do you really need to tell us that? A ninja licked his lips and grinned. Just don't steal my kill. The bounty of 5 million Ryo is mine. Don't underestimate the opponent. The leading IWA ninja reminded. We should attack together and not give the enemy a chance to fight back. On the Tsunade side, it was strange that a group of sand ninjas had gathered around a red-haired boy who was under 10 years old, who seemed to be their leader. The guy named Chiba. If we encounter him during the exam, don't attack him. You can provide him with some help if necessary, the red-haired boy instructed. Young master, but he's from Konoha. A sand ninja questioned. Are you doubting my decision? The red-haired boy looked at the questioning sand ninja, his calm gaze revealing an undeniable dominance. No, I wouldn't dare. We will all follow your orders, the sand ninja said, unable to maintain eye contact cold sweat dripping from his forehead. He remembered a colleague who had questioned the young master and had been turned into a puppet by him and his father. Behind the red-haired boy, a young man with short reddish-brown hair, dressed in a mesh undershirt and black ninja attire, was glaring at the boy with a sinister look. His name was Rasha, and although he was nominally a genin, he already had strength comparable to an elite jonin and was a trusted aide of the third Kazekage. If the opportunity arises, kill Chiyo's grandson. Rasha thought of the third Kazekage's words before leaving, his eyes flashing with a hint of killing intent while looking at the red-haired boy's back. Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law should have died in that battle, but who would have thought that Konoha saved them? Chiyo, for his own selfish desires, had exchanged resources belonging to Tsunade to bring them back. This incident made the third Kazekage and Rasha feel a sense of crisis. Now, the Chiyo family almost monopolized power in Tsunade, rendering the position of Kazekage practically meaningless. What was worse was that Chiyo's grandson, Sasori, was a once-in-a-century puppet genius. Sasori had only been in contact with puppets for half a year, yet he could multitask and control 4 to 5 puppets simultaneously in battle, even improving the basic puppets of Tsunade. Many people in the village praised Lord Chiyo for having a worthy successor. Yes, a worthy successor. If the Chiyo family continued to inherit power like this, wouldn't Tsunade eventually belong to them? For people like Rasha, who came from humble beginnings, wouldn't they be unable to enter the higher ranks and have no chance to rise? If Chiyo's descendants do not die, the existence of the third Kazekage will be a joke, and the position of the fourth Kazekage will never belong to me, Rasha. After taking a few deep breaths, Rasha's gaze returned to calm, but his killing intent grew stronger. Although Sasori was strong, he was merely strong compared to his peers. In Rasha's eyes, Sasori was like a small scorpion in the desert, easily crushed underfoot. The prepared candidates can come here to collect their scrolls. At that moment, Orochimaru clapped his hands gently, attracting the attention of everyone present. After collecting the scrolls, you can enter the exam area. Whoosh! Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, a small team formed by ninjas from minor villages quickly approached and took their scrolls from Orochimaru before rushing into the death forest without hesitation. Clearly, they wanted to enter the forest early to familiarize themselves with the environment and seize the initiative. Of course, there were also confident candidates who, after receiving their scrolls, entered the forest alone. In short, as candidates entered one by one, the once peaceful forest was now rife with hidden dangers. Senior Kuga, you don't have a team yet? Why don't we form a team? Chiba said cheerfully as he saw Kuga left behind like him. Kuga nodded, revealing a friendly smile. I'll get the scrolls and give them all to you. I don't need them. The two quickly came to Orochimaru to collect their scrolls. Good luck, Chiba-kun, and be careful not to die, Orochimaru reminded with a smile. Thank you, Chiba replied politely as he grabbed the scroll. Chiba and Kuga stepped over the iron fence and entered the death forest. The dim forest resembled a lurking giant beast, hiding its fangs and waiting for prey to venture deeper. Senior Kuga, do you think half of the candidates will survive under the rules of this exam? Chiba suddenly asked, sensing something difficult. Kuga pondered for a moment before slowly shaking his head. By the way, Senior Kuga, what kind of scroll did you get? Chiba glanced at the scroll in his hand and asked. Without saying a word, Kuga directly tossed the scroll he was holding to Chiba. Thud! Chiba caught the scroll and opened it, frowning. Your scroll also has the Konoha insignia, just like mine? If the scrolls were randomly assigned, the probability of us getting the same scroll at the same time would be 1/25. Does that mean? Whoosh, 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 just as Chiba was pondering, four figures leaped through the forest, quickly approaching them. Who is it? Chiba and Kuga quickly dispersed and prepared for battle. Don't be nervous, it's us. We just want to tell you something. 3 figures stopped in the woods, and only one handsome figure walked out with a smile. It was Minato Namikaze. If I'm not mistaken, the scrolls in your hands are also Konoha scrolls, right? Minato smiled. You also got Konoha scrolls? Chiba asked in response. That's right. Minato nodded. We suspect that the candidates from each major ninja village likely received scrolls corresponding to their own village. They're afraid we won't fight. Even the scrolls are rigged. It's almost like they're forcing the candidates from various ninja villages to fight. Chiba said helplessly. These higher-ups had their plans all figured out, and their schemes were practically slapping the candidates in the face. The candidates from the same village only had the same scrolls, which meant that to collect all 5 scrolls and win, they would need to eliminate at least 4 candidates from other villages. Yes, Minato nodded. So I suggest you don't act against your fellow villagers. If possible, It's best to help each other out. We understand. Thank you for your reminder, Minato Namikaze. Then we'll take our leave for now. See you. The two groups parted ways. Considering that too many people gathering together would reduce efficiency given the number of scrolls each person needed to collect. Boom, boom, boom. Kill him. Water style. Not long after, as Chiba and Kugo were leisurely advancing deeper into the woods, intense sounds of battle suddenly erupted from their left side. Which ninja village is this? So eager to fight right at the start of the exam? Not afraid of someone picking up the pieces, Chiba teased. Old Master Guji analyzed. It could be a sudden outbreak of a skirmish. Or perhaps the opponent is very confident in their own strength and isn't afraid of a hidden threat. Old Master Guji, shall we go take a look? Let's go take a look. Chiba and Guji exchanged glances, quickly made up their minds, and perhaps they would soon be able to obtain their first scroll. In the original plot, Scorpion became a Chunin at the age of 8, and the timeline of Scorpion's parents' deaths was postponed by Mauchio. For everyone's information, Chapter 40, Chiba saves a life, unexpected changes a few minutes ago in the Death Forest. 4 or 5 candidates dressed in mist ninja attire were traveling together, continuously delving deeper into the woods. Among them, a young man with short black hair and no eyebrows was particularly eye-catching. He had sharp teeth, a cross-shaped scar on the right side of his cheek, bandages wrapped around his ears and neck, and red stripes painted around his mouth. Hey, why are you guys so close to me? Suddenly, the young man realized he had been subtly surrounded by a few companions, and he warily shouted, "Come on, Juzong, you're being overly cautious. We agreed to form a temporary alliance. Exactly, we're standing this close to you for. To kill you." Swish. The previously joking mist ninjas suddenly erupted with hostility, revealing hidden weapons and fiercely stabbing towards the young man named Juzong. Bastard Zug. Even though Juzong was on guard, he couldn't dodge all the blades coming from different angles. After barely avoiding a fatal wound, a kunai pierced deeply into his left side. Water release. Water pillar. Juzong gritted his teeth against the pain, made hand signs, and spat out a massive water sphere towards the ground. "Get back," one of the mist ninjas exclaimed, and the others hurriedly stepped back. Boom! In the next moment, the water sphere crashed into the ground and exploded, the torrents of water cascading down and instantly engulfing the area where they had just stood. True to the iron-blooded Juzong, even when severely injured, he can still perform such a large-scale water release. One of the mist ninjas chuckled teasingly at Juzong, who was holding his side, his hands stained with blood. Such an injury would not be fatal under normal circumstances, but in this perilous battlefield, it could certainly cost Juzong his life. "Chunshue, we agreed to kill the outsiders first. Why attack me as soon as we enter?" Juzong questioned with a grim expression. "Sorry, Juzong." The mist ninja named Chunshue laughed. "Lord Mizukage said that only one of us can survive, and you're just too strong compared to us. So, we have to team up and take you down first." Born in the blood mist, there's no other way, another mist ninja chimed in with a smile. "Damn you bastards." Juzong gritted his teeth, blood still oozing from his wound, and the dizziness from blood loss made his legs feel weak. Thud! Juzong thrust his large sword into the ground to support himself, gritting his teeth to intimidate the surrounding mist ninjas who were eyeing him. "Juzong is almost done for. Let us finish him off quickly to avoid any unforeseen complications." One of the mist ninjas urged his companions. "You talk big. If he's almost done for, why don't you lead the charge then? Stop talking nonsense." Seeing that his companion wasn't falling for it, this mist ninja turned to Chunshue. "Chunshue, you're the strongest among us. How about you lead the way and we'll back you up? Get lost. If I charge in, you guys will definitely stab me in the back." Chunshue cursed back. After a heated exchange, no one was willing to take the lead, wanting to let others take advantage. At this moment, Juzong was injured and no longer a threat, so their temporary alliance was not as solid. Surround him, don't let him escape, and wear him down with ninjutsu. Chunshue proposed. Water release, water shuriken. Water release, water cannon. The mist ninjas reached a consensus again, forming hand signs, and a barrage of rapid water bullets shot toward Juzong. Water release, water barrier. Juzong had no choice but to form hand signs and spun to produce a barrier of water that barely blocked the incoming attacks. Damn it! The consumption of chakra worsened Juzong's injuries, and weakness washed over him like a tide. He bit his tongue hard, the pain and blood stimulating him to regain some spirit. "Look, now he has really done for, huh?" Chunshue revealed a satisfied smile. Being able to surround and kill the genius Juzong was quite an achievement. "Ha ha, kill him quickly. I want to use his blood to make military rations." The other mist ninjas laughed maniacally as they unleashed their water release techniques. Under the brutal rule of the third Mizukage, there were hardly any mentally stable people left in the mist village. Damn, am I really going to die here today? Juzong clenched his teeth in frustration. Ambushed first and then besieged by several opponents, he saw no hope of escape. Who was there? Come out. However, just as Juzong was in despair, the attackers suddenly changed their expressions, scattering and looking warily towards the woods on the right. Unfortunately, we've been discovered. In the forest, two figures, an old man and a young boy, slowly walked out. It was the curious Kuka and Chiba. It really is Juzong. Seeing Juzong, surrounded by 4 mist ninjas and in a weak state, a fiery glint flickered in Chiba's eyes. Juzong, one of the first 7 ninja swordsmen from the mist village, wielding the decapitating sword. This guy can treat tail beast balls like ping-pong balls and can take on 20 of the Rain Village's semi-gods, Hanzo the Salamander, without breaking a sweat. He is no less fierce than Danzo, who stabbed Sasuke with a kunai. He is quite a notable minor character among the Hokage. Now that he is injured like this, if he recovers, there will definitely be rewards. Chiba thought with some anticipation. Originally, Chiba wanted to wait until Juzong was even more severely injured, ideally close to death, before swooping in to take advantage. Who knew he would be discovered by these mist village lackeys? TCH, turns out it's just an old man and a kid. One of the mist ninjas spoke disdainfully. Didn't your Hokage teach you not to meddle in other people's business? It could cost you your life, another mist ninja sneered. Of course, this wasn't entirely their fault. Chiba and Kuka's appearances were indeed very misleading. Chunshue, should we kill them? Chiba, should we take action? Both sides were on high alert, caught in a standoff, which also gave Juzong a chance to catch his breath. Juzong looked around, trying to find an opportunity to break through. However, the weakness in his legs told him that with his current physical state, it was impossible. These 2 leaf bastards, seeing that Chiba and Kuka had no intention of leaving and seemed determined to intervene, Chunshue's expression darkened. This is our private matter in the mist. You leaf guys should not interfere. After a stalemate, Chunshue had to swallow his anger and said while pinching his nose, how about this? You stay back. Don't do anything. Once this guy dies, the scrolls on him will be yours. How about that? Juzong was carrying the mist scrolls. They would be useless to them. So it was better to promise them to these 2 first to keep them from causing trouble. As for later, whether to give or fight, they could decide once they had the upper hand. In response to Chunshue's proposal, Chiba remained unmoved, pointing at the injured Juzong beside him, and said, I'm going to save this person. Scrolls and such are not important at all in Chiba's eyes. What he wants is the reward. Reward? Huh? Hiroshi and the mist ninjas were taken aback upon hearing this, and not just them. Even Piwa Juz was stunned. Why is this guy helping me? Piwa Juz looked at Chiba with a complicated expression, thinking that Chiba might have a few screws loose. Damn it, giving face but not taking it. You're looking for death. One of the mist ninjas was furious, pointing at Chiba and his companion, shouting angrily. Hirosui's expression also turned cold. It seems you're determined to seek death. Very well, then you can go along with Juz. The 4 mist ninjas slowly adjusted their positions, first expanding the distance between each other, encircling Chiba and Juz together, and then began to slowly close in on the 2. Chiba and Gukei remained silent, showing no intention of leaving, allowing the mist ninjas to approach continuously. Gukei pulled out the long knife hidden behind the iron pot, and Chiba moved his wrist to avoid straining them when performing seals later. My chance has come. Piwa Juz, caught between both sides, stared intently at the few people. In the dead silence, the distance between both sides grew closer, and the killing intent became increasingly palpable. A great battle was about to erupt. Swish, swish, swish. However, at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. From the nearby woods, sounds of rustling suddenly emerged. Everyone turned their heads at the same time, only to see 4 sand ninjas' figures appearing and disappearing in the slightly sparse woods, clearly attracted by the previous commotion. Sand ninjas? Hirosui's tense emotions relaxed. As long as they were not from Konoha, it was even better that they were from sand. You guys from sand, just in time. Hirosui first gestured for his companions to hold their positions, then put on a surprised expression and shouted at the sand ninjas in the woods. Let us take down these 2 Konoha guys together and split the scrolls on them. How about it? After shouting, Hirosui looked at Chiba and his companion with a deathly glare and sneered. You didn't listen when I told you to scram, just now. Now it's too late for you to escape. So please hurry up and die, becoming a stepping stone for my rise. Hirosui. Chapter 41. Chiba. Are you teaching me how to do things? In Hirosui's view, even if they were cautious of each other and left some leeway, with 8 against 2, Chiba and Kyuk were undoubtedly doomed. Hirosui believed that the Sand Ninja, who already had a grudge against Konoha, would never refuse his proposal. Teaming up? But 4 Sand Ninjas emerged from the woods, just about to agree to Hirosui's proposal. However, when they saw Chiba's appearance, all 4 were stunned. And the Sand Ninja, who wanted to say yes, choked on his words. Isn't this the guy called Chiba that the young master mentioned? Initially, the 4 indeed had thoughts of teaming up with a Mist Ninja, killing the Konoha Ninja first, and then dealing with each other. But now, the 4 Sand Ninjas exchanged glances, hesitation written all over their faces. If they dared to lay a hand on Chiba, even if they managed to leave here alive, they would probably end up as puppets for the young master. What should we do now? Turn around and pretend we didn't see anything? No way. Didn't the young master say we could provide him some help? This is a perfect opportunity. Why not lend him a hand? Helping him to make a show of strength is fine. It probably won't lead to a fight, and we can report back to the young master. The 4 quickly reached a consensus with their eyes. Thus, under Hirosui's confident smile, the previously eager Sand Ninja took a deep breath and changed his words. Teaming up? Huh. Ridiculous. I can't stand people like you who bully others with numbers. That's right. So what if there are more of you? Get lost now. And don't force us to take action. The Sand Ninjas drew their weapons and shouted. What? Hirosui's confident smile froze on his face, and he was completely dumbfounded. Is it really so common for people to meddle in others' business these days? Has the moral level of ninjas risen so high? Aren't you Sand Ninjas sworn enemies of Konoha? Are you crazy? Why help Konoha's people? Hirosui questioned, jabbing the ground with his knife, feeling a bit broken. How the hell would I know? The Sand Ninja replied, equally puzzled. What is going on? Senior Kyuk, how could the Sand Ninjas help us? Could it be a trap? Chiba and Kyuk were equally perplexed. They had prepared for a 1-against-4 scenario, only to find that the Sand Ninjas suddenly changed their minds. Kyuk smiled kindly and said, it's okay. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. If worst comes to worst, we could just kill them all. The 3 sides were at a stalemate. Piwa Juzong, who originally planned to escape amidst the chaos, had no choice but to stay put, unable to run or not run. Hirosui's expression turned grim. He didn't understand how he had offended these Sand Ninjas, nor did he comprehend why they would refuse such a mutually beneficial arrangement. Gritting his teeth, Hirosui attempted to negotiate. Sand brothers, are you sure? Get lost. A Sand Ninja raised his long blade and scolded impatiently. They couldn't act against Chiba, and they were in a hurry to encircle other isolated candidates. They had no time to waste with Hirosui. Hirosui, let's retreat. After all, Juzong is already incapacitated and poses no threat to us. Yeah, there are no medical ninjas here. Juzong is doomed. Facing the aggressive Sand Ninjas, several Mist Ninjas began to back off. Hearing this, Hirosui's expression changed. Their temporary alliance was already fragile, and now that morale was scattered, they had become a disorganized crowd, unable to contend with Chiba and the others. Damn it, I'll remember you too. Leave. After throwing a vicious remark at Chiba and Kyuk, Hirosui began to retreat, plunging into the woods without looking back. The other 3 Mist Ninjas hesitated for a moment, with only one following Hirosui while the other 2 ran in different directions. With Juzong incapacitated, their next target for hunting would be each other. Thud. At this moment, the previously holding on Piwa Juzong finally exhausted his strength. His arm went limp, and he half kneeled on the ground, leaning on his big sword. Seeing this, Chiba finally relaxed his gaze and looked at the Sand Ninjas who had not approached and showed no intent to attack. Why are you helping me? Chiba asked, somewhat puzzled. Chiba could tell that the attitudes of these Sand Ninjas had changed 180 degrees after seeing him. You don't need to know the reason. One Sand Ninja coolly replied. Of course, the truth was that he didn't know the reason either, right? You just need to remember that you owe our young master a favor. After saying this, the 4 Sand Ninjas quickly leaped to the treetops, disappearing in a few jumps, full of flair. Wait, Chiba was a bit dazed. Can you at least tell me who your young master is before you leave? What is this all about? Chiba couldn't help but sigh again. Today, after meeting the crooked-mouthed Long Wang Liangping, he encountered another do-gooder, Bruce Wayne. At this moment, Kyuk patted Chiba and pointed at the downed Piwa Juzong, saying, Chiba, he seems to be reaching his limit. At this time, Juzong could barely hold his sword and was lying on the ground in despair. Reaching his limit? That's really bad. Chiba showed a look of excitement. Juzong, Kyuk. The 2 were baffled. Wait, What was the meaning of your earlier action to save him? Hey, your name is Piwa Juzong, right? Chiba walked over to Juzong and bent down, saying, I'm a medical ninja. You are seriously injured and need immediate treatment. Let me help you. Juzong turned his head away and coldly said, No need, I don't need your help. Whether you need help or not isn't up to you. It's up to the doctor, Chiba replied with a smile. Juzong impatiently said, I already said I don't need anyone's help. Get lost. Bang. Before Juzong could finish speaking, Chiba directly punched him in the face, his expression fierce. Is that how you treat me? I'm saving people. Do I really need your consent? But you're the one I'm saving, right? I can't. Juzong's vision went black, his head tilted, and he promptly fainted. I absolutely will not allow any injured person to give up treatment. That is my bottom line. Chiba spoke passionately, spitting as he got worked up. When Piwa Juzong woke up again, the three had already moved to a safe place, and Chiba was using healing techniques on his wounds. Bang. Just as Juzong was about to speak, Chiba punched him again, knocking him out once more. When saving lives, he hated injured people who blabbed, so he simply knocked them out. There was no way, with medical skills, he could do as he pleased. Ding. Treatment successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the physical skill Strong Strike. Oh, this time it actually dropped to physical skill. After the treatment, Chiba finally received the system prompt, and his spirit was lifted. Let me see. Chiba focused and opened the skill description. Strong Strike. At the same attack speed, deal 120 damage through special force techniques. Yo, this is great. This body technique is just perfect to use with the 8 gates. After reading the system introduction, Chiba's eyes sparkled. Don't be fooled by just a 20 increase in damage. Sometimes, that little bit can decide life or death. When both sides are evenly matched. If you suddenly hit your opponent with this, wouldn't they be done for? Just imagine if Mike Guy had 20 more power when he kicked at Madara. No way, when I get back, I have to learn all the 8 gates. Then, combined with the Senju clan's monstrous strength, I'd take down little Madara with a single kick. Chiba secretly made up his mind. In action anime, body techniques are the most badass. Didn't you see even the mighty Otsutsuki in Naruto fighting with their fists? Who cares about Otsutsuki's elbow strikes or Uchiha's throws? As long as the dialogue is intense enough, there's no enemy that can withstand a punch. After some self-deprecating humor, Chiba began to ponder again. Previously, he received ninjutsu rewards based on the attributes he possessed. Now that he mastered opening the gates, the system rewarded him with body techniques. Could it be that the system's rewards are related to my own status? Chiba speculated. Perhaps the stronger I am, the more I can learn, and the system's rewards will become more abundant. Chapter 42 Chinya. He will die. Yes, this strong strike is perfect for me. I like playing strong. In the end, Chinya nodded in satisfaction, feeling that his efforts were not in vain. He had delayed half a day to treat Biwa Juzong, and there were only 4.5 days left until the end of the assessment. Not long after, Biwa Juzong slowly regained consciousness again. As soon as he became aware, he instinctively covered his face and shouted, Don't hit my face. Oh, aren't you calling yourself Big Shot anymore? Chinya teased, and Biwa Juzong realized that Chinya was no longer by his side, but was sitting with Kyuk, eating. Biwa Juzong's face flushed, and he instinctively propped himself up, only to be surprised to find that the wounds on his body had healed. This guy's medical skills. Biwa Juzong picked up the big knife beside him and tried to swing it a few times, discovering that although there was some pain at the wound, it did not affect his normal movements at all. After a moment of silence, Biwa Juzong whispered to Chinya, I owe you a life. Come find me when you need it, and I will repay you. After saying that, Biwa Juzong slung the big knife over his shoulder and turned to leave without looking back. He was going to make those bastards who had plotted against him pay a bloody price. Why not repay me now, and I'll save you again? Chinya thought to himself. Of course, Chinya was just thinking about it. After all, he didn't know if the system would allow such cheating behavior. So he would try it on some damn guy later. I remember, anyway, you have to go kill the Mist Ninja, so the scrolls on you belong to me. Chinya said without turning around, facing the departing Biwa Juzong, not caring whether the other party could hear him. Saving a life is more valuable than building a pagoda of 7 levels. It's reasonable for him to take some benefits, right? Biwa Juzong is not a woman. Why should he treat the other party for free? Now, Chinya had obtained 2 different scrolls and only needed to get the scrolls from Tsunade, Kimogakure, and Iwagakure to complete the assessment. Sigh, the brothers from Tsunade are so enthusiastic today. I feel embarrassed to take action against them, Chinya sighed. Kyo glanced at Chinya, but said nothing. He felt that Chinya was a good kid, just loved to talk nonsense. Clearly, He was fiercer than anyone when he attacked, but insisted on saying he was forced to do so. Whoosh. Just then, a firework exploded in the dim sky, catching the attention of Chinya and Kyuk. "Oh, Kyuk-senpai, that's a distress signal from our Konoha." Chinya laughed, wondering who it was that brought a distress firework to the assessment. "Wasn't that just causing trouble for Konoha's comrades? Should we go? It's probably a trap," Kyuk casually said, while covering up the traces left by the two. "It's not far. Let's go take a look." Chinya stood up and stretched his shoulders, saying, if it really is a trap, then congratulations to them. They caught a shark. I hope they have the scrolls I need, huh? Meanwhile, in a nearby forest, Liang Ping, pale-faced, knelt on the ground with his right arm severed at the root, blood gushing uncontrollably from the wound. "Don't let it flow." Next to Liang Ping, Yuzuki Yue was tearfully bandaging him, but no matter how many layers of bandages she wrapped around, the blood would instantly soak through. Why? Liang Ping's eyes were vacant, as if possessed, unaware of the pain, muttering the same word over and over. Liang Ping couldn't understand. He clearly had the strength of Chunin, even considered outstanding among the Chunins. Otherwise, he wouldn't have threatened Chinya so confidently before. But why couldn't he defeat the other party? No, it was that he had no ability to resist at all in front of the other party. He hadn't even had the chance to draw his knife before the opponent had already sheathed theirs, and his arm, along with the knife in his hand, fell to the ground like garbage. Why? Why is there such a huge gap between us, even though we're both Chunins? Liang Ping stood up like a madman, pushing Yuzuki, who was trying to stop him, to the ground, and shouted at the two mist ninjas nearby. Liang Ping's pride was crushed to pieces. What he liked, what assessment. He couldn't care about any of that now. He just wanted to know why. Chunin? Ha 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 ha. Hearing Liang Ping's words, the two mist ninjas looked at each other as if they had heard the funniest joke, holding their stomachs and laughing heartily. "Hirosui, this guy is just adorably stupid." One of the mist ninjas laughed so hard that he had tears running down his face. "What a fool. Watch your tone when you speak to us. Trash." Hirosui stepped up to Liang Ping, snorted coldly, and swung the hilt of his knife towards Liang Ping's face. Bang! Before Liang Ping could react, he was knocked to the ground, a red mark appearing on his face, burning with pain. "Listen up, trash." Hirosui drew his long knife, the gleaming blade repeatedly tapping Liang Ping's face, speaking with disdain. "This Chunin assessment is a hell prepared for us elites. A waste like you is just a dog that wandered into a wolf pack, daring to bark at us presumptuously? No, don't kill me." Liang Ping seemed to awaken from his madness, recovering from his delirious state in the face of the threat of death. He flipped over and crawled on the ground, repeatedly bowing to Hirosui. "I've already lured the Konoha people over for you. You've taken my scroll too. Just let me go. Please let me go. I'm no threat to you." "Liang Ping, what are you doing?" Yuzuki Yue, who was preparing to run over, stopped in her tracks, staring at him in disbelief. Yes. Hearing Yue's voice, Liang Ping seemed to think of something and hurriedly pointed to her with his left hand. "Two lords. I'll leave her to you. You can do whatever you want with her. Please let me go." "Liang Ping, you bastard. What are you talking about?" Tears streamed down Yuzuki Yue's cheeks as she looked at Liang Ping, choking so much she could hardly speak. Just now, she had the chance to escape, but she chose to stay for the injured Liang Ping. But now Liang Ping was actually willing to betray her, using her as a bargaining chip for his escape. Interesting. Really too interesting. Ha ha ha. The observing mist ninja laughed until tears flowed, clapping his hands and showing a sickly smile. "Want to leave? Okay, but I'm not interested in women. So how about this?" Hirosui also laughed maniacally, throwing the knife in his hand to the ground and kicking Liang Ping. "Now, go kill." That in the shocked gaze of Yuzuki Sunset, Ryohei picked up the knife on the ground without hesitation and staggered toward her. "I'm sorry, Sunset, but this is for our own good. One of us has to survive, right?" Ryohei muttered, "I know you like me. Please, sacrifice for me just this once, okay? I want to live. Suddenly, Ryohei accelerated towards Sunset, the knife in his hand viciously slashing at her neck. "Ryohei, they're just playing with you. They want us to kill each other." Yuzuki Sunset shouted while dodging. "Wake up. They will never let us go. No. They will let me go." Ryohei's face twisted as he continued to slash at Sunset with the knife, growling, "In their eyes, I'm just a dog, right? A dog. They will let me go. I, Ryohei, am just a dog. Ryohei, you bastard, you've gone mad." Pain filled Yuzuki Sunset's beautiful eyes. She would rather die at the hands of those two mist ninjas than be toyed with like this. "Konoha comrades, please don't come. We are not worth saving," Yuzuki Sunset thought, biting her silver teeth, a look of determination flashing in her eyes. "Dying at Ryohei's hands is fine. Consider it the price for my blindness. I don't want my Konoha comrades to die because of me especially. For some reason, the face of Chiya suddenly appeared in Yuzuki Sunset's mind. Perhaps because he was still her deep-seated white moonlight. I'm sorry, Chiya-kun, I hurt you before I die. Tears blurred her vision. And Yuzuki Sunset regretted deeply why she had chosen the beastly Ryohei. Already having the thought of death, Yuzuki Sunset's spirit was mostly deflated, and her dodging steps slowed down, soon leaving her with several wounds. Sage of the Six Paths, I don't ask for your blessing. Just please let Chiya not come. With his strength, he can't contend with these two. He will die. Chapter 43. Whose home ground is it anyway? Watching Liang Ping, who was acting like a mad dog. A hint of regret flashed in Shui's eyes. Unfortunately, dogs that can be tamed so easily are rare. Too bad they can't take him back to the village and can only play here in Konoha for a couple of days. Another mist ninja was fixated on the two fighting and casually asked, Shui, are you sure those two will come? Let's give it a try. At this time, there probably aren't many candidates left in the outskirts of the forest. Shui shrugged and replied, those two are with the injured Shirzong, so they definitely won't get far. If they see the signal, they might just come over. After all, they're both saints, besides needing to kill all their teammates. Shui and his companion also needed to kill enough outside village ninjas. Otherwise, they would face the same fate when they returned. So after picking up a useless person like Liang Ping, they set their sights on Chinya and Gujia, who didn't seem very strong, as their hunting targets. They had no choice. With only the two of them left, they could only pick some soft targets like Liang Ping and Chinya, who clearly looked like they were just there to make up the numbers. Let's wait 20 more minutes. If they don't show up, we'll kill these two and leave. Whoever survives to the end can take the heads. How about that? Shui suggested. I have no problem with that. The other Mist Ninja said with a grin. It's a pity I'm not from an outside village. Otherwise, I'd just give you my head. After all, someone like me won't make it to the end. Meanwhile, on the other side of the woods, Gujia crouched down and pushed aside the grass at his feet, revealing a thin line with an explosive tag attached peeking out from the bushes. Impressive, Senior Gujia. It seems there really is a trap ahead. Chinya praised Gujia's seasoned experience while clasping his hands together to make a wish. I hope the people ahead are from Tsunade-cure, Kumogi-cure, or Iwagi-cure. The two continued on their way, and under Gujia's lead, they bypassed the traps along the way, quietly moving towards the location where the fireworks had previously erupted. It's them not long after, when Chinya saw the few people in the forest ahead, his pupils constricted in surprise. He didn't expect all four to be familiar faces. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Chinya and Gujia were about to continue lurking, two mist ninjas in the woods suddenly turned their gaze toward them, throwing 7 or 8 shurikens in their direction. Clearly, the two had inadvertently triggered some kind of mechanism during their advance. Clang, clang, clang. Gujia leaped in front of Chinya, turned around, and drew his sword, skillfully deflecting the incoming shurikens. Didn't he expect you to really come? Shui licked his lips, revealing a perverse smile as he looked at Chinya and Gujia emerging from the woods. I was so anxious that I couldn't kill you earlier. But now you've come right to my door. Who is it that has come? The sudden turn of events lifted the spirits of Yuzuki Yugao, who had been weak and barely holding herself up. She turned her gaze, and, upon seeing Chinya, her eyes widened in rage as she used all her strength to shout at him. Chinya-ron, it's a trap, their strength. Buffed. Yuzuki Yugao's voice was abruptly cut off as a long knife pierced through her chest. Behind her stood Liang Ping with a face burning with jealousy. Chinya, Chinya, your cries are truly sweet. Liang Ping spun the handle of his knife and roared in a frenzied rage. I'll make you die for still thinking about him. You worthless woman. Liang Ping completely forgot that if it hadn't been for Yuzuki Yugao staying behind to bandage him, he would have been dead long ago. At this moment, he was filled only with anger. The anger of being treated like a dog. But he didn't dare to strike at a strong opponent. So he vented all his pent-up fury on Yugao and Chinya instead. Whoosh! Liang Ping pulled out the long knife and brutally kicked Yuzuki Yugao to the ground. He stepped on her body, provocatively looking at Chinya, feeling immensely satisfied. Look, Liang Ping am still strong. Isn't it easy to trample this pair of dog lovers underfoot? This unregulated, unrestricted assessment had long since drawn out the ugliest side of Liang Ping's heart. This guy really deserves to die. Seeing Liang Ping looking so pleased with himself, Chinya's expression darkened like water, and Gujia's face also didn't look good. Liang Ping, the scum, was quick and ruthless against his own people, showing no mercy. I brought you the targets, and I killed this woman. I've earned my life back. Liang Ping kicked Yuzuki Yugao again and began to retreat slowly. Seeing that the two mist ninjas had no intention of attacking him, Liangping finally breathed a sigh of relief. Two masters, you must kill those two so they can feel the pain I just experienced. Saying this, Liangping picked up his arm and dashed into the woods, escaping while both sides were too preoccupied to notice him. Senior Gujia, let us try to finish this quickly. After glancing at Liangping's escape direction and then at the unconscious Yuzuki Yugao on the ground, Chinya said coldly. Although he didn't like Yuzuki Yugao, he only wanted to chase after Liangping, to kill him swiftly. The four of them stared at each other with murderous intent, their gazes crossing in the air, almost sparking. Last time you were lucky enough to run into a bunch of idiots from Tsunade. This time, let us see who can come save you. Chunshui pointed at the rushing stream beside them and grinned wickedly. This is our mist ninja's home ground. It's also the grave I carefully selected for you. Chinya and Gujia exchanged glances, their faces showing a strange expression. Did this guy know what he was talking about? Before you is the great Gujia, a genius trained under the external water shadow, Senju Tobarama. You're not supposed to seek death like this, handing the gun directly to the enemy. What else with those expressions? The mist ninja beside Chunshui was confused, thinking that Chinya and Gujia were underestimating them. He leaped up and landed in the stream beside him, beginning to form seals. Next, let you see the power of our mist ninja's water release. Water release, violent blade slash. Swish, swish, swish. Streams of water solidified into water blades, like flying sickles, howling toward Chinya and Gujia under the control of the mist ninja. Water release, water barrier. In an instant, Gujia finished forming his seals. A barrier made of flowing water rose with a crash. At the same time, Chinya's figure darted out, charging towards Chunshui. Splash, the sharp water blades were all blocked by the water barrier, the chakra contained within barely counteracting each other before dissipating into water all over the ground. What? Water release, water. The mist ninja was taken aback, quickly changing his technique and starting to form seals again, but before he could even begin, Gujia had already completed his seals. Water release, water dragon bullet. A water dragon roared out from the stream, twisting and spiraling as it lunged fiercely at the mist ninja who was still forming seals. Damn, you're a Konoha Chunin, and your water release is even better than ours. The mist ninja's face changed dramatically, quickly dodging, but it was still a moment too late. He was struck by the rushing water dragon, sending him flying into the air, losing control. Don't ask, the answer is that he was captured. Damn it. I shouldn't have listened to that brat, Chunshui. Following this idiot has led me to a dead end. This was the last thought of the mist ninja before. In the next moment, Gujia's willow leaf blade sliced through his neck. Thud! The mist ninja's body fell heavily into the water, blood bubbling out and soon dyeing the stream red. How is this possible? Chunshui, who was fighting Chinya, was horrified. He never expected that the seemingly unremarkable Gujia could eliminate his companion in just 2 exchanges. The key was, what kind of incredible water ninjutsu was that? Now you know whose home turf this is, right? Chinya sneered, pointing to the ground and saying, Here is your burial ground. Clap, clap, clap. Chinya and Chunshui ran across the stream, their feet skimming the water surface, executing various water ninjutsu while countering each other's moves, splashing water everywhere. Water style, water blade. Water style, water cannon. Chunshui waved his hand, sending waves of water blades toward Chinya. But Chinya merely stepped on the water surface, and several water cannons shot up, completely dispersing the incoming water blades. Water style, exploding water wave. Water style, water barrier. With Chunshui's furious roar, waves of water erupted, crashing toward Chinya, who remained calm, instantly casting the water barrier to block them effortlessly. No matter what technique Chunshui used, Chinya could always resolve it with the simplest water ninjutsu, and his mastery of water chakra left Chunshui secretly alarmed. Damn, damn, damn. Chunshui's mindset collapsed. He never thought that his proud water ninjutsu was inferior to a little brat from Konoha. Is this a joke? Who among us is really from the Mist Village? Impossible. I will never accept dying at the hands of a little brat. Chunshui roared in anger, leaping from the stream. Suspended in midair, he formed hand seals, puffing out his chest and unleashing a series of water bullets toward Chinya. Water style, exploding water bullets. After shooting the water bullets, Chunshui landed but quickly turned around and fled without looking back. In a one-on-one fight, he couldn't take down Chinya, and now Gujia was free to come this way. If he didn't run now, would he wait to die? Earth style, Hell Swamp. Facing the incoming water bullets, Shinya did not dodge or evade, instead actively moving toward the water bullets, slapping his hands against the ground by the stream. Using an earth ninjutsu he had never used before. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the water bullets were about to hit Shinya, Jie appeared in front of him, swinging his blade to cut down the incoming water bullets. At the same time, the earth chakra Shinya infused into the ground spread to Chunshue's feet. Snap! The ground beneath Chunshue instantly transformed into a massive swamp. Chunshue never expected that Shinya could execute such a large-scale earth ninjutsu. His legs went weak, and half of his body sank directly into it. Bastard! Chunshue cursed angrily, struggling desperately to steady himself. But trapped in a swamp, he had no leverage. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank. Chapter 44. Acquiring swordsmanship, killing Ryohei. Damn it, you a Konoha ninja. Why are you so good at water and earth release? In the swamp, Hirosui struggled while cursing. Are all you Konoha ninjas so unprofessional? If I knew would release, wouldn't you be dead even faster? Chiba pondered for a moment before answering seriously. Hirosui, damn it, this kid makes a good point. For a moment he couldn't find a rebuttal. I never expected to not die at Gulu's hands, but instead die at the hands of a Konoha brat, before being completely swallowed by the swamp. Hirosui's eyes fixed on Chiba, as if he wanted to take his memories to hell. Splash. The next moment, Hirosui was swallowed by the swamp. The few bubbles that emerged from the swamp and quickly dissipated were Hirosui's last traces in this world. After taking care of the two mist ninjas, the two quickly arrived beside Yuzuki Yuyue. How is she? Is this girl still savable? Looking at the almost breathless Yuzuki Yuyue, Gukiai asked worriedly while surveying the surroundings. Hard to say. That bastard's knife twist was too ruthless. We can only try to save her. Chiba checked the injury on Yuzuki Yuyue's chest, his expression somewhat grim. A chest wound like this is fatal for an ordinary person. Swish. Chiba carried Yuzuki Yuyue on his back, and the two quickly moved away to avoid attracting other ninja village candidates with the earlier commotion. They found an unoccupied place, and Gukiai hid in the distance to keep watch. Chiba used earth release to temporarily carve out a space, took off Yuzuki Yuyue's clothes, and began to treat her chest wound. The Yuzuki clan has a legacy in Konoha. The reward shouldn't be too shabby. Besides, she's an old classmate. Chiba thought he might as well try to save her. Phew, thankfully, after some treatment, Chiba secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Yuzuki Yuyue's will to survive was strong, and her life was saved. Ding. Treatment successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Konoha Flow Swordsmanship Aburazuki. Aburazuki, like dancing, drawing countless moon-like afterimages with the blade. An elegant swordsmanship that confuses reality and illusion. First the shadow dance step, then Aburazuki. Does the system want me to return to cross-dressing and tempt sure sway? Chiba shook his head helplessly, but he was very satisfied with the reward Aburazuki. Although Chiba was proficient in body techniques and hidden weapons, he knew nothing about swordsmanship. Sometimes, when facing enemies skilled in sword techniques, he found himself at a disadvantage for not knowing long weapons. In the 21st century, what is most lacking is well-rounded talents. Chiba wouldn't allow himself to have any shortcomings. Sigh. I wonder if I'll ever have the chance to return to Blue Star. I haven't even deleted my browsing history yet. Gukiai senpai. Then I'll leave her to you. I'm gonna kill that disgusting guy. After bandaging Yuzuki Yuyue and putting her clothes back on, Chiba stood up and left, whispering to Gukiai. In his hand, he still held Yuzuki Yuyue's katana. All right. Gukiai knew Chiba was holding in his anger, so he didn't say much and simply agreed. In the forest, a one-armed figure clutched an arm and desperately ran toward the forest's edge. That bitch, Yuzuki Yuyue. She must know the inside story of this Chunin exam and didn't tell me, trying to use me as a shield. No need to say more. The figure was Ryohei. Even after personally killing Yuzuki Yuyue, he still felt unsatisfied. Damn it, that bitch, I lost an arm because of you. You deserve to die. If you don't die, who will? Ryohei gritted his teeth in hatred. He didn't know if his arm could be reattached when he got back. It's all that damn Yuzuki Yuyue's fault for ruining his bright future. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just then, several shurikens flew through the air, and Ryohei hurriedly dodged. However, with one arm missing, his balance was off, and he was still hit in the thigh by one of the shurikens. Ugh, who is it? Get out here. Ryohei demands to know. Ryohei could barely feel the pain anymore. An excessive amount of dopamine flooding his brain made him extraordinarily agitated. It's you. How could you escape from those two mist ninjas? Chiba's figure emerged from the woods, and Ryohei first froze in disbelief before breaking into mad laughter. I get it. You killed your own comrades, didn't you, just to save your own life? Ha ha. In response to Ryohei, Chiba's voice was cold. Konoha flow, swordsmanship, Aburazuki. Chiba drew the katana from his back, his toes touching the ground as he charged at Ryohei. Swish, swish, swish. Chiba's movements were graceful, his posture elegant, swinging the katana as if dancing, creating moon-like afterimages in front of him. This is her technique. That bitch, you really have a connection. Seeing the familiar sword technique, Ryohei screamed in despair, throwing away his severed arm and drawing the long knife from his waist. I said I would kill you. Now I will kill you. Yuzuki Yua once told him that as long as he found the gate to Aburazuki's technique, he could break it, and he immediately spotted Chiba's opening and lunged forward with his knife. I'll make you die using that bitch's technique. The sound of the long knife piercing flesh echoed. Ryohei's weapon slipped from his hand weakly, and he looked down in shock, seeing Chiba's katana piercing through his chest. You fool, so what if you see through the flaw? Your speed can't keep up with mine, Chiba said coldly. Having realized that Ryohei had seen through his flaw halfway through the move, Chiba simply retracted Aburazuki and swiftly stabbed out, too fast for Ryohei to react. Why? Why are you all stronger than me? Ryohei screamed in pain. Why is even a kid stronger than me? I refuse to accept this. Shut up. Chiba was annoyed, raising his hand to deliver a knife hand strike to Ryohei, kicking him to the ground, and Ryohei's voice immediately ceased. You kill me. Ryohei lay on the ground like a dead man, spitting blood as he spoke. He was just a waste. Even a child from a commoner background was stronger than him. What was the meaning of his life? Want to die just like that? Wouldn't that be too easy for you? Chiba said ominously. What do you want? Ryohei, who had originally closed his eyes, opened them wide in terror. Seeing Chiba approach him with a sinister expression, Ryohei instinctively sensed something was wrong. I have a hypothesis, but it's too cruel, so I've never tried it. Now that I've run into you, let's use you to verify it. Chiba had a smile on his face, but in Ryohei's eyes, it looked like a devil grinning from ear to ear. Just like you said you wanted to kill me. I secretly vowed to treat you a few times for your fatal wounds. Chapter 45. The Yandere Sunset, deep into crisis. No, don't come over. What are you going to do? Bang. In Liangping's terrified gaze, Chiba pulled out the sword sheath and knocked him out, then began to treat him. Ding. Treatment successful. Congratulations to the host for gaining 1 temper. What a fucking waste. Chiba's temper flared up, and he slapped Liangping awake with 2 hard slaps, then stabbed him fiercely again. Liangping screamed, trembling on the ground like a castrated pig, because Chiba had stabbed him in a very sensitive area. You. Bang. Chiba repeatedly went through the process of treatment and stabbing. Liangping wished he could die, but couldn't. Just when he was about to lose consciousness from the pain, Chiba would forcibly pull him back, keeping him in a state of suffering. This dual torment of mind and body quickly drove Liangping to complete collapse. With tears and snot mixing on his face, he painfully questioned, What do you want? What are you doing? He. Chiba didn't answer, but raised his hand to give Liangping another 20 or 30 stabs, each avoiding vital points, as if he were slicing a boiled chicken. It hurts so much, Kill me, just kill me. Seeing Liangping already howling hoarsely, almost unable to make a sound, convulsing from pain, Chiba finally explained slowly. I told you. I just wanted to verify a guess with you. You wouldn't blame me, right? Chiba had been thinking whether he could repeatedly farm rewards from one person, that is, first beat this person in near death, then heal him, and repeat. Now, after testing on the scum Liangping, Chiba found it didn't work. The system's rewards could only be triggered once in a short time on the same person. Devil. You are a devil. Looking at Chiba's serious face, Liangping shivered in fear, desperately crawling forward, leaving blood and flesh scattered behind him. Chiba, being kind-hearted, couldn't bear to see this scene. He covered his eyes and stepped forward, giving Liangping a swift end. When Chiba returned to his previous position, Yuzuki Asahi had already woken up. Upon seeing Chiba, Asahi's first reaction was to cover her chest with a flushed face, asking in a barely audible voice, Did you bandage my wounds? No. Chiba shook his head and pointed to the side. It was Senior Kyuj who bandaged you. Upon hearing this, Yuzuki Asahi's small face went from red to green. Chiba is just joking with you. Seeing Yuzuki Asahi look at him in horror, Kyuj helplessly explained. He already had a pot on him, and he wouldn't take the blame. All right, it was indeed me who bandaged you. But at that time it was all blood and flesh. I saw nothing. Chiba raised both hands, earnestly explaining. This wasn't the first time he had bandaged a female patient. He was quite familiar with lying through his teeth and didn't blush at all. Thank you for saving me, and I'm sorry. Looking at Chiba's handsome face, Yuzuki Asahi's beautiful eyes turned red, wanting to step forward and hug Chiba, but was pushed away instead. Your wounds aren't healed yet, so let's skip the hug, Chiba said flatly. Yuzuki Asahi's outrageous behavior earlier left him speechless, and he wasn't keen to engage with her now. I'm sorry, really sorry. Watching Chiba, who was miles away from her, Yuzuki Asahi was in tears, feeling an overwhelming sense of regret. From Kyuj, Asahi learned that the mist ninja who had crushed her and Liangping had been utterly powerless against Chiba, dying in just a few exchanges. Compared to Liangping, that useless piece of trash, Chiba was the one capable of protecting her. If I hadn't given up on Chiba back then and had firmly chosen him, maybe now. Yuzuki Asahi was filled with regret. Chiba was not only handsome, but also responsible, skilled in medicine, and strong, far surpassing that scum Liangping. How could she have believed Liangping's words back then? She clearly had the chance to get closer to Chiba, this perfect white moonlight, but she ruined it all by herself. This kind of regret was like a knife, twisting painfully in Yuzuki Asahi's chest, making her feel as if she could hardly breathe. Oh, it turns out my wound has split open. Yuzuki Asahi looked down and realized that because her chest had been rising and falling, her wound had reopened. What are you doing? Chiba was somewhat speechless. You're just an ordinary person. Don't you know to rest quietly? Do you want to be like that monster Hachiman Shizuku, thinking you could just heal up and run around? Come here. Let me bandage you again. Chiba reluctantly said. Hyuj gracefully distanced himself, watching Chiba seriously bandaging her. Yuzuki Asahi grabbed his hand and pressed it firmly against her chest. Chiba, you saved my life. Can I offer myself to you? Yuzuki Asahi asked, blushing. I saved you, and you still want me to reward you? Chiba didn't even lift his head, continuing with his task. The people Chiba had saved ranged from the three ninjas' young master to the, and even if someone wanted to offer themselves, it wouldn't be this foolish woman Yuzuki Asahi. All right, it's bandaged. Since it was just a simple wrap of a bandage, there was no reward, so Chiba wasn't very enthusiastic. At this time, there shouldn't be any other candidates outside. You should hurry and leave the Death Forest and withdraw from this assessment. Because of Liangping and Yuzuki Asahi, Chiba had wasted a lot of time and just wanted her to leave quickly. Are you worried about me? Yuzuki Asahi looked at Chiba's perfect profile, asking dreamily. Chiba, didn't you hear my impatience? Do you think I care about you? You're the first man to see my body. Yuzuki Asahi blushed, tiptoeing and whispering in Chiba's ear. You saved me, and from now on, my heart will only beat for you. Chiba's hair stood on end. Looking at the lovesick Yuzuki Asahi, he thought, did he just encounter a Yandere? Let's go, Senior Kyuj. Chiba didn't want to entangle with Yuzuki Asahi any longer and hurriedly called Kyuj to leave. There were less than 4 days left until the end of the assessment. Chiba and Kyuj also began to venture deeper into the Death Forest. Whether it was an illusion or not, the deeper they went, the thicker the atmosphere of death in the forest became. Along the way, they couldn't even hear the sounds of insects or birds. Chiba, that girl just now probably took a liking to you? On the way, Kyuj joked softly. Although he noticed Tsunade liked Chiba, Chiba's status was still somewhat lacking, and they might not end up together. Instead, that girl from the small family seemed more suitable for Chiba. Look at what you're saying, Senior Kyuj. Chiba glanced at Gujia and said, there are plenty of girls who like me. It's normal for her to have a crush on me. With looks as handsome as the readers, it's only natural to be pursued by girls. There's nothing to be proud of. Gujia. He felt that Chiba's current level of annoyance was almost on par with Shinju. The two fell silent again, pulling apart to maintain a distance of about 10 meters as they made their way through the forest, trying to make as little noise as possible. Just as they passed through a dense grove of water cypress trees, Chiba's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted, Senior, be careful. There's an ambush. In Chiba's perception, an astonishing amount of earth attribute chakra was rushing toward them at a terrifying speed from not far away, almost arriving in an instant. Boom! Even though Chiba and Gujia were separated by a distance of several meters, the ground beneath them trembled simultaneously, as if a dragon was turning over, trying to shake off everything on its back. It was the rock ninja's earth split technique. With this scale of earth jutsu, there must be at least 4 of them. Thanks to Chiba's warning, Gujia stabilized himself immediately and quickly made a judgment based on his experience. Crack! The two intended to come together, but in the next moment, the ground between them suddenly cracked open, forming a chasm at least 2 to 3 meters wide in the blink of an eye, which continued to widen. At the same time, rows of tall water cypress trees crashed down, continuously smashing toward Chiba and Gujie on the ground, with broken branches and leaves pouring in like dark green seawater, threatening to completely engulf them. Chapter 46 1v2. Chiba is mocked, damn it. In this situation, Chiba had no time to think more. He cursed angrily, twisted his waist, and barely stopped 1 foot at the edge of the ravine. Whoosh! Chiba temporarily abandoned the idea of joining up with Kuga, lightly tapped the ground with his toes, turned his body, and dodged the expanding ravine and the thick branches crashing down one after another. On the other side, Kuga was doing the same, darting through the tilted and collapsed water cedar trees like a monkey, continuously trying to get closer to Chiba. Earth release, rock pillar. Just then, 4 Iwagakure ninjas emerged from the ground not far away, blocking the path between Kuga and Chiba. One of them even used earth release against Kuga. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sharp long poles made of rock shot towards Kuga with tremendous force. Kuga dared not take them head-on and had no choice but to turn his body, increasing the distance between him and Chiba. Seeing this, the 4 Iwagakure ninjas split into 2 groups, with 2 pursuing Kuga and 2 going after Chiba. Chiba, be careful. They want to separate us and take us out one by one. Kuga's voice came from afar. Chiba's expression became serious. He did not respond, as he naturally understood the enemy's intentions. Chiba could feel that the 2 Iwagakure ninjas behind him were very strong, and he needed to focus entirely on dealing with them. Maybe I should try using the yellow spring swamp to limit them. No, that won't work. These are 2 Iwagakure ninjas. Better use poison. Chiba thought to himself. Fire release, fireball. The 2 Iwagakure ninjas were getting closer, and Chiba suddenly stomped on the ground, briefly suspended in the air, turned, and threw a poison pouch, then exhaled a flame at it. Boom! The poison pouch exploded, and the flame, which was originally only half a meter wide, suddenly expanded, with scorching waves carrying purple poison mist, surging towards the 2 Iwagakure ninjas behind him. Wind release, great breakthrough. One Iwagakure ninja paused, cheeks puffed up, and exhaled a howling gale that kept the incoming flames and poison at bay behind an invisible wall of wind. However, as the flames and poison mist dissipated, the distance between the 2 ninjas and Chiba had already increased significantly. Seeing this, one Iwagakure ninja shouted, Hongtu, use that move. Don't let that fool get away. Then you move aside. Earth release, earth flow. The Iwagakure ninja named Hongtu formed hand seals, instructed his companion to step aside, and then slammed a fist into the ground with force. Crash! The originally solid ground instantly shattered into countless fine sands, which, under Hongtu's chakra control, surged like golden waves, forming a giant hand reaching out for Chiba. Earth release, earth flow wall. Without looking back, as the sandy hand was about to grab him, Chiba formed hand seals and stomped on the ground forcefully, causing a thick earthen wall to rise up with a loud crash, blocking him from behind. Bang! The sandy hand crashed against the earthen wall, turning into fine sand again, scattering all over the place. What the hell, Tiejai? This kid just used earth release while running? Hongtu exclaimed, his eyes wide in shock. If he hadn't seen Chiba's data, he might have doubted whether this kid was one of their Iwagakure ninjas. The control over earth-type chakra must be incredibly strong to release earth release so smoothly. This kid's bounty is definitely underreported. Be careful, or we might end up in trouble. The Iwagakure ninja named Tiejai warned. Then let's attack together. Don't worry about chakra consumption. Just make sure to capture him first, Hongtu said softly. Earth release, earth pillar explosion. Facing the slippery Chiba, Hongtu and his companion simultaneously formed hand seals and released earth release. In the next moment, a fissure spread out from beneath their feet, as if it had a consciousness of its own, flexibly chasing after Chiba ahead. Damn, it even tracks? How disgusting. Chiba noticed the anomaly behind him and used the shadow dance steps several times to change his position, but the fissure was able to respond quickly, following his movements. This is absurd. Boom! When the fissure was just 10 steps away from Chiba, it suddenly sped up, catching up to him in the blink of an eye, and then exploded. Bang! The earth cracked, and a terrifying impact rushed towards him. Even though Chiba had already anticipated and dodged, he was still caught by the residual force, temporarily losing his balance. When he steadied himself again, the 2 Iwagakure ninjas had already caught up, charging towards him from left and right. Unfortunately, it seems I can only face them head-on. Chiba initially wanted to try to shake off the two ninjas and join up with Kuga, but now it seemed impossible. Earth Release, Earth Spike. Earth Release, Rock Pillar Spear. Hongtu and Tiejai simultaneously released ninjutsu, and long spears made of rock shot up from beneath Chiba's feet and behind him, sealing off his possible escape routes. Shadow Dance Steps. Already prepared for battle, Chiba's figure flickered and dodged the rock spears, actively meeting the oncoming Hongtu and Tiejai. Earth Release, Earth Stone Dragon. Tiejai formed hand seals, and a giant dragon made of earth and stone roared to life, fiercely biting towards Chiba. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. Chiba used the same old trick, raising his foot to stomp out a heavy earthen wall to block the incoming Earth Dragon. But just as the Earth Dragon and the wall were dissipating simultaneously, a figure rushed through the swirling sand, appearing beside Chiba in the blink of an eye. Earth Release, Rock Fist Technique. Hongtu shouted, his right arm unexpectedly covered in hard rock, and he slammed a powerful punch towards Chiba's ribs. Zulfust. Chiba broke into a cold sweat as he tried to dodge to the side, while quickly bending his elbow and lowering his shoulder to protect his soft ribs. Bang! With a muffled thud, Chiba felt as if he had been hit by a cart. A terrifying force pierced through his arm, directly penetrating his lungs. Spit! Chiba felt a sweetness in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. Using the momentum to activate Shadow Dance Steps and quickly retreat from the ambush by Tiejai on the other side. Konoha style, Misty Moonlit Night. Chiba's one arm felt numb from the impact, and, as he retreated, he drew his katana with the other hand and slashed fiercely at Tiejai, who was brushing past him. You're the little brat from Konoha, haven't you eaten? How come you don't even have the strength to fight back? Your arms are as soft as noodles. Humph. Chiba sneered and retorted. You two are using up so much chakra. Do you think you got me cornered? Aren't you afraid of getting strung up later? Ha ha. The two IWA shinobi exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Who do you think you are, with your barely grown hair? Softy, is the bottom half of you as soft as the top? You wouldn't be unable to get hard, would you? Exactly, my 80-year-old grandma is stronger than you, Softy. Hongtu and Tiejai were spewing trash talk while quietly moving closer to Chiba, planning to take his head in one swift move. At such a close distance, using ninjutsu would be exhausting and could easily injure teammates, so close combat was the best option in a 2-on-1 situation. Humph, you two bastards really think you've got me? Chiba sneered. Even though he knew they were trying to provoke him, he felt a surge of anger. Damn it, which man can stand such taunts? Just when he needed an Awaga Cure scroll, Chiba decided to play a trump card and take down these two bastards, which would also bring glory to his village. You say I'm soft? Then I'll harden up and show you what a real man is. Chiba crossed his arms in front of him, and the chakra within him surged like a rushing river, instantly breaking through the first gate of the human body. 8 gates, opening gate, open. Chapter 47. Counterattack. The anomaly coming from Chiba's ZZ as the open door was activated. White smoke faintly rose from Chiba's body, the sweat evaporating from within him. Earth Release, Rock Fist Technique. The moment Chiba opened the door, Hongtu had already rushed to his side, raising his rock-covered fist in an attempt to kill Chiba decisively. But unfortunately, it was still a step too late. After removing the restrictions on his brain domain, Chiba could unleash 100 of his body's potential, greatly enhancing both his strength and speed. Strong Strike. Chiba dodged Hongtu's rock fist and twisted his waist to generate power, turning around to punch at Tizai, who was attacking from behind. Clang! Chiba's fist collided with Tizai's hardened body, producing a sound like metal striking metal, and Tizai's expression immediately changed. This power! It is no exaggeration to say that apart from the son of the Earth Shadow, Tizai had never encountered anyone capable of matching him head-on. But the force coming from this kid's punch was actually comparable to Lord Huangtu's, even surpassing it. Tizai felt a surge of blood and energy within him, and his body uncontrollably stumbled backward several steps. Whoosh! Chiba's body moved like a ghost, closely following the off-balance Tizai, while Hongtu, who was rushing back to attack, jumped in frustration. Damn it, Tizai, get out of the way! Hongtu cursed. However, Tizai couldn't care less about Hongtu at this moment, because Chiba's fist was coming again, this time aimed directly at his face. Clang! Tizai raised both arms to block in front of him, managing to fend off Chiba's punch. Although Chiba's strength was considerable, it was still insufficient to break his hardening. But then, an unexpected change occurred. Chiba's fist suddenly turned white, and several sheets of white paper, like skin peeling off, shot out from his hand, instantly aimed at Tizai's eyes. Uffed! Tizai had never anticipated that Chiba would have such a trick. At such close range, He couldn't dodge in time, and the razor-sharp paper sliced through his eyes, taking a chunk of flesh with it. Ugh, my eyes! Tizai instinctively covered his eyes, and in pain, he could no longer maintain the stability of his chakra, causing his hardening to collapse. At the moment Chiba used the paper dance technique, his other hand had already transformed into a scalpel, now viciously stabbing toward Tizai's throat. Common doesn't show. Do you think I'm a good for nothing? No. Hongtu roared in anger, his eyes nearly bursting with rage, but all of this happened in an instant. And he couldn't save Tizai from Chiba's hands. No, he should have thought that Chiba, who had just been suppressed by them, could actually kill Tizai in the blink of an eye. Tizai! Tizai! By the time Hongtu reached Tizai's side, there was already a blood hole in Tizai's neck. Blood gushing out, clearly indicating he wouldn't survive. That, your friend, is beyond saving. I'm a medical ninja, trust me. Seeing Hongtu holding Tizai's body, his face filled with despair, Chiba kindly reminded him. While speaking, Chiba had already released the 8 gates, as maintaining the overburdened state would consume a lot of his energy. Now that one of them was dead, the situation had shifted, and the battle was now under his control. This is the effect I wanted. Chiba was very satisfied with his fluid operation, just as he had envisioned. In a situation where both sides were evenly matched, the one with sudden explosive power often achieved unexpected victories. As long as he killed both of these people in front of him, he could use this silky combo again next time. Earth Release, Hell Swamp. Taking advantage of Hongtu's moment of sorrow, Chiba secretly formed hand seals, and the ground beneath Hongtu and Tizai turned into a muddy swamp, aiming to swallow the two entirely. Earth Release, Solid Rock. Hongtu's eyes turned red as he slammed his fists down on the muddy ground, and in the next moment, the soft swamp was instantly covered by hard rock. Hongtu then leaped onto the rock and charged towards Chiba. Earth Release, Rock Fist Technique. In his fury, Hongtu no longer cared about chakra consumption, and both fists were simultaneously covered in rock, swiftly and fiercely swinging towards Chiba's face. Shadow Dance Step. Since Hongtu was eager to attack, Chiba was no longer in a hurry. He skillfully dodged, allowing Hongtu's punches to miss, consuming his energy. You little brat, don't you want to clash with me head-on? Seeing that Chiba wasn't taking the bait, Hongtu cursed angrily. Why are you dodging, coward? Come attack me. Does your woman know you're such a wimp? Chiba wasn't angry, because he really was quite long, and he also had no woman. So, while dodging, he grinned and said, Hey, seeing you so angry that Tizai couldn't be your husband, right? Who's on top in your relationship? Or did you switch it up? Anyone can talk trash. Chiba was an artist in his past life, and he often played the piano in Zuin. 8 gates of a teeth. Get to me, ah! Hongtu was so enraged by Chiba that he directly broke his defense, and the speed of his fists increased by another third, but he still couldn't touch the hem of Chiba's clothes. The outcome of this battle had already been determined the moment Hongtu lost his rationality. Chiba dodged Hongtu's fist and took advantage of Hongtu's wide swings, as his new strength hadn't yet built up, delivering a scalpel-like cut across Hongtu's thigh. The reason he didn't stab was that he feared being caught by Hongtu's arm and counter with a punch. Ugh, blood splattered, and Hongtu's left leg buckled, causing him to lose balance momentarily. Seeing this, Chiba seized the opportunity to stab Hongtu in the waist. You're not even as strong as my 80-year-old grandmother. You can't possibly be that weak, can you? Looking at the disheveled Hongtu struggling to support himself, Chiba sneered contemptuously, returning all the trash talk from earlier. Bastard, I will kill you, I will kill you. Hongtu's eyes were bloodshot, glaring viciously at Chiba, as if he wanted to eat his flesh. In fact, at the moment Tizai died, Hongtu had already realized that he should retreat quickly. But seeing his childhood friend die so tragically before his eyes made him feel like a coward to run away. He couldn't do it. Even if he died, he wanted to tear a piece of flesh from the other party. Earth Release, Multiple Landslide. Hongtu roared, slamming his fists heavily into the ground. Spiderweb-like cracks instantly spread out for dozens of meters, and the crumbling earth transformed into roaring earth dragons, ferociously charging at the retreating Chiba. Heh, a cornered beast struggle. Watching the earth dragons swirling and pouncing like a net, Chiba laughed. Earth Release, Underground Submersion. Under Hongtu's expectant gaze, Chiba directly used Earth Attribute Chakra to turn the ground beneath his feet into liquid, and then his entire body sank into it. This was a C-rank Earth technique he had derived from the A-rank Hell Swamp. No, you can't do this. Take my attack, coward. Hongtu's expectant expression froze on his face. Then he roared in despair and anger. Take my attack, take my attack. It shouldn't be like this, it shouldn't be like this. In the imagination of Hongtu, The two should engage in an epic battle, so that even if he ultimately dies at Shinya's hands, he would die gloriously, without regrets. However, Shinya's petty actions were clearly beyond his expectations, leaving him both shocked and furious. Because Shinya had hidden underground, the Earth Dragons lost their targets and crashed blindly into the ground like headless flies, once again turning into handfuls of yellow earth, returning to the land. Ha! Ha! Honto gasped for breath, as the previous blow had nearly drained him of half his chakra, and he was beginning to feel exhausted. So, soon to be weak, softy? Shinya's figure emerged from the ground, looking at the powerless Honto, and mocked him once again. You. Honto was about to point at Shinya to say something, but the next moment, his body fell straight to the ground, lacking even the strength to move a finger. Thud! Thud! Honto had not yet lost consciousness, but at that moment, he could only lie still on the ground, watching Shinya walk towards him. Fool! Fighting requires more brain power. Understanding that villains often die from talking too much, Shinya quickly ended Honto's life with a knife hand, and then began to explain to Honto while searching his corpse. There was poison hidden in my hand. When I cut you earlier, the toxin had already entered your body. With such a lavish consumption of chakra, who else would fall if not you? Sai, I really don't want to kill, but you all are forcing me. Shinya sighed to himself. At this point, both of the rock ninjas chasing him had been killed by him. I guess my bounty will rise again. Fortunately, Kakazu only takes big jobs, so he probably won't pay attention to a small character like me for now. Shinya stuffed the collected Owagakure scroll into his pocket. Now he had 3 different scrolls. Next, I just need to kill Koff. I just need to obtain the Sunagakure and Kumogakure scrolls to pass the assessment. I wonder how Uncle Gujio is doing. I need to hurry and find him. Shinya stood up and looked around, trying to determine the direction. But just as he looked toward a certain point, his pupils suddenly contracted, and the astonishing sight in the air not far away shocked him. A ninjutsu of this scale, could it be? Wait, why is it coming straight at me? Chapter 48, The Grand Burial of Gold Sand. Chiba takes action in Chiba's line of sight. The sky not far away first dimmed, then became incredibly dazzling as a golden waterfall flowed upward into the sky, shimmering under the sunlight. This was a massive wave made of gold sand, and at the top of the surging sand sea, a figure was faintly visible, arms crossed, walking on the waves, looking down on everything from above. There's no mistaking it. That's Raza's magnet release gold sand. Chiba looked at the astonishing scene not far away, feeling a bit envious. This move is really cool. I wish I could do that too. Seeing such impressive ninjutsu, Chiba wanted to learn it, and of course, it would be even better if he could summon Susanoo. Raza was controlling the sky, full of gold sand nearby, occasionally sending a few strands down towards the ground, clearly hunting someone. But after watching for a moment, Chiba suddenly noticed something was off. Why was the gold sand coming straight at him? Damn, what's going on? Is this a coincidence? Chiba was filled with uncertainty and decided to prioritize avoiding Raza for now. He dove deep into the woods, changing directions several times. But every time he glanced back, the gold sand followed suit. The most outrageous moment was when the gold sand made a sharp 180-degree turn in midair, drifting like a car, leaving Chiba dumbfounded. What the hell, Brother Raza? I haven't offended you, right? Are you bringing me gold to celebrate the new year? Chiba complained while silently increasing his speed. Although he was lacking a sand-hidden scroll, he was currently too weak to contend with this guy in the sky. Better to dodge. A few minutes earlier, at the spot where Chiba was looking, a red-haired boy was frantically fleeing through the woods, occasionally using the 8 puppet arms behind him to maneuver his body and dodge the gold sand spears shooting down from above. Raza, how dare you target someone from the same village? Aren't you afraid of being questioned by the 3rd Kazekage when you go back? Or of my parents turning you into a puppet? The red-haired boy was none other than Sasori, who was dodging while coldly questioning, displaying a calmness and composure that was beyond his years. The more composed he became, the more determined Raza was to kill him. At this moment, Sasori was covered in numerous blood holes, his clothes stained red. If he hadn't endured the pain and used chakra threads to temporarily bind his wounds, he would have likely bled to death by now. Magnet release, gold sand funeral. Raza in the sky did not plan to give Sasori a chance to breathe. He raised his arms, and sharp gold sand shot out like giant bamboo shoots, fiercely targeting the Sasori on the ground. Just now, Raza had used gold sand funeral, but it hadn't finished off Sasori, as he had blocked it with a secret technique scroll. Out of strategic consideration, Raza did not plan to waste chakra until he exhausted Sasori's trump cards. He intended to slowly wear him down. After all, he was not yet the 4th Kazekage of several years later. he still had to be wary of other powerful candidates hunting him if his position were exposed. Damn it, when I get back, I'll turn you into a puppet. A flash of killing intent crossed Sasori's eyes. If it hadn't been for his subordinates risking their lives to protect him, and the puppets his parents had specially prepared for him along with several secret technique scrolls, he would have been dead by now. Scroll. Wind departure formation. Sasori took a scroll from his pocket, unsealing it. The ends of the two puppet arms behind him exploded, revealing two black tubes that spewed out a howling wind. Boom! The strong wind temporarily delayed the assault of the gold sand, and Sasori seized the opportunity to dash forward, barely escaping the range of the gold sand attack. Damn it! Sasori's small face looked grim. The tricks his parents had left him were dwindling, and his condition was continuing to deteriorate. If he couldn't find a way to break the deadlock soon, he would undoubtedly die here. At that moment, Sasori suddenly felt something and looked in Chiba's direction. Before entering the Death Forest, Sasori had done something to Chiba, allowing him to sense Chiba's location whenever he was nearby. That way, if he encountered Chiba during the assessment, he could help him out. But now, go find that Chiba. Sasori instantly made up his mind. The best way to break the deadlock was to pull an outsider into the fray. At the very least, it could buy him some time. Back to the present. Chiba was sprinting through the woods, but the gold sand storm behind him was like a vicious dog, relentlessly chasing him closer and closer. Chiba was in a daze, completely confused about why Raza had set his sights on him. Damn Raza, taking advantage of my weak state. Huh? One day, when I achieve my lofty ambitions, I'll definitely take you down, Gaara. Chiba cursed under his breath, already imagining himself as the future father of Gaara. Chiba. Chiba. Just then, Chiba vaguely heard someone calling his name from behind. He turned to look and exclaimed, "What the hell, eight-legged spear?" A red-haired boy supported by 8 legs burst out from the woods. Behind him, the terrifying gold sand storm followed closely, and Chiba could almost see Raza's face. Little brat Sasori? How's he know me? Why is Raza chasing him? What the hell? Chiba quickly realized what was happening and cursed in anger. Damn it. This little brat Sasori can't escape Raza's pursuit and somehow locked onto me. A total bystander. Try to divert the disaster onto me. Chiba, save me. Sasori shouted Chiba's name as he quickly ran towards him. Chiba's face turned green. Who the hell are you? I don't know you. Stay away from me. In midair, Raza coldly laughed at the friendly interaction between the two. Heh, no wonder you were just running in circles. Turns out you know someone in Konoha. I don't know him. I really don't know him. Chiba cried out in despair, trying to explain to Raza, but Raza clearly didn't want to hear him and muttered to himself. Since we've run into each other, you two can die together. For Raza, Sasori was a target that must be killed, and so was the Konoha ninja. It didn't matter to him. He would crush them both. Damn it, all you sand-hidden people are idiots. Chiba was furious, his face turning green. He tried to shake off Sasori behind him, but wherever he ran, Sasori followed, and he was even faster than Chiba, though the 8 legs couldn't outrun the flying. They were much faster than Chiba's 2 legs. Magnet release, gold sand spear. Raza, stepping on the golden sand cloud, waved his hand, and dozens of gold sand spears formed in front of him, shooting toward Chiba and Sasori with a sharp piercing sound. Earth release. Earth flow wall. Chiba initially planned to burrow into the ground to avoid the attack, but then he realized that Raza was the one controlling the sand. He didn't want to get himself trapped, so the earth flow wall was a safer option. Boom! Chiba stomped hard on the ground, causing a heavy earthen wall to rise up, blocking Chiba's figure and keeping the incoming gold sand spears at bay. Taking advantage of this moment, Chiba turned and ran in another direction, while Sasori quickly followed after dodging the gold sand spears aimed at him. Calm down. Raza needs to inject magnetic chakra into the ground to produce a large amount of gold sand. After all, with a trump card still in hand, Chiba remained unflustered and quickly began to think. Now that Raza is flying in the air, although he is in an invincible position, he cannot produce more gold sand. This means I just need to be careful of the gold sand attacking from above. With this in mind, Chiba glanced at the scorpion beside him, and his thoughts became active. The scorpion's talent goes without saying. The puppets he casually created in his childhood allowed Kankuro to use them all the way to the Wind Shippuden. Not to mention that he could use 100 techniques at once and had the power to take down a country by himself. The scorpion is an important figure in the Akatsuki organization, and if he could be saved, the reward would undoubtedly be many times more generous than saving Kankuro. The bigger the storm, the more valuable the fish. Chiba thought about fish again, of course, not referring to the fish under Tsunade. This guy. After failing to land a hit, Raza's brow furrowed slightly, and his expression towards Chiba grew serious. When an expert makes a move, you can tell whether they are good or not. Chiba's recent use of Earth Release immediately made Raza drop his underestimation and decide to go all out. Delays could lead to changes. It had been 10 minutes without capturing the Scorpion, and many people had likely already noticed this place. He couldn't give them a chance to turn the tables. He had to go all out. Raza brought his hands together and began to gather power, planning to take down both the exhausted Scorpion and Chiba in one strike. Magnetic release. The sky above Chiba and the Scorpion suddenly darkened, and under Raza's relentless use of chakra, the overwhelming golden torrent had already arrived above their heads. Damn it, just after finishing a basic attack. He's using a big move. Chiba's expression changed. He no longer had to hesitate about whether to save the Scorpion. Without needing to use his trump card, he could make Raza bury them alive. You forced my hand, Raza. Chiba roared, and chakra erupted from within him. Magnetic release. Gold sand burial. Raza clenched his hands tightly, and the viscous gold sand poured down like a rushing waterfall, roaring like thunder, ready to completely engulf the two below. Dance of a Shikigami. Full release. Chapter 49. The hidden card exposed, shocking the 3 generations. Earlier, in the Hokage office, Old Man quickly switched to Chiba. Why are you still watching Minato and the others? Tsunade pointed at the crystal ball on the table, somewhat displeased, and said, I tell you, Chiba will definitely pass this assessment. Tsunade, if I were you, I wouldn't be so sure. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. Unlike Minato, who had already grown up, Chiba was only just beginning to show his talent in medical ninjutsu, and his strength hadn't caught up yet. If he were to fall short in this assessment, at Tsunade's request, Sarutobi Hiruzen adjusted the crystal ball and switched the view to Chiba's location. Although Mifune was a bit displeased, he didn't say anything. Why is it so yellow? I can't see anything. Tsunade wondered. Old Man, has your crystal ball been tainted by your thoughts? No, that's not it. This is... In the next moment, Tsunade realized something and grabbed Sarutobi Hiruzen's collar, shouting, Old Man, Chiba is in danger. Do something. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. It's too late, Tsunade. Now, Chiba can only rely on himself. Dance of the Paper Shikigami, full open, in the Death Forest. Facing the overwhelming wave of sand and gold, Chiba shouted, and suddenly a pair of white paper wings spread out from his back, and he seemed to be enveloped in a layer of pure white light. This guy. Seeing Chiba's sudden transformation, Scorpion was stunned. For some reason, he suddenly felt a sense of disorientation, as if past and present were overlapping. What are you dazing for? Hurry and hold on to me. What? The surging sand and gold fell from the sky as Chiba grabbed the bewildered Scorpion and took off, flying towards the weakest edge of the sand and gold wave. Dance of the Paper Shikigami, Paper Rain. The wings on Chiba's back suddenly expanded, and in an instant, countless pieces of paper shot out towards the front. The dense paper pieces flew like a barrage of arrows, spinning to form an impenetrable white shield, violently crashing into the falling sand and gold. Clang, clang, clang. Under the infusion of Chiba's chakra, each piece of paper was as tough as a blade, creating a metallic clinking sound as they scraped against the falling sand and gold, forcibly tearing a gap in the heavy sand and gold barrier. Swish! In the next moment, taking advantage of the opening before the sand and gold could repair itself, Chiba flashed and rushed through the small gap, holding Scorpion. Damn it! Raza's expression darkened. His premonition was correct. This suddenly emerged guy was indeed not simple. Not only did he have the ability to escape from the sand gold burial, but he could also fly. Magnet release. Sand gold tsunami. Raza released his tightly held hands, undoing the not yet formed sand gold burial. He raised his arms, manipulating the sand and gold to swirl into the air, gathering into a sinister large mouth, once again sweeping towards the escaping Chiba and Scorpion. Dance of the Paper Shikigami. Multiple paper shurikens. Chiba snorted coldly. The paper pieces that had been shot out earlier returned to his wings, and then shot out again, transforming into giant shurikens that cut through the incoming wave of sand and gold. Clang, clang, clang. Under the slicing of the paper shurikens, the speed of the sand and gold wave slowed, and Chiba took the opportunity to fly out of the sand and gold's coverage with Scorpion in his arms. Enough already. Rasa, you've attacked me several times. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Chiba did not continue to flee while holding Scorpion, but lingered in mid-air, coldly staring at Raza. As he spoke, thousands of paper pieces flew around behind Chiba, vibrating at a high frequency as if brewing some terrifying technique. Scorpion, in Chiba's arms, had already forgotten to speak in astonishment. He initially just wanted someone to share the firepower, But who would have thought that Chiba would be so fierce? Not only resolving Raza's strongest attack, but also possessing counterattack power. This Chiba is clearly only a few years younger than me. Not only is his medical skill exceptional, but his strength is also so strong. It was strange, but at that moment, leaning in Chiba's arms, Scorpion suddenly felt a sense of security, as if in the embrace of his parents. Scorpion, lower your head a bit. The next technique I use has a wide damage range, so be careful not to get hurt. After reminding Scorpion, Chiba turned to Raza again and said coldly, the last two moves consumed a lot of your chakra, right, Raza? Let's see how you handle this one. The wings behind Chiba flapped rapidly, and the countless pieces of paper buzzed, as if ready to unleash their power at any moment. Raza's expression instantly became serious. He had already witnessed the power of the paper controlled by Chiba, with so many pieces of paper gathered together. It was enough to pose a threat to him. Magnet release, sand gold shield. Raza's hands came together, and the sand and gold surged back in front of him, faintly forming the shape of a shield. Raza remained vigilant, ready to block Chiba's next attack with all his might. Swish! Just as Raza was fully focused on his defense, Chiba suddenly flapped his wings and turned to run in the opposite direction. Running. Raza was instantly petrified, standing frozen in place, feeling a bit at a loss. He had already set up a shield, and Chiba just ran away like this? Wasn't he going to attack? Why are we running? Scorpion poked his head out of Chiba's arms, asking with some confusion. He was still thinking that if Chiba could kill Raza, he could make a puppet out of the opponent's corpse on the spot. Attack my ass, it's too dangerous, Chiba replied irritably. Although Raza had consumed quite a bit of chakra, Chiba had also burned through a lot of chakra during the battle. Continuing to fight would likely end in a 50-50 draw, and neither side would come out well. Now that he had already secured Scorpion, why stay? Was he going to wait for Raza to deliver gold to him? I want to fly, I won't get tired no matter how far. Chiba didn't look back, leaving his back to Raza, confidently flying forward. Both flying, the heavy sand and gold couldn't match the speed of his paper wings, and the chakra consumption was incomparable. They were now safe. Damn it, I remember you. You better not let me see you again. Watching Chiba soar away, Raza trembled with anger. Good. In the Hokage office, when Tsunade saw Chiba soar into the sky from the sand and gold, she excitedly punched through Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk. Bang! Sarutobi Hiruzen, too stunned to scold Tsunade, stood up abruptly, not even noticing the chair falling to the ground, his eyes fixed on the crystal ball. This kid. In the Warring States period, many bizarre ninjutsu appeared briefly, and those who could successfully grow up later became renowned powerhouses. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, was one of them, and now, Chiba also had a high chance of becoming one of them. It seemed this kid had been hiding his talents all along. He was gifted but not arrogant. This kid is a genius on par with Minato. Konoha has a successor. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep puff of his pipe and said to Tsunade beside him, Tsunade, if this child is only the leader of a small project, it would be a waste of talent. Let's change to someone else. I plan to place Chiba in a more important position. Sarutobi Hiruzen is already contemplating how to bring Chiba under his wing. A genius like this must inherit the will of fire. You're right, old man. Tsunade rarely refrained from arguing, and she reached an agreement with Hiruzen. As for Mito Gaiden, he remained silent, fiddling with his fingers as if plotting something. In the Forest of Death, after shaking off Rashi, Chiba quickly retracted his wings, and with Scorpion, they repeatedly changed positions and concealed themselves. After reaching a safe location, Chiba and Scorpion exchanged glances, each harboring their own intentions. If it weren't for the rewards I could get from you, I would have thrown you this burden away just now. If you hadn't saved my parents, based on your special ninjutsu, I would definitely turn you into a puppet. Ahem, After a couple of tactical coughs, Chiba spoke up. You're seriously injured. Scorpion, I'm a medical ninja. Let me treat you. Chiba had confidence in Keisuke's strength, and since he wasn't in good condition either, he decided to rest for a while and get the rewards first. Okay. Scorpion naturally wouldn't refuse and nodded in agreement. After all the commotion, Scorpion's wounds reopened, and with Chiba's support, he leaned against a large tree, allowing Chiba to tend to him. I've seen your information. Thank you for saving my parents. Looking at Chiba, who was focused on treating him, Scorpion suddenly spoke. To Scorpion, his parents were the most important existence. In the original plot, Scorpion ultimately fell into the embrace of father and mother, leading to his death at Chiyo's hands. When his parents were on the battlefield, Scorpion longed for them every day, eagerly waiting for their return. Upon learning that his parents were gravely injured and suspected to be dead, He felt as if his own heart had died. So when Scorpion found out that it was Chiba who saved his parents, giving him back a happy and complete family, he firmly etched that name in his heart. I wonder how you know me. Chiba's tone was not surprised. He had already guessed the gist of it and casually asked, by the way, how did you manage to keep locking onto my position? Scorpion grinned mischievously and said, that's a secret. Next time I will. Ouch. Be gentler, you bastard. Was that intentional or an accident? It was intentionally an accident. Chiba shot a glance at Scorpion, thinking to himself, I can't believe I can't handle this kid who loves to play with figurines. Chapter 50. Crimson's secret technique. After passing the assessment, Scorpion was severely injured, and Chiba spent an entire day stabilizing his condition. According to the system's evaluation, this was considered a successful treatment, as Scorpion was indeed one of the freaks. Ding. Treatment successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the skill Crimson secret technique. Living puppet blood refining. Living puppet blood refining? That name sounded a bit creepy. Chiba muttered to himself and opened the skill introduction, as it was a reward for treating Scorpion and should be quite good. Crimson's secret technique. Living puppet blood refining. Using chakra as fire and the human body as a puppet for blood refining. Enhancing the vitality of flesh and the strength of bones. Treating the body as a puppet, one can choose to refine blood and flesh in one place, maintaining 100-fold vitality. After reading for a while, Chiba excitedly slapped his forehead. Damn, isn't this just Scorpion's regeneration core? What a good thing. Of course, Chiba did not intend to completely forge his body into a puppet. However, with such a powerful secret technique, if used to temper his physique, it would definitely help him better tap into the potential of the Senju bloodline, until he could knock on Granny Lee's door and say, open. Not bad. At least it wasn't a wasted effort. Chiba nodded in satisfaction. Now, only 3 days were left until the end of the assessment, and Chiba still needed 2 scrolls from Tsunade and Kimobikure. Thinking of this, Chiba directly reached into Scorpion's clothes and grabbed something hard. Hey Chiba, what are you doing? I still need to continue participating in the assessment. Scorpion was startled at first, then covered his clothes and said coldly, what are you participating in? In your current state. If someone runs into you, it's a dead end. Hand it over. Chiba pulled out the scroll from Scorpion's arms with force and quickly stuffed it into his own. You're quite something. Scorpion gritted his teeth in anger. No one has dared to steal my thing since I was little. I'll remember you, Chiba. I'll remember you too, little brother. I hope you can survive this assessment, and let us part ways here. Facing the gritting Scorpion, Chiba cheerfully waved at him and prepared to turn and leave. Watching Chiba's back, Scorpion shouted, hey, you better survive too, or I will turn your corpse into a puppet. Since his trump card was already exposed, Chiba simply gave up and flew into the sky to search for the figure of Kyubi. It's not that Chiba was bragging. In the current situation where everything was clear, there weren't many candidates who could threaten him, even if it was Rasha or Minato. My abilities have probably been reported to the Hokage's office by now, Chiba speculated to himself. Although he already had a certain level of strength, Chiba remained vigilant at all times. After all, weakness and ignorance were not obstacles to survival. Arrogance was. I wonder how the higher-ups in Konoha will treat me. No, I need to find a way to become a direct disciple of the third Hokage after I get out. That way I can avoid being targeted by some evil forces. Chiba decided that after he got out, he would choose one of the 3 legendary ninjas of Konoha to apprentice under. What Chiba didn't know was that at this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also pondering how to develop him into an ally. Is it those 4? At that moment, Chiba suddenly paused in midair. He expected that after flying for a long time without seeing Kyubi, he would first run into Minato and his team. Chiba, the 4 on the ground, also noticed Chiba in the sky and showed surprised expressions. In today's Konoha, there were not many ninjas who could soar through the sky like Chiba. Swish! After a moment of hesitation, Chiba retracted his wings and landed in front of Minato and the others. Spiral staircase, stag beetle, ruin street, fig tree tower, hydrangea, secret emperor. Neither side approached each other immediately, but instead began to recite the secret phrases they had discussed before the assessment, used to identify Konoha candidates. It really is you, Chiba. After exchanging secret phrases, Minato approached Chiba with a smile and naturally asked, didn't you just leave? Why did you come back to find us? All right, stop teasing me. Minato. Chiba rubbed his nose and said, we only met once at the beginning of the assessment. I haven't seen you guys in the past 2 days. Upon hearing this, Minato turned to look at Yamashiro Aoi, and after receiving a confirming nod from him, Minato put away the kunai he had hidden in his hand. Is there something you need, Chiba? And where's QB? Minato asked. I got separated from QB and happened to run into you while looking for him. I wanted to ask if you have any unnecessary scrolls on you that we could exchange. That's right. The reason Chiba approached Minato and the others was to see if he could pass the assessment in a simpler way. He didn't have a mission to ambush other candidates from different villages. If he could gather the scrolls without fighting, why not? Oh, after hearing Chiba's words, Minato's team exchanged glances. Soon, the strategist Narashikaku stepped forward, smiling as he said, of course, this will save us quite a bit of time. Strangely enough, we haven't encountered many candidates from the Mist Village along the way. If you have a Mist Scroll, we can trade for it. Akito Dingswa beside him added, right? We have extra rock and cloud scrolls. If you need any, we can do a one-for-one exchange. Upon hearing this, a hint of joy appeared on Chiba's face. Sure. I happen to have an extra Mist Scroll. This time, Pai Pa Shirzong really made a great contribution. He must have taken out a lot of Mist Ninjas, which is why the Mist Scrolls are so scarce. So, what scroll do you want to exchange? Let us trade for a cloud scroll. Both sides took out a scroll at the same time and tossed them to each other, confirming they were correct and were all pleased. Great. I didn't expect to get this last scroll without any effort. After bidding farewell to Minato and the others, Chiba set off joyfully and soon found QB, or rather, QB found him first and revealed himself. QB, are you alright? I've gathered 5 scrolls. Let us leave here, Chiba asked. Sigh. But I still have the task assigned by the 3rd Hokage, QB said with a troubled expression. Oh, Chiba thought for a moment before an idea struck him. How about this, QB? There are hardly any candidates left in Konoha now. You might as well burn all the scrolls you have, and then fewer people will pass. QB was taken aback and hesitantly asked, is that allowed? Candidates can't destroy scrolls on their own, can they? Oh, that's not the case. Chiba waved his hand and said with a smile. Didn't Lord Orochimaru say before we came in that this assessment has no limits on methods, and we could do whatever we want? Under Chiba's persuasion, QB destroyed all the extra scrolls he had on him and followed Chiba to the designated location for passing the assessment, with no further incidents along the way. Congratulations on passing the assessment, Chiba-kun. I personally look forward to your brilliant performance next. At the end point, after taking the scroll from Chiba, Orochimaru said with a smile. The 3rd test of the Chunin exam is the most important part of the entire exam. It will be conducted as a 1v1 elimination tournament. At that time, the nobles and celebrities from various countries will come to watch. However, that is a month away. Chiba just wants to hurry home, take a shower, and then sleep like there's no tomorrow. Chapter 51. Apprenticeship Rejected Konoha, the Mitarashi Residence. Father, you called me in such a hurry. Is there something wrong? Mitarashi Suki asked. Looking at her father, Mitarashi In, who was sitting in the main seat with a serious expression. The commoner named Chiba is not simple, Mitarashi In said. You didn't handle the last matter properly. Now, go find him and apologize. Just say that the 5 million Ryo before was your compensation. Upon hearing this, Mitarashi Suki immediately refused without thinking. Father, you want me to apologize to that nameless nobody? No way, I'm not going. Don't be willful, Suki, Mitarashi In said sternly. Even the 3rd Hokage holds him in high regard. He is not a nobody, but a hidden dragon. Given time, he might become a significant figure like your teacher, Mitarashi, and has reached his current position not only through strength, but also his exceptional insight and wisdom. Are you joking with me? Mitarashi Suki exclaimed in shock, her voice rising an octave. A petty thief who loves to take advantage. How can you say he can compare to the 2nd Hokage? I'm not joking with you. This is an order, Suki, Mitarashi In said firmly. Go apologize to Chiba now. I don't care what means you use. You must make him have a good impression of you and our Mitarashi family. I understand, father. Seeing her father's stern expression, Mitarashi Suki knew there was no room for negotiation, so she could only grit her teeth and agree. Chiba's house. Chiba sat cross-legged on his small bed, his hands crossed in a strange posture, continuously circulating chakra within his body. Ugh, this living puppet blood refinement is really not for humans. It hurts like hell. Chiba winced in pain, his facial features contorting. Since the end of the exam, Chiba had tried refining his body several times. To be honest, this secret technique was indeed impressive. The body refining effects were remarkable, but the pain was real. During the training, Chiba felt as if there was a fire burning inside him, scorching every inch of his muscles and flesh. The pain was unbearable. He couldn't understand how Scorpion managed to endure it back then. Damn it. Some people live like the protagonists of a light novel, while others live like the characters in Yuhua's novels. Why should I, a protagonist with a system, have to endure this kind of suffering? Despite complaining, Chiba knew that to survive better in this world, he couldn't rely solely on the system. He had to work hard himself. Chiba, are you home? Suddenly, he heard Tsunade's voice from outside the door. Tsunade-sama, what brings you here? Chiba quickly sat up, adjusted his chakra, and hurried to open the door for her. What are you doing in there, you little slacker? Tsunade entered the room with familiarity, as if she were at home, and plopped down on the sofa, casually saying, I just happened to pass by and thought I'd check on you. In fact, after finishing her work, Tsunade specifically came to see Chiba, wanting to know if he was injured or if he missed her. But such mushy words were hard for Tsunade to say. She preferred to observe with her eyes. You came at the right time, Tsunade-sama. Chiba poured a cup of tea for her and eagerly asked, Can I become your apprentice? Among the three ninjas, Tsunade had the best relationship with Chiba, so he made her his first choice. No way. Tsunade's face darkened, and she replied angrily, I have no intention of taking on an apprentice. Find someone else. It was all that jerk SH Zuru's fault. She and Chiba were almost like siblings now. If they became master and apprentice, what would happen? Chiba. If you remember correctly, it was Tsunade who initially expressed her desire to take him as her apprentice. How had it changed now? Women are indeed fickle. I must never date someone like this in the future. Chiba thought to himself, if you want someone to guide your training, I suggest you go find Jiraiya. He just returned to the village a couple of days ago. Seeing Chiba looking somewhat disappointed, Tsunade suggested, although that guy is unreliable, he is undeniably skilled at teaching apprentices. Chiba nodded, thinking that indeed, half of his apprentices were at the level of a Kage, and one was even at the level of the Sage of Six Paths. Only Jiraiya in the Naruto world had such a distinction. Knock, knock, knock. While the two were talking, the door was knocked on again. Chiba opened the door to find it was Mitarashi Suki. You, stinky woman, manly woman. Before Chiba could say anything, Tsunade suddenly stood up, and Mitarashi Suki ignored her, both women glaring at each other and starting to argue. After all this time, you still haven't improved at all, TSK. Just like your life, ordinary and unremarkable, Tsunade initiated. Oh, you've improved. You've grown as big as your temper. What good is that if no one wants you? Mitarashi Suki shot back. Chiba, caught in the middle, was dumbfounded. He never expected that two such beautiful girls could argue so fiercely. Suki, Tsunade. Seeing the brief ceasefire as the two tried to kill each other with their eyes, Chiba tentatively spoke up, Tsunade-sama, do you know each other? Tsunade's face darkened, and she didn't speak, her gaze shifting between Chiba and Mitarashi Suki. Just with that one look from Tsunade, Mitarashi Suki, relying on her feminine intuition and knowledge of her rival, instantly guessed the relationship between Tsunade and Chiba. This manly woman actually likes a nameless little brat? In shock, Mitarashi Suki's eyes instantly became extremely bright. Originally, she came to find Chiba just to fulfill her father's orders. But now, even without Mitarashian's request, she would do everything she could to win Chiba's favor. She wanted to infuriate Tsunade, that manly woman. Of course we know each other, little brother Chiba. We were classmates back in the day. Mitarashi Suki smiled sweetly and said, Tsunade has always been the same since childhood. No one has ever tasted her rosy lips. And she could easily knock out a young man. She's quite innocent, you know. Stinky woman, do you want to die? Tsunade exploded in anger, her golden twin tails standing on end. Tsunade-sama, please calm down and protect his newly bought furniture. Chiba hurriedly pulled Tsunade back, then frowned at Mitarashi Suki and asked, did you come to see me for something? If it's not urgent, could you please leave for now? Chiba didn't know what history there was between the two, but he undoubtedly leaned towards Tsunade. He was the type of person who valued relationships over reason. She doesn't have anything important. She just heard that you almost died during the Chunin exam a few days ago and was worried about your injuries. So she brought some supplements to check on you. Ms. Yutome Tsukiyuki raised the item she was holding and said pitifully, throwing a subtle, provocative glance at Tsunade. That damn woman. Tsunade gritted her teeth in anger. These were her words, but she was too embarrassed to say them out loud. Chiba, I won't be having lunch at your house today. You damn woman, come with me now. Hey, tomboy, why are you pulling my clothes? Let go of me. This is brand new. Come on, aren't you tough? Let's have a one-on-one. Who wants to fight you? Let go of me. Men and women shouldn't be too close. Watching the two of them tugging and pulling as they walked away, Chiba stood at the door for a long time, feeling dazed. What has happened? Women are really scary. Shinjiki is better. After a while, Chiba collected his thoughts, and a serious expression appeared on his face. Ms. Yutome Tsukiyuki came to befriend him, which probably meant she got the hint from Ms. Yutome and meaning that the higher-ups in Konoha have already noticed me. Just thinking about this made Chiba restless. If some one-eyed bandage man invited him to join the route, should he go or just die? No, I need to find Jiraiya quickly. Chiba, full of enthusiasm, rushed out the door, and a cold wind blew past, reminding him that Tsunade hadn't told him where to find Jiraiya. However, after recalling the locations where Jiraiya appeared in the anime, Chiba immediately revealed a confident smile. I'm coming, Jiraiya-sama. Outside a hot spring in Konoha, a gray-haired man was sneaking around, clearly having a tall and strong physique, yet wearing a lewd smile that didn't match his stature. This wall is so white. And these scrubbing balls, I really want to experience them. Jiraiya-sama. Just as Jiraiya was getting into the mood, Chiba quietly approached him from behind and suddenly shouted, Nanny. Jiraiya was startled by the sudden shout and almost passed out on the spot. Seeing this, Chiba couldn't help but laugh. As expected, just like Zhang Wei always appearing at the toilet door, Jiraiya always respawns near the hot spring. Chiba has gotten stronger again. Although I was distracted just now, he managed to sneak up behind me. Jiraiya cleared his throat and put on a serious face. Ahem, so it's Chiba? Did you come to find me for something? Chiba nodded and said, Jiraiya-sama, after thinking it over for a long time, I've decided to become your disciple. Do you think I still have a chance? After saying this, Chiba looked at Jiraiya with anticipation, afraid that Jiraiya would suddenly change his mind like Tsunade. Oh, hearing Chiba's words, Jiraiya's eyes lit up. He waved his arms in a self-assured pose and smugly said, Yash, you've finally decided to become my disciple. The one and only renowned hero known for being so handsome that it can make crying children instantly quiet down? Maybe I should think about it a bit more. After a moment of silence, Chiba spoke uncertainly. Chapter 52. Chiba's first appearance in the end. Chiba still pinched his nose and accepted Jiraiya as his master. There was no way around it. If he delayed any longer, he would be assigned to Orochimaru's side. It's important to know that right now, Orochimaru was crazily conducting human experiments, and Yamato, who was focused on greening, was almost a product of this period. Chiba truly didn't dare to get close. With so many special traits about him, he was genuinely afraid that Orochimaru, in a moment of whimsy, would directly use him as experimental material. Orochimaru had a history of using his apprentices for experiments, and Chiba had only interacted with him a few times. There was no need to gamble his life on whether Orochimaru would develop feelings for him. He became a disciple just to establish a connection, and clearly, Jiraiya's reputation was much more reliable. The two single guys hit it off and chatted for a while. Surprisingly, they found common ground and quickly became close, appearing as if they were old friends. Chiba, now that we've become master and disciple, there are some things you don't need to hide from me anymore. Walking together in the woods, Jiraiya patted Chiba's shoulder and said with a wise expression, there must be something extraordinary about you, right? Jiraiya was almost certain of Chiba's identity as the child of prophecy, so he speculated that Chiba must have some special trait. Well, if you put it that way. Chiba thought for a moment and realized he indeed had something, so he leaned in and whispered a couple of things into Jiraiya's ear. What? Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock. This kid Chiba was even bigger than him, the great hero. Cough, cough. That's not the kind of specialty I'm in. Jiraiya coughed twice to change the subject. I'm in a specialty that would help you improve your strength in your training. Chiba understood Jiraiya's meaning. His earlier mention was merely to show off. No, to give himself some time to think. Well, I naturally have a strong control over chakra and can use some strange nature transformations. Chiba said, I previously attempted to combine fire and earth nature chakra and accidentally developed lava release, but it's still not mature enough to be used in combat. After some thought, Chiba decided to reveal all his special traits, hoping Jiraiya would pass this information to Hiruzen Sarutobi and see how the higher-ups of Konoha would react. On the other hand, he also brought up lava release with the intention of asking Jiraiya for guidance. Jiraiya's understanding of various ninjutsu is unparalleled in the Naruto world, and this combination of system and an old man would definitely take off. Haha, isn't that a coincidence? Jiraiya laughed heartily. I once fought against Oenoki from a Wagakure and experienced his lava release. Just as I was unsure how to guide your training, let us start with lava release. This. Chiba was a bit surprised. He didn't expect Jiraiya to believe him without any doubt and immediately start planning his training. To this, Jiraiya remarked, if the child of prophecy isn't special, then what can we call him? By the way, Jiraiya-sama, there is something I want to suggest to you. Chiba suddenly spoke up. Jiraiya, in a good mood, smiled and said, go ahead. You're a great hero, So please refrain from doing things like that in the future. It really tarnishes your magnificent image. Faced with his disciples' criticism, Jiraiya's face turned red. Cough, cough, I understand. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and the third exam of the Chunin exam was held as scheduled. This exam is a microcosm of war among the nations. It's a place where you will bet your lives to uphold your dreams and the prestige of your ninja village. Do you understand? Understood. After receiving Hiruzen Sarutobi's admonition, Chiba followed several other Konoha candidates into a magnificent cylindrical building. Oh, Konoha's participants are up. Sand Village. Sand Village. Cloud Village candidates. Give it your all. Take them down. Amidst the deafening cheers and the glaring sunlight hitting his face, Chiba felt a moment of daze, as if he had suddenly entered another world. He squinted up to see the upper tiers filled with people, all fervently cheering for the candidates down in the arena. Of course, the important figures in the highest tier would not lose their composure. They quietly awaited the start of the exam. I am the examiner for the third round, Kagaya Baruto. Now I will introduce the rules for this exam. At this moment, a somewhat frail-looking Konoha Jonin stepped over the candidates and reached the center of the arena, using chakra to amplify his voice throughout the building. The 16 candidates who pass the last round will engage in one-on-one real combat in this round, with no rules and no limitations on means, until one side falls, concedes, or dies. After announcing the rules, the examiner began addressing the audience, while the board candidates below started whispering among themselves. Hey, have you heard? Some unscrupulous guy destroyed 4 scrolls in the last exam, which resulted in 4 fewer people passing. That guy is really... My teammate was just one Awagakure scroll short, and he couldn't find it no matter what. Listening to the surrounding curses, Chiba remained unfazed among the candidates. The scrolls destroyed by Gujia had nothing to do with him. Wait, could it have been Shimura Danzo from Konoha? Wow, brother, are you crazy? You dare to say that out loud? I'm not from Konoha, so what do I have to fear? Oh, I forgot just a little bit. Such underhanded things must have been done by those shameless barbarians from the Cloud Village. Get lost. You Sand Village scoundrels are the ones who are shameless. A bunch of dog-like poison users daring to shout. Before the exam even started, the tension between the candidates grew thick, each one coldly staring at each other, exchanging friendly greetings about each other's relatives. Hey kid, we meet again. Just when Chiba thought he could stay out of it, Rasha walked up to him, looking down at him. Oh, isn't this brother Rasha? Your sand gold shield technique from last time is still fresh in my memory, Chiba teased cheerfully. Since they were on his home turf, Rasha couldn't do anything to him, so why not provoke him a bit? You. Rasha was so furious that he almost lost his temper and wanted to strike Chiba down. At that moment, a gentle woman about 7 meters tall quickly walked over and blocked Rasha. Is this Karura? She's one of the candidates? When this Mazurno stood next to Rasha, Chiba finally recognized her. She was the future wife of Rasha and the mother of Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari. What long legs. I wonder if she can see her toes when she lifts her head. I really want to try. Chiba thought to himself. Kid, I'll make you regret it during the exam. Under Karura's intervention, Rasha coldly left a remark and turned away. You think this is Konoha? Do you have the final say here? Chiba smiled and retorted dismissively. Just then, the examiner on stage finally finished the opening speech and shifted the topic. Other candidates. Please leave the stage temporarily. The first group of candidates, please come to the stage and prepare for the assessment. Tsunade, Ersha, Konoha, Chiba. The examiner read aloud from the list. What the hell? Chiba's smile instantly froze on his face. Who the hell arranged this lineup? Choosing so many weaklings and giving him the strongest one. Chiba instinctively glanced across at the other candidates and met Arsha's cold gaze. This guy is not simple. He guessed the personnel arrangement just based on the candidates present. At the top of the stands, Sarutobi Hizashi, whom Chiba considered a fool, was chatting and laughing with the third Kazekage beside him, because there was a troublesome candidate from the Cloud Village that Minato needed to deal with. Sarutobi Hizashi waved his hand and assigned the strongest candidate from Tsunade to Chiba. Lord Hokage, how could this kid possibly be Arsha's match? The third Kazekage said with a look of pity, you should let him surrender quickly to avoid losing his life. Sarutobi Hizashi waved his hand and smiled. Kazekage, it's a bit too early for you to say that. Let's wait and see. The outcome might exceed our expectations. Oh, the third Kazekage frowned slightly. Since Arsha hadn't mentioned anything about Chiba to him, he didn't know where Sarutobi Hizashi's confidence came from. Oomph. On the side, Noki snorted coldly and simply closed his eyes. He felt irritated just seeing Chiba. A bunch of useless people. Can't even deal with a young brat. It's infuriating. The Reikage said nothing and also closed his eyes. He had no interest in battles with such a disparity in strength. Only the Mizukage, for unknown reasons, kept watching below, seemingly observing Chiba the whole time. At the bottom of the building, the other candidates began to step back, and Chiba and her Shah faced each other, slowly walking to the designated combat area in the middle. Kid, you'd better not surrender later. Our Shah stood firmly in the center of the arena and coldly said, I will use a sand gold coffin that you can never afford to bury you. I want to say, it will be better for you to obediently surrender later. Chiba sneered, refusing to back down, and said, as long as you still have a breath left, I, as a medical ninja, can save you. If it's a battle, then let it be. Chiba was not afraid at all and could use her shot to test the results of his training this month. Both candidates, please prepare. The examiner flashed and made way for the two in the middle, then waved his hand. Assessment, start. Chapter 53. Perilous situations. Chiba falls into the trap. Magnetic sandgold. Dance of paper. In a one-on-one battle, there is no need to worry too much about chakra consumption. With the examiner's command, Rasha and Chiba almost simultaneously displayed their strongest forms. Boom, boom, boom. Like seawater, sand gold erupted from the ground, rushing toward Chiba in a howling torrent. Chiba leaped into the air, his white paper wings suddenly spread wide, allowing him to slip into the sky and dodge the sand gold. Magnetic release, sand gold cube. Rasha also rose into the air on a sand mat, pointing a finger as a cube made of sand gold slammed toward Chiba. TCH, no need for tricks. Even this old lady's second skill can dodge it. Chiba muttered to himself, his wings dipping as he swiftly changed direction, easily evading the incoming sand gold cube. Magnetic release, sand gold spear. Dance of paper, paper spear. Rasha manipulated the vast amounts of sand gold, launching attack after attack at Chiba. Like a falcon, glided through the air, deftly avoiding the assaults while counterattacking with paper. The spectacular duel between the two, filled with dazzling effects, left the audience in awe. My God, these two can actually fly. What kind of ninjutsu are they using? Why have we never seen this before? Are they even human? This has surpassed the realm of ninjas. Mom, I want to hire them. In the stands, Ju excitedly stood up, pointing at Chiba and exclaiming, Whoa, sis, Chiba can actually fly. This guy Chiba is too inconsiderate, not telling his good buddy about such things. Once this exam ends, he is definitely going to make Chiba take him for a flight. Shut up, stop making a scene. Tsunade merely raised her fist, and Ju immediately sat down obediently. Bloodline suppression does exist, especially in the world of Naruto. Fugaku, is that really Chiba? In another section of the stands, among the Uchiha clan, a gentle girl asked incredulously, in Uchiha Makoto's impression, Chiba was the kind of mediocre person who was unnoticed and had no strengths. Otherwise, she wouldn't have paid him any attention. But now this boy, calm and confident in the face of strong opponents. Makoto found it hard to connect him with the Chiba she remembered. Yes, as I said, he is an outstanding person. Fugaku nodded seemingly indifferently, but inside he was stirred. He hadn't expected Chiba to be so strong in addition to his medical skills, which further solidified his determination to bring Chiba into the Uchiha clan. No, I must make Makoto marry Chiba. If those old geezers in the clan dare to disagree, I'll kneel and beg them. In the highest section of the stands, the Rakage and others, who had been indifferent just moments ago, were now sitting up straight, their eyes glued to the two battling in the air. This kid can actually hold his own against Rasha. The wind shadow looked astonished at Sarutobi Hiruzen beside him, only to find him smiling and leisurely smoking, looking as if he was comfortably fishing. Hokage, this kid is not bad, just my taste. The Rakage stroked his big beard, his eyes shining as he spoke. How about sending him to our village? I'll train him for a couple of days. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't be bothered to respond. If Chiba were really sent to the hidden cloud village, it would be hard to get him back. He would definitely be kept in the village for endless breeding. He couldn't let Chiba know about this. What if the kid was naive and got tempted? Inoki snorted coldly, deciding to raise Chiba's bounty to 10 million Ryo upon returning to the village. The mist shadow remained silent, seemingly too disdainful to engage with the other four shadows, but the hidden mist village had always been out of place, and the others paid no mind. At this moment, Chiba and Rasha's battle intensified, with sand gold and paper scattering to the ground. Some audience members even wanted to rush down to collect the gold, but were stopped by the ninjas maintaining order. Magnetic release, sand gold domain. Sharp sand gold shot from the air toward Chiba. Chiba's figure flickered as he dodged downward, but at that moment, Rasha landed on the ground first. Magnetic release, Sand gold torrent. Rasha raised his arms high. He had quietly guided Chiba to lower his altitude just for this moment. Boom! A surge of sand gold erupted from the ground once more, trapping Chiba between the cascading golden waterfall from above, like two giant hands slamming down on a small insect caught in their grasp. In that instant, Chiba had nowhere to escape. His small figure instantly submerged by the two giant sand gold hands. Rasha, garbage Konoha, this is it, right? Ha ha ha. Supporters of Rasha cheered, while the Konoha side fell silent, with Ju, Tsunade, and others clenching their fists, their hearts hanging in suspense. Swish, swish, swish. Just as the two giant hands were about to completely close in, countless paper sheets flew out from the gaps in the sand gold, resembling hundreds or thousands of white butterflies fluttering, looking beautiful and spectacular. This is... Rasha's pupils suddenly constricted as he hurriedly manipulated the sand gold to wrap around the flying papers. But the heavy sand gold couldn't possibly be faster than the light paper. One by one, the white paper sheets gathered in the air, once again forming Chiba's figure, gradually regaining color. Very nice attempt. I almost fell for it. Chiba smiled at Rasha. Under Jiraiya's special training, his combat awareness had greatly improved. Chiba had certainly known Rasha was deliberately guiding him, but he was also pretending to be careless. Chiba needed an opportunity, a chance to severely injure Rasha, but before that, he needed to exhaust Rasha's chakra as much as possible. Luring out a big move passively, this wave is not a loss. This guy can actually apply such a special ninjutsu to this extent. Rasha's heart tightened, but he scoffed. So what if he dodged? With your papers, you can't break my defenses at all. Sand gold spear. Paper flying wheel. The two clashed again, manipulating paper and sand gold to collide continuously. But both seemed a bit distracted, thinking through their strategies. Paper is weak against water, but such an obvious weakness, he can't possibly be unprepared. To make him unable to change forms freely, their S only. Having previously treated Chiba as a hypothetical enemy, Rasha pondered for a moment and quickly thought of a countermeasure against Chiba. Sand gold, activate. Rasha spread his arms, and the vast sand gold opened up like shells revealing pearls, faintly exposing a path directly leading to Rasha's body. I've left you a gap. Do you dare to come? Rasha sneered at Chiba, using himself as bait to lure Chiba into the trap. Oh, Chiba frowned slightly at the sight, but soon relaxed. Are you sure? The moment the last word left his mouth, Chiba's figure flickered and charged toward Rasha behind the sand gold. Rasha had set the stage. If he didn't take the bait, would he still be a man? Luo Sha clasped his hands, and the sand gold that was spread on both sides surged up like a tide, instantly forming an airtight cage that completely covered him and Qianyi. Ignoring the sand gold barriers from all directions, Qianyi rushed straight towards Luo Sha. Qianyi knew Luo Sha was trying to bait him, but wasn't this also his opportunity? Damn! To his surprise, when Qianyi was just a few steps away from Luo Sha suddenly puffed up his cheeks and spat out all the chakra oil he had refined. What? Qianyi was completely caught off guard as Luo Sha drenched him in oil. He really hadn't expected Luo Sha to think of using chakra oil to restrain him. The oil-proof paper requires a special coating, and with the current technology of the Hokage, it couldn't be done. Under the immersion of chakra oil, Qianyi instantly lost his ability to transform into paper. At the moment he spat out the chakra oil, Luo Sha separated a strand of sand gold to block in front of him. I said I would use the best coffin to bury you. In the end, you still died beneath my sand gold burial. Before the sand gold completely separated the two, Luo Sha revealed a cold smile at Qianyi. Even though Luo Sha could only summon a strand of sand gold as a shield, that strand of sand gold was not something Qianyi's strange ninjutsu could break. A short distance of just a few steps became an insurmountable chasm for Qianyi. Rushing. Qianyi's figure was completely sealed by the sand gold coffin. Unable to break through the sand gold, and having lost his ability to change form, he was destined to die in the upcoming explosion of sand gold. At least, that's what Luo Sha thought. But at that moment, a nonchalant voice echoed from within the coffin, and Luo Sha's smile instantly vanished. Melt release, scorching river lava. Chapter 54. Qianyi opened his mouth, and Luo Sha's leg was crippled. Melt release. Luo Sha's pupils suddenly contracted. Before he could think further, the gold sand shield in front of him suddenly crackled, as if something hot enough to melt gold was rapidly approaching. Boom! In the next instant, the gold sand shield in front of Luo Sha vanished like melting ice and snow, and a magma ball emitting scorching heat, broke through and slammed towards Luosha like a bolt of lightning. Damn! Luosha's expression changed in shock. He had no time to maintain the gold sand barrier. His whole body retreated violently, and he desperately mobilized the nearby gold sand to intercept the magma ball that was almost upon him. This thing could even melt his gold sand. If he dared to touch it, he would probably be reduced to ashes in an instant. Ah! Luosha roared in frustration. And with his superb control over magnet release chakra, he managed to stop the scorching lava flow in front of him with a few strands of gold sand. He actually blocked it, huh? Well, what will you do about the second one? At that moment, Chinya's voice, like a demon's whisper, sounded. The previously indifferent Xing in the stands suddenly sat up straight, revealing an expression of great interest. What? Before Luosha could react, another magma ball flew in, and the makeshift gold sand barrier in front of him shattered like glass. Bang! The terrifying impact and high temperature penetrated the gold sand and directly affected Luosha. He was uncontrollably thrown backward, and large areas of burn injuries appeared on his body, with charred wounds crusting over, even preventing blood from seeping out. If Luosha had been given enough time to prepare, he undoubtedly could have intercepted these two consecutive magma balls, but the battlefield changes in an instant. One moment you may have the upper hand, and the next you could meet your demise. Luosha did not expect that besides that strange ninjutsu, Chinya also mastered melt release, breaking through his defenses. Swish! Almost simultaneously, Chinya's figure flashed out from the sea of gold sand, and with a single tap of his toes on the ground, he suddenly appeared beside the off-balance Luosha. Chakra scalpel. Chinya raised his right hand high, and the chakra blade stabbed fiercely towards Luosha's neck. I actually lost. In the blink of an eye, Luosha, who had finally stabilized himself, realized his impending fate. Although he did not understand how someone as young as Chinya could master two such powerful ninjutsu, Luosha accepted his defeat and calmly closed his eyes, waiting for death to arrive. Thud! Chinya's blade was already pressed against Luosha's neck, but the expected pain did not come. After waiting a few seconds, Luosha opened his eyes in confusion. Hey, you're badly injured. Do you want me to help treat you? Luosha then noticed that the chakra in Chinya's hand had already dissipated, and Chinya was now looking at him with a smile. What? Luosha was taken aback and asked in confusion. You clearly could. Why didn't you kill me? Putting himself in Chinya's shoes, Luosha felt that if he had the chance to kill Chinya, he would definitely do it without hesitation. So he was puzzled by Chinya's current behavior. Of course, it's because of the reward. Chinya suppressed his thoughts and said seriously, It's because I admire you, Luosha brother. I think you're an extraordinary person. Since the moment I met you last time, I felt a sense of kinship with you. You must feel the same, right, Luosha brother? Chinya asked back. Huh? Yes. Luosha's brain short-circuited, and he responded awkwardly, feeling like he had been called on by the teacher in class. So, you see, Chinya retracted his hand that was aimed at Luosha and naturally patted Luosha's shoulder twice. I think you will definitely achieve great things in the future, and you might even become the fourth Kazekage. It would be too regrettable for someone like you to die just like this. The ninja world would definitely become quite boring in the future. Is that so? Having been severely injured and narrowly escaping death, Luosha's mind was still not clear. Chinya then continued to shower him with praise, lifting Luosha's spirits so much that he was unable to think, and he sat down on the ground in a daze, allowing Chinya to treat him. From Luosha overwhelming Chinya, to Chinya counterattacking and sparing Luosha's life, ultimately turning enemies into friends. This series of reversals happened in just a few seconds. The audience in the stands was stunned, and for a moment they even forgot to cheer. The entire venue fell silent. All right, the ninjas of Konoha truly have a benevolent spirit. The third Kazekage was the first to react. After all, he was a Kage, and his reflexes were far superior to ordinary people. Lord Hokage, the ninjas you trained truly embody your style. I feel ashamed. The third Kazekage cupped his hands towards Sarutobi Hiruzen and said sincerely, If Luosha died here, then the Kazekage would have no capable subordinates left. A Kazekage, you flatter me. Ha! Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand with a smile, appearing humble, but in reality, he was beaming with pride. That kid Chinya really knows how to handle things. Saving Luosha is far more advantageous for Konoha than killing him. Not only can it ease the relationship with Tsunade, but it also builds a good reputation in front of so many dignitaries. Sarutobi Hiruzen had decided that once this Chunin exam was over, he would promote Chinya properly. How foolish. Rakage snorted heavily, scoffing at Chinya's mercy. Onoki also snorted, planning to raise Chinya's bounty to 15 million Ryo when he returned. Stopping at the right moment not only proved strength but also displayed grace, further deepening the friendship between Konoha and Tsunade. This young man from Konoha is truly remarkable. Let's give him a thumbs up. Old man, what do you do? Why do you speak so harshly? Good, Konoha is impressive. They know how to leave room for others in their actions. I will definitely recognize you for future commissions. Konoha is amazing. Even a little kid has such strength and demeanor. Truly commendable. However, to be honest, did the two of them just now really cause such destruction? Are today's genins that powerful? With a question from an uninformed audience member, many of the unaware spectators fell into deep thought. Amidst the applause, only one person was cursing angrily. Chinya, I misjudged you. Scorpion's eyes were bloodshot. He had finally felt something for someone, yet Chinya had made him lose so thoroughly. Damn, although he didn't say it, this was the first time in his life he felt fondness for someone outside his parents. As a result, he also tasted the bitterness of betrayal by someone he trusted for the first time. No, I must get an explanation from you. Scorpion angrily jumped down from his seat and ran down the stairs in the building towards the lowest level. He needed to find Chinya to get a clear answer. At the lowest level, the examiner did not interrupt Chinya, as he could see that Chinya's actions had profound meaning, and he expressed deep admiration for it. I didn't expect a teenager to come up with such a way to forge new alliances for Konoha after the war. It really makes me feel ashamed. However, Chiba, the person involved, didn't think that much. He just wanted a living Rasha to earn rewards from him. That was all. If we meet again on the battlefield in the future, I will also spare your life. Looking at Chiba, who was seriously treating him, Rasha suddenly felt something stir in his heart, and he turned his head aside and said softly, for someone as proud as Rasha to say such a thing indicates that he has genuinely acknowledged Chiba. All right, I remember that. Although you are my enemy, you're not bad. Chiba accepted Rasha's favor with a clear conscience. Speaking of which, if he saves someone and collects a favor each time, will he become the Shanks of Hokage in the future? From now on, anyone with a name and surname who sees him could give him a favor. Rasha is quite honest. After all, he was foolishly tricked by Ant Snake back then, so his favor should be valuable, Chiba thought to himself. Soon, Chiba healed Rasha's injuries, but he wished Rasha's injuries were more severe. Magnet release, I want magnet release, please. I am willing to trade Jiraiya-sensei's lifetime of being single for a magnet release. After silently praying, Chiba looked at the bright system prompt. Ding, treatment successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill Sand Waterfall Funeral. What the heck? Chiba was dumbfounded. What he wanted was Sand Gold Funeral. Sand Gold Funeral? Not that Sand Waterfall Funeral. Chiba was fantasizing about becoming Gaara's father, and now he has directly become Rasha's son. This was truly an unexpected development for Chiba. Sand Waterfall Funeral. Gaara's signature move, using quicksand to completely drown the enemy, ending them with a surging sand waterfall. A brutal technique. Forget it, let us take this. This ninjutsu is somewhat acceptable, Chiba sighed. If he had known, he should have stabbed with that knife just now. Rasha's injuries were still not severe enough. Chiba gazed at Rasha resentfully, making Rasha feel a bit uneasy, and he instinctively stood up and distanced himself from Chiba. All right, let us applaud the impressive performance of our two candidates just now. At that moment, the examiner timely appeared in the center of the venue and proclaimed passionately, I announce that the winner of this round is Konoha's Chiba. Chapter 55. Uchiha Makoto, Chiba, is accused. Since the examiner announced the results of this assessment, the two candidates, Chiba and his companion, could leave the examination room and continue watching the upcoming assessments from the stands. I should have performed well enough to pass this assessment, right? Chiba thought to himself, although the third assessment adopted an elimination format. It was not the case that only the winners could pass. Rather, it was determined by the candidate's performance in battle. Hey, no matter what, thank you for what you said earlier. Looking at Chiba walking alone towards the stands, Rosha quietly said from behind him, all right, no need to mention it. Chiba waved his hand dismissively, not wanting to engage with him, and left the lower arena first. Rosha, that dog, still had to stay and cheer for Kururo. Damn it. Chiba equally envied everyone who had a partner. He wished he could be one of those with multiple partners. Ugh. He wanted to kill them. Chiba, why didn't you kill him earlier? Why did you betray me? However, just as Chiba stepped into the entrance of the stands and had not yet climbed the stairs, an angry child rushed in front of him, questioning him with a furious expression. Although he had never had a girlfriend, Chiba inexplicably felt like he had been caught cheating. I did it all for you, Scorpion. Though he couldn't coax girls, He could definitely handle soothing children. It was as easy as pie for him. Scorpion. He coldly stared at Chiba and said, "Do you think I'm a child? You'd better give me a reasonable explanation, otherwise." "I really did it for you, Scorpion," Chiba said with a face full of indignation. "Otherwise, I'd be crazy. Why would I have any reason to save someone from another village who was trying to kill me? You said you wanted to turn Rosha into a puppet with your own hands. I've always remembered that. If I killed Rosha here in front of the third Kazekage, how would you turn him into a puppet? I wanted to leave Rosha for your future self, so I didn't kill him. I was even afraid he'd die now and affect the quality of your puppets, so I held back my irritation and treated him a little." Chiba's reasoning made sense, and Scorpion's expression softened considerably. Just as Chiba said, beyond that, it seemed he really had no reason to heal Rosha. That's not something you should worry about. You should have killed him earlier." Scorpion snorted coldly and said without hesitation, "As for that annoying guy, the third Kazekage, I will eventually turn him into a puppet. Suna can't allow such a powerful person to exist." "I see." Chiba scratched his head, suddenly feeling like he was witnessing history. Speaking of which, he was the one who taught Scorpion the word powerful last time. It seemed he was quite important in this little guy's eyes. After Chiba patiently coaxed Scorpion for a while, Scorpion finally left with satisfaction, saying that next time they met, he would give Chiba 2 beautiful puppets. "I wonder if our definitions of beautiful are the same. Also, I want one of those silicone figurines." Just as Chiba sighed in relief, he unexpectedly ran into Yuzuki Yuhi again at the corner of the stairs. "Chiba, your battle earlier was amazing." Upon seeing Chiba, Yuzuki Yuhi came over with a starry-eyed expression, immediately hugging Chiba's arm and rubbing against it, making Chiba feel overwhelmed. "So annoying," Chiba complained inwardly. He had no trouble when there weren't any beautiful girls bothering him. But now, both Mito Tsukikage and Yuzuki Yuhi came to disturb him from time to time, which made him even more annoyed. These 2 women looked like they were scheming. Chiba just wanted to keep his distance. "When I look for a partner in the future, I must find a girl who's straightforward like Lady Tsunade. But her temper shouldn't be as fiery as Lady Tsunade's. Someone like Shinjuro would be just right." Huh. Chiba suddenly jolted. What was wrong with him lately? Why did he keep comparing potential partners to Lady Tsunade and Shinjuro? "Chiba, are you free tonight? I'd like to invite you to my house to help me check my wounds and apply some medicine." Just as Chiba was drowning in self-doubt, Yuzuki Yuhi spoke with a flushed face. "No wonder you were so attentive to me earlier. You just wanted to exploit my labor." Chiba pouted in annoyance, pulling his arm away from Yuzuki Yuhi's grasp. "You could just go to the hospital. It won't cost much. Why do you have to come find me specifically?" With that, Chiba turned and walked away, continuing to climb the stairs, leaving a confused Yuzuki Yuhi behind. To avoid encountering trouble again, Chiba directly used a transformation technique on himself and arrived at the seats right next to Shinjuro and Tsunade. "Chiba, what kind of guilty deeds have you done? Why are you hiding?" Shinjuro immediately recognized Chiba and teased him with a smile. "Don't mention it. I just ran into some troublesome characters while going upstairs." Chiba replied somewhat gloomily. "Fame is a double-edged sword. You're taking 4 roles on your own. Get lost, you're the pig." Just as Chiba was bickering with Shinjuro, a man in Uchiha clan robes approached, respectfully addressing Chiba. "Lord Chiba, our young clan leader would like to invite you for a chat." Previously, this man would never have been so courteous to an outsider, but now it could only be said that strong individuals would earn respect wherever they went. "How did you recognize Chiba?" "All right, you have Sharingan," Shinjuro murmured. "Uchiha Fugaku, what does he want with Chiba?" At that moment, Tsunade suddenly looked at the man with a scrutinizing gaze. I know. Before the man or Chiba could respond, Shinjuro spoke with a smug expression. "Senior Fugaku wants to introduce Chiba to a beautiful Uchiha girl. Chiba mentioned it to me before." Bang! With a loud bang, Tsunade crushed the iron railing in front of her, which was as thick as an arm. Gulp! Shinjuro nervously swallowed, looking at Tsunade's darkened expression, unsure of what he had said wrong again. "Lady Tsunade, we'll be back soon. We don't want Fugaku to wait too long." All right. Chiba hurriedly got up and left the scene with the Uchiha man, almost fleeing. "Big sister, aye. Yame chide." Watching Tsunade approach with a blank expression and flexing her wrists, Shinjuro began to wail in despair. At the Uchiha clan's seating area, the moment Chiba saw Uchiha Makoto, he made up his mind. He would definitely befriend Fugaku. She was so beautiful, growing up so gracefully at only 13 or 14. Anime simply did not showcase that cold beauty that Uchiha Makoto possessed. Come, Chiba, let me introduce you. This is the Uchiha Makoto you've been thinking about." Fugaku beckoned Chiba to sit next to Makoto, trying to break the years of silence between them with humor. Hey, Fuji, take what you said. Chiba was at a loss for words, looking helpless. Come on, calm down, this is your wife. Exactly, Fuji, take, we're just classmates. Makoto remained as calm as ever. But if one looked closely, they would notice her pointed ears were slightly flushed. Haha, I misspoke. Fuji take chuckled. You young folks are too uptight. I just have some matters to attend to. You two catch up here, and after the assessment, let's have a meal to celebrate for Chiba. As the middleman, Fuji take had already opened the conversation for the two, and now he just needed to slip away. Fuji take you. Watching Fuji take get up and leave, Chiba felt a bit exhausted. Having just gone through a battle, all he wanted was to rest, yet so many people were pushing him to socialize. However, if it was Makoto, then he could also chat for a while. Long time no see, Makoto. If it weren't for Fuji take introducing me, I wouldn't even dare to recognize you. We all grew up, but why does your face seem even smaller than when we were in school? Chiba didn't understand any flirting techniques. He just thought that regardless of being klitsch or not, it was always good to compliment a girl first. Oh, really? Makoto instinctively touched her small face, and the two began to chat. After a round of conversation, Makoto developed some fondness for Chiba. She didn't expect this boy, whom she had no impression of, to be unexpectedly humorous and witty. It's hard not to like a boy who is handsome, capable, and knows how to talk. Chiba and Makoto were enjoying their conversation. However, he didn't notice that not far behind them, a young Uchiha was staring intently at his back, seemingly wanting to tear him apart. Chiba suddenly felt something and turned around, only to meet a pair of crimson Sharingan eyes. 6 black, ink-like Tomo were rapidly spinning, instantly occupying his mind. No. Chiba's thoughts slowed down, but he hazily realized that he had fallen under a Genjutsu. Chapter 56, Chiba's first battle with Uchiha. I'll let you get so close to Makoto. Now you will learn your lesson, you bastard. Uchiha Armu thought coldly as he put away his Sharingan. Uchiha Armu was an emotional person, but in the Uchiha clan, this could be considered talent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have awakened his 3 Tomo Sharingan at such a young age. However, this guy was really hard to control. Despite just having gone through a great battle, he still managed to exhaust so much of my ocular power. Uchiha Armu rubbed his slightly sore eyes, then looked ahead with a cold smile. The good show is about to begin. Just now, he had implanted the thought of teasing Makoto into Chiba, and he believed he would soon witness the scene of Makoto slapping the other person's face and shouting at the lecherous man. Bang! Under Uchiha Armu's mocking gaze, Chiba uncontrollably raised his arm, slowly reaching towards Makoto beside him. Damn it, is this an illusion? When did it happen? When Chiba realized he was under a Genjutsu, he finally regained a bit of clarity and his mind began to race. The perverted sage once said that Genjutsu is when the enemy uses various methods to affect the flow of my chakra in the brain, as long as Chiba tried to seize control of his body, first slowing down the flow of chakra in his brain, and then suddenly mobilizing a large amount of chakra, instantly breaking through the enemy's control. Genjutsu release. I'm such a little genius, breaking a Genjutsu so easily on my first try, ha ha ha. Chiba was initially a bit proud, but when he fully regained his consciousness and saw what was happening in front of him, he immediately couldn't laugh anymore. His hand was currently resting on Uchiha Makoto's small chest, pinching it. Makoto's expression was a mix of shock, embarrassment, and contempt, making Chiba feel utterly humiliated. And behind Chiba, Uchiha Armu's cold smile had vanished. His face had turned green. You two just met, you bastard. Even if I implanted the thought of teasing, you shouldn't almost just touch her little hand or brush her thigh. How dare you touch my goddesses? Also, why didn't she notice when this guy was approaching so slowly? What the hell is this? Is he really that bold? Uchiha Armu's mentality exploded. He was so angry that his Sharingan was about to activate. If it weren't for his poor talent, he probably would have already opened his Manjiki by now. He had never seen someone so audacious. Chiba was similarly losing his mind. That Makoto, Chiba tried to explain. Actually, I was under a Genjutsu just now. Otherwise, think about it. How could I do such a thing in public? That bastard actually used a Genjutsu to force me to do something against my will. I have to kill him later. So soft. Makoto, could you please move your hand first? Just a little. Chiba hurriedly withdrew his hand, awkwardly scratching his head. Makoto's furrowed brows finally relaxed a bit. You said you were under a Genjutsu. Do you know who the caster is? It's that guy behind us. Wait, I'm going to settle this with him right now. Chiba angrily pointed at Uchiha Armu behind him, and then used this as an excuse to stand up and hurriedly leave. Damn it, this is so embarrassing. Others don't know I was under a genjutsu, and luckily, most people's attention was on the match below, so not many noticed this side. Uchiha Madara. Heh, what he said might be true. Watching Chiba leave, Mikoto adjusted her undergarments and thought quietly. Hey, that bastard over there, if you're a man, come with me now. Chiba walked to Uchiha Madara's seat, boldly beckoned with his finger, then turned and walked toward the stairs without looking back. Chiba was certain that Uchiha Madara would follow him. After all, Chiba was invited by Fugaku. This guy still dared to attack him, which showed he was just an impulsive fool. You better swallow your anger and be a turtle, or I'll beat you to death later. Chiba thought through gritted teeth. Sure enough, upon hearing Chiba's words, Uchiha Madara stood up without a second thought. Uchiha Madara, what are you doing? He's a guest of the clan leader. You better be careful. Madara, what's the deal? Are we going to fight, or do you want to go together? Seeing this, the clan members beside Uchiha Madara either tried to stop him or supported him. You don't need to worry. I'll go alone. Whatever happens, I'll take responsibility. After leaving this sentence, Uchiha Madara directly left his seat and followed Chiba. The two did not speak as they left the building, arriving at a secluded training ground. Bang! In the next moment, Chiba suddenly turned around, kicked off the ground, and punched like a cannonball towards Uchiha Madara behind him. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, leaped into the air with his toes touching the ground, and formed hand seals mid-air, releasing a series of fireballs that scattered like phoenix flowers towards Chiba. Earth style, earth flow wall, facing the crisscrossing flames coming from all directions. Chiba bent down and slapped the ground, causing a wall of earth with a dog head to rise up, easily blocking the incoming flames. Whoosh! At the same time, Chiba took advantage of the cover of the earth wall to dive underground, instantly appearing behind Uchiha Madara, stabbing his chakra blade fiercely into Armu's body. Pucci! The moment it pierced in, Chiba felt something was off. He slightly turned to the side, narrowly dodging the shuriken that Uchiha Madara had thrown from behind. The next moment, the two figures flashed apart, creating distance between them. A substitution technique? Chiba moved his wrist and murmured, the Sharingan really is a bit tricky to deal with. The Sharingan can perceive the flow of chakra. Uchiha Madara probably guessed his intentions, so he left a substitute in place to act as bait. Although this guy is impulsive, his combat thinking is quite meticulous. Chiba thought thoughtfully as he looked at Madara. Uchiha Madara was also secretly evaluating Chiba's current state. Whether it's lava release or that strange paper jutsu, the chakra consumption must be considerable. In his current state, it's likely he can't use it. Otherwise, he could have easily dodged my attack just now with that paper jutsu. With this in mind, Uchiha Madara felt more confident. To him, battle was battle. There was no such thing as unfair victory, only win or lose. Whoosh! Suddenly, for shuriken appeared in Uchiha Madara's left hand. Just as Chiba was about to dodge, for sharp earthen spears shot up from the ground, stabbing at him from different directions. Ninja art, needle earth storehouse. In a critical moment, Chiba's hair suddenly fluffed up in the wind and quickly hardened, enveloping his entire body like a suit of needles. Ding! 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 The earthen spears clashed against the chakra-enhanced hard needle suit, making a sound like steel colliding, and under the force, they instantly shattered, unable to advance an inch further. Using a shuriken in his left hand to attract my attention, he secretly performed the earth release. This guy is something else. Chiba suddenly realized that he should engage in battles and sparring more often. Whether it was his previous fight with Rasha or the current battle with Uchiha Ryo, both had allowed him to accumulate a lot of combat experience, something that theoretical study and system rewards could never provide. This Chiba has such quick reflexes, and he avoided making eye contact with me the entire time. What a terrifying guy. Uchiha Ryo's expression grew serious. He could see that Chiba had no prior experience fighting against Uchiha. Yet, the opponent had managed to eliminate his disadvantage against the Uchiha simply through their two exchanges. That was truly frightening. Whoosh! Both of them moved simultaneously. Chiba drew a scalpel with his reverse hand, meeting the kunai that Uchiha Ryo thrust at him. Clang! 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 The sound of their blades colliding was crisp and urgent, like a silver bottle shattering, iron cavalry charging. This was Chiba's first time fighting against an Uchiha, and the Sharingan was really troublesome. Before he could even execute his technique, the opponent had already seen through his next move. The Sharingan is really something. No wonder Itachi is still using it even though he's almost blind. I really want to pair. At this moment, Chiba found common ground with Shimura Danzo. His battle with Uchiha Ryo reignited his desire for the Sharingan. I have treated quite a few Uchihas, So why doesn't the system reward me with a pair of red eyes? Chapter 57. Unexpected Reward. Chiba on the edge of life and death. Ding, ding, ding. In just a few minutes, the blades held by the two had collided over 100 times, and the grips had become warm from the constant friction. If this continues, I want to have the advantage. Chiba analyzed the situation calmly while fighting against Uchiha Lang. His stamina was continuously declining, while Uchiha Lang remained at his peak. If he continued to follow the opponent's rhythm, he would undoubtedly lose. I need a one-hit kill method. Got it. Chiba's eyes lit up as he thought of a trick that could instantly take down Uchiha Lang. You used Jinjutsu to embarrass me, so I'll beat you half to death before healing you. That's reasonable, right? Chiba thought to himself. Ding! Uchiha Lang's kunai once again deflected Chiba's scalpel, then quickly changed direction, stabbing towards Chiba's lower abdomen from a diagonal angle. Uchiha Lang's action was merely a feint for subsequent moves, as he knew this level of attack couldn't possibly. Uft. The sound of a blade piercing flesh rang out, and Uchiha Lang was stunned. Chiba actually did not dodge or evade, allowing him to stab the kunai into his body. Not good. Uchiha Lang's face changed drastically as he suddenly realized something was wrong. Got him. Chiba sneered, gripping Uchiha Lang's arm that held the kunai with one hand, while the other had already transformed into a chakra blade, stabbing fiercely into Uchiha Lang's chest. You. Uchiha Lang gasped for breath as he slowly fell to the ground. In his blurred vision, he saw Chiba pull out the kunai that had pierced his body, and in the next moment, Chiba's wound actually healed. In healing, this guy is so strong, and he is actually a medical ninja? This was Uchiha Lang's last thought before he fainted. Zzz, after treating his own injuries, Chiba walked over to Uchiha Lang's side, ready to start healing him. Chiba had held back earlier. The chakra scalpel Henti completely pierced Uchiha Lang's heart. It only forced the heart to stop beating, causing him to lose consciousness. A mere fatal injury. As long as I feel like it, I can easily. Holy crap. Chiba suddenly realized a problem. His chakra consumption seemed a bit high, and the intensity of medical ninjutsu might not keep up. Holy crap, buddy, hang in there, you absolutely cannot die. Chiba's expression was furious and grim, resembling a raging dragon king. In Konoha, there's a fundamental difference between beating a fellow villager to near death and killing them. This would directly determine whether Chiba could defect from the village now. Fortunately, most of the personnel had been dispatched to the Chunin exam venue. Otherwise, Chiba would have probably been caught by patrolling ninjas by now. Not to mention the police department. They were all in cahoots with Uchiha Lang. After a round of rescue, Chiba, relying on his superb medical skills, managed to preserve Uchiha Lang's life with a steady stream of chakra. Dude, you're brutal. You really dared to kill. This was Uchiha Lang's first sentence after regaining consciousness. Uchiha Lang looked at Chiba with a shocked expression. He thought he was tough enough, but he never expected someone to be tougher than him. It was truly absurd. Chiba ignored Uchiha Lang and casually looked at the system interface. It's likely that someone like this wouldn't have anything good on them. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. Chiba exclaimed in shock, his eyes wide open, as he saw on the system interface. Ding. Treatment successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Uchiha bloodline. Weak. Damn, Uchiha bloodline. Chiba was so excited that he almost shook Uchiha Lang's brain loose. This was truly an unexpected joy. Chiba did not expect that the red-eye disease he had sought for so long would unexpectedly pop out on a minor character. Damn, I'm under a Jinjutsu, am I? Having waited so long and suddenly receiving it, Chiba even felt a sense of unreality. The red-eye disease may not be the strongest, but it is definitely the coolest. Before his transmigration, Chiba had imagined the scene of awakening his Sharingan more than once. And now, that dream had become a reality. The two top bloodlines in Naruto, Senju and Uchiha. Now, Chiba owned both. Wait, after a brief moment of excitement, Chiba suddenly realized the problem. Doesn't that mean I'm a serial killer now? Also, what does this week mean? Chiba, filled with questions, clicked on the explanation for the reward. Uchiha bloodline, weak, a Uchiha bloodline with limited potential, capable of unlocking at most 3 Tomo Sharingan. You're really garbage. Chiba's expression instantly turned disdainful as he looked at Uchiha Lang. You suffered a fatal injury, and the result is only a 3 Tomo bloodline. Is that it? Chiba had just been fantasizing about unlocking the Manjiki and Susanoo, and now his beautiful dream had been shattered. Bastard, what kind of look is that? Chiba's disdainful gaze made Uchiha Lang feel humiliated and enraged. He couldn't care less about his injuries. Standing up while clutching his chest, he angrily walked away. Let me try to see if I can awaken my eyes. Chiba looked around, confirming that no one was watching him, then widened his eyes. Try to unlock the Sharingan. Sharingan, awaken! As a result, Chiba's eyes were about to burst, and his throat was nearly hoarse from shouting. But he still couldn't produce a single Tomo. Alright, it seems that the Sharingan indeed requires a stimulus to awaken. Chiba gave up trying, but even so, he remained in a state of excitement from obtaining the Uchiha bloodline. It won't be long before I am the man with the Uchiha, the power of God. Ha ha ha. After the earlier commotion, this last Chunin exam should be coming to an end soon. Chiba did not plan to return to the venue to avoid running into any trouble. For example, if someone came after him, he would have to fight above his rank. How exhausting. He believed that Uchiha Fugaku would handle everything well for him. Family who understands, I also have red-eye disease. Okay, Chiba left the training ground, humming a little tune as he walked home. Because of today's Konoha festivities, most villagers had gone to watch the commotion, and the streets were quiet, almost devoid of pedestrians. Just as he passed a small road near the exam venue, Chiba suddenly spotted a strange figure slowly approaching him from the opposite direction. It was a man with long black hair down to his waist, walking with his eyes closed, and he looked somewhat familiar. ISNT this. Chiba's pupils suddenly contracted as he remembered who the person was. If the man wore that blue conical hat, he would look exactly like the third Mizukage Chiba had seen at the ceremony. But just then, the figure of the man in front of Chiba had already disappeared. Instead, a sharp water blade formed by a hand grew larger in Shinya's eyes, rushing towards his face. The speed was so fast that Shinya couldn't react at all. Boom! Shinya felt his head explode in the physical sense, as if a shackle restricting him in his mind suddenly shattered. In Shinya's eyes, the whole world became clear, like a nearsighted person suddenly putting on glasses. What had just been a lightning-fast water blade now seemed to slow down in Shinya's eyes, and he could even predict the trajectory of the water blade's next attack. In the reflection created by the water blade, Shinya saw two pitch-black Magatama swirling wildly in his eyes. Unfortunately, it was still too late. Shinya was both angry and unwilling. Although he could clearly capture the trajectory of the water blade, his exhausted body could not evade it at all. He had finally activated the Sharingan, and now it was going to be wasted like this. Chapter 58, Might Dai's Request Sharingan. This kid is actually... Under Chiba's furious gaze, the water blade inexplicably stopped at his forehead. The black-haired man took a deep look at him before his entire body instantly transformed into flowing water and dissipated, leaving a pool behind. Huff, huff. It was as if the black-haired man had never existed. Only Chiba remained on the street, holding his knees, gasping for breath, enjoying the thrill of surviving a calamity. Damn it, Chiba cursed softly. Every time he felt like he was getting stronger, a more powerful person would emerge and give him a harsh lesson. This feeling was truly frustrating. As for who that guy was, the third Mizukage? No, Chiba felt that he had most likely faced Uchiha Madara. If it really was him, it meant that no one had been watching this place, so he didn't have to worry about exposing the Sharingan. Chiba suppressed his anxiety and forced himself to calm down and think. So, what was his intention in letting me go? Chiba knew that he probably wouldn't encounter any danger in the short term. But now that he had caught the attention of someone lurking in the shadows, a more terrifying crisis was surely waiting for him in the future. The next day, Chiba was grinning at home, conducting living puppet blood refinement, occasionally showcasing his Sharingan in front of the mirror, admiring himself. Although the CH Nin exams had ended, the list of successful CH Nin and their appointments still required some time to be finalized. At this grand event, high-ranking officials and elites from various countries rarely gathered together, and they always had to engage in some form of alliance building and faction formation first. The higher-ups of Konoha were no exception. Other matters could be put on hold for now. Chiba, are you home? I brought that bastard who offended you yesterday to apologize. Just as Chiba was deep in his training, he heard Uchiha Fugaku's voice outside the door. Chiba jumped off the bed, opened the door, and indeed saw Uchiha Fugaku and a reluctant-looking Uchiha Raiga. Apologized to Chiba. Seeing Uchiha Raiga standing still with his neck stiff and not speaking, Uchiha Fugaku pushed him impatiently. No need, Brother Fugaku. Chiba smiled and said nonchalantly, Yesterday's spar with Brother Raiga was quite beneficial for me. Any grievances have long since dissipated. If anyone should apologize, it should be Raiga to Mikoto. I can let slide. Chiba had already gained much from yesterday's encounter, even almost stabbing Uchiha Raiga to death. So the pent-up frustration had long been released. There was no need to establish a potential enemy over a matter of pride, if handled well. He might even gain another friend. Chiba, you truly understand the bigger picture. Upon hearing Chiba's words, Uchiha Raiga's expression brightened significantly, as did Fugaku's. Although he had come to apologize, if Chiba had been aggressive and pushy, it would have displeased him. TSK, you're not bad, kid. Uchiha Raiga, recognize you. But that doesn't mean I'm going to hand Mikoto over to you. Facing Uchiha Raiga's unique show of goodwill, Chiba secretly laughed. This was exactly the effect he wanted. During their spar yesterday, I also noticed that you use a long sword, but you don't have a suitable one on you, right? Saying this, Uchiha Raiga took off his own sword and tossed it to Chiba generously. For your mistake, here, this sword is pretty good. Consider it a gift of apology. Clang. Chiba caught the long sword tossed by Uchiha Raiga, drew it from its sheath, and a flash of cold light illuminated the somewhat dim room. In the ninja village, it wasn't enough to just have money to buy a good sword. Some famous smiths only forged for prominent families. And Chiba felt embarrassed to ask for connections from people like S.H. Suk. This is indeed a good sword, though it looks somewhat familiar. Chiba cherished the finely crafted long sword, sheathing it and muttering to himself with delight. At that moment, Fugaku's face darkened. Raiga, how can you give away the chief of the police department sword? It's just a small matter. Uchiha Raiga waved his hand casually, saying, the clan leader can just send someone to replace it later. Get lost, you brat. You'll just borrow flowers to offer Buddha. Fugaku scolded Raiga with a laugh, giving him a light slap. Although the value of the sword was considerable, as long as it could remove Chiba's grievances, it would be worth it. Hey, Chiba, if you get into trouble in the future, just report my name. I have plenty of people in the police department. Before leaving, Uchiha Raiga patted Chiba on the shoulder, speaking with great pride. That being said, wouldn't it be more effective if I just reported Brother Fugaku's name? As soon as Chiba said this, Uchiha Raiga stumbled, nearly falling to the ground, and hurriedly quickened his pace to leave. Chiba secretly chuckled. He couldn't be too accommodating to someone like Raiga. He had to keep this back-and-forth dynamic going. After seeing Fugaku and Raiga off, Chiba was just about to continue his training when, unexpectedly, there was another knock at the door. Senior Might Dai, what brings you here? As soon as Chiba opened the door, Might Dai eagerly grabbed his hand and said, Youngster, I need your help. After the CHNIN exams ended, Konoha was soon going to welcome the second major event, the preliminary exams for the ninja school enrollment. To ensure that his son wouldn't be nervous during the exam, Might Dai had taken Might Guy near the ninja school earlier for special training. Yo, let us go. Under Might Dai's lead, the two green-skinned individuals, one big and one small, walked on their hands down the street in front of the ninja school, leaving handprints with each step and sweating profusely. In the glow of the setting sun, their struggling shadows stretched long. Everything felt so beautiful. But just as they reached the street corner, Might Dai unexpectedly ran into two teammates he had previously tricked. Upon seeing Might Dai, the two instantly revealed malicious smiles. Isn't this the eternal genin? Instead of walking dogs, he's back to playing ninja games with his son. Ha! What good is exercising every day? He might as well exercise his brain. Otherwise, he'll be stuck as a useless genin for life. It's truly a headache if he had a brain. Ha ha! After saying this, the two burst into laughter, their sarcasm and disdain evident. What are you two talking about? You're not allowed to insult my father. Might Guy's face turned red with anger. He flipped over and stood up, ready to charge at the two, but was pulled back by Might Dai. Joe, thank you for the advice. Might Dai held Guy down with one hand and gave the two ninjas a thumbs up, sincerely saying, what a coward. Not as brave as his son. Boring, I'm leaving, off to do my mission. The two ninjas found it pointless, muttering a few words of displeasure before turning to leave. Father, you really are a coward. No wonder you've been a genin your whole life. But Might Guy also felt a mix of shame and anger, shaking off Might Dewey's hand and storming off, not listening to anything Might Dewey had to say. Akai felt he had lost face, and because of my terrible father, he lost confidence in becoming a ninja. Might Dewey sighed. Might Dewey, what would you like me to do? After listening to Might Dewey's story, Chiba was somewhat confused. It seems I can't really help with the issues between you and your son. You can do it, young one. I took Akai to watch your match yesterday, and he's been looking up to you as a role model these past couple of days. Might Dewey hurriedly requested. If Akai could receive encouragement from such an excellent ninja like you, he would definitely reignite his youthful spirit. Sigh, well okay then. Seeing Might Dewey's earnest expression, Chiba found it hard to refuse. Coincidentally, he had been pondering how to obtain the later gates of the 8 gates, so that when he faced Uchiha Bido, he wouldn't be completely powerless. If he helped Might Dewey with this, then when he asked to continue learning the 8 gates, the other party would likely not refuse, right? The 8-gate side quest has been accepted. Uchiha Obito, you'd better not come to mess with me, or one day I'll kick you to death. Chiba silently vowed. Chapter 59. 3 doors open. Jiraiya's question in the evening by the small river at Might Guy's house. The saying that youth should not be desecrated is nothing but a lie. My youthful fire has already extinguished. A small green figure sat by the riverbank, angrily throwing stones into the water, muttering to himself. Hey Kai, guess who your dad brought to see you? At that moment, Might Guy's voice came from behind Kai. Kai was still sulking and didn't want to pay attention to his father. Who would have thought that when he turned around he saw Senior Chiba? Kai excitedly leaped up, brushing off the dirt from his clothes, and eagerly rushed to Chiba's side. Senior Chiba, I really admire you. I can't believe I'm seeing you alive today. Have you seen a dead version of me before? Chiba scratched his head, completely forgetting the lines he had prepared due to Kai's outrageous remark. Kai, I have a relationship with your father that is both teacher and friend. Chiba patted the youthful guy's head, trying to regain his rhythm. You know, by acting like this, do you have any idea how worried he is about you? What? You actually took my father as your disciple? Can you take me in as well? Kai's eyes widened as he excitedly made his request. Chiba. Kai, is there a possibility that the master refers to your father? Senior Guy's been guiding my taijutsu, Chiba said, face-palming. How is that possible? Someone as outstanding as you. My father is just a lowly genin. As he spoke, Kai's voice lowered, and he suddenly turned to the silent Might Guy, questioning him. Father, Senior Chiba wouldn't have been invited by you to lie to me, right? I'm not Kai, I really. Might Guy's face turned red, and he waved his hands repeatedly, unsure of how to explain. All right, Senior Guy. At this moment, Chiba interrupted Might Guy's embarrassment. Words are not enough. Just like I said before I came, why don't you prove yourself with your strength? Might Guy hesitated for a moment, but seeing his son's doubtful expression felt like a knife to his heart. He then nodded heavily and said, all right, 8 gates, open the first gate, open. Both of them crossed their arms over their chests and shouted in unison, and the surging energy within them erupted. Kai's doubtful gaze froze for a moment. Young one, the second gate resting gate is also in the brain region, corresponding to the opening gate. Try to push it open. After opening the 8 gates, Might Guy's entire demeanor changed, speaking with a strong confidence as he guided Chiba. Yoshi, the second resting gate, open. Chiba found the second gate within him and tried to push it a few times before smoothly opening it. Haha, good. You truly are a taijutsu genius. Now, try the third gate. The point where the first 2 gates intersect at your chest is where the third gate life gate is located. You need to. Watching Might Guy calmly instructing Chiba, Kai was utterly dumbfounded. Is this really the same father who is usually honest and dull? Understood, Senior Guy. Chiba knew that Might Guy was rewarding him in this way, so he didn't hold back and started trying again and again as per Might Guy's guidance. Third life gate open. When he pushed open the third gate, his chakra surged once more, and Chiba clearly felt the meridians swelling with pain. It seems this gate was about his current limit. My body's potential is definitely more than this. I just need to train harder in the future, Chiba thought to himself. Chiba's body began to fill with blood and turned red, emanating a green energy, looking like an angry leak. The life gate is the last safe zone of the 8 gates. You should stop here, young one. Just with a glance, Might Guy could gauge Chiba's current condition. Now, let me, Guy, show you the later gates of the 8 gates. Damage gate, open. Closing gate, open. View gate, open. Shok Gota. Senior Guy, that's enough. Senior Guy, don't get too excited. With Chiba's timely stop, Might Guy opened up to the 6th gate and then raised one hand behind his back, beckoning Chiba with a finger. Come on, young one. Yoshi, I'm going in, Senior Guy. Chiba wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and a pair of white paper wings spread out from his back. He took a step forward, creating layers of airwaves, charging at Might Guy like an arrow released from a bow. Bang! The two collided fist to fist, the dull sound sending shivers down Kai's spine. Chiba was pushed back by the terrifying force of Might Guy's punch, but with a flap of his wings, he retaliated with even greater strength. Boom! 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 With the help of the dance of paper, Chiba and Might Guy fought fiercely. They exchanged punches and kicks so rapidly they became mere blurs, and Kai could hardly catch their movements, only occasionally seeing a few white paper pieces fluttering down. A storm of shock surged within Kai. His father actually suppressed Senior Chiba. He actually has such strong power. The events of tonight completely overturned Kai's perception of Might Guy. Bang! Noticing the change in Kai's expression, Chiba, after being pushed back once more by Might Guy, voluntarily dispelled the dance of paper and the 8 gates. Seeing this, Might Guy also exited the viewing gate. looking somewhat anxious as he glanced at his son, unsure if his earlier performance would be recognized by him. Chiba looked at Kai, who was astonished and speechless, and smiled. Kai, now you know your father's true strength, right? Kai first nodded in a daze, then looked at Mike Guy with a puzzled expression, asking, Father, you clearly have such strong power. Why didn't you step in to teach those two a lesson during the day? Mike Guy struggled to find a way to explain, only able to look at Chiba for help. Kai, you regard dignity as something extremely important, but your father is willing to put aside his dignity to set a good example for you. Do you think there is anyone in the world braver than him? After hearing Chiba's words, Kai fell into deep thought. Seeing this, Chiba continued, strength is not for showing off. It is to protect those around you. This is also the essence of youth. If you can't protect those you should, then what meaning does having great strength have? Chiba's words were like classic lines, making Kai reflect on the spot. I'm sorry, Father. I misunderstood you before. It's okay, Kai. Your father doesn't blame you. Passion is the theme of youth. Mike I said, Father. Kai. Watching the two embrace and cry under the moonlight, Chiba smiled slightly, knowing it was time for him to leave. Lord Jiraiya, how did you come? Were you waiting for me? As soon as he arrived at the fork in the road, Chiba saw a tall figure leaning against the wall, seemingly waiting there for quite some time. Well, after talking so much, you must be thirsty. Here, have an ice pop first. Jiraiya smiled and did not answer Chiba's question, instead breaking apart the two ice pops he was holding and handing one to Chiba. Here we go again. How many people have you used this trick on? Minato, Naruto. Can't you at least change it up a bit? Chiba complained. But he still accepted the ice pop and sat back to back with Jiraiya under the shade of a tree, enjoying the rare moment of tranquility together. Seriously, man, Jiraiya is handing you an ice pop. Who could refuse such a protagonist treatment? In Chiba's mind, this temptation was second only to seeing Yakushi Nanoyu wearing only stockings and glasses, dancing the Pure Land in front of him. I heard everything you said earlier, and it was well said. So, have you found the person you want to protect? Jiraiya glanced at Chiba beside him and asked with a smile. Chiba thought for a moment. Although he had formed some bonds in Konoha, when it came to the level of wanting to protect someone, he realized he really hadn't. You kid, you have no sense of belonging to everything around you. You maintain a faint sense of detachment from everyone. This won't do, Jiraiya said, ruffling Chiba's hair with a serious tone. Well, aren't you the same? You're also somewhat distant with everyone, right? Chiba looked at Jiraiya and said thoughtfully. Jiraiya was taken aback for a moment and then burst into laughter. Perhaps that's a common flaw among those of us who are destined for great things, huh? A few days later, Jiraiya left the village once again, and Chiba was called to the Hokage's office, waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen to give him his assignment. Senju Uchiha Chiba, had officially become a Chunin. Chapter 60. A mission to Suna? Is it to cause trouble? Chiba, your achievements and abilities are outstanding, so I have promoted you to Special Jonin. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe and said with a smile, I plan to have you join the Umbu and lead a new special operations team. What do you think? You've already made all the arrangements, yet you still symbolically ask for my opinion? You, really? I could cry. Chiba thought to himself, but still wore a respectful smile as he replied, I couldn't ask for more. Thank you for the promotion, Lord Third Hokage. I will definitely not let you down. To be fair, the Third Hokage did give quite a lot. Chiba had essentially gone from a foot soldier to a captain of the elite guard. Very good. Sarutobi nodded in satisfaction and began to explain his vision for the new special operations team. I intend for you to lead a small team with medical support capabilities, responsible for some important figures related to the Umbu, providing medical assistance when needed, and handling their corpses when necessary. In a ninja world, to prevent information leaks, the corpses of some important ninjas must be tracked and disposed of. No problem, Lord Third. Chiba's eyes lit up, and he readily agreed. Providing medical support to important figures related to the Umbu sounded like a great way to earn rewards. Chiba would be willing to take on this task, even if it meant spending his own money. Well, the Umbu is currently short on personnel, so let Kage and Ju help you out for now. Sarutobi continued to make arrangements, clearly having planned everything out in advance. As for the last person, let the intelligence team member, Yakushi Nanoyu, fill in. Her medical and combat abilities are both excellent. Yakushi Nanoyu. Hearing the name of the white-haired lady, Chiba was a bit surprised and momentarily forgot to respond. What, do you think I should know about Danzo's subordinates so well? Sarutobi glanced at Chiba with a meaningful look and said, although some matters are left to Danzo to handle, I am still the Hokage. Do you understand, Chiba? I understand. Lord Third. Chiba's heart tightened, realizing that the third was telling him to distinguish between allies and enemies in Konoha. All right, you're also considered my disciple, so there's no need to be too restrained in front of me. Sarutobi waved his hand and returned to his previous smiling demeanor. Before the new team is established, there's another task you need to execute. Suna will establish diplomatic relations with Konoha, and considering that the Kazekage has a good impression of you, I plan to have you serve as one of Konoha's envoys to Tsunade. Lord Third, I'm not very capable. Chiba was about to refuse, but Sarutobi didn't give him the opportunity and continued talking to himself. This matter is fully under Danzo's responsibility. He is currently in the office next door, and he will explain the specifics to you. Chiba, all right, Lord Third. Before I can activate Susanoo, I really don't want to see that sexy sunbro. Despite feeling very reluctant, after leaving the Hokage's office, Chiba still had a knock on Danzo's office door. Kumin, a cold voice came from inside, and Chiba cautiously stepped into Danzo's office. This was the first time Chiba had seen the first Hokage, known as the Dark Ninja, since his reincarnation. To say the pressure was palpable would be an understatement. Danzo Shimura merely sat there, glancing at Chiba casually, and Chiba immediately felt like he was being stared down by a venomous snake, a shiver running down his spine. And the sense of crisis he felt was far greater than when he first met Orochimaru. Bang! At that moment, the door behind Chiba suddenly slammed shut, startling him as he looked around nervously, fearing that hundreds of root ninjas would jump out from behind the screen and take away his newly acquired Sharingan. There are no outsiders here. I'll speak plainly. Danzo began to handle the documents on his desk and continued. I have reached an agreement with the third Kazekage to use this mission as a pretext to initiate a coup in Tsunade and eliminate Chio and others. Why is Danzo telling me this? Could it be? Chiba's pupils contracted as he suddenly had a bad feeling. The next words out of Danzo's mouth confirmed Chiba's suspicions, causing his mindset to explode. I heard you have a good relationship with Chio's grandson. Once you arrive in Tsunade, find a way to infiltrate Chio and the others' inner circle and act as support for the third Kazekage, following orders. Chapter 61. Teen Za's Scheme, Chio's Life and Death? A coup? Do I have to support it? Chio was utterly distressed. A coup is such a dangerous affair, akin to picking up chestnuts from a fire. And now he was being asked to support it? Wasn't that risking his life? Not to mention Chio, even the siblings Kileo and Chio were at their peak, and caught between the father and mother with the national destruction capabilities of both Scorpion and Chio. They probably had strengths that were not inferior to the two. 3.5 shadow-level powerhouses. You want me to take the lead? If I'm not careful, I'll become young Master Scorpion's eternal plaything. Chio was self-aware. With his small arms and legs, he could handle a Kagaya, but couldn't deal with Chio and the other three. After a moment of hesitation, Chio tentatively asked, Lord Teen Za, does the third Hokage know about this? Slap. Upon hearing Chio's words, Shimura T. Nza slammed the pen in his hand heavily on the table and sneered. Of course, our Hokage is unaware of this. Such a dark matter is naturally planned in secret by me alone. Hearing this, Chio's heart sank. Teen Za's words made Chio realize that this matter was implicitly approved by the third Hokage, and he had no right to refuse. Any more questions? If not, hurry back to prepare and don't disturb my work. Teen Za waved his hand impatiently, realizing there was no room for negotiation. Chio stopped wasting words and silently turned to leave. Shortly after Chio left, a figure stepped out from behind the screen and spoke towards the direction Chio had disappeared. Lord Teen Za, this opportunity is rare. Why not take the chance to eliminate Namake's Minato first, instead of targeting this Chio? As Teen Za's aide, Yamashiro knew the true plan of his lord. His lord never intended to help the third Kazekage gain power, but instead wanted him, as a member of the envoy, to create as much chaos as possible, causing Tsunade to fall into internal strife, allowing Konoha to profit better. That was one. Secondly, his lord wanted him to take the opportunity to eliminate this Chio. This kid, Chio, was a potential threat no less than Namake's Minato. In just a few months, he has gained the recognition of many clans and the 3 Sannin. In this regard, Namake's Minato is far inferior to him. He cannot be allowed to continue growing. Teen Za said coldly. Also, Hizashi has been pressing me lately. I need a new war to stabilize this insignificant power in my hands. Saying this, Teen Za looked at Yamashiro. Though it's in Tsunade, try to make it clean. Don't leave any traces, understand? Facing Teen Za's instructions, Yamashiro smiled confidently. Rest assured, Lord Teen Za, I will make Tsunade burn in fish rot. By then, I will ensure that kid has no bones left. In fact, if Tsunade really fell into chaos, Chiyo, who was oblivious and foolishly obeyed the Kazekage's orders, would find it hard to survive. A week later, on a swaying carriage, the third Kazekage and Chiyo sat facing each other, discussing important matters after returning to Tsunade. You saved Scorpion, with Chiyo's children's personalities. They will surely invite you to get close, and, at that time, I need you to investigate the location of the Jinchuriki of One Tail. Due to several unequal treaties signed with Konoha, the third Kazekage's tone was unpleasant, speaking in a commanding manner, completely indifferent to Chiyo's attitude. After all, Chiyo couldn't defy the Hokage's orders. Even if he felt dissatisfied, what could he do? Once they reached Tsunade, for the sake of his own life, Chiyo would obediently listen to him. A shadow who has been sidelined still puts on such airs. No wonder he has no capable subordinates. You should come learn from us in Huaxia what it means to treat talented individuals with respect. Chiyo shook his head, too lazy to engage with the other party, suspecting that the entire incident likely stemmed from him. Because of his existence, Scorpion's parents did not die, which broke the balance between the third Kazekage and Chiyo. This fellow probably had no choice but to consider using external forces to resolve Chiyo and the others. As for the one-tail Jinchuriki of Tsunade, he had been imprisoned in a cell since he was young, until he grew old. From the Kazekage's words, it seemed that their village's nuclear weapon was no longer in his hands, but was controlled by Chiyo and the others. It's truly pathetic for a village shadow to reach this point. My senior brother Namake's Minato is someone who can keep a nuclear weapon under control. Chiyo thought proudly. At the banquet for the envoys, you will sit with Chiyo and the others, catching them off guard and striking with all your might, cooperating with someone to take them down. The third Kazekage was still issuing orders when suddenly, an unhappy voice came from outside the carriage. Hey, Chiyo, what are you doing in his carriage? Hurry down and sit in my carriage. What a spoiled fool. The third Kazekage snorted coldly upon hearing this, then looked at Chiyo and arrogantly said, remember what I just said. After the task is accomplished, you won't miss out on the benefits. After saying this, the third Kazekage finally lifted the soundproof barrier towards the outside, casually waved his hand, signaling Chiyo to get off the carriage quickly. If it weren't for the order, you might have died at my hands. Chiyo's gaze turned slightly cold. In his heart, only Tsunade, and now you could ride on his head. Conan could also be considered half, making it a total of 2.5. Chiyo arrived at Scorpion's carriage, and to be honest, it was much more luxurious than the Kazekage's. Not only were the seats more spacious, but there was even a small puppet show to watch. Scorpion, what kind of expression is that? Looking at Scorpion's resentful face, Chiyo felt somewhat helpless. As an envoy to Tsunade, I naturally need to interact more with the Kazekage. Kazekage? In Tsunade, his words don't count. Scorpion sneered contemptuously, then proudly pointed at himself and said, you might as well build a good relationship with me. I guarantee you will complete your task smoothly. Chiyo felt that his identity had now added another layer. Envoy, undercover, assassin, and companion. Sigh. Chiyo sighed inwardly. In fact, he quite liked Scorpion, but now he had to eliminate the other party's family. The higher-ups in Konoha were truly troublesome. More critically, these were 4 suspected shadow-level powerhouses. Even though he had many trump cards, if he got caught up in this dispute, could he really survive to return to Konoha? I must find a way to break the deadlock. Perhaps I can use the one-tailed Jinchuriki as a breakthrough. Chapter 62. Turning Chiba into a puppet. The Land of Wind is the largest country in the ninja world, but most of its territory is covered with yellow sand, almost entirely desert. After a long journey, Chiba and the others finally arrived at Tsunade. The envoys were supposed to go to the arranged inn first, but Chiba was directly taken home by the enthusiastic Sasori. My house is quite big. Chiba, why don't you stay at my place tonight? Unable to refuse the warm invitation, Chiba had to agree to have dinner at Sasori's house before returning to the inn. As an undercover agent, he still needed to be able to exchange information with the outside world. Chiba, you saved both me and my wife back then, and now you've saved Sasori. We don't know how to thank you. Sasori's parents happened to be home, and as soon as they saw Chiba, they rushed over, their gratitude evident. You must be tired from the journey. You must be hungry, right? Come, sit down, let us eat and talk. Okay, thank you. Uncle and aunt? Chiba was unsure how to address Sasori's parents, and through their conversation, he learned their names. Sasori's father is named Shigure, and his mother is called Mako. The couple was very kind, and after sensing them, Chiba was also sure that their strength was not weak. He was confident that even if he suddenly attacked, he wouldn't be able to take them down. Should I just defect directly? Chiba thought to himself. Compared to the cunning upper echelons of Konoha, the sincere Shiger couple made him feel a sense of Chiba, drifting for half a lifetime, only regretting not meeting a wise lord. If you do not abandon me, I will be willing to take you as my adoptive father. Thank you for your hospitality, esteemed seniors. I will take my leave now. After dinner, just as Chiba was about to get up and leave, he was pulled back by Sasori. Wait, Chiba, stay and play with me tonight. How about I teach you puppet techniques? I'm a well-known puppet genius, and I have a lot of beautiful female puppets. If you stay, I can show you some good stuff tonight. How about it? Just as Sasori was tugging at Chiba and refusing to let go, Shiger walked over, ruffled Sasori's hair, and smiled indulgently. Stop it, Sasori. Let your brother Chiba go home and rest. After that, Shiger looked at Chiba and said, Chiba, if you're willing, you can come to our house for dinner these days and keep Sasori company. Of course, Senior Shiger. Chiba readily agreed. As an undercover agent, he had to keep up appearances. At the inn, as soon as Chiba returned to his room, planning to sort out the current situation, a figure suddenly pushed the door open and entered. Senior Yamamoto, what brings you here? Chiba asked, somewhat puzzled. Yamamoto Yofu was the deputy envoy of this delegation, but was the head of this special operation, ranking higher than Chiba. You guys keep watch at the door. No one is allowed to approach without my permission. Yamamoto Yofu first instructed his subordinates to guard the door, then closed it and sat down next to Chiba with a serious expression. Chiba, you are a favored junior of Lord Hokage, and you have connections with the Shiger couple. I want to hear your thoughts on this operation. Chiba glanced at the figures outside the door, then at the serious Yamamoto Yofu, but did not notice anything unusual. Is that so? Well, I think. Thus, Chiba subtly nodded and began to express his surface thoughts on the mission. Click, click. Yamamoto Yofu was playing with a delicate pendant in his hand, occasionally flipping it during Chiba's narration, making rhythmic sounds. At first, Chiba found it somewhat strange. However, as the frequency of the pendant's sounds increased, he instinctively began to ignore them, feeling as if the noise around him had suddenly quieted down, as if he were in a void. So, I believe, we should. Chiba's eyes gradually became vacant, and his speech slowed, as if he were about to fall asleep at any moment. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Yamamoto Yofu's face. No matter how strong you are, in front of the strongest secret technique of my Yamamoto clan, you can only obediently fall into my trap. This wasn't the first time Yamamoto Yofu had targeted his own people. No matter how strong one's abilities, as long as they didn't remain vigilant from the start, they would inevitably fall into his trap. Now, let me modify your consciousness. Yamamoto Yofu smiled slightly, planning to turn Chiba into his puppet to incite chaos in Tsunade, then let him quietly die in the ensuing turmoil. How about it? This is the fate I have woven for you in advance. Yamamoto Yofu formed hand seals with both hands, whispering triumphantly. But just as he was about to invade Chiba's consciousness, Chiba's eyes suddenly shone with two crimson lights, appearing particularly eerie as they swayed with the dim candlelight. Yamamoto Yofu's consciousness instantly froze, unable to advance even a fraction, as if blocked by a sturdy barrier. Not only that, but there was also a consciousness trying to invade his mind in reverse. You want to use illusion techniques against me? You better ask if my Sharingan agrees. Chiba sneered. If it weren't for the Sharingan, he might have indeed fallen into the trap just now. But fortunately, he had regained consciousness midway. After the experience of being controlled by Uchiha Nagai last time, Chiba was now very cautious against illusion techniques, and the appearance of the Sharingan compensated for his shortcomings in that area. The third Hokage would never send someone to target me. You're just a lackey of Shimura Danzo, right? You pathetic so-called strongest secret technique. I see you only dare to target your own people and have never faced the Uchiha's attacks. In the name of Uchiha Chiba, immerse yourself in the darkness of the Sharingan. Just as Chiba's eyes glowed brightly, believing he had taken control of the situation, Yamamoto Yofu's face showed horror, and he opened his mouth to shout loudly. Damn it! Chiba's expression also changed. This was the first time he had to use the Sharingan to cast an illusion due to circumstances, and he didn't expect he wouldn't be able to take down the illusion master Yamamoto Yofu. This is bad. Chiba's heart sank into his throat. The people outside were probably also subordinates of Shimura Danzo. If they learned that he could activate the Sharingan, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 63. How about a little chaos with the one tail? This thing doesn't even come with an instruction manual. What am I supposed to do? In a moment of desperation, Chiba abandoned the dignity of being a Uchiha and decisively chose to switch characters. Paper jutsu dance. Chiba wasn't sure if the several ninja guarding outside would notice the commotion inside the room, but at this point, he could only take a gamble. With a whoosh, Chiba pressed closely against Yamano. The moment Yamano opened his mouth to shout, Chiba's skin burst apart, transforming into paper that covered Yamano's mouth and nose, tightly binding his limbs. At the same time, Chiba split some of the paper to continue controlling the pendant in Yamano's hand, producing a rhythmic sound. Click, click. Amidst the crisp sounds of the pendant, the sound of turning pages became insignificant. Sharingan, Sharingan, Sharingan. Meanwhile, Chiba did not give up on influencing Yamano, continuing to use the Sharingan to disturb his mind, preventing him from concentrating and calling for help. After a series of combination attacks, along with a bit of luck, Chiba really managed to stop Yamano, and the ninja outside did not rush in. Damn it, that scared the life out of me. Chiba had just broken out in a cold sweat, and his back was still a bit damp. All day hunting birds, only to be pecked by geese. I never expected Yamano. No, I never thought this kid was an Uchiha. Lord Danzo was right. The Uchiha clan indeed has ulterior motives, actually letting family members disguise themselves as civilians to infiltrate the Hokage line. Yamano stared at Chiba in fear and indignation, cursing the Uchiha clan in his heart, while Uchiha Fugaku sneezed 108 times overnight. But under Chiba's influence, Yamano couldn't even let out a muffled groan. Sharingan. Chiba may not be skilled in Jinjutsu, but he knew that a person's consciousness is weakest when they're suffocating and near death. After all, when you're about to die, you can't even force it. Chiba kept Yamano in a suffocating state and practiced controlling his mind with the Sharingan, his eyes nearly splitting from strain. Besides looking for edges, this was the first time Chiba stared so intently at someone. Finally, he found a glimmer of understanding. Oh, as Chiba followed that feeling, the unwillingness in Yamano's eyes disappeared in an instant, his gaze becoming vacant. Success. Chiba suppressed the joy in his heart and began to influence Yamano's will. He quickly broke through the Jinjutsu barriers set in Yamano's mind and tried to read his recent memories. That old dog, Shimura Danzo, didn't just target me casually. He specifically set up this killing game for me. Chiba's expression fluctuated. He wondered whether Sarutobi Hiruzen was unaware of Danzo's intent to harm him, or if he considered this a trial for him. This journey to Tsunade is far more dangerous than I imagined. I must find a way to extricate myself quickly. Chiba furrowed his brows and made some adjustments to Yamano's consciousness, completely turning him into one of his own. With this, Chiba could use Yamano as a pawn, allowing the root ninjas to utilize him. But that wasn't enough. Chiba frowned, pondering for a moment before suddenly breaking into a cold smile. Why not change my approach? Since Shimura Danzo wants chaos in Tsunade, I'll create complete chaos, enough that no one will pay attention to me. As for who will be responsible for this turmoil, of course, it will be our first Hokage, Shimura Danzo. Not long after, Yamano left Chiba's room, full of energy. Lord Yamano, you. A few root ninjas outside glanced at the quiet Chiba in the room, approached Yamano, and whispered, "Did you succeed?" Of course. With me personally involved, how could it not succeed? Yamano smiled confidently. In his mind, Chiba had now become a puppet he could manipulate. TSK. Too bad he is not a pretty girl. Otherwise, I could have had some fun with him. You guys, quickly contact the Kazekage's people. Yamano ordered. Have them send over a list of personnel who might come into contact with the Jinchuriki, and I'll arrange for Chiba to check it out. Yes, Lord Yamano. The few root ninjas replied in hushed tones. The next morning, Yamano swaggered into Chiba's room, tossed a list at him, and tried to leave nonchalantly. You bastard. Chiba immediately grabbed Yamano by the collar, and in his astonished gaze, slapped him twice before activating a Sharingan to reinforce the Jinjutsu's influence. So satisfying. Hey Lord, take care. Chiba attentively gave Yamano a healing boost, smiling as he saw him off, before finally looking down at the list in his hands. I have to say, this list is very detailed. It not only includes everyone's names and images, but also their personalities and preferences, as well as the roles they might play in guarding the Jinchuriki, such as guards, undercover operatives, information couriers, cooks, delivery personnel, etc., all clear at a glance. If the Kazekage wanted, he could forcibly obtain the Jinchuriki's location at any time. However, before dealing with Chiyo and the others, he didn't dare to act rashly, fearing it would provoke resistance from Chiyo and the others, leading to mutual destruction. After understanding the situation, Chiba felt reassured, and a plan instantly formed in his mind. If I can incite the third Kazekage to strike against both Chiyo and the Jinchuriki simultaneously, then find a way to release Shikaku and cause chaos in Tsunade. Hey, Chiba grinned, revealing a sinister smile. The perfect answer to the Nine-Tails chaos is right there. I just need to copy it. I can orchestrate a one-tail chaos in Tsunade. At that time, both sides will think that the other released Shikaku, and they'll definitely fight fiercely, completely ignoring me. This little shrimp, if done properly, I might even gain some benefits from it. Chiba squinted his eyes and thought. A beast chaos could injure 100 or so people in Tsunade. If I kindly help treat them afterward, how much reward would that be? Chiba, are you there? Just as Chiba was lost in his thoughts, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. It was Raza. I'm here. Come in, Brother Raza. Chiba quickly hid the list, stood up, and opened the door for Raza, smiling as he asked, What brings you to me? Chiba, Raza seemed unsure of how to start, hesitating several times. After Chiba closed the door, he still felt uneasy and set up a soundproof barrier nearby. What are you doing? Brother Raza? Chiba stepped back warily. In the world of Hokage, boys also risk being forced, and this could very well be some new type of scam. Chiba, I have something important to tell you. After hesitating for a long time, Raza finally gritted his teeth and spoke. Luo-shan knew very well that the 3 generations of Kazekage did not care about Chinya's life or death at all. If Chinya really followed Kazekage-sama's orders, it would only lead to a dead end. On one side was Kazekage-sama's grand plan, and on the other side was a bystander who had nothing to do with him. Logically, Luo-sha should have chosen the former without hesitation. But Chinya genuinely believed that Luo-sha was someone of importance. Even Kazekage-sama would only praise him a few times when using him, but had never truly valued him. However, when Chinya said that Luo-sha could become the 4th Kazekage, it came from the heart, and Luo-sha could sense it. You must not try to leave using your peculiar ninjutsu, Chinya. Tsunade has many powerful crossbows hidden, and you'll be shot to pieces the moment you take off. Luo-sha said seriously. After hearing this, Chinya's heart tightened. He had indeed considered this option. If you want to leave Tsunade, there is only one way, and that is to carry the special magnetic escape token that I and Kazekage-sama made. He continued. Saying this, Luo-sha took out a small token from his bosom and tossed it to Chinya. Smack! Chinya caught the token effortlessly and looked at it. It was engraved with Luo-sha's name. Before you take off, activate this token with your chakra. For 10 minutes. The powerful crossbows along the way will no longer lock onto you, Luo-sha explained. Chinya played with the token in his hand and asked with some confusion. Brother Luo-sha, such a precious thing. You just give it to me like this? Aren't you afraid? Luo-sha's mouth curled into a slight smile. Because I believe you will definitely achieve great things in the future. It would be too regrettable if you died here. Chapter 64. Let the chaos begin, Tsunade. Chiba was somewhat moved. He tightened his grip on the token in his hand and suddenly spoke, Brother Rasha, you should know very well that whether it's you or me, we are merely pawns in the hands of the 3rd Kazekage, ready to be sacrificed at any moment. Rasha nodded slightly, his expression solemn as he replied, I know, but a warrior dies for his true friend. Brother Rasha, is your value really only to that extent? Chiba interrupted him. The 3rd Kazekage truly appreciates you, or is it that there's no one else to use? You know in your heart whether dying for him can prove your value. Rasha's massive frame shook, rendered speechless by Chiba's words, and he left Chiba's room in a daze. Sigh, every drink and every peck may be destined. Watching Rasha's departing figure, Chiba felt a sense of melancholy. If possible, he hoped that value guy wouldn't die in the chaos he was about to orchestrate. Shaking his head, Chiba stopped thinking too much and once again pulled out the list to review. It's difficult to transfer the Jinchuriki without anyone noticing. That's why the Kazekage has been preparing for so long and hasn't dared to act rashly. However, if it's just to use the Jinchuriki to incite chaos, then it's much simpler. For example, targeting a Real Guard and hiding an explosive tag within a paper clone on them. Or finding a cook or delivery person to add something to the Jinchuriki's food, making them lose consciousness. That lively and adorable Shikaku would surely be happy to come out and stretch his legs. Of course, all of this relies on Chiba's Sharingan. Even if Tsunade later discovers that it was a Konoha ninja using Jinjutsu, the only one in the group proficient in Jinjutsu would be Shimura Danzo's subordinate, Yamamoto Yaf. This way, all that is needed is to eliminate Yamamoto Yaf during the chaos, and the entire plan would form a perfect closed loop. I need to hurry. Chiba murmured to himself. There were only a few days left until the banquet, and during this time, he needed to make good use of Danzo, the Kazekage's people, and his identity as Scorpion's friend to complete the layout. The night before the banquet, in the 3rd Kazekage's palace, Chiba and Yamamoto Yaf quietly appeared before the seemingly asleep Kazekage, avoiding detection. Lord Kazekage, we have located the Jinchuriki. Should we send our people to transfer him? Yamamoto Yaf asked. This was the line Chiba had prepared for Yamamoto Yaf in advance, intending to influence the third Kazekage's decision and instill a sense of urgency. You see, whether it's my Konoha people or Chiyo's subordinates, they could target the Jinchuriki after the banquet. Shouldn't you act quickly to take control? You didn't raise Chiyo's suspicion, did you? The third Kazekage did not answer Yamamoto Yaf's question, but changed the subject. Of course not. This kid used his connection with Scorpion to easily obtain the information. Yamamoto Yaf pointed to Chiba, who stood like a puppet behind him, proudly declaring, "This is all thanks to me, Yamamoto Yaf." That's good. The third Kazekage nodded, saying, "You don't need to worry about the Jinchuriki. Just wait for my order at the banquet, and then ambush Chiyo and the others." Understood, Lord Kazekage. After leaving the Kazekage's palace, Chiba felt somewhat anxious, unsure if his plan would successfully incite a conflict between the two factions. After all, only if Tsunade fell into complete chaos could the blame be placed on Shimura Danzo, allowing him to stay out of it. Forget it, why think so much? Having plotted to this point, he could only leave it to fate. After some internal conflict, Chiba finally let go. Life and death are determined by fate, and if worst comes to worst, he could help the Shigure couple kill the third Kazekage, and then either stay in Tsunade or venture out into the shinobi world. If they're blind to my worth, then I don't need to stick around in Konoha. Amidst the swirling intrigue and hidden currents, the banquet to welcome the Konoha delegation was held as scheduled. In a luxurious sand gold palace, the third Kazekage and Chiyo sat at the main table, with the remaining high-ranking members of Tsunade, the Konoha delegates on either side. As the third Kazekage arranged it, Chiba and the others were seated next to the Shigure couple. Since everyone is here, let us begin. Let us welcome the Konoha delegates. The third Kazekage raised his wine glass, smiled, and gestured to Chiba and the others. Swish! Chiba and the Konoha delegates stood up, slightly bowing to those around them. And then, ninjutsu, heart disturbance performance technique. Earth release, earth spike. Fire release, great fireball technique. The ninja from the root suddenly launched their attack, instantly killing several unsuspecting high-ranking members of Tsunade amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd. Paper technique, dance of the paper. Chiba likewise shouted with great momentum, his body suddenly exploding into countless flying pieces of paper, sweeping towards the Shigure couple. Boom! The palace was immediately thrown into chaos, with people fleeing in all directions, some hurriedly defending themselves, while others suddenly attacked their comrades nearby. What is happening? Is Konoha trying to incite war again? A high-ranking Tsunade member questioned in confusion. Fools! Can't you see that those who aren't dead are our people? Another high-ranking member roared. It's not Konoha, it's the third Kazekage. With that shout, the situation became clear, and many people showed expressions of realization. Kazekage, you've been planning this banquet for a long time, haven't you? Meanwhile, Chiyo at the main table slowly stood up. Having experienced so much since the era of the first Kazekage, she was far from flustered. Puffed. Chiyo raised her hand to activate a scroll, and a puff of white smoke appeared, revealing 10 grotesque puppets clad in white standing before her. Is this the legendary Chikamatsu's 10 puppets? I've long wanted to experience them. With matters reaching this point, the third Kazekage no longer bothered to explain. He raised his arms, and waves of black sand and iron surged from the palace walls, howling towards Chiyo. Magnet release, sand iron rain, puppet technique, mechanized shield seal. The two fought fiercely, and as the two commanders clashed, aside from a few neutral parties, the remaining high-ranking members of Tsunade clearly split into two factions, roaring as they charged at each other. Not good. Someone has set up a barrier outside. We can't get out. At that moment, a desperate voice from a neutral party plunged the palace into even more madness among the fighting factions. Kill! It's either you die or I die. What? That bastard Kazekage actually set up a barrier outside. Chiba was equally shocked. The setting up of barriers had never been mentioned by the third Kazekage. It seemed he wanted the Konoha people to fight until the last drop of blood. Fortunately, I was a traitor from the start. Otherwise, wouldn't I'd be dead by now? Chiba thought, feeling immensely relieved. That's right, when Chiba made his move just now, it seemed grand, but in reality, all the paper flew past the Shigure couple, primarily emphasizing an outline, and not a single hair on them was harmed. Just this act indicated Chiba's stance. After glancing deeply at Chiba, the Shiger couple immediately withdrew to deal with other enemies. Chiba symbolically tried to block them a couple of times, but failed. Boom, boom, boom. Just as both sides were caught up in their bloodlust, the ground beneath them suddenly trembled violently, as if some gigantic creature had suddenly fallen from the sky. Roar, roar, roar. That guy Shikaku finally fell asleep, and Grandpa Gaara can finally come out to play, with a strange cry echoing through Tsunade. All the high-ranking ninjas engaged in battle paused their attacks in unison and looked towards the palace. Above a cluster of low buildings, a yellow monster covered in cursed seals, towering dozens of meters high, was cackling. One tail, Shikaku. In the next moment, Shikaku dropped to all fours and began to run wildly through Tsunade, like a playful husky, laughing maniacally as it ran. But beneath Shikaku's laughter, the screams and wails of the villagers of Tsunade were incessant. Wherever Shikaku passed, houses collapsed with a loud crash, and those unable to dodge were turned into meat paste. Shikaku? How did Shikaku come out? A high-ranking ninja from Tsunade exclaimed in surprise, then angrily glared at the opposing group, shouting, "Bastards, how dare you release Shikaku? Outside are our Tsunade villagers, you beasts. You're full of crap. How could we possibly do such a thing?" The opposing high-ranking ninja retorted defiantly. "It's clearly you who released Shikaku, and now you want to shift the blame. You cold-blooded bastards. Do you see anything other than profit?" The third Kazekage's faction and Chiyo's faction were pointing fingers at each other, hurling insults. Without a doubt, since it wasn't their side that did it, this unscrupulous act must have been committed by the other side. Clang! The blades that had previously stopped were now cutting faster and more fiercely towards each other. At this moment, whether inside or outside the palace, the subordinates of the Kazekage and Chiyo were fiercely battling each other, determined to eliminate these beasts on the opposing side. Great, my plan actually worked. Now I can go back and report. Among the angry crowd, only one person was particularly excited, and that was the instigator of the chaos, Chiba. Chapter 65, Brother Rasha, let's defect. Is this the thrill of hiding behind the scenes, using schemes to create chaos? No wonder so many conspirators are endlessly amused. This feeling is indeed nice. Chiba felt he was becoming increasingly cold-blooded. So many lives were lost because of him, yet his heart remained unperturbed, simply because this was beneficial to him. Wait a minute, what does this have to do with me? Chiba suddenly realized. All the blame lies with Shimura Danzo. I'm being forced by him. Under Chiba's guidance, Yofeng Yamanaka heroically died at the hands of Shiger. Before his death, he glared at Chiba with wide eyes. Chiba smiled back and mouthed, "This is the fate I weave for you. How about that?" Chiba regained his form and unleashed a fireball technique, seemingly attacking others. But in reality, he was cremating Yofeng Yamanaka, who had fallen to the ground. After resolving the only flaw, Chiba began to survey the battlefield. Although the third Kazekage side had seized the initiative, they were barely equal to Chiyo's side. More importantly, the strongest combat power, the third Kazekage, could not take down Chiyo. Magnet release. Iron sand, giant needle. The third Kazekage was becoming a bit anxious, frequently unleashing deadly moves, constantly manipulating the iron sand to attack Chiyo. Puppet technique. 3 treasures collapse. Facing the densely packed iron sand spears, Chiyo flicked the chakra threads in her hand, and the 3 puppets representing Buddha, Law, and Monk came together to form a triangular formation. At the same time, a terrifying suction was instantly released from the formation, causing the incoming iron sand spears to disintegrate, turning into black iron sand that was absorbed into the formation. With such a large amount being absorbed, the Sand Village's old man is trying to suck the young Kazekage to death. Chiba shook his head secretly. Those involved are confused, while the bystanders see clearly. The third Kazekage was anxious, but Chiyo remained steady. The outcome of this battle was naturally not to be doubted. Okay, then I don't need to help the third Kazekage side anymore. I can just hide until the end and defect. Then I can act cute in front of my uncle and aunt. I believe they won't do anything to this child. Chiba thought to himself. As long as the formation changes quickly enough, he would only win and not lose. What the hell? Brother Rasha. Chiba turned his head and suddenly saw the headstrong Rasha intending to charge at Shiger and his wife. He hurriedly transformed into paper and flew over, blocking in front of the sand gold controlled by Rasha. Chiba, what are you doing? Get out of the way. Rasha shouted. Brother Rasha, the situation is already decided. You don't need to make any unnecessary sacrifices. Chiba did not move aside. He directly wrapped Rasha within himself and whispered a hero waits for the right moment, preserving oneself to achieve great deeds and benefit the ninja world. This is what you should do. Facing Chiba's persuasion, Rasha remained unmoved. Chiba, get out of the way. Don't force me to take action against you. I won't move aside, brother Rasha. Chiba insisted. Rasha was a decent guy. Chiba did not want to see him die for nothing. With a clatter, the sky was filled with sand gold and paper clashing together, and the Kazekage beside them was distracted by this sudden change, slowing down his movements. Seating technique, Lion Roi. Chiyo accurately seized the flaw of the third Kazekage. A white-clothed puppet opened its mouth wide and unleashed a sealing technique resembling a lion's roar at the third Kazekage. What? The third Kazekage was startled and quickly retreated. But two fierce white-clothed puppets were already waiting behind him. Manipulation, one heart, one body. The chakra threads in Chiyo's hand turned into afterimages. The two white-clothed puppets combined their palms, drawing out 5 thin threads, which fiercely cut towards the third Kazekage from behind. The third Kazekage reacted quickly, controlling the iron sand to block the thin threads while using iron sand to lift himself. However, even so, a thin thread still left a blood mark on him. Damn it! The third Kazekage's face darkened. These thin threads had no magnetism, clearly prepared specifically for him. It seemed Chiyo had long been wary of him. Although older now, this technique still retained its former power. Chiyo flicked the chakra threads in her hand and casually said, "You're still being careless, Kazekage. You used poison on the line." The third Kazekage quickly sensed something was wrong, and his complexion changed drastically. The chakra within him became increasingly sluggish, and the surrounding iron sand lost its chakra support, instantly scattering to the ground. Because my good grandson has always wanted to turn you into a puppet. Chiyo retracted her puppets. Her gaze lowered. Since there is an opportunity now, as a grandmother, I naturally want to fulfill my grandson's wish. Take one step, look 3 steps ahead. This is the strength of Chiyo as an established powerhouse. Even if the gap between them isn't large, the final victory would still be hers. While the third Kazekage was still pondering how to take her down, she was already considering how to better preserve the material's integrity. I will eventually perish in your hands, Chiyo. Chiba. Under the onslaught of the poison, the third Kazekage fell to the ground in anger, mumbling something indistinctly. But it seemed he was repeating someone's name. I didn't expect this so-called strongest Kazekage would actually die from poison. What a humiliation. And that Chiba actually ruining my grand plan. Just wait, you'll go to hell with me. Just as quickly as it started. From Chiba wrapping around Rasha to the third Kazekage falling, it was only a matter of moments. Realizing he had indirectly caused the Kazekage's death, Chiba felt somewhat relieved, letting that arrogant fool show off in front of me. And the strongest Kazekage? He can't even defeat an old grandma. What a trash. Ugh, my brother is stronger than you. However, Chiba naturally couldn't say these words in front of Rasha. Everything happened too suddenly. Rasha stood there dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning, momentarily losing his ability to think. Brother Rasha, look at the mess this has caused. Chiba rubbed his non-existent hands and said, "Since the third Kazekage is dead, how about we defect together?" Lord Kazekage is dead? Rasha repeated in confusion, seemingly unable to accept this fact. Yes, Chiba affirmed. He died on the path to realizing his ambitions. I suppose that a fitting in for him. Rasha fell silent. The third Kazekage is dead. Where should he go now, and how can he realize his own value? All right, brother Rasha, this kind of ambitious person isn't worth your sadness. Looking at the aimless Rasha, Chiba earnestly advised, remember what I'm about to say. It may help you continue to realize your value. On the third Kazekage's side, aside from the Kazekage himself, Rasha was the strongest. Now that they had lost these 2 strongest combatants, what remained was merely a rabble, quickly collapsing into chaos. Some surrendered, while others were killed. As Chiba and Rasha dispersed, the paper and sand gold fell, and they were instantly surrounded by Chiyo's side, which had already taken control of the situation, eyeing them hungrily. Chiba, explain, what on earth is going on? Chiyu blocked the crowd that wanted to take action, stepping through the throng to stand in front of Chiba and Rasha, his gaze coldly fixed on the two. Before the banquet began, Chiba controlled the fine sand to remind the couple to be cautious of the wind shadow, which was the reason Chiyu had not yet attacked Chiba. But now, Chiba was actually entangled with Rasha, who had once hunted their son and was a trusted aide of the third-generation wind shadow. Chiyu's killing intent surged. If Chiba could not provide a reasonable explanation, Chiyu would deal with the two without mercy. Senior Chiyu, The situation is like this. Chiba appeared calm, but in reality, his heart was in his throat. He could see the killing intent in Shiyu's eyes. This time, in order to save Jiech, he was prepared to risk it all. Chapter 66. Tsunade must ally with Konoha. All of this was plotted by Shimura Danzo and the third Kazekage. Brother Rasha and I were merely caught up in it, completely unable to act on our own. Chiba had originally prepared a perfect excuse, but now, to save Rasha, he had to change his story. Brother Rasha was unwilling to strike against his comrades, and I too was unwilling to act against you and Senior Manzi. Brother Rasha and I were just putting on a show. We haven't taken a single life today. After hearing Chiba's evasive arguments, Rasha's eyes flickered. In truth, he hadn't killed anyone. He just thought those people were of no value. Shigure pondered for a moment, his expression still cold. Even so, this does not change the fact that he once hunted down Sasori. Step aside, Chiba, or else. Chiba's heart sank to the bottom. It was over. Value Guy was going to die young, and he would have to take care of Roru. Rasha smiled bitterly, patting Chiba's shoulder, and whispered, "All right, Chiba, you've done your best. Step aside and live well for me." Having said that, Rasha strode towards Shigure, a hint of a smile on his face, facing failure and death with incredible calmness. Because just a moment ago, he had found his own value. Shigure, put down the knife in your hand. Just as Shigure was about to execute Rasha, Chiyo, who had been silent, spoke up. The third Kazekage fell to this fate precisely because he had no capacity for tolerance. Do you want to nup like him? Chiyo's words defined the situation today, and in reality, they were indeed true. If she, Chiyo, truly craved power, the position of third Kazekage would have long been hers. There would be no room for others. Shigure was taken aback, but mother. All right, we were all serving our respective masters and fulfilling our duties. There's nothing wrong with that. This child can maintain his bottom line in his heart, which is already quite rare. Chiyo said lightly, Rasha is quite capable. Once you take office as the fourth Kazekage, let him be your advisor. Experience has its wisdom. In Chiyo's eyes, Chiba's earlier words had many loopholes, but it didn't matter. A gentleman looks at results, not intentions. Rasha was unwilling to strike against his fellow villagers, so the third Kazekage, who mercilessly targeted his own, deserved death, making Shigure's ascension rightful. At this moment, promoting Rasha could serve to pacify the people, helping to consolidate the remnants of the third Kazekage's power and turn it to their advantage. If Rasha had no ulterior motives, then continually promoting him would be fine. If he did, Chiyo could easily dispose of him. What? Not only was Shigure stunned, but Rasha was also shocked. He never expected that not only would he not die, but he would also be promoted. He had followed the third Kazekage for so long, and the other party had never given him an advisor position, yet now, before he even defected, the enemy had already conferred it upon him. The changes tonight were simply too much for Rasha to process. Phew, I understand, mother. Shigure took a deep breath and responded, then extended a hand to Rasha. Then please take care of me from now on, Kazekage advisor, but as a father. I hope you can sincerely apologize to my son. No problem. Lord Kazekage. Rasha grasped Shigure's hand, feeling as if he were dreaming. Having unknowingly become the Kazekage advisor, will I finally be able to showcase my skills and realize my ambitions? The confusion in Rasha's heart dissipated instantly. He turned around and excitedly embraced the equally bewildered Chiba, wanting to share his joy with him. Thank you, Chiba, Rasha sincerely expressed. If it weren't for Chiba, he wouldn't have even gotten a promotion. He would have probably died at the hands of Shigure and others. From now on, Chiba will be my dear brother. If anyone dares to harm Chiba, I will be the first to oppose it. You're welcome, Brother Rasha. Chiba also smiled, although the process was very convoluted. He had successfully found a way out of a desperate situation and saved Value Guy's life, which could be considered fulfilling his wish. Now, Chiba's tense nerves could finally relax a bit. Under Chiyo's direction, Rasha quickly consolidated the remnants of the third Kazekage's faction, ending the tumultuous internal strife within Tsunade. Meanwhile, the lively Shikaku was also caught on the spot and regretfully returned to his little house, waiting for the next opportunity to be released. Finally, it was time to reap the rewards. I can open blind boxes now. Looking at the ninjas and civilians wailing all around, Chiba's eyes sparkled. Senior Shigure, please let me join the rescue team. I want to contribute too. Shigure naturally wouldn't refuse, so Chiba rushed out like a wild horse, dashing forward. Haha, take this. Baden technique. Chiba's targets were clear. He only wanted to save those beautiful, seriously injured Tsunade elites wearing Jonin or Chunin vests. The rewards from genin and ordinary people were too meager, Unless they were well-known characters or exceptionally attractive, Chiba wouldn't even look at them now. Ding. Treatment successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Eye of Sand. Ding. Treatment successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Sand Body Flicker. Ding. Treatment successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. After a round of treatment, Chiba gained a pile of sand manipulation skills. It is no exaggeration to say that he now mastered more sand, earth, release jutsu than the vast majority of Tsunade ninjas. Ding. Treatment successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining new chakra attribute, wind. Wow, it's been so long, and finally a new chakra attribute has appeared. When Chiba saw the system notification, he cheered. Others thought Chiba was celebrating for saving another person, praising his noble medical ethics. The way the higher-ups of Tsunade looked at Chiba softened significantly. Such a simple and earnest youth. How could he be involved in this turmoil? Indeed, everything is Danzo's fault. Great, now I just need to obtain the lightning attribute, and I'll have all 7 attributes. As Chiba pressed down on the chests of 2 female ninjas, he excitedly thought that he was one step closer to mastering the power of the bloodline limit. This mission to Tsunade was truly worthwhile. Not only did he gain a bunch of ninjutsu, but he also acquired a new chakra attribute. Chiba didn't lose out, Chiyo and others didn't lose out. Rasha didn't lose out. Everyone was happy. P.S. The Uchiha bloodline grants Chiba an attribute, while the Senju bloodline possesses water and earth attributes, which is only found in fanworks. After cleaning up the mess in Tsunade, dawn was breaking. Led by Chiyo, several high-ranking officials of Tsunade gathered together to discuss the village's future direction. Due to his special identity, Chiba, as a representative of Konoha, also mixed into the meeting. Konoha has gone too far. I suggest we ally with Awagi and Kumogi to jointly resist Konoha. A high-ranking Tsunade official said angrily. Chiyo slowly nodded and said this time, Konoha has indeed crossed the line. I will make Shimura Danzo pay the price for this. The Ninja World War had just ended not long ago, and now Tsunade was thrown into chaos again. The village's structures were collapsing, and countless lives were lost. It would probably take at least 7 or 8 years to recover its vitality. Just as a few people were about to establish a stance to resist Konoha, Chiyo suddenly spoke up, Seniors, I have a different opinion on this matter. Who allowed you to speak? Allowing you to attend this meeting is already. An angry high-ranking member of Tsunade was about to scold Chiyo, but Shigeru and Raza's cold gazes swept over simultaneously, making him dare not say another word. Go ahead, child. What are your thoughts? Chiyo looked at Chiyo with interest. Chiyo nodded and said seriously, Senior Chiyo, I believe that the most beneficial move for Tsunade right now is to continue our alliance with Konoha. What? The high-ranking members of Tsunade were instantly stunned. If it weren't for the presence of Shigeru and Raza, they might have already drawn their weapons. You Konoha instigated our internal strife, and now you want us to continue to ally with you? Are you Konoha people out of your minds? A high-ranking member of Tsunade pointed at Chiyo, exasperated, and said, I have never seen such a shameless person. Chapter 67. Kakashi's Worry Seniors. The reason I say this is threefold. In the conference room, facing the unfriendly gazes of several high-ranking Suna officials, Chiba calmly explained. First, this matter arose because of Shimura Danzo. His intention is to provoke a war and solidify his own power. If you sever ties with Konoha, wouldn't that play right into his hands? Second, Suna is currently weak. Given the personalities of the current Reikage and Tsuchikage, it's uncertain whether they would join forces with Suna against Konoha, but they will certainly take advantage of the situation to make unreasonable demands. In summary, if Suna chooses to ally with Konoha, then Konoha, whether out of morality or to maintain its position in the ninja world, will severely punish Shimura Danzo and strive to protect Suna's interests, providing appropriate compensation. Chiba's words were resonant and passionate. Anyway, the compensation doesn't need to come from Chiba. His task is simply to ally with Suna, and after completing the mission, all consequences will naturally be borne by young Shimura. Well, you do have a point. Chiyo nodded slightly. Not just her, even the other high-ranking Suna officials were somewhat persuaded. If they could swallow their pride, allying with Konoha really was the most beneficial choice for Suna. After the meeting, Chiyo kept Shigeru behind and instructed, if there's a chance in the future, let Scorpion get close to this Chiba. This child has limitless potential. Shigeru was somewhat surprised at her words. Mother, this is the first time you've given such a high evaluation. Although Chiba is indeed more outstanding than his peers, is he really that exceptional? Chiyo shook her head and said, let me ask you, when you were his age, Would you have dared to sit alone in the enemy camp and talk freely with a group of enemies who wanted to kill you? I will let Scorpion interact with him more. Shigeru thought for a moment, then shook her head with a bitter smile. But actually, it seems these two kids already like each other quite a bit. Half a month later, Konoha, Hokage office. Tsunade stood with one foot on Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk, pointing at his nose and scolding him. You old man, who allowed you to send Chiba on such a dangerous mission while I wasn't in Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen weakly said, Tsunade, I am the Hokage. I have the authority. You have no authority. Shut up, Tsunade roared, interrupting Sarutobi's words. If anything happens to Chiba, I'll scatter your ashes. Bang! After saying that, Tsunade smashed her fist in Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk, then stormed out in anger. Sigh. Looking at the rect office, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a heavy sigh, feeling a sense of desolation. He felt he was a truly failed teacher. One disciple simply wouldn't listen to him, and the other was always coming to the Hokage office to yell at him. Now that I think about it, Orochimaru is the most filial. Sarutobi Hiruzen, filled with rage, waved his hand to the Umbu outside, his face dark. Go, bring Shimura Danzo to me. After a while, the Hokage office was filled with angry shouts again. But this time the one shouting was Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo, I am a Hokage. I know, Hiruzen. Danzo, I am a Hokage. I am a Hokage. Hiruzen, did you call me here just to humiliate me? Do you think? Soft. Shadow. Regret. Bang. The two parted unhappily, and Shimura Danzo left the Hokage office with a gloomy expression. He didn't expect that Yamanaka Yofu, that useless fool, couldn't handle even such a small matter. Not only did Chiba not get rid of him, but he also exposed Danzo's scheme to incite chaos in Suna. Truly, he deserved to die. Lord Danzo, what should we do next? An accompanying root ninja asked quietly as he followed Danzo out. What to do? Do nothing. We'll talk after this matter passes. Danzo said angrily, realizing that because of that stupid Yamanaka Yofu, he had just lost a significant portion of his power to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Go. Give me a bounty of 10 million Ryo on Chiba. With Yamanaka Yofu dead, Danzo's pent-up anger had no outlet and could only be vented on Chiba. Lord Danzo, is it only a bounty of 10 million Ryo? Nonsense. I still have to find a way to compensate Suna's losses. Danzo retorted angrily to his subordinate. After returning, he feared he would have to empty the Shimura clan's coffers, which had been built up over many years, just to barely provide a number that would satisfy Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chiba was unaware of all this. He led several beautiful Suna envoys, enjoying food and fun all the way back to Konoha. However, as soon as they entered the village, they were invited to the Hokage office by two ninjas. Chiba, you handled this matter very well. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the young boy before him and sighed. If it weren't for you, Konoha would not only have lost an ally, but also gained an enemy. Indeed, neither Suna nor Konoha suspects me. Haha, now you're the fool, Shimura Danzo. Chiba secretly sneered, feeling a small sense of relief. If it weren't for his current lack of strength, he would have rushed into Root and hanged Danzo for a slow death. That bastard, all day long doing nothing but targeting his own people. I just did my part, Lord Third, Chiba shyly replied, emphasizing the word part, which was indeed a dig at Shimura Danzo. Chiba, you don't need to be modest. Konoha's ability to ally with Suna is largely due to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand. Your abilities are even better than I expected. I have promoted you to Jonin. Once you're ready, report to the Umbu. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt somewhat exhausted. Danzo was no longer useful, and he needed to quickly cultivate a few capable subordinates to replace Danzo's position. Thank you for the promotion. Lord Third, Chiba scratched his head and said, but can I take a few days off? I promised to accompany a child to take the ninja school's assessment. On the streets of Konoha, Brother Chiba, thank you for coming with me. I hope I didn't delay you. Silly child, of course not. Didn't we agree on this long ago? Chiba smiled as he squeezed Noera Rin's worried little face and held her hand, walking towards the ninja school. Huh. Isn't that. Walking along the road, Chiba's eyes narrowed as he saw a small figure struggling to help an old lady cross the street. That's right, it's Uchiha Madara. Confirming the identity of the figure, Chiba felt restless, thinking about whether he should take the opportunity while Obito was unable to fight back and find a chance to eliminate him. Why do all schools in the world prohibit early romance? Because of that bastard Uchiha Obito, who almost destroyed the world because of early romance. But looking at Obito, who was struggling under the heavy burden with his little face flushed, Chiba felt a bit reluctant to intervene. Why did Lord Madara choose Obito? Isn't it because he saw that Obito would take care of the elderly? Sigh. Chiba secretly sighed. The world of Hokage is really strange. The fastest person is always late. The one who longs for peace always causes war. The best friends fight the hardest. And the kindest children always want to destroy the world. Rin, let's go this way. Chiba didn't know if Rin recognized Obito now. He blocked Rin's line of sight with his body and pulled her, who looked a bit confused, down another path. Yahiko, this kid named Uchiha Obito, is unreliable. I'll take charge of this matter for you, and I'll just break this CP directly. Chiba led Rin forward, and just as they were about to reach the entrance of the ninja school, they ran into a familiar face. Sakumo-senpai, long time no see, Chiba exclaimed with some surprise. Ah, it's Chiba. It really has been a while. Sakumo turned around upon hearing the voice, and upon seeing Chiba, he rarely showed a smile. This is my child, Kakashi. Sakumo Hatake patted the silver-haired kid wrapped in a scarf and wearing a mask beside him and said with a smile, Kakashi, say hello to your brother Chiba. Hello, brother Chiba. Kakashi greeted Chiba politely but coldly with a nod. TSK, look at Kakashi, known to wear a mask since childhood. There's nothing for the adults to worry about. Yahiko, this is the suitable son-in-law for our family's baby. Chiba smiled as he looked Kakashi up and down, his gaze resembling that of an old father-in-law, causing Kakashi to instinctively shrink his neck. This is the child of my leader, Yahiko Rin. Perhaps in the future, she will be together with your child. Studying together. Chiba almost blurted out his thoughts, but quickly reacted and changed his words. Hello, Sakumo-senpai. Hello, Kakashi. I hope to get along well in the future. Rin generously stepped forward to greet the two and even actively showed goodwill towards Kakashi. But unfortunately, the aloof Kakashi didn't appreciate it all. Chiba, walk with me. I have something to discuss with you. After sending the two children into the ninja school for the assessment, Sakumo patted Chiba's shoulder and said, Huh, okay, Sakumo-senpai. Chiba was a bit puzzled, but seeing Sakumo's serious expression, his face also turned serious. What Sakumo-senpai was about to say probably wasn't good news. Chapter 68. Joining the Umbu, Ninetales Rampage? In a secluded grove in Konoha, Kakashi Shumo handed Chiba a bottle of drink and said lightly, Chiba, I heard that you were targeted by certain people in Tsunade and almost didn't make it back. Seeing Chiba's surprise, Shumo smiled and said, There's no need to be surprised. I've been to the Tsunade battlefield several times and have some channels for information there. You're right, Senior Shumo. There were indeed people plotting behind the scenes this time. Chiba whispered, That's exactly what I wanted to tell you, Chiba. A talent that stands out will surely be targeted by others. I hope you can hold back and not be like me. Sigh. As he spoke, Shumo sighed heavily and took out a pendant from his pocket. Handing it to Chiba. Senior Shumo, what is this? Chiba asked, puzzled as he took the pendant. This is a token of my Kiki clan, Shumo said in a calm tone. If anything happens to me one day, I hope you can look out for Kakashi in light of our past friendship. Chiba tightened his grip on the pendant, his heart racing. Senior Shumo, is something going on? Is there anywhere I can help? Shumo shook his head and changed the topic. It's getting late. The assessment at the Ninja Academy should have ended by now. Let's head back. Back at home, Chiba felt a bit heavy-hearted. Without saying a word, he sat cross-legged and began the living puppet blood refinement. Under the intense pain, Chiba's expression eased considerably, as this pain reminded him that his strength was continuously improving. Still not strong enough. After a while, Chiba exhaled a breath of turbid air, ending his training. At that moment, the door to Chiba's house was suddenly pushed open, and Shoji put away his key, walking in with Tsunade. You little brat. You've been back for so many days, and didn't even think to come find me to report your safety? I had to come find you myself. As soon as Tsunade entered, she angrily walked up to Chiba and grabbed his collar, shouting, Sis, you can't. Shoji was about to stop Tsunade's violent behavior, but she just shot him a glare, and he immediately wilted. I'm sorry, Lady Tsunade. Chiba hugged Tsunade, burying his head in her broad chest, feeling his restless heart calm down instantly. Chiba, he actually hugged me first. Tsunade's face turned red, and her body softened. She forgot to scold Chiba and instinctively raised her arms to hug him back. Hey, have you two hugged enough? You look like a couple that hasn't seen each other in a long time. After a while, Shoji couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't help but comment. The two finally snapped out of it and quickly let go of each other. I was wondering what was poking me just now. Chiba, why did you shove a bottle in your clothes? Tsunade's cheeks were burning. Trying to ease the awkward atmosphere, she attempted to change the topic, which only made Chiba even more embarrassed. This is a special training method. Lady Tsunade, please wait a moment. I'll go take it out. Chiba fled back to his room and slammed the door shut. Chiba, you really messed up. Chiba splashed cold water on his face while speaking to himself in the mirror. Lady Tsunade treats you so well, and you actually have thoughts about her. She has always seen you as a younger brother. Soon, Chiba regained his composure and walked out of the room. Lady Tsunade, Shoju, stay for dinner tonight. I just happened to buy a lot of ingredients. That evening, Chiba prepared a table full of dishes, and the three ate and chatted. Chiba, did you know? Recently, I went on an A-rank mission with my sister, and now I'm already a special jonin. Shoju boasted while eating. Once I join the Umbu, you as a chunin better hold onto my leg tightly. Or, I might just be your new team leader. Didn't Lord Third mention anything to you about our specific assignments? Chiba's expression was a bit strange. The newly established Umbu Special Operations Team will be led by me, and you and Senior Cookie Eye are my team members. Also, I've already been promoted to jonin. What? Shoju slammed his rice bowl onto the table in anger. You just went to carry out a simple diplomatic mission. How could you possibly be promoted so quickly? There must be some underhanded dealings. A simple diplomatic mission? Chiba snorted coldly. I was caught up in the internal strife instigated by Shimura Danzo in Tsunade. Not only did I survive the battlefield of powerful fighters like the Kazekage, but I also persuaded Tsunade to continue its alliance with Konoha. You call that simple? Sorry for interrupting, but you're even more impressive. After hearing this, Shoju silently scooped his rice back into his bowl. Chiba, you need to be careful. At that moment, Tsunade spoke up. Shimura Danzo is a person who holds grudges. You disrupted his plans, and once this storm passes, he will likely target you. Also, I received intel that your bounty on the black market has now skyrocketed to 30 million Ryo. Tsunade said seriously. What? What the hell? Upon hearing this astonishing amount, Chiba was dumbfounded. Wasn't it just 15 million Ryo before? How did it double so quickly? It might be related to your actions in Tsunade. It's likely that more than one person has increased your bounty, Tsunade analyzed. Damn, that's impressive, Chiba. Your bounty alone is equivalent to a small Umbu team. Shoju excitedly draped an arm around Chiba, shouting in excitement, though it was unclear what he was so thrilled about. Chiba couldn't care less about Shoju. Cold sweat running down his back. 30 million Ryo was a bit dangerous. Considering inflation, his bounty had surpassed a Summa Sarutobi. Old man, Kakuzu won't notice me, right? I feel like I've crossed his kill line. After Shoju and Tsunade left, Chiba became increasingly anxious. Although Kakuzu was now a 69-year-old veteran, he could still crush him. No, I have to take some protective measures. Chiba took out a scroll hidden in his room and tucked it into his clothes. Finally feeling a bit of safety, this was a protective charm he had prepared for a long time, specifically to deal with Kakuzu. It might save his life if he couldn't defeat him. The next day, Chiba went to report to the Umbu headquarters. Hello, sir. Your code name is Thunder, and this is your equipment. You can take it once you confirm everything is correct. At the service window of the office, a masked woman bent down to retrieve a box and pushed it in front of Chiba. Thunder? You guys really know how to name things. How did you know I have all 6 chakra natures, but just lack lightning chakra? Chiba chuckled to himself. After confirming that the equipment in the box was complete, he took the box and went to the changing room designated for their team. After putting on the specially made combat uniform, donning the silver gray armor, and strapping on the standard Umbu longsword, Chiba's entire demeanor became cold and fierce. The only downside is that wearing the mask hides my handsome. Damn! Chiba was admiring himself in the mirror when suddenly, the changing room door was kicked open, startling him to the point of almost having a heart attack. Are you the newly appointed class leader of Zero, Thunder? The newcomer, also wearing a dark mask and clearly a member of the, rushed in and asked anxiously. Yes, that's me. Chiba quickly replied. There's an emergency. Come with me. With that, the person turned and ran out, prompting Chiba to hurry after him. What's going on, bro? As they dashed away from the, Chiba inquired. The person, frantic and trembling, said, The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has tied up our 2 brothers on guard duty and left the village without permission. Right now, the Jinchuriki is not far from the village and has gone berserk. Chapter 69. Senior brother, step aside, I'm going up. What? The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has gone berserk. Upon hearing this, Chiba's expression immediately turned to one of horror, and he began to understand why that Umbu ninja was so panicked. In his previous life, watching the anime didn't leave a deep impression on him. No matter how world-destroying the events were, they just seemed like another story on the screen. But during his time in Tsunade, Chiba had witnessed the power of a tailed beast firsthand. Just a couple of rolls and the earth would tremble, completely beyond human capability to resist. And now, They were about to face the terrifying Nine Tails, which was far more fearsome than the One Tail. Chiba really wanted to turn around and leave right now. Someone had already gone to notify the Hokage, but if they could resolve this matter before the Hokage arrived, that would be best. After all, this was a failure on their part as Umbu. That Umbu ninja smiled bitterly and said, I thought since your team has a special function, as the team leader, you might have a way. What the hell can I do? Damn it, if I had known, I would have started work a day later. Chiba cursed inwardly. Huh, wait a minute. Chiba's face suddenly froze, as if he thought of something, and he muttered with a strange expression, I seem to actually have a way. Not long ago, outside Konoha village. Think about it. Your Uzumaki clan was exterminated, and the orphans became tools for sealing. Our fates are the same. Hate it, be angry. In the spiritual world of Konoha's current Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina, the Nine Tails' voice roared like thunder, constantly shaking the seal, trying to influence Kushina's mind. Only I can free you from this miserable fate. Hurry and release the seal. Then we can both be liberated. Stop talking. Nine Tails, shut up. The Nine Tails' deep roar was like a devil's voice, and Kushina clutched her head, bending over and starting to wail in pain. Little Nine, are you okay? At that moment, Minato, who was nearby, approached with concern. But the next moment, Kushina suddenly lifted her head, her fierce gaze startling Minato. Don't trust anyone. He's just using you. Kill him. Hurry, kill him. Under Minato's astonished gaze, Kushina's hand instantly transformed into a blood-red claw, piercing through his chest. The power of the Nine Tails continued to overflow from within her. Kushina's body had vanished, replaced by a twisted mass of red and black lines, with a bright red tail thrashing violently in the air. He's important to you, right? Hurry and release all the seals, or I'll kill him now. Little Nine, hold on. Don't let the Nine Tails affect you. You're even stronger than me. The voices of the Nine Tails and Minato intertwined in her ears, and a glimmer of clarity returned to Kushina's eyes. Grandma Mito once said that love is the anchor that lifts us in the whirlpool. Nine Tails, I will never let you harm Minato. Sealing technique, adamantine sealing chains. In the spiritual world, chains shot out from within Kushina, wrapping around the Nine Tails layer by layer, tightly binding it. But the Nine Tails was not only unperturbed, but began to laugh heartily, the violent chakra fluctuations causing the entire spiritual world to shake. How ridiculous. The only reason Uzumaki Mito could seal me is that she was stronger than me, and it has nothing to do with so-called love. What childish brat. Swish. The Nine Tails grabbed the chains and yanked hard, directly throwing Kushina, who tried to seal it, into the air, where she crashed heavily to the ground. In the real world, Kushina's tailed beast cloak became increasingly crimson, as if soaked in blood, and the single tail behind her transformed into seven, completely on the brink of losing control. Boom! The terrifying power of the tailed beast exploded instantly, sending Minato flying from the sudden impact, landing awkwardly on the ground far away. But as soon as Minato steadied himself, he immediately forced his body up and staggered toward Kushina. Minato, don't come any closer. Get out of here. I can't control the Nine Tails any longer. Kushina cried out in pain, tears streaming down her face. But the moment they fell, they evaporated into vapor from the tailed beast's power. No, I want to leave. Absolutely not. No matter when or where, I will always protect you. Just a few steps away from Kushina, Minato leaped in her arms, placing one hand on her abdomen, trying to reinforce the seal on the Nine Tails. This kid isn't even from the Uzumaki clan, yet he can use his thoughts to strengthen the four-symbol seal. The Nine Tails was initially shocked, but then it sneered. If given more time, this kid might grow to be as strong as Hashirama Senju. But right now, it wasn't enough. Since you both insist on dying together, then let's die together. The Nine Tails struggled harder, feeling the sealing power on it continuously weakening. It wouldn't be long before it could shake off their restraints and kill them, regaining its freedom. Swish, swish, swish. Just then, several figures from Konoha's Umbu appeared around them, and a look of joy instantly appeared on Minato's exhausted face. Little Nine, hang in there, we're saved. Konoha's reinforcements have arrived. Kushina was too exhausted to speak, but a glimmer of hope reignited within her as she gritted her teeth and continued to hold on. At that moment, time seemed to stretch infinitely for the two of them, every second feeling like a year of suffering. But after more than a minute passed, the surrounding Umbu ninjas were still observing, and none stepped forward to help. What are you doing? Come help us. Minato turned to the Umbu ninjas and shouted angrily, his handsome face twisting in frustration, but they still remained motionless, silently watching Minato and Kushina. Minato's heart sank to the bottom. Ha ha ha, foolish brat. Who besides you would willingly throw away their life for nothing? The Nine Tails laughed mockingly, and the seal on its body continued to loosen with its laughter. Just a little more, just a little more. What are you all standing there for? Are you blind? But just as the Nine Tails was about to break free, an angry voice came from a distance, followed by a figure flashing past, firmly placing a hand on Minato's hand. Chiba? When Minato's blurry vision finally focused on the newcomer, a complex expression appeared on his face: surprise, joy, gratitude, and worry. Sorry, I'm late, Minato-senpai. Chiba felt a bit guilty. If it weren't for his butterfly effect, Minato shouldn't have faced this crisis before mastering the Rasengan. The chakra of the two merged, continuously flowing into Kushina's body. Damn it, where did this little brat come from? Minato's chakra amount and its application had already shocked the Nine Tails once. But now, this suddenly appearing kid was not any less than Minato. Even superior. Damn it. The Nine Tails roared skyward, and the seal that had already loosened on its body became solid again under the infusion of Chiba's chakra. Swish, swish. With a large injection of chakra, the figures of Chiba and the others appeared in Kushina's spiritual world, facing the Nine Tails head-on. Why do you all have to come forward to seek death? Yusti, Tail Beast Bomb. The Nine Tails roared angrily, its mouth wide open as a purple-black sphere rapidly formed within. The terrifying energy contained within causing the three present to change their expressions drastically. Brother Minato, can you use Rasengan? Let's throw it at him together. Chiba asked Minato, who was standing beside him. Rasengan? What's that? Minato replied, somewhat puzzled, his expression serious as he stared at the expanding tailed beast bomb. Ah, this? Chiba's face immediately fell. It seemed that Minato really didn't know how to use Rasengan right now. There's no way around it. This opportunity to show off was slipping away, and now it would all depend on Uzumaki Chiba to turn the tide. Chapter 70. Forced by others? Get lost. Master Watergate, you need to watch closely. The next move will be very cool. In the spiritual space, Chiba smiled lightly, raised his right hand, and strode towards the Nine Tails. According to the plot, he just needed to use the Rasengan against the tailed beast ball, and with the help of Watergate and Kushina, he should be able to successfully seal the Nine Tails. Chiba knew the principle of the Rasengan, and using it was not difficult for him. All right, behind Chiba, Watergate focused intently on him, wanting to know where his junior brother's calm confidence came from, and just how cool that move would be. But just as Watergate looked forward to it, Chiba's figure had just taken a step when he suddenly disappeared from spiritual space. Watergate. Watergate was confused. Did his junior brother sense danger and run away? He even had the leisure to show off before escaping? No. The Nine Tails looks too terrifying. Better use that move. In the real world, Chiba opened his eyes with lingering fear and quickly tore off the crystal necklace around his neck. Thinking about it was one thing, but doing it was another. Looking at the tailed beast ball larger than himself and the Nine Tails' menacing mouth, Chiba really didn't dare to rush in. Smack! Time was precious. Chiba quickly protected his right hand with chakra and pressed the crystal necklace firmly against Kushina's chest, refusing to let go. To be safe, Chiba also injected a strand of chakra belonging to the Senju bloodline into the crystal necklace. By the way, my body might also contain some Uchiha bloodline. Should be fine, right? Chiba was initially worried, but then he thought, if Senju Hashirama truly had any lingering consciousness in this crystal necklace, he would probably be overjoyed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, the crystal necklace in Chiba's hand seemed to sense something and began to tremble violently. A series of cyan-green beams shot out from the necklace, instantly binding the out-of-control Kushina like a zongzi. I'm about to give in, Watergate, it's too big. It's okay, little Kushina, I'll always be with you. In the spiritual world, just as Watergate and Kushina were exhausted and prepared to die together, the cyan-green beams illuminated the space, tightly wrapping around the Nine Tails. One beam even cleverly circled around the Nine Tails' mouth, directly binding it shut. With a pop, the incomplete tailed beast ball in front of the Nine Tails slowly dissipated. Damn Senju. Even dead, you won't let me go. Why can't you just let me be free? The Nine Tails struggled madly, constantly releasing chakra, but the more it did so, the tighter the cyan-green beams wrapped around it, digging deeply into its body. Senior brother, quickly reinforce the seal. At that moment, Chiba's voice came from outside, and Watergate's spirit couldn't help but lift. Okay, one inside, one outside. Both used their methods to strengthen the four-symbol seal. In the end, the Nine Tails, filled with deep anger and unwillingness, was sealed back into Kushina's body. As everything settled, the Watergate and Kushina, who had held on until now, finally deflated. The fatigue from both mind and body surged like a tide, and the two collapsed weakly, losing consciousness. In the real world, having successfully saved Watergate and Kushina, Chiba breathed a sigh of relief, and his mind became active again. Fortunately, I started my job today. If I had started a day later, I have missed out on 2 high-level SSRs. Looking at Watergate and Kushina lying in front of him, Chiba's heart raced. It was important to note that these two were the parents of Naruto, leaving a significant mark in the world of Naruto. One was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails with pure Uzumaki bloodline, and the other was a talented potential Hokage. Healing them, what kind of amazing rewards would that yield? Taking advantage of their unconscious state, Chiba rolled up his sleeves and prepared to get to work. Chiba, can I take over the treatment of these two? Consider it a favor owed to you by the Watergate family. However, at that moment, a charming laughter came from behind, and Chiba's brows immediately furrowed. This voice, is that Mizunoto Suki? Chiba turned around to see Mizunoto Suki approaching, accompanied by several panting medical ninjas. Chiba, you belong to the Umbu now, and your achievement in stopping the Nine Tails rampage is already quite remarkable, Mizunoto Suki said with a smile. If you can leave the treatment of the Jinchuriki to me, then the new medical reform department I oversee can also gain some credit. Huh? Chiba scoffed. So you're here to take credit? Huh? What if I refuse? Even without a reward, Chiba wouldn't let a few opportunistic individuals treat his senior brother and sister-in-law. After all, no matter how good their medical skills were, they couldn't compare to Chiba. He didn't trust them with the lives of his senior brother and sister-in-law. Chiba, I'm being nice and discussing this with you. Don't make me force you. Mizunoto Suki's smile didn't fade, but her tone turned cold. From a rank perspective, I am now above you. I am your superior and responsible for medical matters. Logically and ethically, these two should be treated by our department. As the leader of the Umbu, Chiba was like an imperial guard. Although he held significant power, he was indeed not of higher rank than Mizunoto Suki, the head of the new department. Thus, under the pressure of identity and status, Chiba had to suppress his anger and forced a response. Get lost. Get the hell away from me. Mizunoto Suki's smile immediately froze on her face. She didn't expect Chiba to refuse her, let alone dare to be so rude to her. After scolding her, Chiba had already squatted down, using one hand for each of Watergate and Kushina, beginning their treatment. In the past, he had yielded to Mizunoto Suki because he was too weak then, but now with his current strength, he no longer needed to accommodate her. After plotting the Sand Village Rebellion and influencing the dynamics of two nations, Chiba's mindset had already changed. Damn it, Shimura Danzo said offending him was worth it. What to say, little girl like you? You. Mizunoto Suki was furious, but she knew about Chiba's overwhelming performance during the Chunin exams. So she looked at the surrounding Umbu, pointing at Chiba, and said, Are you all just going to let him do as he pleases? The several Umbu remained silent, not wanting to get involved in their dispute. Just now he was the only one to act, and now he's the only one treating them. Clearly trying to monopolize the credit and not giving you a chance to redeem yourselves. Mizunoto Suki added, If Hokage-sama asks, someone like him will definitely expose your negligence. Is this the result you want? Mizunoto Suki might have been spoiled, but she was not unfamiliar with political maneuvering from a young age. Once she said this, the expressions of the several Umbu changed slightly. After all, Chiba had indeed scolded them harshly just now, and it seemed he might really do something like that. If you assist me in treating these two now, I can help you take credit in front of Hokage-sama. Mizutame Tsukika shouted, whether it's punishment or reward. It's just a matter of my word, so you all can decide for yourselves. The few Umbu exchanged glances, some showing signs of hesitation. After a moment, one of them slowly walked towards Chiba, and the others followed suit. Little brother, your contributions are already significant enough. How about you let one person go for their treatment? That way, everyone will have a reasonable explanation, right? Yeah, consider it a favor we owe you. Otherwise, if Lord Hokage holds us accountable, we, who have no power or influence, really can't bear it. Several Umbu spoke up, and even the one who had come with Chiba wore a wry smile. Captain Raijin, why don't you just give in to them? Don't be stubborn. We can't afford to offend the Mizutame clan either. Although they seemed to be persuading him kindly, they were actually pressuring Chiba to share his merits to cover their own mistakes. Just a moment ago, when they were stopping the Nine Tails, each of you was cowering, and now you're acting tough? As he watched the Umbu approaching him, Chiba sneered, Which one of you saw that I can't afford to offend the Mizutame clan? Huh? As he spoke, Chiba raised his hand to remove his mask and looked coldly at the several Anbu. Do you know what my identity is? You're afraid of offending the Mizutame clan, but are you not afraid of offending me? Chapter 71. The Heartbreaking Reward for Kakuzu. Since Mito Kamizuki has mentioned Chiba's name, he no longer needs to hide his identity in front of several Anbu ninjas, even if there is a violation. It is Mito Kamizuki who has exposed his identity in front of non-Anbu members. I am of the Hokage's direct line, trained under the 3 legendary Sannin, and on friendly terms with the clan leaders of Senju and Uchiha. war.Y Fang regards me as a nephew. Looking at the several Anbu ninjas, Chiba said coldly, "Swish." The series of titles that Chiba revealed was too loud, and the several Anbu ninjas changed their expressions in unison, suddenly freezing in place, not daring to take another step forward. Don't listen to him. He is just bluffing. Seeing this, Mito Kamizuki jumped anxiously. Besides, who among those he mentioned can compare to my father? Ha! Chiba sneered and said, I just passed the Chunin exam, and Lord Hokage personally promoted me to Jonin, with a new Anbu squad established just for me. So, think about it carefully. Who is the one you can't afford to offend? Chiba stopped talking. Under his cold gaze, the several Anbu ninjas silently retreated, regardless of how Mito Kamizuki threatened or tempted them. They refused to respond. Although Mito Kamizuki held a high position, it was a nominal one. While the people Chiba mentioned were all real powers of Konoha, it was clear whom to choose. You. Mito Kamizuki pointed at the several Anbu ninjas, so angry that she couldn't even speak. She never expected that the commoner boy she once looked down upon could now stand on equal footing with her and dared to humiliate her in front of so many people. While she couldn't do anything about it, this feeling of humiliation was something Mito Kamizuki had never experienced in her life. She almost wanted to rush forward and bite Chiba to death. You guys go help him treat them. Mito Kamizuki gritted her teeth and turned to a few of her subordinates and said, Now, even if she wanted to back down, she couldn't. If she lost face in front of her subordinates, how could she carry out her work in the future? Yes. A few subordinates responded, without thinking much, and walked toward Chiba. We are all colleagues from Konoha, and we have the Mito family backing us. You eat meat. We won't fight you for it. Can we at least share a bit of soup? With this thought, a woman had already walked to Chiba's side, preparing to squat down when she suddenly felt a wetness in her chest. Immediately after, a pain that was hard to describe surged through her, so intense that she couldn't breathe, and the few people beside her screamed. Murder. The woman looked down and saw a paper blade that had appeared from nowhere, piercing through her chest, just an inch away from her heart. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted on the spot. How dare you? You actually attacked a fellow villager. This is treason. Mito Kamizuki's eyes were bloodshot, her voice rising higher and higher, and anyone who didn't know would think she was singing opera. She looked at the several Anbu beside her, who remained indifferent, and screamed, What are you doing standing there? Hurry up and capture him, and wait for Lord Hokage to take action. In the face of Mito Kamizuki's accusations, Chiba calmly continued to treat the two while speaking leisurely. This is outside of Konoha. These people approached me without my permission. Who knows if they are spies from other ninja villages trying to plot against our village's Jinchuriki. My Anbu has the right to act first and report later. Ever since he was ambushed by Shimura Danzo last time, Chiba had completely opened up his meridians. Isn't this just baseless accusations? Who can't do that? If we're playing this game, you little cherry blossoms are just the younger brothers. Learn from your dad. Mito Kamizuki was almost driven mad by Chiba's words and wanted to argue with him. You're talking nonsense. They're all brought by me. You are clearly. Swish. Chiba suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with killing intent, causing Mito Kamizuki's words to stop abruptly. You make a good point. How about you take 2 steps forward? Chiba said, licking the corner of his lips. This guy's gaze. He really wants to kill me? I don't want to argue. You are not worthy to hear this. I will report this to Lord Hokage, and you, just wait. Mito Kamizuki was not afraid. She just felt that as a precious daughter, it was not worth it to argue with a commoner like Chiba, and it simply wasn't worth it. Ha! Chiba scoffed disdainfully, then looked at the motionless minions beside him. Get her out of here. Don't leave her here to be an eyesore. Get lost. Chiba had held back earlier. If these people were skilled in medical ninjutsu, that woman wouldn't suffer any major injuries, and if they weren't skilled, they would be deserved if she died. The few were overjoyed and hurriedly carried the woman away, sprinting away from Chiba as if they were in a race. After resolving the trouble, Chiba lowered his eyelids and began to concentrate fully on treating Minato and Kushina. Both of them had strong vitality. One had merely fainted from exhaustion, while the other, despite a fatal injury, could be stabilized without much difficulty. If it hadn't been for Mito Kamizuki's interference earlier, Chiba would have completed the treatment for both of them by now. After all, in the system's assessment, as long as they could stabilize injuries like Minato and Kushina, it would count as a successful treatment. Beep. Treatment successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the sealing technique Kong F, suitable for Senju's physique. Not long after, Chiba received the prompt that he had successfully treated Kushina. Isn't it the Uzumaki bloodline? It's hard for me to give you a good review system. Chiba withdrew his hand from Kushina's chest and casually opened the skill introduction. Kong F in, using massive chakra to form chains. It can be used for offense or to create seals. It is a powerful technique capable of contending with tailed beasts. Actually it's not bad. Chiba smiled slightly. If he encounters a tailed beast or a Jinchuriki again, he would have a method to deal with it, simply binding the opponent. Of course, he wouldn't bind someone ugly. Chiba didn't think much more and continued treating Minato, while his heart was filled with anticipation. Although it was somewhat unkind, Minato's injuries were worse than Kushina's, so the reward should also be. Sorry Minato. Beep. Treatment successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the wind release. Raisin Shuriken. Damn, Minato is awesome. When the prompt indicating the successful treatment of Minato lit up, Chiba couldn't help but curse. This is the S-rank ninjutsu wind release, Raisin Shuriken, the strongest ninjutsu known in the wind release category. Even the prince had to train hard for 2.5 years. And he also earned this signature technique of the prince through his relentless efforts. Minato, you're really kind. I knew you wouldn't let your junior save you for nothing. Looking at Minato lying on the ground, Chiba almost wanted to rush over and give him a couple of kisses. Kushina, damn it. I must be influenced by the Senju and Uchiha bloodlines. Chiba cursed inwardly. Wind release. Raisin Shuriken converts wind attribute chakra into fine needles. Directly attacking 130 trillion cells in the human body, its power is truly terrifying. The prince only used a semi-finished product back then and destroyed Kakuzu's 2 hearts in one blow, and what Chiba acquired this time is a finished product. Although he doesn't know Sage Mode, his control over chakra is strong, and even if he uses it, the worst that can happen is just breaking an arm, which isn't a big deal. He can heal himself. It's just right to test if he can heal himself for a reward. Elder Kakuzu, you better not come looking for me, or you'll be in big trouble. Chiba thought happily. The rewards offered today are truly generous, and any one of them could serve as Chiba's new trump card. It's not an exaggeration to say that with these 2 new skills, his combat power has increased by at least 30%, and he has also gained a means to counterbalance the Jinchuriki. Just as Chiba was grinning from ear to ear, Sarutobi Hisashi, dressed in combat gear, finally arrived with a group of Umbu. Chiba stood up and looked at Sarutobi Hisashi with suspicion. He suspected that this old guy had watched the surveillance and, after confirming that there was no trouble, arrived right on time. Otherwise, how could he have come at such a convenient moment? Uncle Hisashi, Mito Moon, who had been waiting anxiously by the side, finally found her backbone. She rushed to Sarutobi Hisashi and choked out, Chiba just openly tried to kill me. Everyone present can testify. If my subordinate hadn't dodged quickly, I would probably. However, before Mito Moon could finish her emotional performance, Sarutobi Hisashi raised his hand to interrupt her, frowning and saying, "This isn't the place to talk. Let's discuss it when we get back." Chapter 72. Is Mito Minion really that good? Hokage office. Setting aside my questions. How could he possibly harm someone from the same village? Uncle Hiruzen, you must punish him severely. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at his desk, and after hearing Mito Minion's accusations, he looked at Chiba and asked, "Chiba, do you have anything to add?" "No, Lord Third." Chiba shook his head. Hiruzen must have already heard everything from others. There was no need for him to waste his breath like that foolish woman, Mito Minion. Hiruzen nodded slightly and said, "Well then, your handling of this matter was indeed inappropriate. The position of your Umbu captain will be temporarily taken over by Shinju." Upon hearing Hiruzen's punishment of Chiba, Mito Minion's face lit up with joy as she provocatively raised her eyebrows at Chiba. Now you know the consequences of offending me, commoner." But at that moment, Hiruzen spoke again. "Minuan, you are also at fault in this matter. From now on, you will no longer be responsible for the new medical reform." Mito Minion was instantly dumbfounded. She didn't expect Hiruzen to disregard her father's influence and punish her as well. Chiba couldn't help but laugh out loud in front of the two. Faced with Chiba's mocking smile, Mito Minion couldn't care less. She hurriedly looked at Hiruzen and pleaded, Uncle Hiruzen, I have put so much effort into the new medical reform department and have managed it well. Besides me, who in Konoha can take on such an important role? Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe and said lightly, Tsunade happens to be free lately, so I think it's quite appropriate for her, the one who proposed the new medical reform, to be in charge. Mito Minyan was instantly speechless, standing there feeling wronged, with tears welling up at her eyes. She couldn't understand why this was clearly Chiba's fault. If Chiba had just given in to her from start, wouldn't it have been better? Why did he have to take away the position she had worked so hard to get for the sake of a commoner? Uncle Hiruzen, Mito Minyan wanted to say more, but Hiruzen had already lowered his head to deal with the documents on his desk. In the office, remember to address me by my title. I have other matters to attend to. You two may leave. Yes, Lord Hokage. Mito Minyan bit her lip and left the Hokage office with Chiba feeling unwilling. Not only did she fail to gain any merit, but she also lost the position her father had gotten for her. Her father would definitely scold her when she returned. Mito Minyan, who was fearless since childhood, was only afraid of being scolded by Mito Minyan, and she began to feel uneasy. Miss Mito Minyan, why are you so upset? It's just a mere position of responsibility. It shouldn't matter to you, right? Once outside the Hokage building, Chiba teased with a smile. Bastard, you're still making sarcastic comments. It's all because of you. I want to strangle you. After being bullied by Chiba repeatedly today, Mito Minyan was completely enraged and screamed as she lunged at Chiba. What are you doing? Chiba exerted a little strength in his arms, and Mito Minyan, who had flung herself into his embrace, lost her momentum, writhing in his arms and making him quite irritated. Aside from her intelligence, Mito Minyan was top-notch in everything else. Fortunately, Chiba remained composed and did not directly push her away. Let go of me. Let go of me. Don't make a scene. If you keep it up, I might just spank you. Just as Mito Minyan was struggling in Chiba's embrace, Mito Minyan arrived at the Hokage building, ready to discuss his daughter with Hiruzen, and fell into contemplation upon seeing this scene. Weren't they saying that Minyan and Chiba were in an awkward situation? So it's this kind of awkwardness? Speaking of which, this Chiba indeed has great potential, if Minyan really likes him. Mito Minyan stroked his chin, thinking seriously. To be honest, he had high hopes for Chiba. Although this kid had no family background, such people were easier to integrate into the Mito Minyan clan. Moreover, his pampered daughter had always had high standards. This was the first time he had seen her so close to a boy. Father. When Mito Minyan saw Mito Minyan, she had already been struggling in Chiba's arms for quite a while, her whole body softening, her wet hair sticking to her face. Chiba, you bastard, let go of me. I beg you. Mito Minyan was startled to the point of shivering and pleaded with Chiba in a choked voice. Whoosh. Without needing Mito Minyan to say anything, Chiba voluntarily let go, his eyes darting around, trying to find a suitable escape route. He had just treated someone's daughter like that. Mito Minyan might come rushing over to fight him, but before Chiba could find a way out, Mito Minyan appeared in front of him in an instant and placed a hand on his shoulder. Whoa. Chiba's body trembled, ready to turn into paper and fly away. But to his surprise, Mito Minyan showed a kind smile. Don't be nervous, Chiba. I was young once too. It's perfectly normal for young people to have some conflicts. It's nothing serious. Huh? Mito Minyan, father, isn't scolding me? Both Chiba and Mito Minyan were taken aback, and they even exchanged a knowing glance. The situation was quite different from what they had imagined. However, Mito Minyan's expression turned serious, and both Chiba's and Mito Minyan's hearts trembled. But the next moment, Mito Minyan smiled again. Chiba Minyan? However, this is still a public place. Your actions just now were quite inappropriate. You need to pay attention to your influence in the future, understand? Mito Minyan instructed. Understood, Lord Mito Minyan, father. Both of them quickly lowered their heads in response. Good. I still need to talk to the third Hokage about your matters, so I will take my leave now. Mito Minyan nodded in satisfaction and patted Chiba's shoulder again, saying, Minuan is still a girl. In the future, you should be a little more accommodating towards her, understand? If you encounter any unsolvable problems in the future, you can come to my house to play chess with me, and I will chat with you. Okay. Watching Mito Minyan's departing figure, Chiba nodded in a daze. Mito Minyan was so willful, and Chiba thought her father would also be a difficult character. Who would have thought he would be unexpectedly easy to talk to? He treated his daughter like that, yet he was so polite to himself. Mito Minyan, your father is actually quite nice. Chiba sighed. Father usually isn't like this? Mito Minyan's head was also in a daze. Not only did she lose her position today, but she also lost her composure in front of her father. Her father should have scolded her harshly, right? How could he be so amiable? Even on her birthday, her father always had a stern face. Oomph. I won't talk to you anymore. I never want to see you again, you dead commoner. When she realized she had subconsciously responded to Chiba, Mito Minion snorted coldly and turned to walk away, but the blush on her face had not yet faded. Heh, as if I cared to talk to you. After regaining composure, Chiba coldly laughed and walked toward the Konoha Hospital. Konoha Hospital? Huh, it's the familiar ceiling. Minato Namikaze opened his eyes, and upon seeing the familiar surroundings, his tense body instantly relaxed. You're awake, senior brother. Let me pour you a glass of water. At that moment, Chiba's voice came from his side. Minato hurriedly propped himself up and asked, Chiba, how is Kushina? She's fine, but she left the village without permission and has been placed under house arrest by the third Hokage. So she can only stay at home for the next month, which is why she couldn't come to see you. After handing the warm water to Minato, Chiba smiled and said, also, those Umbu ninjas who almost got you killed. I've reported them to the third Hokage. I see. Minato's worried heart finally relaxed. After taking a sip of the hot water, he looked at Chiba with immense gratitude and said, I really owe you one this time, Chiba. Otherwise, both Kushina and I would have been in danger. Chiba smiled and waved his hand, saying, Senior brother, we're all family, so there's no need to be polite with me. Chiba also gained quite a bit from Minato and Kushina, if it weren't for the need to keep the existence of the system a secret. Chiba would have liked to thank Minato in return. Minato didn't say anything more, silently remembering this kindness in his heart. Previously, he hadn't interacted much with Chiba and didn't have deep feelings for this junior disciple. But after this incident, Chiba's status in his heart rose sharply to third place. By the way, junior brother, Minato suddenly thought of something and asked, what was that Rasengan you asked me about before? Well, I heard from Master Jiraiya that you were developing a new technique to deal with tailed beast bombs, but I couldn't remember the name you gave it. So I simplified it to Rasengan, Chiba explained. After hearing Chiba's explanation, Minato nodded thoughtfully. I see, Rasengan. Rasengan. Spiral. I got it. Minato's eyes suddenly lit up. He raised his uninjured arm, and as the chakras spiraled together, a blue-green sphere slowly took shape in his hand. As long as it maintains a spiral state in every direction, this technique can remain stable. Minato dispersed the sphere in his hand and looked at Chiba excitedly, saying, Junior brother, you truly are a genius. You only mention a name, and I've already imagined the technique. Isn't there a chance that the genius is actually you? Chiba thought silently. That's great, Chiba. To thank you, I plan to name this technique Light will Rasengan Chiba Double Style 0. Minato was overjoyed. Next time he encountered the Nine-Tails rampaging or any other tailed beasts, he could use this technique to protect Kushina. No, senior brother Minato. Chiba shook his head and said, I heard that you developed this technique to protect Kushina, so I think you should go find her and let her name it. She is under house arrest at home. If she sees you safe in front of her, I'm sure she'll be very happy. You're right, Chiba. I'll go find Kushina right now. Minato exclaimed, lifting the blanket and preparing to change clothes and rush out. At that moment, a nurse who came to check on him hurriedly said, Hey, patient. The doctor said you can't get out of bed. Hurry and lie back down. Minato looked at Chiba, who pulled out an ID from his pocket and handed it to the puzzled nurse. I am the doctor, unless something unexpected happens. There shouldn't be anyone here with a higher title than mine, Chiba said calmly. The nurse looked at the senior physician title in her hand, and then at Chiba's youthful face, her mouth agape in shock. Wait, what? Watching Minato leave, Chiba suddenly realized a problem. Although his intention was to help Minato and Kushina strengthen their relationship, what if when Minato found Kushina, he discovered that the name she came up with was the same as his? Would senior brother think too much about it? After leaving Konoha Hospital, Chiba planned to head to the Umbu. Calculating the time, his 3 teammates should have reported him by now. Just as Chiba was about to reach the Umbu, a figure rushed out from the Umbu gate. Ray, you're just in time. I was about to look for you. Upon seeing Chiba, the figure first froze, then smiled wryly. Your team got into a fight, and the situation is getting out of control. You should go and mediate. Chapter 73. Chiba takes action, single-handedly destroys a team. The figure was none other than the previous Umbu who approached Chiba, codenamed Clear Sky, a seemingly young man. Because Chiba did not expose him in front of Sarutobi Hisashi, Clear Sky returned the favor by rushing out to find Chiba as soon as his teammates encounter trouble. What is going on? Why are they fighting? Who struck first? Chiba frowned and asked while hurrying towards the Umbu training ground. A female teammate of yours just reported in and was called to spar by several Umbu under the pretext of newcomers must prove their strength, resulting in her getting slightly injured. Clear Sky explained. That teammate of yours, not being able to stand it, took another person to reason with them, which led to the fight. After pondering for a moment, Chiba's expression darkened. They came after me? Those are the friends of those Umbu from before, right? Yes, Clear Sky sighed. I warned you before, Raiden. We are all colleagues. We should watch out for each other instead of turning against one another. Huh, Chiba sneered. A bunch of cowards who shrink back at the first sign of danger. Can I really rely on them when trouble arises? The ones who took action probably have some background, right? Chiba asked thoughtfully. Clear Sky nodded. Yeah, they all come from prominent clans. Hyuga, Inuzuka, Yamanaka, Akimichi. Damn it, for against two? Are they looking for trouble? Chiba exploded in anger, disregarding that he was in the Umbu Hall, and directly unfurled his pure white paper wings, soaring towards the training ground. Raiden, you just got scolded by Lord Hokage. You can't be impulsive again. Peace is paramount. Peace is paramount. Clear Sky shouted anxiously, unable to catch up with Chiba, who had taken off. Don't worry, I know how to control my strength. Chiba's voice came from afar, and hearing this, Clear Sky finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, as long as you control your strength. Wait, control your strength? Clear Sky's face visibly turned pale. Once this guy made a move, would there be any chance of leaving his subordinates alive? Umbu training ground. 4 Umbu ninjas were working together seamlessly, cornering Ju and Kai, constantly attacking them, while many other Umbu members watched and cheered them on. Anyone who could enter the Umbu wasn't weak, especially these who were from prominent clans. If it weren't for Kai holding his own, Ju would have probably been knocked down already. To be honest, Kai felt a bit constrained. He specialized in killing moves, and fighting with his own people reduced his strength by a third. Illusion sword technique, Konoha-style willow. However, Kai managed to seize an opening, placing his blade at the opponent's throat. All right, let's end this. Just as Kai wanted to call off this meaningless fight, the ninja with the blade at his throat narrowed his eyes, taking advantage of Kai's hesitation to harm and lunged forward, launching an attack without any martial ethics. Soft fist technique, 8 trigrams point strike. The Hyuga clan Umbu swiftly struck Kai's key points, instantly halting his chakra flow, and his body uncontrollably collapsed to the ground. Ju, distracted, was hit by the Akimichi clan's multiplication technique and also lost his ability to resist. In the moment he fell, Ju grit his teeth against the pain and lunged onto the immobile Kai, shielding him with his body. Bang, bang, bang. The other 3 had already stopped, but the Hyuga Umbu continued to punch and kick Ju, who lay on the ground. Weren't you just very arrogant? Why aren't you acting tough now? The Hyuga sneered viciously. I hate you family signs the most, always acting so high and mighty, damn. These branch family members of the Hyuga clan were ruthless enough to even attack their own main family, like Hyuga Niji, who would easily crush a fallen Senju kid without breaking sweat. The other 3 Umbu frowned slightly. Their intention was only to teach the other side a lesson or two. Tsunade wouldn't come down to the Umbu just to settle a minor dispute. However, the Hyuga Umbu suddenly transformed into a mad dog, which was not part of their plan, but no one stepped in to stop it. Among them, the Inuzuka clan's Umbu spoke from a higher position. Go back and tell your team Raiden to understand some rules and not to. Swish. Before he could finish his sentence, a figure suddenly flashed past him, heading straight for the Hyuga Umbu, who instantly showed a look of horror. What speed? The Hyuga, who was beating Ju, was also startled. With the help of his Byakugan, he barely managed to twist his body and raise his arms to block. Strong strike. The figure threw a punch, producing a sound akin to a dragon's roar. The Hyuga Umbu's expression changed dramatically, the force from the punch overwhelming, instantly penetrating his lungs. Bang! He felt like he had been hit by a speeding carriage, flipping several times in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, his arms twisted like noodles. Lying still without moving, unconscious. Phew! After knocking the opponent nearly unconscious with a single punch, Chiba finally retracted his fist and let out a long breath. Just as he had told Clear Sky earlier, he always controlled his strength. As long as he didn't T-kill, he could save the person afterward. And the heavier the opponent was injured, the more rewards he could reap. Come on, weren't you going to discuss rules with me? Chiba glanced at the downed Ju and Kai, feeling even angrier. He suddenly turned to the 3 stunned individuals nearby, coldly saying, now that I'm here, say to my face, Raiden, we just... The Yamanaka clan's Umbu, whose temperament was more stable, was about to explain, but his companions from the Inuzuka and Akimichi clans could no longer contain their anger and charged at Chiba. Why waste words with him? Just take it down together. Exactly. Who does he think he is? Just because he has some strength, he thinks he's great. Seeing both companions rushing in, the Yamanaka Umbu sighed and had no choice but to follow. Four-legged technique, tooth to tooth. The Inuzuka Umbu gathered chakra in his limbs, running on all fours like a beast, transforming into a whirlwind with his giant ninja dog, crashing violently towards Chiba. Multiplication technique, cannon fist. The Akimichi Umbu's arms instantly extended, his clenched fist becoming as large as manhole covers, swinging towards Chiba from another angle in a fierce attack. Bang! The distance between the three was already short, and before Chiba could dodge, the attacks from the Inuzuka and Akimichi Umbu landed on him simultaneously, producing a dull sound. TCH, I thought they were tough, but this is not good. Just as the two thought they had succeeded, the dust settled, and they realized there was no trace of Chiba on the ground, only a handful of yellow sand. You two, watch out above. The Yamanaka Umbu released a swarm of tiny flying insects, waving his hand as the insect swarm surged like a black tide towards Chiba, who had suddenly appeared in midair. Ah! Chiba's figure was instantly engulfed by the swarm of insects, letting out a piercing scream as pieces of paper fell to the ground in response. Phew! Good thing we have you, bugs, otherwise we would. Woof! Woof! Just as Inuzuka's Umbu breathed a sigh of relief and thanked the oil woman's Umbu with a smile, the ninja dog beside him suddenly began barking frantically at the ground beneath him. No way. You guessed right. Thank your dog. Chiba's figure suddenly leaped out from the ground, his right hand transforming into a chakra scalpel, and with a fierce thrust, it pierced into Inuzuka's Umbu's chest. Under his incredulous gaze, it turned out that the moment the two attacked Chiba, he had burrowed underground, leaving behind two decoys on the surface, a sand clone and a paper clone. Chiba originally intended to deal with the oil woman's Umbu first, but unexpectedly, he was discovered by the ninja dog, so he had no choice but to take out its master first. Ha! A large amount of blood gushed from Inuzuka's Umbu's mouth, leaving him unable to speak, and he collapsed straight to the ground. Bastard! Doubling, seeing his companion fall. Akimichi's Umbu's eyes turned red, and just as he intended to charge at Chiba, a paper blade pierced through his chest the next moment. Swish! After taking care of the two, Chiba did not linger in place. He leaped off the ground, avoiding the ninja dog that lunged at him. Melt release, scorching river lava technique. Chiba slightly tilted his body in midair and unleashed a massive torrent of scorching magma behind him, almost sealing half the sky, effortlessly blocking the oncoming swarm of insects. Sizzle one by one, the flying insects crashed into the magma wall, instantly turning to charred remains that fell like a shower of black snow. Where's he? Where's he? Just as the oil woman's Umbu searched for Chiba with blood-red eyes, Chiba had silently appeared behind him, delivering a knife-hand strike to his neck. Thud! With the oil woman's Umbu collapsing, all four Umbu who had attacked Rope Tree were taken out by Chiba alone, and their fates were uncertain. The once noisy training ground was now silent. Chiba's overwhelming strength and ruthless methods subdued all the Umbu ninjas present. The Umbu who had been cheering just moments ago now shut their mouths, looking at Chiba with shocked and fearful expressions. Chapter 74, The Squad Gathers. Daybreak's ambition in just a few minutes. One person wiped out an entire Umbu squad? This newcomer is too exaggerated. The key is that his chakra showed no signs of disturbance, indicating he hadn't even used his full strength. Truly a formidable youth. After a long while, whispers finally filled the training ground, and everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Chinya's strength had reached a level that made them feel awe. This was no longer a spar. This guy had just slaughtered an Umbu squad. No, I need to hurry and inform Lord Hokage. Just as an Umbu was about to go inform Sarutobi Hisashi, the hurried arrival of Sirin pressed down on his shoulder, panting as he spoke. Don't worry, no one has died. I've heard this thunder medical technique is superb. As long as there's still a breath left, he can save them. Just watch. Under the watchful eyes of the Umbu ninjas, Chinya first walked over to Gujia and Shinju, raising his hand to inject 2 streams of pure chakra into their bodies. Gujia-senpai, Shinju, are you two okay? Chinya asked softly. We're fine, Chinya, Shinju said, rubbing his bruises and grinning. Hurry and go save those guys. If someone really dies, it'll be a big deal. Chinya smiled confidently. It won't happen. You can rest assured. I always know how to control my strength. As soon as Chinya said this, everyone present fell silent. Before you say that, could you at least take a look at those 4 guys lying on the ground who are barely hanging on? Woof! Bang! After confirming that Gujia and Shunshu were fine, Chinya kicked away the ninja dog that lunged at him and began to treat the fallen individuals, to avoid any possibility of failure. He had only knocked out the oil female Umbu earlier. As for the remaining 3, they weren't dead yet, so that was good enough. Beep. Treatment successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining doubling technique. Doubling technique consumes a large amount of chakra to temporarily double the size of any part of the body. Double? Hiss. Doesn't that mean nearly 40 centimeters? After stopping the injuries on Akimichi's Umbu, Chinya glanced at the reward and gasped, then walked over to Inuzuka's Umbu to begin treatment. Beep. Treatment successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the passive ability Dog Eyes. Chinya. He suppressed the urge to stab Inuzuka's Umbu again and opened the ability description. Dog Eyes. It is said that dogs can see things humans cannot because their night vision is 5 times better than that of humans, enhancing the host's night vision ability. Alright, that's somewhat useful. I'll let it slide. Chinya withdrew his hand from the heart of Inuzuka's Umbu and approached the most deserving Hyuga Umbu, pinching his nose and starting treatment. This time the treatment took longer, as Chinya had used real anger in his earlier attack, resulting in slightly more severe injuries and multiple broken bones. Thunder, I prepare a medical kit for you. It might have the instruments you need. Siren, who had keen eyesight, quickly ran out from the crowd to deliver a medical kit to Chinya. This kid Siren is really brave. Daring to talk to this killing star? Damn, I never noticed before. This kid is a character. When Siren returned to the crowd, the way everyone looked at him changed, revealing a hint of respect. Seeing this, Siren couldn't help but puff out his chest, feeling somewhat proud. Thanks to Chinya, this previously inconspicuous Umbu had finally gained some recognition. Beep. Treatment successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 20 Meridians charts summarized by the Hyuga clan. After finally dealing with the bone fragments pressing on the Hyuga Umbu's organs and roughly reconnecting the bones that could be reattached, Chinya received the system notification. At the same time, a diagram of the human body's meridian pathways appeared in his mind, detailing the 12 meridians, 8 extraordinary vessels, and all the acupoints along the way. This is a good thing. Unlike the indifference he felt when receiving the first 2 rewards, Chinya's eyes immediately lit up. This chart clearly indicated the locations of the 8 gates in the human body. This means that now he no longer needs anyone's guidance. As long as he can train to withstand the burden of opening the 8 gates, he can directly transform into a red beast. Awesome. I hope there are more troublemakers like this in the future. Thinking of this, Chinya squinted his eyes and looked back. But every Umbu he could see didn't dare meet his gaze, which made Chinya a bit disappointed. The novels are indeed deceiving. Otherwise, according to the plot, a group of even more powerful characters should have jumped out by now, shouting to avenge their little brothers. Colleagues, Thunder, may be a direct descendant of the Hokage. But I'm not someone who bullies others with my power. Chinya stood up and clasped his hands toward the crowd behind him. These few people humiliated my companions first, and I had no choice but to teach them a lesson. In fact, I'm quite easy to get along with. I hope everyone will guide me in the future. Sure. Responses came from the crowd, sparse and perfunctory, making Chinya shake his head helplessly. He was speaking from the heart. Why didn't these guys believe him? By the way, I've heard that Umbu has a newcomers must prove their strength sparring session. I wonder if any seniors are willing to give me some pointers? Chinya tentatively asked. Whoosh. As soon as Chinya said this, a number of Umbu ninjas instantly turned into afterimages and disappeared, leaving the once lively training ground suddenly deserted. TCH, boring. Siren, these people are no longer in danger. Find a few to take them to the infirmary. Chinya waved to the remaining Siren and instructed. Got it, Thunder Bro. Siren replied eagerly and hurried off to find people. He had made up his mind. From now on, he would stick close to Chinya's big leg, allowing him to walk sideways in the Umbu and never be bullied by those old folks again. Shunshu and Gujia went back to the equipment room to reapply for new gear, while Chinya returned to the Zero Squad's lounge. There, he saw the long-lost blonde goddess, Yakushi Nanoyu. Watching her carefully tending to her wounds alone, Chinya felt a twinge of guilt. I'm sorry, Nanu. Because of me, you've suffered. No, please don't say that. Nanoyu turned around and smiled slightly, saying, when I learned I could be transferred to the Umbu, I was grateful to you. Compared to Root, this place is like heaven. Nanoyu's smile was sweet, possessing a beauty that seemed untouched by the mud, stirring something deep within Chinya. She appeared gentle, yet there was an innate resilience and toughness about her. This contradictory combination was precisely her shining point. Let me help you apply the medicine. All right, then I'll trouble you. There are some places I can't reach. Although they hadn't seen each other for a long time, their shared experience of life and death made them feel comfortable with one another. Chinya, if you have time, when will you accompany me back to the orphanage to see the children? Looking at Chiba, who was diligently applying medicine for him, Nozomu suddenly spoke up. All right, no problem. I will follow the director's arrangements. Chiba replied with a smile. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Shino, the then captain of the Umbu, knocked on the door and entered with a serious expression, informing Sarutobi Hizashi about Chiba's incident. Father, should I punish this person or directly remove him from the Umbu? Sarutobi Shino asked. No. Sarutobi Hizashi waved his hand, took a puff from his pipe, and said with a smile, Chiba was just passively defending himself. Although he was a bit heavy-handed, it didn't result in any fatalities, so there's no need for punishment. Hearing this, Sarutobi Shino hesitated. But what if those major clans have objections? He's not the legitimate child of any clan. What objections could they have? Sarutobi Hizashi shook his head, patted his son's shoulder, and said earnestly, Shino, you need to broaden your perspective and not always get caught up in appearances. Someone like Chiba, who is capable and daring enough to take action against other major clans without caring about his reputation, is exactly the kind of talent they need. If nurtured well, he might even be able to replace Shimura Danzo in the future. On the other hand, someone like Hitaki Sakumo, who maintains good relations with many major clans, is the one we need to pay more attention to. In short, remember that this kid is a good person. Make sure to interact with him more in the future. Seeing his son staring at him in confusion, Sarutobi Hizashi helplessly reminded him. By the way, spread the word about Chiba joining the Umbu. Find a way to let the Uchiha clan know. This kid might become a bridge between the village and the Uchiha. At this time, Sarutobi Hizashi was in his prime and held the ambition of completely utilizing the Uchiha clan for his own ends, believing that this way, his achievements could overshadow those of the first and second Hokage. Okay, father, Sarutobi Shino replied. Chapter 75. First mission, maximum difficulty. A week later, in the Hokage's office, Team Chiba received their first mission since its formation. Not long ago, I had dispatched a team of Umbu to the hidden hot springs village to secretly discuss a collaboration. But this team went silent after entering the land of water, and we could no longer contact them. It seems something has happened. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up from his desk with a serious expression, raised his hand to take out a scroll, and handed it to Chiba and the others. This contains all the intelligence related to this mission. The Umbu team leader, Kaze, is a pillar of Konoha. I hope you will find his whereabouts and rescue him at all costs, or... Sarutobi Hiruzen only finished half of his sentence. But Chiba and the others already understood his meaning. Others may not be important, but this Kaze knows too much. If things go awry, we must ensure that he dies without a corpse to prevent information leakage. If there are no problems, let's set off quickly and not delay. Sarutobi Hiruzen urged. Yes, Lord Hokage. Chiba and his teammates had long been ready for the mission. After leaving the Hokage's office, they took the village exit permit and headed straight out of Konoha's gates. On the way to the hidden hot springs village, they began discussing based on the information in the scroll. This Kaze possesses the bloodline limit Meiton. Rope Tree said in surprise. It's my first time seeing this kind of bloodline limit. It can directly convert the enemy's ninjutsu into chakra and store it within their body. Upon hearing about the bloodline limit, Chiba's heart tightened, and he instinctively became suspicious of Biryu, that white-haired lowly mummy who specializes in stealing others' identities. But Chiba thought again. Biryu hadn't defected from the village yet, so this matter should have nothing to do with him. With such a strong bloodline limit, if they truly encountered an enemy, then the enemy must be very powerful or in large numbers, right? Yano expressed some concern. Chiba stroked his chin and began analyzing. The Kaze team's mission to the hidden hot springs village was not known to many in Konoha, so the probability of being surrounded and killed by a large number of enemies is low. I think they should have encountered a few strong enemies. At this moment, Gyuk suddenly spoke up. The land of water is not far from the land of lightning. Perhaps it was people from the Hidden Cloud Village. From a motive perspective, the Hidden Cloud Village is the most likely. The Second Shinobi World War has just ended, and the situation between the great nations is quite complicated. The Hidden Cloud Village might have spies near the Hidden Hot Springs Village or occasionally send people to patrol, keeping a close watch on the barrier between the Hidden Cloud and Konoha. That's right. I think what Uncle Gyuk said makes sense. Rope Tree's eyes lit up. The Hidden Cloud is good at physical techniques, so they might not even have used ninjutsu, or they could be so fast that Kaze didn't have time to activate his bloodline limit. Or perhaps the enemy's chakra is astonishing. exceeding what Meidun can absorb. Is that a possibility? Yano, you try to add. So it seems we might be facing one or two strong elite from the hidden cloud. Chiba rubbed his forehead, feeling a slight headache. Konoha does have people stationed in the land of water, but those people aren't very strong. If a fight breaks out, it will probably still rely on the few of them. What are you afraid of, Chiba? Your strength is so great now that your bounty is worth several of mine. Rope Tree said sourly. When they first met, Chiba couldn't even beat him, but now Chiba could easily overpower him. Afraid of his brother suffering, but also afraid of his brother driving a luxury car. That describes Rope Tree's current mentality. Chiba's sudden surge in strength was too abnormal. Rope Tree had suspected more than once. This must be the gap between teachers. If I had known, I would have also asked Jiraiya to be my master. Rope Tree thought with some regret. After a tiring journey, the group arrived in the land of water and, without taking a break, contacted the Konoha ninja stationed locally. Upon learning that Kaze's team had not contacted the local station at all, Chiba and the others felt somewhat helpless. Sigh. I originally wanted to follow the clues, but it seems the problem is not with the station here. Rope Tree sighed heavily, feeling somewhat lost. There is no way around it. We can only split up and search, hoping for luck. Chiba was also exhausted. Encountering such a tricky situation on his first mission was draining. Kaze's mind has a special restriction, as long as he is alive and within a certain distance. We can use the corresponding techniques to locate him. If the restriction is broken, he dies, which serves as a form of protection. But the key issue is whether Kaze is still alive and where he is. These are all unknowns, and Chiba and the others have no clues. Time is limited. Let's assume the most likely scenario, that Kaze's team encountered an ambush from the hidden cloud. At this moment, Gyuk took out a map, spread it on the table, and said, if the enemy wants to obtain information from Kaze, it is very likely that Kaze is still alive but has lost the ability to act. In this case, the enemy's speed of retreat wouldn't be too fast. After a series of speculations, Gyuk picked up a pencil and drew 3 lines between the borders of the land of lightning and the hidden hot springs village. I suggest we split into 3 groups, each taking one of these paths to search along the way. Perhaps we can find something. It's true that having an elder at home is like having a treasure. Gyuk's years of cultivated rich experience and sharp strategic vision are beyond what Chiba and the others can match. Even though Gyuk was guessing the whole time, his determined tone made those present subconsciously believe that what he described was the truth. Senior Gyuk, which path do you think they are most likely to choose? Chiba humbly asked for advice. If I were one of those cloud ninja, I'd be very confident in my own strength. Gyuk closed his eyes and pondered for a moment before suddenly opening them, pointing to the shortest path among them. I would probably consider this path first. All right, then I'll lead the team responsible for searching this path. Chiba glanced and arranged. Rope Tree will team up with Yano, and Senior Gyuk, you'll lead a separate team. How about that? Then you take care of yourself, Chiba. Knowing Chiba's strength, Gyuk and the others had no objections, only reminding him to be cautious. Don't worry, time is of the essence. Let's set off now, Chiba said seriously. The group then split into 3 paths. Chiba led a 6-person team, starting from the hidden hot springs village, following the route drawn by Gyuk, and began searching for the whereabouts of Kaze's team. They ventured deep into a vast, unending primeval forest. I wonder if this Kaze is still alive, and if the enemy is from the hidden cloud. It would be great if we could save him. Perhaps I could even gain his Meidun. Unfortunately, after searching for a full 2 days and nights, Chiba and the others found no trace of Kaze's team, and their techniques did not elicit any response. After more than 40 hours of relentless searching, the team members were already exhausted, their eyes bloodshot. In contrast, Chiba seemed unaffected, still full of energy, as if he could keep going for another 3 days and nights without tiring. These Umbu guys are truly monsters. Don't they ever feel tired? Realizing that they couldn't go on like this, several team members gritted their teeth and quickened their pace to catch up with Chiba. Lord Raijin, could you stop and let us take a brief rest? One of them said. Yes, Lord Raijin, our stamina is running low. If we suddenly encounter an enemy, we might become a burden to you, they said with wry smiles. You have a point, Chiba nodded slightly and said, all right, you stay here to rest and keep a low profile. I'll scout ahead by myself. My lord, isn't it too dangerous for you to go alone? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Chiba reassured them. With his high skills and many trump cards, he felt confident in his ability to protect himself. In fact, being alone was more convenient. If he brought a few people with him and encountered an enemy, he would have to divide his attention to look after them, and he wouldn't be able to fight at full strength. It was better for him to be alone for greater mobility. Paper dance. Since one person's search range was limited, Chiba decided to increase the depth of his search by quickly heading to the middle of the path before starting to look around. Whoosh! Chiba transformed into countless pieces of paper, using the shadows of the forest to silently fly toward the distance. This magical technique never failed to amaze anyone who saw it, no matter how many times. Yeah, if I could fly too, I'd definitely take my wife up there to try it a few times, huh? They whispered in awe and envy as they watched Chiba disappear. After flying for an unknown amount of time, the night grew deeper, like a black tide completely engulfing the entire forest. Chiba checked the chakra within him. He had consumed about 1/10 of it, and then he descended from the air, returning to his original form. Technique, Kaking. Chiba took out a specially made talisman, formed hand seals, and once again performed the technique with little hope. But at that moment, the talisman, which had previously shown no reaction, suddenly floated from Chiba's hand and drifted to his left. He actually found it. In the pitch darkness, Chiba's eyes shone brightly. Chapter 76. An unimaginable strong enemy. It seems that the Gale is indeed still alive. So, as Lord Guji guessed, has he lost his ability to move and been captured by Yunin? After pondering for a moment, Shinya took out a map and circled his location. Then, he bit his finger and began to perform the summoning technique. Boom! A puff of smoke appeared, and a small monkey jumped out of the mist, which was a communication ape belonging to Shinju. As long as someone who pressed their blood handprint on Shinju's communication scroll, they could summon the communication ape to relay information to Shinju remotely. Communication ape senior, please deliver this map to Shinju and tell him that the person is with me. Thank you. Shinya handed the map to the communication ape, who nodded, aware of the urgency of the situation, and instantly transformed into smoke, disappearing from sight. After doing all this, Shinya quietly continued on his way, following the direction from which the talisman paper had floated. Well, it must be said, this dog's eye is really useful at night, Shinya muttered to himself. After advancing in the dark for more than 10 minutes, Shinya seemed to sense something and suddenly pulled down the floating talisman paper, vanishing into the ground. Among the jagged rocks, two figures were hiding, back to back, munching on dry rations while cautiously surveying their surroundings. If Shinya were here, he would definitely recognize that the clothing worn by the two was that of Yunin's Umbu. Sigh, Lord Barubi is out hunting again. This is already the 5th time on this trip, right? Isn't it? He's become a bloodthirsty killer. In my opinion, he will lose control sooner or later. We have to keep an eye on him. There was nothing unusual around, and the two Yunin Umbu were somewhat bored, tapping their knuckles against the stones and using secret language to chat. Hey, can you two be a little quieter? Don't distract me, you idiots. At that moment, another Yunin Umbu emerged from the rocks behind them, cursing them softly. Cough, come on, after all this time. Haven't you cracked the seal in that Konoha guy's head yet? Sigh, what's the point of all this effort? If you ask me, we should just kill him and return to the village to report. It will be much better. The two Yunin Umbu felt a bit awkward and spoke softly to each other. You two don't understand anything. The harder it is to crack, the more valuable what's in his head is. The Yunin Umbu named licked his lips and said, I'm telling you, this is definitely a big fish. A return to the rocks, placing his hand on the head of a motionless figure, closing his eyes to begin invading the opponent's mind. The two Yunin Umbu named B and C stopped chatting, finished their dry rations, and stood up in a defensive posture. Why do I feel a bit drowsy? Is it because I just ate? No, it's poison. Be careful. There's an enemy. The two Yunin Umbu sensed something was wrong, instantly holding their breath and drawing their blades. At that moment, a figure suddenly burst out from the ground, rushing towards them. Is it the main body? Yes. This chakra fluctuation is definitely not a clone. After a brief exchange, the two quickly separated to the left and right. He stepped forward with his sword drawn, the steel blade reflecting a cold light in the night as he slashed towards the incoming figure. Clang! The figure seemed unable to dodge, and B's blade struck true, but the next moment, B's expression changed drastically. This feels wrong. Just as B attempted to retract his blade and retreat, the figure before him suddenly exploded into a flurry of paper, raining down like sharp arrows. Paper dance, paper rain, at such a close distance, facing such a wide-range killing move. B had no way to dodge and was instantly riddled with paper. B, you bastard, you call this the main body? B's eyes gradually lost their luster as he collapsed to the ground, cursing his unreliable companion before dying. B, everything happened too quickly. From a moment B drew his blade to his death was just a fleeting moment. Only after he fell did C react, letting out a pained roar. However, this can be blamed on the two Yunin Umbu. With Conan's technique of shedding her skin and transforming into paper, anyone encountering it for the first time would be stunned. After all, there are very few people in the ninja world who can freely change their physical form. Ugh, damn it, I've been discovered. The flurry of paper gathered once more, forming Chinya's figure on the ground, his expression somewhat grim. He originally wanted to bypass the two Yunin Umbu, but he didn't expect one of them to be a sensory ninja, exposing his location. This is bad. I don't know if the Yunin Umbu inside will directly eliminate Gale. Bastard, I want you to pay for B. Just as Chinya's thoughts raced, C charged towards him, his eyes fixed on him, seemingly wishing to tear him apart with his gaze. Sharingan. Chinya was taken aback, not expecting such a fortunate opportunity. He immediately activated his Sharingan, affecting the opponent's mind. Puff. Taking advantage of C's moment of distraction, Chinya raised his hand, transforming it into a chakra surgical knife, cleanly and decisively piercing through his heart, sending him to reunite with his companion. Thus, when he regained his focus and emerged from the rocks, he was horrified to discover that, in such a short time, both of his companions had unexpectedly met with untimely deaths. Not good. A retreated in panic, seemingly wanting to return to the rocks to finish off Gale. Seeing his reaction, Chinya's eyes brightened. Could it be that Gale is still alive? Earth-style, Yellow Spring Swamp. In his Sharingan state, Chinya saw through A's movements. He formed hand seals, turning the ground where A was about to land into a swamp. Swish! A left with no choice had to land on a nearby rock. While Chinya's figure appeared in an instant, his right arm suddenly doubling in size as he smashed it down towards A. Doubling technique, strong strike. Facing a fist the size of a cooking pot, A's eyes twitched, and he didn't dare to take it head-on, retreating repeatedly, being forced in the opposite direction from where Gale was located. Boom! After smashing the rock beside A into pieces, Chinya retracted his slightly painful right hand and snorted coldly as he began to form seals. It's over. Lava release, scorching river flow, rock technique. If these Yunin Umbu had any accomplices, they would have likely noticed the commotion here by now. So Chinya no longer held back, opening his mouth to spew a series of magma balls at A. Boom. 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 The dark night was instantly illuminated by the scorching magma and in A's despairing gaze. The magma balls that sealed off all his escape routes suddenly fell. As A's shrill screams echoed, Chinya's figure flashed and dove into the jagged rocks. Indeed, spotting a figure slumped on the ground. It was Gale. Chinya's spirit lifted. The man's appearance was identical to that on the scroll, and he seemed to still be alive. However, when Chinya placed his hand on Gale's body and probed with chakra, the earlier joy was instantly wiped away. It seems that this time the reward will not be obtainable. Gale is beyond saving. Not only has he suffered severe injuries for too long, but his brain also has multiple damages, making him a veritable wreck. Even Chinya couldn't repair him. Chiba had no ties to Quangfeng, so he naturally wouldn't use the one-time revival privilege on him. Sigh. Chiba sighed to himself and raised his hand to inject a pure chakra into Quangfeng, allowing this nearly extinguished candle to burn one last time. As the chakra continued to flow in, Quangfeng's chest suddenly trembled violently, as if he had just emerged from drowning, gasping for air desperately. Strong winds, claw blades, methods, extinguishing lights, denial. Chiba quickly repeated the secret words of the Konoha Umbu beside Quangfeng. Upon hearing these familiar terms, a glimmer of clarity finally returned to Quangfeng's dazed eyes. Is it the Umbu brothers? Quangfeng suddenly sat up from the ground, grabbed Chiba's hand, and urgently said, "Hurry and kill me. Get out of here. The Eight Tails. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki is here." Chapter 77. Chiba versus Eight Tails what? The Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Chiba's expression changed drastically in an instant. His first reaction was disbelief. Which ninja village would let their precious treasure roam around aimlessly? But the Gale couldn't possibly be lying to him. Or perhaps the enemy's chakra is so immense that it exceeds what the sealing technique can absorb. Chiba recalled what Yano had said at that time, and his brows furrowed tightly. It's possible that the one who took down Gale's team is indeed the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Chiba wanted to ask more, but Gale could no longer provide him with any useful information. After doing his utmost to warn Chiba, Gale's hand fell limply, and he collapsed into Chiba's arms, completely lifeless. "Brother, I'll take you back to Konoha." Sealing scroll, seal. Chiba took out a sealing scroll that had the sealing formula inscribed in advance, pressed it onto Gale's body. and activated the technique to store Gale's corpse. After finishing this, Chiba tucked the scroll away and prepared to leave this cursed place, planning to regroup with Shoshin and the others. With his current strength, he could almost sweep through the weak and sickly of the ninja world. But the Jinchuriki in their prime clearly did not fall into that category, nor did some old man hiding underground. Boom! Just as Chiba was leaving the rocky area, a blood-red figure fell from the sky, crashing heavily before him and sending dirt and stones flying everywhere. Swish! Chiba immediately retreated, creating distance between himself and the figure, eyeing the opponent with suspicion. Who allowed you? Who allowed you to kill my teammate? Amidst a sea of crimson chakra, he could vaguely see the silhouette of a dark-skinned young man, who was clutching his head in pain and letting out a beast-like roar at Chiba, his 4 blood-red tails thrashing violently behind him. Just seeing his teammate's corpse has made him so enraged that he's entering partial tailed beast transformation. Seeing this, Chiba was no longer in a hurry to flee. An unusual glint flashed in his eyes. This Jinchuriki's state seems quite unstable. Indeed, the young man before him was the current 8 Tails Jinchuriki of Kumobikure, Burubi. Burubi's abilities were exceptional, allowing him to control the 8 Tails, but after becoming a Jinchuriki, he found that everyone's attitude towards him changed drastically. He went from being a beloved genius of Kumobikure to a monster that everyone respected but kept their distance from. This massive disparity left Burubi's mind and body in torment. He attempted to vent his negative emotions through intense battles, but unfortunately, the results were not satisfactory. In the original storyline, Burubi never managed to fill the void in his heart and ultimately died during the 8 Tails rampage due to Orochimaru's scheme. This guy's condition is off. Forget about perfectly utilizing the 8 Tails power. He might not even be able to unleash half of it. After making a quick judgment, Chiba's eyes lit up, dispelling the thought of escaping, and other ideas began to surge uncontrollably in his mind. He had come out here without any rewards at all. Before leaving, could he try to slice off a piece of flesh from this unstable Jinchuriki? Even if he couldn't defeat the opponent, he could escape later. After all, the 8 Tails couldn't fly like the 7 Tails. Swish! Just as Chiba was lost in thought, Burubi's figure suddenly vanished from his sight, and the next moment, he appeared at Chiba's side, his hands clawing fiercely at Chiba's cheek. Such speed, Chiba's pupils dilated as the violent-tailed beast chakra burned like fire. He dared not take it head-on, and, with the help of his paper wings, swiftly dodged to the side to avoid the attack. The paper might not withstand the burning of tailed beast chakra. I can't let this guy's attack hit me. Chiba's expression grew serious. Even though the opponent was a flawed Jinchuriki, his strength was still formidable and required careful handling. Fire release, fireball. As he leaped back, Chiba formed chakra into oil in his mouth and spat a fireball towards the relentlessly pursuing Burubi, aiming for an unexpected strike. Swish! But just as the fireball was about to hit, Burubi made an unreasonable maneuver to dodge it, not only maintaining his speed, but actually charging towards Chiba even faster. Boom! With no time to use ninjutsu again, Chiba crushed a poison pouch in his hand, and under the cover of the poisonous mist, he swiftly retreated again, creating distance from Burubi. Zzz, the poison evaporated the moment it neared Burubi, completely ineffective against him due to the tailed beast's exterior. Thunder Plow Heatblade. Burubi roared and charged at Chiba, the lightning chakra within him rapidly condensing, moving faster than before. Dance of the Paper, Paper Rain. Chiba felt a tingling sensation on his scalp as he quickly ascended into the air, spreading his paper wings and releasing a dense barrage of sharp paper pieces that rained down towards Burubi on the ground. Swish! Burubi landed on all fours, easily evading the paper rain and leaving its coverage area with a red flash. You clearly have the ability to fly. Why not just leave? Burubi did not attack again, but instead stood up and let out a low growl towards Chiba, who had just landed again. Chiba pondered for a moment. He felt he should first provoke Burubi. It would be best if he could directly anger the opponent to the point of complete tailed beast transformation. This way, when the 8 Tails chakra fully manifested, it would be easier to seize its power. So, under Burubi's puzzled gaze, Chiba slowly raised a hand, showing his middle finger. You're just a waste who can't even protect your companions. Why should I run? After taunting Burubi, Chiba didn't spare the 8 Tails either, continuing. They say the 8 Tails is trash, and today I've seen that it's true. With this level of strength, don't even mention being inferior to the 9 Tails. I think you're not even worthy of carrying the 1 Tail shoes. Boom! Chiba's taunts had a significant effect. Burubi trembled all over. the tailed beast chakra within him flooding out uncontrollably. His four tails transformed into 8, and tailed beast-like bones appeared on his head and arms. This guy actually dared to call me trash. Barubi, let me take care of him. I want to tear him apart. Get out of my way. This is my body, and you have no right to interfere. Barubi's expression grew increasingly deranged as he began to argue with the 8 tails inside him, his consciousness starting to be influenced by it, teetering on the edge of losing control. This guy still has some control, at least better than the current Kushina. He hasn't completely lost it yet. 8 gates, 3rd gate open. An enraged Barubi would definitely be more terrifying. Taking advantage of the moment Barubi and the 8 tails were fighting for control of the body, Chiba opened the 3rd gate in one breath, his body starting to emit a green energy. My body has completely adapted to the strength of the 3rd gate. Dancing for half an hour should be no problem. Just as Chiba was observing Barubi, the 8 tails behind Barubi suddenly swelled in the wind, transforming into 8 rope darts that shot towards Chiba, forming a red net that descended from the sky. Is this trying to trap me on the ground? Chiba scoffed and charged directly towards Barubi instead of retreating, thinking that simply dodging wouldn't force the opponent into complete tailed beast transformation. Spiraling sphere. Chiba transformed into a green light, weaving through the flying red glow of the 8 tails, dangerously advancing to Barubi's side. With his right hand, he formed an oversized Rasengan and slammed it fiercely toward Barubi's skull. Barubi did not dodge or evade, allowing the Rasengan to smash into his skeletal head, while his right hand instantly rose, stabbing towards Chiba's chest. You want to exchange injuries? Just what I want. Chiba thought to himself, equally unyielding, even actively bringing his chest forward. At this moment, he was still wearing the necklace left by the first Hokage around his neck. In the next instant, both of their attacks struck each other simultaneously. The difference was that Barubi's hand pierced directly through Chiba's chest with no sense of impact, while Chiba's Rasengan hit solidly against Barubi's head. Boom! The terrifying rotational force instantly drilled through Barubi's skeletal head, penetrating the tailed beast's exterior, pouring down upon Barubi's head, sending him flying backward. Ah! At the same time, Chiba uncontrollably let out a cry of pain. The sealing paper indeed could not withstand the invasion of tailed beast chakra. If it weren't for his frequent practice of living puppet blood refining, which had accustomed him to this level of pain, he would have likely lost consciousness from the agony by now. Take this. Just as Barubi's body briefly brushed against the necklace, Chiba noticed that the residual energy within the necklace reacted to Barubi's tailed beast chakra, not only targeting the 9 tails. Therefore, at the moment Barubi was sent flying, Chiba gritted his teeth against the pain and followed Barubi's figure, pulling down the necklace and slamming it against Barubi's body with his chakra as protection. Finally, it's my turn. What is this thing? Just as the 8 tails took over Barubi's body, planting its feet firmly to stop its momentum, Chiba slapped the crystal necklace onto it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Streams of blue-green light shot out from the necklace, binding the 8 tails layer by layer, and it seemed to be continuously growing stronger, tightening its hold using its chakra as nourishment. You can't stop me, damn brat. Now, let me show you my true power. The 8 tails roared, and 8 transparent chakra tails instantly solidified, transforming from a blood-red phantom into brownish octopus tentacles, rapidly enlarging and lifting the 8 tails body. Boom! In the next moment, with the 8 tails roar, the blue-green light beams on its body suddenly exploded, turning into countless starlights that vanished. Meanwhile, the 8 tails body continued to swell until a giant monster with a cow's head appeared before Chiba. Brat, are you ready to die? The 8 tails, now a bull demon, stood at a height of 60 to 70 meters, while Chiba was even smaller than one of its suckers. Its deep voice rumbled like thunder with its cold, ringed eyes staring down at Chiba, who seemed like an ant. However, the panic that the bull demon had anticipated from Chiba did not occur. Instead, this kid not only remained unfazed but also showed a look of delight, excitedly shouting at it. I'm ready. I've been preparing for this moment for a long time. Bull demon. Sealing technique, diamond lock. Chapter 78, the pseudo-Jinchuriki. Chiba's dream looking at the completely tailed beastified Gyuki. Chiba felt as if his DNA was activated. Wasn't this exactly what he trained for? With a clap of his hands, chakra chains shot out from his body, instantly thickening to the size of an arm. In the bewildered gaze of the 8 tails, the chains intertwined to form a web tightly wrapping around its body. Seeing the chains on its body, the 8 tails displayed a look of uncertainty. Ah! The eight tails swung its muscular arms, trying to struggle, but its usual overwhelming strength could not shake off what seemed to be thin chains. I have to say, the diamond lock is indeed overpowered. In the original story, Kushina was able to use this technique to restrain the nine tails even when she was extremely weak. Under the pressure of the chains, Gyuki not only moved sluggishly, but even the speed at which it could mobilize chakra became slow. Wow, those muscles, I really want to cut off a big piece to take with me. Watching the bound and struggling Gyuki, Chiba's eyes sparkled, nearly drooling. Hey Gyuki, be my partner. To prevent Gyuki from suddenly using tailed beast bomb on him, Chiba maneuvered the chains, swiftly moving behind Gyuki, and shouted like Luffy. You wish, you damn little brat, you were just insulting me. Gyuki firmly grasped the ground with its eight tails, resisting the pull of the chains, and barely turned its head to roar at Chiba. It's one thing to say it's not as good as the nine tails, but to say it isn't even worthy of carrying the shoes of the one tail. Which tailed beast can endure such humiliation? Bastard, I only provoke you to come out, really. After explaining, Chiba began to sweet-talk Gyuki. As long as you join me, I will treat you well in the future and let you out for fresh air whenever possible. Together, we can go anywhere in the ninja world. You scheming little brat. Do you think I would? Wind release, spiraling shuriken. While Gyuki was roaring, Chiba had already leaped up, holding a rapidly spinning shuriken that emitted a piercing sound, heading straight for Gyuki's neck. This guy is facing him. He might use a tailed beast bomb to smash him, so he had to strike first. This move. Gyuki's eyes widened as it watched the spiraling shuriken getting closer. It instinctively sensed danger. If this technique hit, it might actually injure it, or even severely wound it. At that point, it might truly be powerless to resist the strange chains binding it. I must make a choice. To cope with extreme situations, Gyuki possessed a unique ability. It could sever its tail to escape, using the severed tail to transfer its main body. A natural instinct that even the diamond lock could not restrain. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of dull sounds, Gyuki's eight tails exploded simultaneously. Taking advantage of the reduced size and weakened chain restraints, a large amount of slime was ejected from the suction cups of the severed tails, using the thrust to slip out of the chains and shoot off in different directions. What the hell? Chains! Chiba couldn't maintain the spiraling shuriken anymore. Quickly stopping his movement and twisting the nearest chain to seal off the fleeing tentacles. With his years of single life speed, Chiba successfully locked down 3 escaping tentacles. But he couldn't catch the remaining 5. He could only watch them bounce away in different directions. Gyuki is truly cunning. Chiba glanced back at the Gyuki bound by the chains. This guy was still desperately struggling, but Chiba knew this wasn't Gyuki's main body, just a severed tentacle. Eventually, it would reveal its true form. Chiba had seen this scene before. The team Minato struggled to catch a sea creature, only to end up with an octopus tentacle, which the Akatsuki members laughed about for 2.5 years. Damn it. Even if I want to be cautious, I can't prevent it. Chiba felt a bit exhausted. He thought the diamond lock was unreasonable. Why hadn't anyone developed a diamond net to directly trap the tailed beast inside? Even the Sharingan couldn't see through Gyuki's body duplication technique. So Chiba wasn't sure whether Gyuki's main body was among these 3 tentacles or among the 5 that had run away. In the time he hesitated, those 5 tentacles had already disappeared from sight. Chiba estimated that Gyuki must have left behind about half of its chakra. So he still needed to exert all his effort to control the chains to restrain these tentacles, unsure if they were struggling instinctively. Now, Chiba had 2 choices, either to take what he had or chase after the 5 fleeing tentacles. But either choice could lead to letting Gyuki's main body escape. Sigh, forget it. Getting half of the 8 tails chakra is still decent. Chiba sighed and ultimately chose the meat that was already within reach. Deep down, he knew that Gyuki's main body was most likely among the fleeing 5 tentacles. Swish, not knowing how much time had passed, as Gyuki struggled more weakly. Under the pull of the diamond chains, it transformed into a small solid chakra mass and entered Chiba's body. Okay, it really wasn't the main body. Chiba shook his head, using the 4-symbol seal he had previously encountered, and set up a Chiba version of the 4-symbol seal within himself to accommodate a large amount of 8 tails chakra. Let me take a look. Chiba immersed his mind into the sealing space within his body. At that moment, for octopus, tentacles quietly floated in his mental space. In terms of chakra volume, it indeed amounted to about half of the 8 tails main body chakra. Since they possessed some of the 8 tail structure, once these chakras were used, they would also self-recover. However, because they weren't complete, their recovery speed would be incredibly slow, possibly not even reaching 1/10 of the main body. Yes, forget it. One should be content. As a battery, these 4 tentacles are sufficient for me. Chiba adjusted his mindset. With the Senju and Uchiha bloodlines, Chiba's chakra volume was increasing daily. Now, with half of the 8 tails chakra, he probably wouldn't experience the pain of running out of chakra like Kakashi for the rest of his life. This outing has yielded some gains. Isn't this thing even more powerful than the underworld release? Thinking this way, Chiba's mood lifted again. If I encounter a tailed beast in the future and pull a few tails from it, I probably wouldn't be weaker than any Jinchuriki, even the 9 tails Jinchuriki. Shikaku, thanks. I feel offended. Of course, this is premised on Chiba's constantly increasing strength, enough to suppress all this chakra within him. Also, I wonder if mixing all the tailed beast chakra together will give birth to a small 10 tails inside me. Wouldn't that make me a pseudo 10 tails Jinchuriki? Meals must be eaten one bite at a time. Although Chiba was getting more excited, he was still just a small pseudo Jinchuriki. Forget it. I should first go find Rope Tree and the others to regroup so they won't worry. Chiba released a multitude of ninjutsu in place to cover up the traces left from his battle with the 8 tails, then once again unfolded the dance of paper, transforming into a white light and returning at a speed far exceeding that of his arrival. There was no helping it. Having a lot of chakra allowed him to do as he pleased. He also needed to find a way to conceal the surging chakra within him, or else he might not be able to hide it from some perceptive ninjas. Chiba fell into deep thought. On the way back, he needed to study it thoroughly to see if he could create a more powerful sealing technique based on the 4-symbol seal as a foundational structure. If that didn't work, he could stack a few layers. After all, quantitative change leads to qualitative change. Anyway, he had plenty of chakra, so it wasn't a big deal. After a flight, Chiba first approached the 6-man team that had been resting in place earlier, and then on the way back to the base. He encountered Rope Tree and others who were gradually gathering. Chiba, are you okay? Upon seeing Chiba, Rope Tree immediately rushed over, anxiously checking Chiba for injuries. After confirming that Chiba was fine, Rope Tree let out a sigh of relief and asked, I heard from the communication monkey that you found the Gale. Where is he? And did you take care of the enemies? The Gale has already fallen. I brought his body back. Chiba took out a scroll from his bosom and sighed. It was indeed the Cloud Hidden's Umbu that attacked. I killed 3 of them, but one slippery guy managed to escape. Chiba was actually lamenting the loss of the 8 tails. However, Rope Tree and the others misunderstood, thinking he was grieving for his comrade's sacrifice, and they all stepped forward to pat Chiba on the shoulder, looking sympathetic, which left Chiba feeling a bit dazed. Wait, do you all know about me letting the 8 tails go? Ah, what a pity for such a man. When I read his profile, I was quite impressed by him. Rope Tree shook his head and then looked at Chiba with a face full of regret, saying, it's a pity for you too, Chiba. I will remember you, brother. Chiba, what are you talking about? Rope Tree, what do you mean by that? It sounds like I'm dead too. Rope Tree glanced at Chiba and said lightly, that's about the meaning, right? Let me ask you, what happened to the necklace my sister gave you? What the hell? Chiba gasped, recalling the necklace that had been crushed in his hand after the 8 tails broke free, and he stammered, I accidentally broke it during the battle with the Cloud Hidden Umbu. This can't be blamed on me, right? Rope Tree patted Chiba's shoulder with a sympathetic look in his eyes, saying, I don't know about that. When you get back, you can tell my sister yourself and see if she'll forgive you. That necklace was left by my great-uncle. My sister treasures it greatly, and you actually broke it. TSK. Although Chiba knew Rope Tree was just trying to scare him, he couldn't help but feel increasingly anxious. On the side, Yano looked at Rope Tree and then at Chiba, not saying anything, seemingly lost in thought. All right, I'm just joking with you. My sister has such a good temper. She definitely won't do anything to you. Rope Tree laughed heartily and continued. Besides, even if my sister wants to take action against you, I, as your brother, will protect you. Let's go. Since the mission is complete, let's head back to Konoha. Wait, what about Senior Kogure? I forgot about the uncle. How about we send someone to notify him? Of course. Meanwhile, at a money exchange in the southern part of the land waterfall, a tall figure walked out of the exchange, looking at the latest bounty list in hand. A rare ripple appeared in the calm green eyes as he murmured, the Land of Fire has recently gained many valuable individuals. It seems necessary to pay a visit to the Land of Fire. The figure tucked the bounty list back into his bosom, glanced at the map in his hand, and headed towards the Land of Fire. Chapter 79, Sister. Chiba went on a date on the way back to Konoha. Chiba tried to combine the 2 4-symbol seals, creating a Bagua seal as he understood it. Surprisingly, It was quite effective. The eight tails chakra within him was completely reined in, perfectly hidden within the ceiling space, ready to be unleashed during battle to serve as a power bank. The group returned to Konoha and went straight to the Hokage's office to report the specifics of the mission to Sarutobi Hiruzen. 4 members of the Yunin Anbu were involved. 3 were killed, and 1 escaped. This is the scroll containing the body of the captain of the Gale team. How should we handle it? Chiba reported the entire process of the mission truthfully, omitting the part where he fought the eight tails. As for whether the news would leak from the Yunin side, that was none of his concern. He wouldn't believe rumors or spread them. How could Chiba possibly be a match for the eight tails Jinchuriki? This must be a conspiracy by Yunin village to set him up. You did well on this mission. And you didn't let me down, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, taking the scroll from Chiba with a deep sense of emotion. If a hero from Konoha were to wander in a foreign land, I would truly lose my peace of mind. Well, you're not mentioning the 3 Anbu at all, are you? Chiba thought to himself. All right, if there is nothing else, you can go back and rest. Take a good 2 days off before reporting back to the Anbu, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, putting away the scroll and waving them off. Yes, Lord Hokage. The 4 answered in unison and left the Hokage's office. As soon as they stepped outside, Koga took the lead to bid farewell, saying his back injury had flared up again and he needed to rest for a few days. Is it because of me? Ju murmured quietly. What do you think? Chiba replied irritably. If it weren't for you being such a burden, would I have had to run those extra few hundred miles? And at full speed, no less. If I hadn't treated Koga on the spot, he might have ended up in the hospital. Hey, Chiba. Ju chuckled awkwardly, wanting to invite Chiba out to play, but was cut off by Yazazuki, who spoke first. Chiba, do you have any plans coming up? If you're willing, would you like to accompany me to see the kids later? Yazazuki asked softly. Sure, no problem. Let me tidy up a bit, and we can meet right at the orphanage, Chiba replied with a smile, as he had promised Yazazuki before and now had some free time. Great. Yazazuki nodded heavily, a fleeting glimmer of joy appearing in her beautiful eyes. By the way, Ju. Chiba turned to Ju with a puzzled expression. What were you about to say earlier? Nothing. You two chat. I'll be going now. Ju hurriedly said, quickly distancing himself from the two, taking a small path home with a frown. When it was just the 3 of them before, Chiba and Ju were incredibly close, spending almost all their free time together except for training. But now with the addition of Yazazuki, it was so annoying. A 10-minute walk took Ju half an hour to complete. He climbed through the window into his house and listlessly called out, Sister, are you home? I'm back. Tsunade walked out holding a stack of documents, glancing at Ju to confirm he was all right before casually asking, Is Chiba okay? Him? Of course he is fine. He is doing great right now. Ju gritted his teeth, thinking of Chiba, that bastard who forgot his brother in the presence of a girl. Well, as long as he is not dead, Tsunade sighed in relief, not paying much attention to Ju's attitude, thinking these two must have quarreled again. By the way, isn't Yazazuki from the medical department also in your class? Has she returned? I need to talk to her about something. Tsunade looked at the documents in her hands. Konoha had just gone through a major battle, and there were many war orphans in the orphanage. She wanted to cultivate a batch of talented children as seeds for the new medical reform. However, to follow the proper procedures, she needed Yazazuki, the director, to agree and provide written documentation. She is back, probably out on a date with Chiba right now, at the Konoha orphanage. If you go now, you might catch them together, Ju said with a sour tone, feeling jealous that his brother wasn't accompanying him and annoyed that his brother was with a girl. What? Tsunade shouted angrily, startling Ju and the old man next door, who jumped up from the sofa. Bang! With a loud crash, a large hole in the wall appeared in the shape of Tsunade, who had already dashed out, heading straight for the Konoha orphanage, leaving only a few documents fluttering down. Sister, are you going to find Chiba? I'm going to, Ju yelled, deciding to swallow his pride. Since Chiba didn't take the initiative to invite him, he had thought to ignore Chiba, but now he had a legitimate reason to find Chiba, so he decided his pride wasn't as important as Chiba. Ju rushed to the door, glanced at the front door, and then at the large hole in the wall, ultimately choosing to squeeze through the hole. Sister, wait for me. Why are you running so fast? It's like you're catching someone in the act. At the Konoha orphanage, watching Chiba play and laugh with a group of children, Yazazuki's gaze softened even more. Perhaps it was the bridge effect, for this boy who had changed her fate twice. She felt an indescribable emotion, seeing that Chiba not only didn't disdain the orphan children, but actually got along well with them. Her feelings intensified. In the past, while at the root, Yazuzuki wished just to see the children, but now, witnessing the scene before her, she suddenly understood the meaning of happiness. If only I could turn this moment into eternity, I would pay any price, Yazuzuki thought dreamily. Chiba, come drink some water. Although she didn't want to interrupt this happy moment, seeing Chiba shout for so long, Yazuzuki couldn't help but feel a bit sympathetic and called out to him. Okay. Seeing Yazuzuki raise the water cup toward him, Chiba smiled, stood up from the children, signaled them to keep playing, and walked to Yazuzuki's side. Chiba, do you really like the kids? Yazuzuki asked, nervously fiddling with the hem of her skirt, biting her lip. Yes, being with them is carefree. And it makes me feel like I'm still a kid myself, Chiba replied with a smile after taking a sip of water. But you're not that old either. After stealing a glance at Chiba's perfect profile, Yazuzuki quickly turned her head away, blushing as she asked, so, have you thought about having, or many of your own children? Why are you bringing this up out of the blue? Chiba said, somewhat helplessly. I haven't even had a girlfriend yet. After Chiba finished speaking, Yazuzuki remained silent for a long time. He turned his head in confusion and met Yazuzuki's beautiful gaze. Thump, thump. The two of them locked eyes. And in that moment, time seemed to slow down. You could even hear his own heartbeat. So, do you want to have a girl? Bang. Just as you finally mustered the courage to speak with a shy expression, the orphanage door was suddenly kicked open with great force, startling both of them. Chiba looked towards the door and saw a woman with twin tails floating in the air, walking in with an angry expression, one step at a time. Tsunade-sama, what are you doing here? Chiba said with a surprised look towards the newcomer. If I don't come, someone will steal my house. Tsunade glanced at Chiba and then at Yanoyu, her expression darkening. Yanoyu seemed to sense something as well. His beautiful eyes behind the glasses narrowed into a line, losing the gentleness from before, and coldly met Tsunade's gaze. Chapter 80. Tsunade versus Yanoyu. Chiba, in danger. Who am I? Where am I? What happened? In the Konoha orphanage, Chiba was sweating profusely, not daring to say a word. He felt as if the temperature in the room had suddenly dropped by 20 degrees. Tsunade and Yanoyu stared intensely at each other, occasionally glancing at him. No, it was more like they were sandwiching him in between, engaging in a silent battle of glances. This shouldn't be the case. Tsunade and Yanoyu shouldn't have any connection, so why do they look like they're at odds? Under the frosty gaze of the two, Chiba trembled, feeling as if he was about to freeze. Oomph. Tsunade was the first to break the gaze, turning to Chiba and coldly snorting, I'm here to discuss something with Director Yanoyu. What are you doing here? Before Chiba could respond, Yanoyu smiled gently and said, Chiba came to accompany me to watch the children. We had agreed on this beforehand. Right, Chiba? Confused, Chiba dared not speak out of turn, nodding and subtly inching backward, wriggling. After explaining for Chiba, Yanoyu smiled again at Tsunade. To Chiba, this seemed like Yanoyu was making a gesture of goodwill towards Tsunade. But in Tsunade's eyes, this was an outright provocation. The anger she had barely managed to suppress began to bubble up again. You come back to Konoha without letting me know you're safe, and just run around? While scolding Chiba, Tsunade's gaze suddenly sharpened, angrily asking, wait, where's the necklace I gave you? Why aren't you wearing it? As Tsunade approached him with an angry expression, Chiba's mind raced through his short life. At that moment, Yanoyu stepped in front of him, shaking her head. Lady Tsunade, Chiba is an independent individual who can choose to do what he wants. Why do you need to interfere? Interfere with him? Tsunade exploded in anger. Because we're family. Because I am his sister. I can discipline him, and it's not up to you, an outsider, to dictate. Oh, are you really saying this as Chiba's sister? Yanoyu confronted the furious Sannin without backing down. Beneath her gentle exterior lay an extraordinary resilience and toughness. If that's the case, as Chiba's peer, I support you in disciplining your brother, Tsunade. Sister? Yanoyu emphasized the word sister, the implication clear. You. Tsunade was rendered speechless with rage, feeling both humiliated and furious. Chiba could only stare, dumbfounded by the dramatic scene unfolding before him. What is going on? Why do I feel like both of them are speaking in riddles? Did I miss 20 episodes of the plot? Chiba felt a tickling sensation in his brain, as if he was about to gain some wisdom. They seem like they're fighting over me? Wait, are they both competing for my affection? Glancing between the fierce Tsunade and the alluring Yanoyu, Chiba was stunned, struggling to believe his own judgment. In this situation, he couldn't even dare to dream that two equally stunning older sisters could simultaneously have feelings for a little brat like him. Chiba thought he might be dreaming or still asleep. Or perhaps he was caught in a genjutsu cast by some evil Uchiha on the day of the Chunin exams. You're good. Tsunade shot Yano a deep look, silently marking her as a dangerous person. This woman was as perilous as a rope tree. Tsunade then turned her attention back to Chiba, saying, "Come with me. Chiba, I have something to discuss with you." Okay." Just as Chiba was about to agree, Yano softly interjected from behind. "Chiba, but you said you'd accompany me today, right?" This. Chiba found himself caught between the two beautiful older sisters, feeling torn. Choosing not to go with Tsunade might lead to his demise. But leaving Yano behind was also impossible, as he had indeed promised her. What if I split myself? Chiba tentatively proposed a solution that could satisfy both parties. After all, this was the ninja world, where there were many new ways to solve problems that he couldn't access in his previous life. Good idea. Yano nodded, smiling at Chiba. But who will your main body stay with? Though Tsunade didn't speak, she narrowed her eyes, casting a menacing look at Chiba, waiting for his choice. Saved. What a joke. Chiba's cold sweat started to trickle down again. They had said adults didn't need to make choices and could have it all. So why was it failing him now? This is hell. Chiba looked at the seemingly gentle, yet secretly dangerous gazes of the two women and felt like crying. Compared to his current predicament, the life and death crises he had previously faced were nothing. This was a true battlefield. Honestly, whether it was Tsunade or Yano, both were perfect existences in Chiba's eyes. If he could win over either one, he would feel that his journey through time was worthwhile. After all, aside from being handsome, he had little else to offer. But with both women vying for his attention at the same time, he felt utterly overwhelmed. Surely, he couldn't just split himself into two halves. Maybe. Chiba struggled to find words, but the atmosphere became increasingly tense. And even the children sensed something was off, quickly fleeing the scene. Tsunade had already rolled up her sleeves, seemingly ready to fight at the slightest disagreement. While Yano's gaze turned dangerous. Even the gentlest of kittens could bite when angry. Caught in the middle, Chiba felt like he was sitting on a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. He wished a red-haired girl would burst in driving a Ferrari and whisk him away from this hellish scene. Hey, cease. Why were you running so fast just now? Just as Chiba was thinking of his last words, a figure rushed in, panting heavily, instantly capturing everyone's attention. In that moment, Chiba felt like crying from joy. He suddenly understood why Ming Fei couldn't forget No. Sis, why are you looking at me like that? It's as if you want to hit me. The newcomer was Rope Tree, scratching his head in confusion. And Chiba, Yano, why is everyone staring at me? It's making me feel a bit embarrassed. Rope Tree, my dear brother. Chiba rushed over in a flash, grabbing Rope Tree's hand and refusing to let go. What are you doing, Chiba? My sister is still here. Rope Tree's face turned red, but Chiba didn't give him a chance to speak, pulling him out. Rope Tree, you said you wanted to take me boating by the lake earlier. Let us go now. Hey, wait a minute, Chiba. My head is buzzing. And before I could figure out what happened, I had already run a few dozen meters behind Chiba. But Chiba actually remembered that I wanted to go boating. It seems he still considers me a brother. Rope Tree thought happily. That Chiba. In the orphanage, watching Chiba hurriedly flee, Tsunade and Inoue both snorted coldly at the same time. Realizing they were quite in sync, they quickly turned their heads away, not wanting to look at each other. However, in their hearts, they were both very dissatisfied with Chiba's evasive behavior and regarded each other as rivals. Director Nanoyu, let's forget about what just happened and get back to the point. Business is business, and personal is personal. This is something Tsunade is very clear about. And she quickly entered work mode. I plan to adopt some talented children from you and cultivate a new generation of medical ninjas. I wonder if you, as the director, will approve? Nanoya nodded slightly and readily agreed. Of course, let me take you to see the children first. At the inner lake of Konoha, on a small boat, Rope Tree was happily rowing the boat by himself, while Chiba appeared to be deep in thought. Rope Tree, do you think Lady Tsunade likes me? Chiba suddenly asked. Chiba thought his good brother would be angry, but to his surprise, Rope Tree burst out laughing. I'm being serious here, Rope Tree. Chiba asked with a serious face, what if one day I become your brother-in-law? It wouldn't affect our brotherhood, right? Or will we just go our separate ways then? Just let me die laughing. Seeing Chiba's serious expression, Rope Tree laughed even harder, nearly gasping for breath. Chiba, don't think that just because you're handsome, my sister will like you. She's not that kind of shallow girl. Rope Tree put down the oars and looked at Chiba. Besides, with my sister's lofty standards, I don't think she would like anyone, let alone someone much younger than her like you. To my sister, we are just two kids who haven't grown up. Take my advice. Don't overthink it. It's not that I'm afraid you'll be sad. I'm afraid my sister might actually beat you to death. After Rope Tree's kind words, Chiba's enthusiasm faded quite a bit, but he still believed in his own judgment. Reflecting on their past interactions, Chiba felt that Lady Tsunade might actually have some feelings for him. The same could be said for Nanoyu. How should I put it? Chiba suddenly understood what the trouble of happiness meant. When you have to choose between two wonderful things, you can easily get caught in distress. Sigh, is there really no way to have both? Not to let the elder sister down, nor the beloved. Chiba, are you starting to be picky now? Let me tell you, it's impossible, absolutely impossible. No girl will like you. Just watch, Rope Tree. As long as I want to, I will definitely be the first to find someone. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Chapter 81. Assassination in the Land of Fire? Fearing being killed by Tsunade on her orders, Chiba didn't dare to go home at night, and instead spent the night in the Umbu headquarters, resulting in a night of poor rest. Every time he closed his eyes, he would see Tsunade and Nanoyu in front of him, pressing him on who he liked more, and there was also Mikoto glaring at him. Damn it. No way. I have to do something to distract myself. Chiba sat up from the bed in the resting room, found some paper and a pen, and wrote a letter reporting by Ru. This guy is a threat to all ninjas with bloodline limits. Since I remembered him, I should get rid of him as soon as possible. In the letter, Chiba specified that Bruhu was researching a forbidden technique that violated human ethics, attempting to merge the bodies of other ninjas and summoning beasts with his own to seize their bloodline powers and fulfill his ambition to dominate the ninja world. After finishing the letter, Chiba made sure to leave no trace before slapping the letter against the wall while people were coming and going outside. It won't be long before this letter reaches Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk, Chiba thought to himself. I hope the task of capturing Bruhu will be assigned to me directly. Maybe I can gain some benefit from him before killing this white-haired guy. Lost in thought, Chiba returned and when he came back to his senses, Nanoyu's smiling face was already close to him. What the hell? Chiba was startled and jumped up from the sofa, stammering, Isn't today a day off? Why are you here? Because I guess you would be hiding in Umbu, so I came to find you. Nanoyu winked playfully and smiled. Don't forget, I'm a spy from the intelligence department. As she said this, Nanoyu approached Chiba, and he stepped back. She stepped forward. He tried to escape, but she was right on his heels. What do you want? Looking at Nanoyu, closing in on him, Chiba's mind conjured up 64 gigabytes of scenarios. A female ninja a female agent's special interrogation, a witch's temptation. Haha, did I scare you just now, Chiba? Seeing Chiba's terrified expression, Nanoyu burst into laughter, tears streaming down her face. Because of Shimura Danzo, she hadn't felt the vibrancy of life for a long time and hadn't laughed so freely in ages. Hee, a little bit. For some reason, seeing Nanoyu laugh so heartily calmed Chiba's heart, and he began to laugh along. You probably haven't had breakfast yet, right? Nanoyu wiped the tears from her eyes, waved at Chiba, and took out 2 bento boxes from her bag. I prepared breakfast for the kids and made one for you too. Come try my cooking, and we can chat while we eat. Okay, thank you, Principal. Chiba took a deep breath, tried to sit naturally beside Nanu, accepting the bento and chopsticks she handed him, and began to eat voraciously. I'm really sorry for putting you in such an awkward situation yesterday. It was quite rude of me. Nanoyu took small bites of her bento and gently nudged Chiba with her arm, speaking softly. It's okay. It might sound strange, but I was actually quite happy. Chiba scratched his head and said, By the way, after I left, did Lady Tsunade not take action? Is that how you see Lady Tsunade? Nanoyu's lips curled up again, feeling that her chances of winning seemed to be increasing. Actually, Lady Tsunade is a really good person. Yesterday, she took the initiative to propose adopting many kids, alleviating a lot of burdens from the orphanage. Although she was an enemy, Nanoyu still objectively gave her evaluation. She wanted to win Chiba's heart openly and honestly. Yeah, Lady Tsunade is indeed pretty good. Chiba nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Nanoyu looked at Chiba and smiled. So, do you like her a bit more? Or do you like me a bit more? I. Chiba was so anxious he wanted to slap himself. Damn it, just eat your meal. Why bring that up? Okay, I'm just teasing you. Seeing Chiba unable to give the answer she wanted, Nanoyu felt a bit disappointed, but quickly smiled and said, Let's stay friends for now. Once we get to know each other better, we can talk about other things so you don't have to hide from me anymore. Nanoyu's understanding made Chiba feel relieved, and he sighed, showing a relaxed smile. All right, then let's reintroduce ourselves. I'm Chiba. My hobby is better left unsaid, and my dream is to live until the end. As he spoke, Chiba extended a hand to Nanoyu. who was momentarily taken aback before shaking his hand with a radiant smile. "I'm Anoyu. My hobby is watching the kids grow up slowly. And my dream is to have you by my side as we watch the kids grow up together." What? Byru had defected? He was labeled an S-rank rogue ninja by the village. Half a month later, in the Umbu, when Chiba learned this news, he was dumbfounded. "Wait, Sarutobi Hiruzen, are you a waste of space? I warned you that Baru's strength is unusual. It would take at least 10 elite jonin working together, or equally strong ninjas to take him down, and you let him escape. You idiot Sarutobi, the naturally dull Sarutobi, I'm going to deal with you personally. Lord Raijin, the Hokage wants you to immediately gather a team to meet him." Just as Chiba was cursing an Umbu ninja burst in, startling Chiba so much he shivered, thinking he was about to be arrested on the spot. But then he thought, damn it, I was cursing in Chinese. Can those little sakura flowers understand such profound national culture? Hokage's office. Chiba entered with his team after knocking, thinking Sarutobi Hiruzen had summoned them to assign them to hunt down Bo, but it turned out not to be the case. The Umbu team dispatched to the Land of Grass was attacked within the borders of the Land of Fire. This is simply disregarding Konoha. In front of Chiba and his 3 companions, Sarutobi Hiruzen was furious. It's no wonder Sarutobi was so angry. As the largest violent group in the Land of Fire, his special forces had been taken out right at his doorstep. If this got out, how would Konoha survive in the ninja world? Who would dare to ask Konoha for help in the future? Your mission is to find these audacious bastards, eliminate them, and bring back our Konoha's men. Sarutobi slammed his hand on the desk and angrily ordered, clearly in Sarutobi's mind. Resolving this group of bold ruffians quickly to prove Konoha's strength was more important than chasing Byru. Yes, Hokage-sama. The 4 responded, received the information related to this mission, and left the Hokage's office, heading straight for the outskirts of Konoha, in a dense forest. Chiba and the others followed the scroll's guidance, proceeding along the path taken by the previous Umbu team. "Chiba, what exactly did Lord Hokage mean by that just now? I didn't understand." On the way, Shungtai curiously asked. Chiba glanced at Shungtai and said irritably, "It's something everyone can understand after hearing it once, but you have to hear it twice." Upon hearing Chiba's words, Shungtai immediately got angry. "Chiba, what did you say? Say it again." "All right, we are currently on an A-level mission, so the 2 of you should stop getting worked up," Yanoyu said, successfully stopping the 2 lonely children's childish behavior with her identity as the orphanage director. "Oomph." After coldly snorting, Shungtai looked at the scroll in his hand, deciding that he would no longer pay attention to Chiba unless the other party apologized. It seems the enemy is quite strong. After a while, seeing that Chiba was still ignoring him, Shungtai, trying to ease the relationship with Chiba, took the initiative to speak. "The leader of this Umbu team, Heavy Rain, has a bounty of 30 million Ryo on the black market, almost catching up to you, Chiba." "What?" Chiba's head buzzed. "ISNT my bounty, also 30 million Ryo? What do you mean almost catching up to me? You don't know, Chiba?" Shungtai looked at Chiba in surprise. "Your bounty has already increased to 35 million Ryo. Who the hell did this?" Chiba's breath hitched, his face filled with indignation. "Why has it increased again? Don't let it keep rising. ISNT that asking for his life. It must be those damn Cloud hidden barbarians. If that guy comes back, he'll definitely go after 2 female ninjas from Cloud Hidden. Otherwise, I want to be able to relieve my anger. It seems the enemy is quite confident in their strength. They haven't concealed their actions or traces of leaving, seemingly unafraid of being tracked." At this moment, Gyuk, who had been silently observing on the ground for a long time, suddenly spoke up. "No, there might only be one enemy, and he gives me the feeling that he expects others to track him." Gyuk corrected himself. "What? Only one person? Then ISNT's combat power off the charts." Shungtai exclaimed in shock. "He hopes we'll follow him. Could it be that he has set up an ambush ahead, wanting to capture us all at once?" Yanoyu said with some concern. Chiba's expression was also quite serious. He suddenly had a bad premonition, feeling like an old general on stage, with flags stuck all over his back. "It's just my personal guess. It's not certain, but we should still be careful," Gyuk said after observing for a while. Pointing to a shaded side path ahead, his tone grave. "The enemy has gone this way. The traces are still fresh, and we may see them soon." With Gyuk's reminder, Chiba and the others cautiously proceeded. But before they could see the enemy, a tall figure suddenly appeared before them as if teleporting, with green, eerie eyes scanning the 4 of them as if examining goods. Meanwhile, the heavy rain they had just discussed was now slung over the shoulder of the opponent, motionless, with no sign of life. Chapter 82. Chiba versus Kakuzu. Paper jutsu restrained. Where did this guy come from? What a terrifying chakra fluctuation. Be careful. This person's strength is probably not below that of Lord Hokage. The way he appeared was too frightening. The four figures retreated, creating distance before carefully observing the opponent. This is a man wearing the forehead protector of the Takigakure traitor ninja, with a black mask covering his face, leaving only a pair of emerald green eyes visible. Coupled with his robust physique and the body of an umbu captain slung over his shoulder, he looked like a ruthless character. Sigh, why am I not surprised at all? Compared to the solemnity and wariness of Senju and the others, Chiba just let out a heavy sigh. He had a lot to say, but as a cultured person, he couldn't bring himself to curse. An elderly man working odd jobs across borders, earning blood and sweat money only to have it squandered by the young women at home. No need to say more. The 69-year-old comrade before them is none other than the immortal warrior who once assassinated the first Hokage, Kakuzu. It is said that when the two fought, the mountains and rivers fell, and the sun and moon lost their light, with Kakuzu ultimately losing only to one move from the first Hokage. Why hasn't he made a move yet? What is he doing? Looking at Kakuzu, who stood still with peculiar behavior, Senju said uncertainly in a low voice, "Why is he taking out a booklet? Is he preparing some terrifying sealing technique? No, he's just focused on money." Chiba rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache as he said, "I will hold him off with all my strength. You guys look for the right moment to run back. Don't worry about me. Just return to Konoha as fast as you can." Chiba, but there are no buts. You being here will only distract me. Senju wanted to say something more, but after being interrupted by Chiba, he could only close his mouth reluctantly. It's all my fault for being too weak. When did I become a burden to Chiba? Senju thought sadly. He made up his mind to ask Orochimaru sensei about how to become stronger when he returned. Only then could he continue to stand alongside Chiba. Kuki-ai and Yano also looked worried, but remained silent. Although Senju was the nominal captain of the team, Chiba was the true leader, and his team members, they trusted Chiba's judgment. Chiba quietly began to count down. "Follow my instructions, 3, 2, 1. Run." After the countdown ended, Chiba instantly unfolded 2 white paper wings. In the moment when the other 3 had yet to react, he shot into the woods like an arrow released from a bow. Kakuzu put away the booklet and looked this way, while Senju and the others, still stunned, also turned to look at him. The 4 exchanged glances, speechless, and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. That bastard Chiba, he tricked us into thinking he was covering for us, but ended up running away first. Senju cursed inwardly. What does Chiba-kun mean by this? Does he think the enemy won't attack us directly if he leaves? Yano wondered. Kuki-ai, however, was a man of few words, silently drawing his sword, ready for battle. TCH, at most 12 million Ryo worth of goods. Just as the 3 were preparing to fight Kakuzu to the death, they saw a trace of disdain in Kakuzu's calm emerald eyes. Then, without even glancing at them again, he pointed his toes to the ground, raised his hand to take out the sealing scroll to collect the spoils, and rushed towards Chiba in the woods. Kakuzu simply liked carrying spoils of war, and Chiba would be his new prize. What did that look from him just now mean? Did he look down on us? Seeing someone leave, Senju finally pointed at Kakuzu's back and cursed. "I think I understand Chiba's thoughts now." Kuki-ai sheathed his sword and urged, "Let's quickly get away from here and contact Konoha for reinforcements." "All right." In the woods, Chiba did not take off directly, but dashed through the forest. He was certain that Kakuzu would abandon Senju and the others to come after him. The more valuable target. The paper jutsu he just used was merely to make Kakuzu recognize him. This way, he could act as bait to hold Kakuzu back and buy time for Senju and the others to escape. Swish! Sure enough, after a few breaths, Chiba caught a glimpse of Kakuzu's figure behind him, and he was getting closer. Speaking of which, Kakuzu is simply the natural enemy of paper jutsu, Chiba muttered inwardly. The paper jutsu is usually quite unbeatable, but is afraid of opponents with aerial or flying abilities and also large-scale attribute ninjutsu, like Obito's wind release, violent dance, and Madara's great fire annihilation. And Kakuzu possesses both. Otherwise, why wouldn't Conan dare to spend money recklessly when Kakuzu was alive? Kakuzu, how much can you spend on explosive tags? However, I'm not Conan after all. With my dual-nature ninja body, I should be fine after colliding with Kakuzu. Right? Chiba thought uncertainly. He did carry a protective talisman, but it wouldn't be of any use right now. In Kakuzu's eyes, he was just cash. And who would listen to cash? They would only find ways to shove the cash into their pockets first. Therefore, Chiba had to prove his strength first for the talisman to take effect. Swish! As Kakuzu closed in, Chiba threw 3 shuriken backward, each tied with an explosive tag and poison pouch. Earth release, earth spear. Kakuzu snorted coldly, his arms instantly turning black, and he charged forward without slowing down to meet the incoming shuriken. Boom, boom, boom. 3 explosive tags detonated in succession, and the poisonous gas spread. But Kakuzu's figure showed no sign of hesitation, directly flashing out of the purple toxic mist and continuing to chase Chiba at full speed. Useless attempts. No physical attack can harm me, Kakuzu said coldly. Lightning release, false darkness. Kakuzu formed hand seals with both hands and shouted, as a white mask emerged from his shoulder, opening its mouth wide towards Chiba. Boom! In the shaded woods, lightning surged, and 2 terrifyingly powerful thunder spears shot out, trailing arcs of electricity, sweeping towards Chiba's back in a flash. Faced with such a terrifying blow, Chiba naturally did not dare to take it head-on. He was just about to ascend into the air when suddenly a shock hit him. Wait, Kakuzu must have seen my intel. Someone like him wouldn't make useless moves. He wants to force me to take off. At this critical moment, Chiba intuitively guessed Kakuzu's intent. Just as Kakuzu had his intel on him, Chiba, who had fought Kakuzu in the arena, also knew Kakuzu's skills. If he ascended into the air right now, Kakuzu would use wind release, pressure damage to control him, and he could casually use his skills to take him down. Oh, seeing Chiba forcefully stop his ascent, Kakuzu raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise on his face. Earth release, multiple earth flow walls. Abandoning the idea of ascending, Chiba had to turn around and stop in place. He formed hand seals with both hands and forcefully slapped the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Due to the influence of Raikudo and the incredible power of the lightning release, false darkness, Chiba cautiously raised 3 thick earthen walls in front of him to block the incoming thunder. ZZ the thunder arrived in an instant, piercing through 2 of the earthen walls. At that moment, Kuko, who should have been far away from Chiba, suddenly appeared behind the earthen walls. Earth grudge fear, tentacle fist. Kakuzu's 2 arms exploded, with no blood flowing out. Under the guidance of the black tentacles, they smashed toward Chiba like missiles. Leaf Village style, hazy moonlit night. Faced with the steel fist capable of penetrating a human body, Chiba chose to parry with his blade, unwilling to use the paper dance technique easily, giving Kakuzu an opportunity. Clang, clang, clang. In the blink of an eye, the blade clashed with Kakuzu's fists several times. Kakuzu's martial arts skills were impressive. His fists, connected by the black tentacles, alternated between whip-like and hammer-like attacks, completely overpowering Chiba. Not good. After Chiba blocked Kakuzu's right fist with his blade, he suddenly caught a glimpse of the white mask on Kakuzu's shoulder, opening its mouth wide again. At the same time, Kakuzu's left fist came from behind, attempting to seal off Chiba's escape route. Raising Gan, Chiba reacted quickly, his left hand instantly forming a sphere, slapping it hard against Kakuzu's incoming left fist while retreating. Boom! The Rasengan and the thunder exploded simultaneously. Just as the thunder swept down to the ground beneath Chiba's feet, he barely knocked Kakuzu's fist away and used the shadow dance technique to dodge to another location. But, Kakuzu retracted his fists but did not rush to attack, his beady eyes staring deeply at Chiba. Your level is indeed worthy of your bounty, but your combat experience is far behind mine. I will soon send you off to the exchange for gold. Huh? Chiba did not respond, only letting out a long breath, feeling somewhat exhausted. Battling with a strong opponent like Kakuzu was truly taxing, leaving no room for even the slightest mistake. In just a few minutes, he had experienced life and death crises several times, and just now was merely a simple probe. Next, once Kakuzu understood his level, he would probably unleash all his strength. Creak creak amidst a strange sound. 2 flesh lumps bulged on Kakuzu's body, and then 2 white masks eagerly squeezed out, climbing onto Kakuzu's shoulders. 3 masks. Probably the strongest wind, fire, and lightning. Chiba's expression turned serious. Kakuzu's wind and fire techniques had a vast coverage area, and their terrifying scale could be described as a hurricane and a sea of fire. With the paper dance technique limited, how could he possibly stop Kakuzu at full strength, or even heavily injure him? Chiba's mind raced, his expression more serious than ever. Chapter 83. Is there a reward for opening up? Even if I activate the 8 gates, it's still difficult to suppress my opponent in physical combat. To gain the upper hand, I must leverage my strengths. In the forest, As Chiba was deep in thought, his opponent, Kakuzu, moved. Time is money, and he doesn't like to waste it. Wind release, pressure damage. Fire release, head hardening. Kakuzu's wind-fire mask on his shoulder opened its mouth simultaneously, unleashing a highly condensed high-pressure wind ball and fireball directly towards Chiba. Combined ninjutsu, flame wind, chaotic waves. Kakuzu immediately unleashed his strongest killing move, propelled by a swirling vortex of wind, turning the fireball into a vast sea of flames as it hit the ground, rushing towards Chiba. Combined ninjutsu? I could do that too, Chiba shouted, facing the oncoming sea of flames without fear. He simultaneously channeled different attributes of chakra in both hands. He aimed to release 2 different types of ninjutsu at once, thanks to his perfect control over chakra. Wind release, spiraling sphere. Water release, breaking torrent. Chiba held a rotating wind ball, infused with wind chakra, in one hand and a swirling stream of water in the other, forcefully throwing them towards the sea of flames ahead. Hurricane water vortex technique. The 2 ninjutsu collided in midair, creating a water vortex of equal scale to the sea of flames, violently crashing against it. The red and blue whirlpools tore at each other like 2 wild beasts, the heat and cold clashing fiercely, creating a terrifying spectacle, until both eventually dissipated into nothingness, leaving a large amount of white mist in their wake. Land grudge, final shot. Before Chiba could catch his breath, Kakuzu's cold voice came from within the white mist. In the next moment, a beam of chakra, infused with wind, fire, and lightning attributes, and carrying a trace of obliteration energy, shot through the mist towards Chiba. Why is he shooting so fast? Chiba's heart suddenly jolted. He hadn't even adjusted his chakra yet. How could Kakuzu release a new ninjutsu so quickly, especially one so condensed? Kakuzu must have calculated the timing to start preparing this move the moment he unleashed flame, wind, chaotic waves. Chiba realized everything in an instant. Compared to the seasoned Kakuzu, he was still too inexperienced. Ninjutsu, needle earth grave. The chakra beam sped towards Chiba, who had no time to dodge and could only try to turn his body to the side, while using his hair to extend and harden to protect his vital points. Bang! Faced with such a terrifying blow, Chiba was unsurprisingly sent flying. He forced himself to stabilize in the air using paper wings, his blood surging, and he spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with bits of flesh. Cough, cough, that hit really packed a punch, ha ha. Despite being heavily injured and in a sorry state, Chiba smiled, his eyes shining brighter than ever. You idiot! Have you been hit in the head by that last attack? As the white mist cleared, Kakuzu's tall figure emerged, looking slightly surprised at Chiba's near escape, and said lightly, No, I've thought of a way to deal with you. Chiba confidently shook his head, letting his paper wings disperse as he landed, and raised his hand to undo the 8 trigram seal on his body. In physical combat, he couldn't match Kakuzu, and in ninjutsu, he might not be able to compete either, but there was one thing he had that firmly surpassed Kakuzu. Next, let me show you the true power of Chiba. You must know, I am known as the tail beast without a tail. Ha 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 ha. A massive amount of chakra surged from his body, and feeling this surge of power, Chiba laughed maniacally. Oh, Kakuzu frowned, sensing that things were not simple. Chiba's momentum suddenly soared, and the amount of chakra increased several times after releasing the seal, reaching a level that even startled Kakuzu. What tail beast without a tail? This is clearly the chakra of the 8 tails, isn't it? After a moment of silence, Kakuzu suddenly spoke softly. Chiba, you really have no sense of humor. In healing, wound erasure. ZZZ with the influx of chakra, Chiba used In healing to activate the effect of the In seal, and his injuries healed almost instantly. Is this the method you came up with? Kakuzu said lightly. No matter how much chakra you have, you still can't match me. No, no, no. Chiba shook his head and said provocatively, It's not just about having a lot of chakra. Mine is immense, very immense. Water release. Great exploding water colliding wave. Who's fixing the dam? Chiba formed hand seals, puffed out his cheeks, and forcefully sprayed water towards the ground. The waves surged. In just a moment, waves as high as 3 or 4 stories instantly propelled Chiba's form upward, and the surging water rushed outwards, turning the surrounding area into a vast ocean in the blink of an eye. This guy. Kakuzu leaped into the air as the towering waves crashed down. Looking at the scale of the ninjutsu below, which could be described as changing the world, showing a rare expression of shock. The last time he saw such a scale of jutsu was when he fought against the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, who clapped his hands and turned their location into a vast primordial forest. This kid before me has a bit of the first Hokage's flair. Realizing he was not his opponent, he aimed to restrict my ninjutsu and switch to a war of attrition. Kakuzu, being old hand, saw through Chiba's intentions at a glance, but this was a bold move. As long as he wanted to continue hunting Chiba, he had to engage. Under this ocean, his flame-wind chaotic waves lost their original power, equivalent to losing a major killing move. After all, he's not Hashirama Senju. He's just a kid. Kakuzu pondered for a moment before revealing a confident sneer. True strong people never complain about the environment. Swish, swish, swish. Kakuzu's arms split open again, and dense black tendrils surged from his body, connecting the wind and fire masks that left his body, transforming into two large black monsters. Following that, the water attribute mask rose from his shoulder, positioned alongside the lightning attribute mask, replacing the wind and fire masks. Planning to use lightning and water attribute ninjutsu against me, while his body and mask monsters use physical techniques. Chiba understood that Kakuzu's 5 masks of different chakra attributes represented his 5 hearts, meaning he had 5 lives. Until these 5 masks were destroyed simultaneously, Kakuzu effectively possessed immortality. Still not giving up on the idea of hunting me? That's too bad for you, old Kakuzu. A smile flickered at the corner of Chiba's mouth beneath his mask. Before obtaining the prince's ultimate technique, he had no real way to harm Kakuzu aside from wearing him down, but now Chiba was still thinking about how to approach Kakuzu under such a strong offensive and use wind release, spiraling shuriken to hit him hard. Isn't this just perfect timing? If I want to bite, the delivery is right at my door. If I want to sleep, the lady is... Cough, cough. Chiba and Kakuzu stared at each other intensely, not willing to overlook any subtle movements from one another. Although Kakuzu verbally denied it, in his heart, he had already regarded Chiba as a powerful adversary on his level. Whoosh! Kakuzu didn't team move, but the 2 masked creatures suddenly circled around to Chiba's back, while at the same time, the 2 masks on Kakuzu's shoulders opened their wide mouths. Lightning release, false darkness. Water release, water curtain. With terrifying thunder spears and high-pressure water cannons rushing toward him from the front, and 2 fierce masked monsters closing in from behind, Chiba's feet left the water surface, and his fingers flew to complete the hand seals. Water release, multiple water barrier. A series of resilient water walls rose suddenly before Chiba, isolating the thunder spears and high-pressure water cannons while also blocking Kakuzu's line of sight. Why didn't he block the back as well? Oh no! Kakuzu's thoughts turned, and he instantly realized the danger. Crash! Just then, the water walls were torn apart by the thunder spears and high-pressure water cannons, turning into streams of water that scattered back onto the surface, and a sharp sound from some object rapidly cutting through the air became increasingly clear. Wind release, spiral shuriken. Amidst the misty water vapor, Chiba lifted a shuriken formed entirely from a whirlwind and fiercely hurled it at the 2 black-masked monsters while swiftly diving beneath the water surface. Boom! A terrifying storm erupted suddenly from the shuriken center, instantly whipping up towering waves, even breaking nearby branches that were caught in the storm, forcing Kakuzu's main body to retreat. At the center of this storm, wind chakra transformed into thousands of fine needles that spun and shot out, raining down upon the 2 masked creatures like a torrential downpour. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Under the high-frequency piercing of the extremely fine wind needles, the 2 masked creatures twitched violently, their mouths uncontrollably opening wide, spewing out clouds of blood mist, clearly losing their vitality. Ding! Treatment successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Chapter 84. Subduing Kakuzu. Orochimaru blocking the door. What the hell is going on? The sudden system notification left Chiba dumbfounded. He had just stabbed Kakuzu's heart. So how could there still be a reward? Is this a life-saving system, or a murder and loot system? If I could change systems, could I get one that brings more children and blessings? Perhaps, in the system's judgment, Kakuzu had developed multiple organ dysfunction syndrome. Chiba suddenly thought of a possibility. I just removed 2 of his redundant organs, so it could be considered a form of saving lives, right? However, now is not the time to be distracted. Although he destroyed 2 of Kakuzu's masks in one strike, he still had 3 resurrection coins left. Swish! After the storm calmed down, Chiba walked on water and surfaced, looking at the real body of Kakuzu not far away, who was also staring back at him with his small green bean eyes. You bastard, you made me lose 2 hearts, and your compensation isn't enough, Kakuzu said coldly. As the black mist of his earth grudge techniques tentacles continuously flowed out. He wanted to rip out Chiba's heart and forge a new mask. Wait, Lord Kakuzu. I have something to say. Seeing that Kakuzu seemed ready to unleash his small universe and engage in a long battle with him, Chiba hurriedly called for a stop. Speak. As a character from the same era as the first Hokage, Kakuzu maintained his composure when dealing with a powerful opponent of the same level. Can I use a ransom to exchange for my life? Chiba took out a scroll from his pocket and tentatively asked. No, that is a matter of principle. Kakuzu flatly rejected without a second thought. You should just obediently turn into a corpse and come back with me to the exchange place. Chiba, what if it's double? Kakuzu, let us hear it. Kakuzu's principle was to always look forward. There's no way around it. What Chiba offered was just too tempting, which didn't violate his principles. Lord Kakuzu, please take a look. Seeing Kakuzu's reaction, Chiba secretly smiled. He knew his life-saving charm could work, so he threw the scroll to Kakuzu. Oomph. Kakuzu caught the scroll with a cold snort, seemingly unafraid of any tricks, and casually began to look at it. This is... But just a glance made Kakuzu's pupils shake, as if struck by lightning. What did he see? All he could see were zeros, countless zeros, strings of zeros. Kakuzu had worked a lifetime and had never seen so much money. This is a bounty list for powerful medical ninjas compiled by big shots to solve various difficult illnesses. Chiba explained proudly. Although he was currently broke, he had ways to make money. The most powerful figures in the Naruto world are not the 5 Kage, but the daimyos and nobles of each country. They control nearly 90 of the nation's wealth, and the ninja villages rely on their funding to exist. And as everyone knows, the richer they are, the more they value their lives. These big shots are willing to spend a lot of money to prolong their lives. Just one Asuma costs around 20 million, and it's not an exaggeration to say that the bounty on this list is equivalent to Kakuzu's 10 bounties combined. Kakuzu, let us be partners. Chiba coaxed. You see, you're good at limb reattachment, hemostasis, and suturing, while I specialize in various medical ninjutsu. If we join forces, we'll definitely make a fortune. Chiba's ambition was vast. He not only wanted Kakuzu to completely abandon the idea of hunting him down, but he also wanted to bind Kakuzu to his service through profit. Just imagine if he could establish an Akatsuki organization outside of Konoha. Who in the ninja world would dare to act without considering Chiba's wishes? What Inoki, what Shimura Danzo, they would all have to kneel before him and sing conquered. This Kakuzu rubbed his tentacles, and the normally cold and heartless him suddenly became a bit awkward. He had killed people for most of his life, severing heads left and right. This was the first time he had heard that he had a talent for healing. And now he was being asked to switch careers to save people. This was a bit too, just say whether you want to do it or not. I'll do it. Facing Chiba's impatient inquiry, Kakuzu replied firmly. As long as it makes money, I'll do anything. That is Kakuzu's ninja way. Very good. Very spirited. Chiba nodded in satisfaction, speaking in a commanding tone. Then you can pick a bounty of 70 million, and after it's done, the reward will be yours. From now on, we'll go out once a month, and we'll split the bounty 50-50. No objections, right? Chiba asked. None at all. Let me choose first. Kakuzu had already put away the 2 masks on his shoulders, and didn't he mention the earlier plan to dig out Chiba's heart? Now, faced with Chiba's strong arrangement, he hurriedly expressed that he had no objections. TSK, I still prefer your rebellious attitude from earlier. Seeing Kakuzu so agreeable, Chiba felt a bit unaccustomed and teased him. Now that he had successfully secured Kakuzu, the stone that had been hanging in Chiba's heart finally fell to the ground. He happily clicked on the system notification to check the reward he had time to look at earlier. Ding! Treatment successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Earth Grudge, Remnant. What the hell, Earth Grudge? Wait, why does it have a small bracket? Why does it always have to deal with this leftover stuff? Despite cursing in his heart, Chiba's mouth still curled up. Regardless of whether it's a remnant or weak, this is still a legitimate Earth Grudge technique. Chiba clicked on the detailed introduction. Earth Grudge, remnant on the basis of retaining most of the host's flesh. The excess parts are transformed into black tentacles, a wicked secret technique that plunders the vitality of others. Can only carry 1 extra heart. This is good. This is good. Chiba's eyes lit up. If it really turned him into a monster like Kakuzu with all flesh transforming into tentacles, he would actually be reluctant. Firstly, the 8 gates might not even be usable, and secondly, if he couldn't use them, then what is the point of him being alive? Having an extra heart means he essentially has an extra life, and this thing can change length and shape. It can even be detached. This has a lot of potential. After some contemplation, Chiba gave such an evaluation. To be honest, Chiba was already a bit impatient. He wished he could rush to the land of lightning right now, openly take down several female Umbu, and plunder their chakra nature and vitality. That way, after obtaining the lightning attribute, he would have all 7 chakra attributes. Swish! While Kakuzu was selecting the bounty task, Chiba wrote a small note in front of him, using a paper technique to send it back to Konoha, informing everyone that no reinforcements were needed and that he would personally explain to the Hokage upon returning to the village. This one will do. There just happens to be a reasonably priced target within the borders of the Land of Fire. Alright, let us go. The person Kakuzu chose was the younger brother of the current daimyo of the Land of Fire. He was found to have been secretly riding a horse by his wife, and had been chopped with who knows how many knives, reportedly even losing as well. You know? It's too tragic. Many medical ninjas who came to help were at a loss, and could only freeze his severed limbs to keep him soon. Chiba arrived at the door with Kakuzu, disguised as an assistant, and took on the task under the identity of a senior physician from Konoha. The technique, Earth Grudge Fear, Stitching, the art of living regeneration. Under the frenzy of the two, the younger brother of the daimyo abruptly jumped up from the bed. Did I wake up too suddenly? My only reason has grown back. My foolish Ududu, you finally woke up? The daimyo of the Land of Fire looked at his lively brother, very satisfied with the skills of Chiba and Kakuzu, and immediately threw down 7 million ryo. Also verbally promised Chiba a favor. 7 million ryo, just like that. So, easily obtained? After leaving the luxurious mansion, Kakuzu touched the thick stack of banknotes in his bosom, feeling dazed, as if it were unreal. In the past, he had worked desperately, not knowing how many people he had to kill and how many days it would take to earn 7 million ryo. But today, following Chiba, he simply helped someone with a severed limb, did nothing, and effortlessly earned 7 million ryo. Even including travel time, it was barely half a day's work. This is just the beginning. As long as we work together, there will be more opportunities to earn big money ahead. Seeing Kakuzu's incredulous expression, Chiba mimicked the demeanor of capitalist from his previous life, patting the employee's shoulder and starting to make grand promises. Noticing that Kakuzu did not shy away, but allowed himself to be patted, Chiba revealed a satisfied smile. He knew that Kakuzu would soon be useful to him. Let's leave it at that for now. We'll meet at the old place in a month. Chiba waved his hand, preparing to turn and leave, when suddenly, as if he remembered something, he casually spoke up. By the way, can you return my colleague's body? This way, I can report back properly. It would be best if you could give me another body of a different bounty hunter as well. Sure. Kakuzu was silent for a long time and took out 2 scrolls from his bosom, handing them to Chiba. Chiba took the scrolls and set off on the road back to Konoha, in the Hokage's office. This Kakuzu claims to be a powerful figure from the same era as the first Hokage, and we are no match for him. So I found ways to change his attitude toward Konoha and became friends with him. Chiba handed the 2 scrolls to Sarutobi Hiruzen and began to fabricate a story, leaving everyone in the office stunned. He said that this body was taken from a bounty hunter he intercepted, and that the likes of Rain and others did not die at his hands. Of course, whether this is true or not, I don't know. Chiba said, Kakuzu. I seem to have heard the first Hokage mention this name before. After listening to Chiba's story, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded quietly, approvingly saying, well, Chiba, you handled this matter very well. Go back and rest properly. From the outcome, Chiba provided a reasonable explanation, preventing Konoha's intelligence from leaking, while also resolving a potential strong enemy for Konoha. That is enough. There is no need to delve into the details of the process. Yes, Hokage-sama. Chiba responded and turned to leave the Hokage's office, heading home. As soon as he reached his front door, Chiba saw a charming figure leaning against his door, the golden vertical pupils of the other party watching him with great interest. Ding! You have encountered a wild Orochimaru. Do you wish to engage in battle? Chapter 85. Selecting Forbidden Techniques. Target by Lahu. Hiss, it's been a while. You've gotten quite strong, Chiba-kun. Upon seeing Chiba, Orochimaru got up from the wall and walked towards him with a smile. What bad luck, what does he want with me? Chiba had always been wary of Orochimaru, a dangerous figure who walked the line between good and evil. These kinds of people acted on their whims. One moment they might greet you with a smile, and the next, they could strike you down without warning. Long time no see. Lord Orochimaru, you're overestimating me. Chiba put on an appropriate smile and said, I wonder what brings you to me. Then I'll be straightforward, Chiba-kun. Orochimaru cut to the chase. I've been researching some interesting things lately, but I've hit a bottleneck. I think you might be able to help. Help you? Help with what? To be your experimental material? Chiba was about to refuse without thinking, But Orochimaru seemed to see through his thoughts and quickly spread his arms. Chiba-kun, if you're willing to help, regardless of success or failure, I will give you an irresistible reward. Oh, Chiba raised an eyebrow and showed a simple smile, saying, Lord Orochimaru, you're being too kind. I wouldn't want any reward for a small favor. I just don't know what you mean by reward. Orochimaru smiled as well and mouthed a word to Chiba. Forbidden technique. Outside Konoha village, in a hidden laboratory. In the end, Chiba couldn't resist the temptation of forbidden techniques and chose to follow Orochimaru here to see if the help he mentioned was serious. Chiba-kun, please look. This is my latest research achievement. Orochimaru proudly pointed to the experimental table ahead. This is, looking at the indescribable grayish-white object on the table. Chiba's expression changed dramatically. This is the ghost bud technique. You released Bailu? Orochimaru was first taken aback, then seemed to understand something. Looking at Chiba in surprise. That letter was written by you? The two stared at each other in silence, as if meeting for the first time. After a while, Orochimaru grabbed Chiba's shoulders, his face filled with enthusiasm. Chiba-kun, I wasn't wrong about you. We are both people who pursue the truth by any means necessary. We are of the same kind. Because of Chiba's self-explosion, the distance between him and Orochimaru suddenly shrank a lot. He pulled Chiba's hand and walked to the experimental table, pointing at something. Look, Chiba-kun, these are cells from the first Hokage, containing astonishing power. But once these cells are transplanted into a human body, they will cause severe rejection reactions. Even bloodlines from the same origin can hardly endure it. Orochimaru reported his research findings without reservation because most of the experimental content was approved by Sarutobi Hiruzen. So I was thinking of using the ghost bud technique to fuse with the Hashirama cells and then transplant them, but the results are still not good. Do you have any ideas? Saying this, Orochimaru looked at Chiba expectantly. From the moment Chiba mentioned the rejection issue, Orochimaru was in awe, believing that Chiba could definitely help him improve this technique. You can speak freely, Chiba-kun, don't worry about anything else. Seemingly afraid that Chiba wouldn't be willing to help, Orochimaru quickly added, as long as your ideas can inspire me. You can take away a forbidden technique when you leave. All right, since Lord Orochimaru said so, then I won't hold back. After pondering for a moment, Chiba slowly nodded. Orochimaru was offering too much, so he decided to give him a little shot from his 9 years of compulsory education. As a medical student, Chiba had never let his biomedical knowledge slip. Ding, you have used high school biology knowledge, and the wild Orochimaru has been captured. After an unknown amount of time, Chiba stopped, while Orochimaru was still staring at him, engrossed in the grand biological perspective he had just described. Chiba-kun, why did you stop talking? Keep going. After digesting the knowledge Chiba had just shared, Orochimaru urged eagerly. This was the first time he had lost his composure like this. Damn it. He had just heard the key point and was about to enjoy it when Chiba suddenly stopped talking. Orochimaru was in a state of anxiety, fidgeting. Ahem. Lord Orochimaru, I know you're eager, but please don't rush. Facing the eager Orochimaru, Chiba coughed strategically, rubbing his fingers, hinting, what I just told you should have given you some inspiration, don't you think? Orochimaru immediately understood Chiba's meaning, without a word. He went to fetch the forbidden technique scrolls he had copied from the Book of Seals. What Chiba had just shared was not just a bit of inspiration. It had opened a door to a new world for him. Even if he had to sell everything he owned, he had to continue listening. Chiba-kun, these scrolls contain a simple introduction to the corresponding forbidden techniques. Take one that interests you. Orochimaru came over with a stack of scrolls, placing them on the experimental table between them, saying generously, after all, these forbidden techniques were obtained for free, so he didn't mind giving them away. If he weren't worried about Chiba losing motivation, he would have given them all to him. The knowledge in Chiba's mind was the true priceless treasure. Let me take a look. Chiba nodded in satisfaction and began to examine the scrolls. These scrolls were inscribed with seals, and without unlocking them, one could only see the basic introductions. After pretending to choose for a while, Chiba locked onto 3 forbidden techniques. 1. Izuna's Happy Technique, Flying Thunder God Technique 2. Inata's Api Technique, Shadow Clone Technique 3. Madara's Happy Technique, Edo Tensei, Flying Thunder God, could once again enhance his mobility. Shadow Clone Technique could perfectly exploit his large chakra reserves. As for Edo Tensei, there's no need to say much. If Shimura Danzo caused trouble one day, he could summon Senju Tobirama and give Danzo a good beating. Then I will choose this forbidden technique, Lord Orochimaru. After some deliberation, Chiba ultimately chose Edo Tensei. mainly wanting to give Shimura Danzo a good slap. As for the other two forbidden techniques, as long as he could stall Orochimaru a couple more times, he believed he could get them soon enough. Oh, it's Edo Tensei? Orochimaru nodded subtly. Even Chiba-kun thinks this technique has endless uses. It seems I need to research Edo Tensei properly in the future. By the way, Chiba-kun. Orochimaru looked at Chiba intensely and probed. Did you come up with all that knowledge you just shared by yourself? Chiba shook his head sincerely. No. All this knowledge was taught to me by my teacher in the medical class, Noera Hiroshi. Noera Hiroshi? Orochimaru, without suspicion, showed a look of regret on his face. What a pity. I didn't expect him to possess such knowledge. I really want to have a face-to-face conversation with him. Chiba glanced at Orochimaru, unsure if he could find Captain Yawahara and resurrect him with Edo Tensei. But at least there was some hope. Meanwhile, Orochimaru looked at the Hashirama cells on the experimental table, feeling a sense of anticipation. Shinju-kun, once I overcome the rejection reaction of the Hashirama cells, perhaps I can grant you the power to match that of your ancestors. To advance the experiment, Orochimaru specifically asked Sarutobi Hiruzen and openly borrowed Chiba back. For several days, Chiba spent time in Orochimaru's laboratory. It must be said that Orochimaru's idea was indeed creative, using the all-fusion spirit, Kigaro, as a medium to reduce the rejection reaction of the Hashirama cells. If a suitable critical point could be found to perfectly fuse the two, it might truly allow the successful transplantation of the Hashirama cells into the Senju bloodline. In other words, this power might be usable by him, Chiba, so he was quite invested in the experiment. One day, while Chiba and Orochimaru were whispering around the experimental table, a voice suddenly came from outside. Saiton, Lord Raijin and Lord Hokage request your immediate presence in his office for an urgent task. Okay, I'll go now, Chiba replied. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was grim, even darker than when the Umbu team had died in the Land of Fire. Clearly, the situation was more severe this time. The three Shinju stood in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, not daring to breathe. At this moment, Chiba pushed the door open and said, Lord Third, I heard you have an urgent task for me? Seeing Chiba, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression softened a bit, and he coldly said, It's all because of that bastard Bairu. Chapter 86. The doorstep delivery of Yetsong. Chiba, appears Baluhu, is truly a talent. Or is it all due to the convergence of world lines? Chiba sighed inwardly as he watched Sarutobi Hizashi spitting with rage. In just half a month, Bailuhu had attacked several Konoha Umbu teams and captured 2 Umbu members with bloodline limits. Not only that, but Bailuhu also pretended to act in the name of Konoha and targeted the bloodline limit ninjas of Awagakure and Tsunade. This is truly a master of time management. That bastard actually claimed he was following my orders and unilaterally declared war on Awagakure and Tsunade, putting Konoha in an unprecedented crisis. Sarutobi Hizashi looked grim and said, Because of him alone, all major ninja villages are now eyeing Konoha, and Awagakure and Tsunade have sent several elite teams into the Land of Fire under the pretext of searching for him. Bailuhu is taking revenge on Konoha. The situation could evolve into the worst-case scenario, the Third Ninja World War. Upon hearing this, Chiba suddenly felt dazed. Wait, if that is the case, did he single-handedly instigate the Third Ninja World War? The mastermind is actually me? To be honest, considering the delicate relationship between Tsunade, Iwagakure, and Konoha at this moment, it really wouldn't take much to ignite the fire. Even the Daime was alarmed by this matter and personally came to question me not long ago. Sarutobi Hizashi looked at Chiba with a serious expression and said, Chiba, you must eliminate Bailuhu and give the ninja world an explanation for Konoha. Useless. If you hadn't let Bailuhu go back then, could we have this situation now? I have to clean up your mess. Chiba secretly complained but responded seriously, I understand. Lord Third, Chiba actually liked going on missions, killing and setting fires. Cough, saving lives and healing was what he preferred, all about love and justice. After leaving the Hokage's office, under the puzzled gazes of Roke Tree and others, Chiba flipped through a calendar for a while and then understood why Bailuhu was so anxious. He didn't know where Bailuhu got his insider information, but he believed that in order to completely absorb the power of the 5 bloodline limits, he had to gather the 3 essential elements of heaven, earth, and man. There is no need to mention man. Heaven refers to the annular solar eclipse, which must occur on the day of the annular solar eclipse. In less than a week, there will be an annular solar eclipse, and if he misses this opportunity, who knows how long he will have to wait for the next one. All right, there is also Earth. The name of that mountain seems to contain the character for gold. Chiba rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. He asked the nearby Yano to find him a map. Sigh. If I had known I would be transported here, why did I bother memorizing knowledge points? I could have just binge-watched Naruto every day. After leaving Konoha, Chiba led the team to the junction of the Land of Earth and the Land of Grass to make plans. After looking at the map, Chiba recalled that specific location, named Jinluan Mountain. Because both names contain the character for gold, Chiba had some impression of it. In the original plot, Bailuhu had taken advantage of the 5 great nations at the same time, but now he probably didn't have enough time, so he targeted the nearby Iwagakure and Tsunade instead. Right? Chiba speculated inwardly. After all, the Land of Water and the Land of Lightning were completely in the opposite direction of Jinluan Mountain. Speaking of which, Chiba had some suspicion about Orochimaru. He suspected that the other party not only let Bulla go, but also helped improve the Kiara technique, speeding up this white-hair guy's progress. However, none of this mattered. As long as he could gain some benefits from this trip, that was enough. According to the Umbu reports, this Bailuhu can turn ninjutsu into chakra, absorbing the ninjutsu we release. At this moment, Rope Tree scratched his head in distress and said, if we can't use ninjutsu, how are we supposed to deal with him? Chiba glanced at Rope Tree and remained silent. Combat at this level was far too dangerous for Rope Tree and the others, and a slight mistake could cost them their lives. He planned to send Rope Tree and the others away once they reached the location and deal with Baloo himself using wind release, Rasengan. No matter what kind of boss he was or what powerful skills he had, the prince's ultimate move was the cure for all disobedience, capable of defeating anything flashy. Jinluan Mountain, Shumi Mountain. The place was shrouded in mist, and a graceful figure emerged from the swirling clouds, her beautiful eyes surveying the towering peaks before her. She was a young woman around 17 or 18, with delicate features and a charming figure. Her exposed skin was toned and firm, without an ounce of excess fat. Her muscle lines were perfect. This should be the place, the woman murmured to herself. Her name was Yetsong, a ninja from Tsunade, possessing the bloodline limit of Scorch Release. She shouldn't have come here voluntarily. However, the Tsunade ninja who was captured was her close friend. So she disregarded the opposition from Tsunade's higher-ups and independently followed her friend's trail here. Yetsong knew her actions were reckless, but every moment she delayed put her friend in greater danger, and she couldn't just stand by and watch. Hoshino, wait for me. I will bring you back to the village safely. Yetsong encouraged herself and began to ascend the mountain. Meanwhile, in the high skies, she was unaware of a spiritual beast silhouette passed quietly. At the same time, at the peak of Shumi Mountain, a silver-haired boy wrapped in bandages opened his eyes. It was the boyish form of Bailu. He turned to a ninja beside him wearing Tsunade attire. Hoshino, go bring your friend here. She will merge with us, Bailu commanded. The 5th person he originally selected was not Yetsong, but time was of the essence, and since she had come to him, he accepted her with a smile. As long as he absorbed Yetsong's Scorch Release, he would be able to establish the relationship of the 5 elements in his body, and the immortal perfect ninja would be born. No problem, just leave it to me, Hoshino replied with a charming smile, activating her swift release ability. Her figure descending the mountain like a ghost. She had been completely assimilated by Baloo, becoming his shape, and in a sense, she was Baloo. Thus there was no possibility of betraying him. Bailu formed hand seals and recalled the other 3 who were pursuing the bloodline limit ninjas, quietly waiting at the original location. Who would have thought that I, an ordinary person, would actually be a friend of the legendary Sannin? Now, only one step away from success. His heart became calm again, and the 3 figures flashed through his mind once more. In order to stand beside them, to make up for his own weaknesses, he studied day and night to complete the synthesis technique, Kiara. Once I possess the powers of these bloodline limits, I can become as strong as you, and I can catch up with you. You can't leave me behind. At that moment, Hoshino returned holding Yetsong, who had lost consciousness from her ambush, interrupting Bailu's recollections. Now, let's begin. Bailu had set up all the techniques and was just waiting for the sun to be obscured by the moon, for the disaster light of the annular solar eclipse to shine upon the earth, granting him the power to dominate everything. Why is the sky getting darker? The sky was becoming increasingly dim, and Rope Tree curiously looked up and said, "Everyone, look, it seems like a solar eclipse." Upon hearing this, Chiba looked up at the sky, only to see a small portion of the sun already obscured by the moon, and his expression involuntarily stiffened. The time is running out. I can't let Baloo successfully devour the bloodline limit, otherwise who knows what kind of power he will gain. After a long journey, the outline of the Golden Wheel mountain range was clearly visible ahead. Therefore, Chiba raised his hand to signal the team to stop. pointing ahead and saying, "There's a mountain range up ahead. The terrain is dangerous. To save time, I will search alone since I have the ability to fly." TCH. Sounds nice, but he clearly wants to leave us behind, Shunshu muttered with a turned face. "The mission is important. Shunshu, don't be willful." Yanoyu comforted Shunshu for a moment, then without further ado, hugged Chiba and whispered in his ear, "Be careful, Chiba. We'll see you later." "All right." After a moment of hesitation, Chiba hugged Yanoyu back, gently patting her on the back twice. The few of them parted ways, and Chiba immediately activated Paper Dance, transforming into a white light as he dashed toward the mountain range. Suddenly, at that moment, a giant white eagle, at least 7 or 8 meters tall, burst out from the mist, letting out a fierce screech as it spread its wings and shot sharp feathers at Chiba like shurikens. Whoosh! Chiba quickly turned in the air to dodge the incoming feathers, but the next moment, these feathers flickered with red light and then exploded. Boom! Flames instantly engulfed Chiba's figure. In a critical moment, Chiba transformed into paper to disperse and used his invincible frame to avoid harm, before gathering back together. "Good timing, ha ha ha." Chiba laughed instead of being frightened, feeling delighted. He had been worried about not being able to find the place in time, but now with the appearance of Baloo's summoning beast, it instantly pointed him in the right direction. At the top of Mount Sumeru, Bailuhu's gaze suddenly turned toward Chiba's direction, a flicker of suspicion passing through his eyes. Another bloodline limit user has arrived? Or is it a member of the Konoha Umbu? However, after glancing at the completely darkening sky, Bailuhu immediately calmed down, revealing a confident smile. "Unfortunately, you are a step too late. The light of disaster has already descended upon the earth." Demon Seed Technique. Bailuhu formed seals with his hands, and his originally small body rapidly swelled. Clusters of flesh buds grew from his body, transforming into an indescribable mass that resembled tentacles and eyes, continuously changing colors between gray-white and purple-black, bizarre and seemingly alive, occasionally bubbling up. "Now, no one can stop me from achieving perfection." Bailuhu's voice had turned eerie, sounding like hundreds of different voices of men, women, and children speaking simultaneously. He controlled the indescribable flesh to devour the 5 people beside him, and one could vaguely see expressions of ecstasy and pride on the parts that resembled faces. "No, you think too much." However, at that moment, a figure descended from the sky like a deity, ruthlessly interrupting Bailu's fantasies. "No matter what you look like, just see if I charge at you." Chiba looked down at Bailu, coldly declaring. Chapter 87 Bao. "Chiba, let's stick together." "What? How is this possible?" 2 eyes squeezed out from the indescribable mass of flesh. Looking at Chiba descending from the sky, a flicker of astonishment flashed in their gaze. The other party was several kilometers away just moments ago, and along the way, there were 7 or 8 powerful summoning beasts he had personally created. How could they have arrived here so quickly? "Take this, wind release, spiraling shuriken." Chiba watched as the mass of flesh swallowed all 5 figures, naturally not wanting to waste any more time, raised his hand, and threw the wind release, spiraling shuriken forcefully at Bailuhu. Boom! At the moment the spiraling shuriken fell, a terrifying storm swept up, and in the dazzling azure blue light, countless fine needles fiercely pierced into Bailuhu's massive body, vibrating at a high frequency. Stab, stab, stab amidst the sharp, piercing sounds, the mass of flesh crazily bubbled outward, continually expanding like an overinflated balloon until it could no longer withstand the power of the spiraling shuriken, bursting apart with a bang. Thud, thud. At the moment the mass exploded, 2 figures were hurled backward by the shockwave. One was Vu, and the other was Yakura. Chiba dove down to catch her, and upon seeing her delicate cheeks and beautiful back, immediately recognized her identity. "Don't ask, just know that a friend sent a dojin." The other 4 had long been assimilated by Bru, and thus, the moment they entered his body, they were completely digested, merging into Bailuhu. However, as the 5th person, Yakura was different. She was a bit harder to digest, and because Chiba arrived in time, she was lucky to have her life saved, referencing the movie version setting. Ugh. Cough, cough, cough. Yakura was awakened by this series of struggles, retching. She felt as if her mouth and nose had been covered by a lump of rotten flesh. That feeling of suffocation and nausea was something she never wanted to experience again in her life. "Thank you for saving me." Just as Yakura was about to thank Chiba for saving her, unexpectedly, he suddenly charged towards the foot of the mountain, directly using the force of flight to throw her out. Yo, oh, 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 oh. Ugh. Thus, Yakura prolonged her ah for a full half a minute. It wasn't that she didn't call out, but rather that she flew too far for Chiba to hear her. All right, now you don't have to worry about being a sacrifice. Chiba clapped his hands, worried that Yakura would be swallowed by Baruhu again, and fattened up. So he simply threw her out, reasoning that she shouldn't die from the fall. If she got injured just right, she could still conveniently touch. Rewards. Whoosh. Chiba's figure flickered, and he returned to the top of Shumi Mountain. At this time, Baruhu had already stood up from the ground, mumbling like a madman. What a pity, I was so close to becoming immortal. Just a bit more, just a bit more. Baruhu suddenly turned his head to look at Chiba and roared. With the right time, place, and people, you destroyed my timing. So let your life pay for it. Baruhu formed hand seals with both hands, and a giant summoning beast with wings and the head of an eagle and the body of a horse appeared. Fusion. Baruhu once again used the Ghost-By technique, and the summoning beast let out a mournful cry, allowing Baruhu to swallow it, transforming it into wings on his back. First, wind release, thundercloud wave. Baruhu flapped his wings and leaped, turning into an afterimage as he rushed toward Chiba, raising his hand to summon a dense black thundercloud with arcs of electricity spreading out, transforming into a thunder dragon roaring as it charged at Chiba. Wind release, spiraling sphere. Chiba infused wind chakra into the spiraling sphere, easily shattering the thundercloud due to the wind's advantage over lightning and pushing toward Baruhu's main body. Second, hell release, absorption hole. Seeing Chiba rushing over, Baruhu did not dodge or evade, unwrapping the bandages on his left hand to reveal a dark symbol flickering with red light. Ninjutsu is meaningless to me. Hell release, evil, self-destruction duel. In an instant, Baruhu used hell release to completely swallow the spiraling sphere, then sidestepped and raised his hand to shoot a blue chakra flame at Chiba. Ninjutsu is meaningless to you? If it weren't for the cooldown of wind release, spiraling shuriken, you think I wouldn't pin you to the ground and slap you in the face? Chiba controlled his wings and turned in midair to dodge the chakra flame. Slightly dissatisfied, pouting. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just then, all the bandages on Baruhu's arms suddenly snapped open, becoming as sharp as blades under the infusion of chakra, shooting like ribbons toward Chiba. Ugh. Chiba pretended to dodge, but was caught off guard and penetrated by a charging bandage, losing control and plummeting toward the ground. Did I hit? Baruhu was overjoyed, pulling Chiba back with the bandage, intending to use her strong body to fill the void within himself. Earth grudge fear, tentacle. But just as Chiba was being pulled in front of Baruhu, a pitch-black tentacle suddenly shot out from within Chiba, instantly piercing into Baruhu's chest. Just use your heart too. What the hell? Where's your heart? Whoosh. In the next moment, both figures separated, looking at each other in confusion. Chiba originally wanted to take Baruhu's heart as a revival token, but unexpectedly, the other party's heart was not in his chest. Could it be hidden in his butt? The two stared at each other, and for some reason, Chiba felt an uncanny sense of déjà vu in this situation. You also used forbidden techniques to modify your body. After a moment of silence, Baruhu's little face flushed bright red, as if he had finally encountered a kindred spirit, excitedly asking one question after another. What is that black tentacle? Is it transformed from your own flesh? Do you gain power by taking others' hearts? Also, Baruhu, who usually immersed himself in research, had no idea how to communicate with others, rambling on without caring whether Chiba was listening. It was only because Chiba was waiting for the cooldown that he didn't T-slap Baruhu in the face earlier. A few moments later, Baruhu, still not satisfied, paused and looked at Chiba, asking in confusion, "Why did you attack me? We're the same kind of people. What are you talking about? I want to sue you for defamation. You are slandering me." Chiba was furious. Both Orochimaru and Baruhu were the same. How could these madmen all insist that they were of the same kind? He, Chiba, was clearly a ninja who saved lives. How could he possibly be the same as a group of people who treated living beings as materials? Trust me, Konoha can't accommodate people like us. They will come for you sooner or later. Baruhu ignored Chiba's words and sincerely said, "Don't go back to Konoha. Stay here and help me with research. We will definitely achieve great things." Chiba fell silent. He had dealt with Baruhu, yet the other party still wanted to recruit him. Reality was too surreal, right? First, wind release, thunderstrike. Seeing that Chiba was slow to respond, Baruhu directly appeared in front of Chiba, his fist wrapped in thunder like lightning, seemingly trying to persuade him with reason. Ninjutsu, needle Ksitagarba, facing this swift strike. Chiba used his hair to shield his body from the force, while employing paper as an insulator to block the current, leveraging the power to create distance from Bailu, who, in preventing him from chaining attacks. This is Jiraiya's technique. Bailu, who became excited again, like a child. Then you shouldn't attack me. I'm good friends with Jiraiya, the kind that is really close. What about you? What is your relationship with Jiraiya? In response to Bailu, whose eager desire for an answer, Chiba remained silent, causing Bailu, whose expression to cool down as if doused with a bucket of cold water. It seems that unless I defeat you, you won't listen to what I have to say. Bailu, who tucked away his wings and landed on the ground, forming hand seals with both hands, as terrifying chakra surged upwards like a volcanic eruption, cracking and upheaving the nearby ground. Storm release, Storm Demon Dragon. With a low shout from Bailu, who, the entire sky was instantly engulfed by swirling black thunderclouds, the booming thunder resembling thousands of galloping cavalry, an intimidating spectacle. Looking at the endless thunderclouds that resembled an ocean, Chiba's expression became extremely serious. With a massive influx of chakra, the thunderclouds continued to expand, and at this moment, he was at the center of the entire thundercloud. If this terrifying storm release technique were to fully form and countless lightning bolts struck down, Chiba would probably not only be injured but could face death, and at that point, he would truly be at Bailu's mercy. Then let's decide the outcome with a single move. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. Chapter 88. Pursuers from Awagi. The regretful Hiroha in the dark, rolling thunderclouds. A streak of blue-green light suddenly illuminated the sky. Chiba raised his hands high, a massive wind release, spiraling shuriken spinning wildly in his grip, the terrifying rotational force dispersing the nearby thunderclouds. As the dark clouds cleared, sunlight reappeared, instantly brightening the entire land. Whoosh! Chiba aimed at Hiroha, who was maintaining the Storm Demon Dragon on the ground, and forcefully hurled the wind release, spiraling shuriken. Dark release, celestial star absorption. Hiroha, undaunted, raised his hands to meet the incoming shuriken. The black runes in his palms flickered wildly as he exerted all his energy to perform the dark release. What? Unable to absorb it. But the next moment, Hiroha's expression changed dramatically. The energy contained within the spiraling shuriken was incredibly violent, ready to spill out at any moment. And his usually effective dark release lost its power in this instance. Impossible, this technique. It absolutely cannot exist. Amid Hiroha's incredulous roar, the spiraling shuriken exploded with a thunderous crash, transforming into a blue-green storm that completely engulfed Hiroha's figure. Chiba quickly distanced himself from the storm, coldly watching the scene unfold before him. In the past, when he was weak, he had no choice. Now that he had power, Chiba preferred to take control of the situation. Whether to kill, to use, or to cooperate should not be decided by Hiroha, but rather by him after gaining absolute initiative. With a thud, after the storm dissipated, Hiroha fell to his knees, his body resembling loose foam, riddled with holes like he had been pierced by needles. Seeing that Hiroha had lost his threat, Chiba stepped forward, just like in an anime, allowing Hiroha to collapse into his arms. We are clearly of the same kind. I could have become a complete being. Why couldn't I succeed? Hiroha looked at Chiba, asking with some reluctance. Because. Two lines of thought flashed through Chiba's mind. Villain. Having clear goals, meticulous plans, and working hard day after day for their ambitions. Protagonist. After a week of special training and with the power of friendship, realizing what a village is and the meaning of the will of fire, because you ignored the power of love and bonds. After holding back for a long time, Chiba said, you sacrificed others to make up for your own weaknesses, only thinking of becoming perfect on your own. And that is wrong. Ultimately, this is merely the theory of those born strong. I have no companions and can only live in solitude. Hiroha shook his head, a trace of sadness crossing his face. The three people he regarded as partners moved so quickly, never stopping to look at him, perhaps in their eyes. He was just a dispensable passerby. He truly just wanted to keep up with their pace and stand shoulder to shoulder with them. In the original storyline, Hiroha never caught up to the pace of the three until his death, and the fact that the four of them were companions was only mentioned by Hiroha himself. No, you simply chose solitude. You should choose to believe in the bonds with your companions. Looking at the despondent Hiroha, Chiba said firmly. Chiba did not particularly believe in love and bonds, or the will of fire, but if Hiroha believed in them, then he could use those things to bind him. Chiba quietly stared at Hiroha, planning to decide whether to kill him based on Hiroha's next reaction. Earlier, at the border between the land of earth and the land of grass, Several Awagakure teams searched along the border and arrived near the Jinluan mountain range. The leading man seemed to sense something and suddenly looked up, staring intently in the direction of Mount Sumeru. He was a towering man, standing at 2 meters 3, clad in special red armor, wearing a red conical hat, looking particularly fierce. "Over there. I'll go ahead. You all hurry and follow," the burly man shouted, as white steam began to emit from his armor. In the next instant, he shot off towards Mount Sumeru like a locomotive. "Hurry, hurry. Han has found that damn guy. You all gather people, and you all come with me. Let us follow Han." Indeed, the burly man was Han, the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails from Awagakure, but he preferred to be called the Sound Master or Steam Ninja. As a fully developed, perfect Jinchuriki, Han naturally could move freely outside the village, and strictly speaking, this area still belonged to his land of Earth. Damn, Konoha ninja. Wait to be taken back to Awagakure for judgment, Han thought coldly, increasing his speed once more, while the Awagakure ninjas behind him were almost wearing out their shoes, trying to keep up with Han's pace. In just a moment, they could no longer see Han's figure. Sigh, Han is still as impatient as ever. It completely contradicts his calm demeanor during battle. Who says otherwise? But with Han around for this mission, we will have it much easier. We just need to go through the motions. The Awagakure ninjas showed no signs of worry and even slightly slowed down, whispering among themselves. The perfectly capable Han, who could control the Five Tails, was worth nearly 100 of them. Even if Konoha sent a whole army, they could not harm Han in the slightest, especially since their Jinchuriki was just a kid who hadn't even grown up yet. Ha ha ha. At the top of Mount Sumeru, after listening to Chiba's words, Hiroha showed a bewildered expression. He grasped Chiba's hand and weakly asked, "Can someone let me also have bonds? With companions?" Of course. Chiba nodded, revealing a big smile beneath his mask. Since Hiroha believes in bonds, this matter would be easier. He planned to establish a bond with Hiroha, attempting to develop him into an ally. "You must have noticed, Senior Hiroha, my teacher is none other than Lord Jiraiya." Chiba's characteristics were too obvious. Anyone with a discerning eye could recognize his identity, much like how Kakashi's mask offered no real concealment. "To be honest, it is precisely because my teacher often mentions you in front of me, saying that you hold significant meaning in his heart, that I cannot bring myself to kill you now." Chiba sighed, his tone for weaving a lie sounding incredibly sincere. "Jiraiya often mentions me, and says I have significant meaning?" Hiroha's dim eyes brightened, but he quickly responded with disbelief. "Yes." Chiba nodded, vividly recounting. "Teacher Jiraiya said that once when you were kids and running, everyone was nearing the finish line, but when they looked back, they realized someone was missing, and they were startled, thinking you were lost, only to find that you had collapsed on the ground and couldn't get up." Yes, that did happen. It seems Jiraiya really has mentioned me." Hiroha, who was already exhausted, suddenly found an unknown strength and vigorously nodded his head. Unexpectedly, they still remember me." Baruha murmured, tears uncontrollably streaming down his face. Looking at Baruhu in this state, Chiba suddenly felt a lump in his throat. What he had just said to Baruhu was merely a story he had fabricated based on scenes from the movie. Is there more? Baruhu, with tears streaming down his face, looked at Chiba with an expectant expression, as if hoping Chiba would continue. "Yes, Lady Tsunade treats me like a brother. You know her, she's tough on the outside. But even she occasionally brings you up," Chiba said seriously. "And Lord Orochimaru, I've been doing experiments with him recently. He said that although you don't possess excellent physical qualities, you have unparalleled intelligence. He's still researching the technique of gyro that you invented." At this point, Baruhu's vision was already blurred by tears. What a pity. Why did it take until death for me to realize their feelings for me? If I had known earlier, in a daze. Baruhu seemed to see the three of them standing in front of him again, smiling at him. What a pity. I will never have the chance to stand in front of you again, no, to run behind you. I hope you still remember me, this little follower. Baruhu could no longer speak. He tried to stretch out his arms to touch the three of them, but he grasped at nothing. In the fading moments of consciousness, Baruhu felt regret and remorse. If he could have one more chance. Chapter 89. The Jinchuriki? Let's eat him together. Just as Baruhu's consciousness was about to fade, a surge of pure chakra suddenly flowed into his body, instantly waking him up. You were a medical ninja? Why did you save me?" Baruhu looked at Chiba in confusion. After all, it was Chiba who had just beaten him to near death. "Of course, it's to reward and recruit you." Chiba grasped Baruhu's hand and sighed. "Uncle, I have deep ties with the three great lords. How could I just sit by and watch you die? Master, uncle? Are you calling me? Bairuhu's head buzzed, feeling dizzy. Chiba's call of uncle struck a chord deep within him. Not only did his 3 companions care about him, but even their juniors and disciples recognized him as an elder who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the 3 ninjas. This was simply, yes, you are a companion of Lord Jiraiya, so you are indeed my uncle, Chiba smiled. With each of Chiba's calls of uncle, Bairuhu gradually lost himself. He felt every pore in his body open up, a sense of ease flowing through him. What is your name? Bairuhu asked seriously, looking at Chiba, who was treating him. Chiba not only helped him regain his bonds, but also gave him a chance to start anew. Most importantly, the other party called him Uncle. Uncle, my name is Chiba. Chiba, what a nice name. Bairuhu blushed as he searched his body for something to give Chiba, only to find nothing, making his face turn red from embarrassment. I don't have anything to give you. How about I teach you the ghost Yero technique? Bairuhu felt like crying. It was so embarrassing. He had been called Uncle, yet he couldn't even produce a decent gift. He, who usually viewed money as dirt, was now suffering from a lack of anything valuable. Hey, Uncle, I didn't save you for any rewards. I just didn't want to make my teacher sad. Chiba said earnestly. What a good kid. Bairuhu was so moved he almost cried, unaware of Chiba's inner thoughts. Damn, Bairuhu is now a 5-in-1 enhanced version. He swallowed 4 bloodline limit ninjas at once. How high must his talent be? Plus, he sustained fatal injuries. If he gets healed, a bloodline limit reward wouldn't be too much to ask, right? The two exchanged words. And despite having just fought fiercely, they were now chatting happily, almost reminiscent of the love-hate relationship between Naruto and Sasuke. Chiba, enough talking, you two. Just as Chiba and Bairuhu were having a deep conversation, a red figure suddenly rushed to the top of Shumi Mountain, interrupting them with a cold voice. Is that Han, the Jinchuriki of the 5 tails? Upon recognizing the figure, Chiba quickly helped Bairuhu to his feet, his expression changing slightly. Although Han was humorously referred to as one of the bathhouse 4 by many water friends, in the world of Naruto, Han was definitely a T1 level existence. Unlike the previous useless Jinchuriki, Han could completely control the tailed beast, using his will to manipulate tailed beast transformation and release tailed beast bombs, making their combat prowess world apart. Facing such an opponent, Chiba had no confidence in defeating him. If you know what's good for you, get up now and come back to Wagakure with me to face judgment, Han said coldly, pushing his hat back and pointing at Chiba and Bairuhu. Clearly explain your Konoha's evil plans to the Tsuchikage. This way, perhaps you could die with a bit of dignity. This was the land of the Earth Country, and behind Han was a Wagakure. He had no need to play nice with these 2 Konoha lackeys. Aside from the Kage and Jinchuriki, Han looked down on all other Konoha ninja. This guy. Chiba glared at the imposing Han, his expression shifting between anger and uncertainty. The way Han spoke reminded him of Inoki, that old fool. These Wagakure bastards really had an air of superiority. Though angered, Han's confidence stemmed from his overwhelming strength. At this moment, Bairuhu had not yet recovered his fighting ability, and Chiba alone might not be Han's match. The safest course of action was to fly away and regroup. What should we do? Are we just going to give up? Chiba hesitated. The rewards and uncle were just within reach, and he didn't want to leave Bairuhu behind, letting all the benefits slip away. But if he left with Ruha now, it was likely that both ninja villages would soon come after him. Should I abandon the reward and leave Bairuhu behind, clear my name, or take a gamble? Chiba was caught in a mental struggle. Meanwhile, Bairuhu remained silent. Quietly watching Chiba, results proved everything, which was his creed as a researcher. It seemed that Chiba was considering abandoning him, which left who wanted to rekindle their bond, deeply disappointed. Fortune favors the bold, and famine strikes the timid. Just do it. Just then, a fierce light flickered in Chiba's eyes. As long as he could keep everyone in the know here, all problems would be easily solved. What if Han was the Jinchuriki of the 5 tails? No one would stop him from getting the rewards that rightfully belonged to him. If Han dared to obstruct him, he would bite off a piece of flesh from him, just like he did with the 8 tails Jinchuriki. With that thought, Chiba looked at Bairuhu and gritted his teeth. Uncle, what should we do if someone wants to bully us? Bairuhu's mouth curled up, and then it broadened into a grin, almost reaching his ears. With a nephew who would firmly stand by his side, even in the face of life or death, Bairuhu resolved to protect Chiba at all costs, even if it meant risking his own life. Bairuhu bared his sharp teeth and grinned sinisterly. Then we will eat him up. Swish. As the words fell, both of them charged towards Han, their eerie and indifferent gazes making even the battle-hardened Han feel a chill down his spine. Killing and eating were completely different concepts. Countless people had died at Han's hands, but eating someone? Just thinking about it sent shivers down Han's spine. However, the strange tone and gaze of the two before him truly gave Han the feeling that they might actually eat him. These two clueless fools, stop your theatrics. Han felt that dense steam continuously overflowing from the armor on his body. All his fears stemmed from a lack of firepower. Han planned to use his prideful brute strength to directly take down these two pretentious fools. Han's strength is not to be underestimated. If we want to take him down, we must find a way to restore Baruhu's fighting ability. Han was still gathering strength and observing Chiba and Baruhu, ready to strike at any moment. Seeing this, Chiba quietly asked Baruhu beside him, "Uncle, can you swallow the tail of the unmastered tail beast?" In a short period of time, it was impossible to cure Baruhu with conventional medical means. The only way was to use an unconventional method, and the unique method that Shinya thought of was the 4 tails of the 8 tails within him. "Yes, I can. I can devour as much non-sentient chakra as you provide." Baruhu's eyes lit up as he confidently replied. The non-aggressive, non-sentient chakra posed no pressure for him to consume with his ghost Buddha-like technique. It was merely a matter of how fast he could digest it. As long as the chakra provided by Shinya was sufficient, he would quickly recover to his peak state. No, one could say his strength had no limits. Currently, Baruhu's body was still lacking. If he could temporarily substitute it with the tails of a tailed beast, perhaps his strength would approach perfection. "All right, Master Uncle. When the time is right, you will use the ghost Buddha-like technique to consume, and I will hold off the opponent first." With Baruhu's affirmative response, Shinya felt a surge of joy in his heart. Once Baruhu regained his combat power, the two of them together might be able to contend with Han in his fully tailed beast form. If Baruhu performed well, perhaps Shinya would soon become a true Jinchuriki. Swish! At that moment, Han, who had been observing the two for a long time, finally moved. Boil release, jet foot. Han raised his chakra to its boiling point in one breath, and the armor on his body emitted a sound like a train. With the help of dense steam, Han appeared before the two like a cybernetic monster, kicking towards the obviously injured Baruhu in midair. A perfect Jinchuriki refers to a person who understands and fully masters the power of a tailed beast, requiring only an agreement with the tailed beast to achieve this. As seen in the Tale of the Watergate, Han has already achieved this. Chapter 90, Chiba versus Han, life and death on the line. Bang! Han's kick landed solidly on Bailu, leaving both the battered Baluhu and the attacking Han stunned. Wait, the person standing next to them. Why didn't you even try to block it? You just stood there watching your companion, senior uncle, get kicked away? I miscalculated. It was a miscalculation after all. Bailuhu's body crumpled under the tremendous impact, flying out like a broken sack, his face filled with grief and anger as he thought in midair. Sizzle after landing. Han dug his feet into the ground to stop himself, steam erupting from his back as he prepared to turn and deal with Chiba. Swish! But at that moment, Chiba had already spread his wings, transforming into a streak of white light, appearing next to the still falling Balu and picking him up to increase the distance between them and Han. There was no other choice. That kick from Han could even take down Naruto in his Nine Tails chakra state, so he certainly couldn't handle it. He could only choose to sacrifice his teammate to buy some time. After all, his senior uncle was already badly injured. A little more damage wouldn't matter, and besides, his senior uncle definitely wouldn't want him, the junior, to get hurt, right? Senior uncle now, Chiba shouted, releasing the 8 trigram seal on his body and actively unleashing the 2 8-tails tentacles from within. Ghost Yagura technique. Bailuhu, still dazed from Han's kick, was barely alive at this point. Hearing Chiba call out senior uncle, he forced himself to muster some spirit and instinctively unleashed the Ghost Yagura technique with all his might. Boom! The 2 tentacles began to swell as soon as they left Chiba's body, but before they could return to their original size. They were swallowed by the massive meatball created by Bailu. Boom! The meatball instantly became incredibly heavy, crashing down toward the ground. If Chiba hadn't let go in time, he would have been dragged down with it. Looking at the enormous meatball on the ground, Chiba was dumbfounded. He was just considering whether to temporarily move Bailu. But forget that. At this rate, Han might have already run back to Wagakure, exposing Chiba's good deeds to the ninja world. I can't give Han a chance to contact the outside world. I need to entangle him and make sure he dies here. Chiba thought fiercely, his gaze never leaving Han for a moment. That is, the power of the 8 tails? Although everything happened in an instant, Han on the ground sensed it. For the first time, his calm expression changed. These two audacious individuals actually dared to lay hands on the Eight Tails Jinchuriki and succeeded. No wonder they wanted to devour him. These two are dangerous individuals capable of threatening a Jinchuriki. Mu King, lend me your power. Han's face grew extremely serious as he immediately regarded Chiba and Bailuhu as equals, not daring to underestimate them any longer. Roar. The chakra of the five tails surged continuously from within him, Han's body slightly bending as five tails burst forth, the dark red-tailed beast coat completely covering him. Tail Beast Ball. To counter this extremely dangerous duo, Han directly entered a semi-tailed beast transformation, unleashing his strongest killing move as a Jinchuriki. Han's face was twisted by chakra. He opened his fierce mouth, and a purple-black energy sphere rapidly solidified in front of him, ready to launch. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. Chiba kept his eyes fixed on Han. The moment Han began to gather the tailed beast ball, Chiba raised his hand and formed a spiraling shuriken, hurling it forcefully at Han before the tailed beast ball could be released. Boom! With a violent roar, the storm created by the spiraling shuriken suddenly engulfed Han's figure. But Chiba didn't dare let his guard down. He knew that just the spiraling shuriken wouldn't be enough to seriously injure Han, this perfect Jinchuriki. But it should be able to cause some damage, right? Chiba murmured. Hiss. However, before the storm could dissipate, half-tailed beast Han leaped out, smoke billowing from his mouth, appearing to have sustained no substantial damage. You're strong, but unfortunately, you've encountered me. Underestimating my power, Han said coldly, is quite troublesome. This guy. Chiba's expression changed slightly. Han was far stronger than he had imagined, and the wind release, spiraling shuriken hadn't even broken through Han's tailed beast coat. Eighth gate of the 8 gates, opening the life gate. Chiba crossed his hands over his chest and unhesitatingly opened the 3rd gate, life gate, attempting to push through to the next gate. 4th gate, wound gate, open. After a period of build-up, Chiba naturally opened the 4th gate, wound gate, stepping from the final safe zone of the 8 gates into the danger zone, truly entering the 8 gates state. A burning sensation rapidly spread throughout his body, causing Chiba's body to turn crimson, sweat continuously evaporating into steam. Swish! Chiba transformed into an afterimage, charging toward half-tailed beast Han. He needed to buy time for Bailuhu and couldn't give Han a chance to release the tail beast ball. Boom! Both rushed toward each other, their speed creating waves of air. In the state of having opened the 4th gate, Chiba's attack and speed had qualitatively improved, enough to keep up with Han in his half-tailed beast form. Boiling release, unmatched strength, Han shouted, his chakra boiling as his fist, the size of a large pot, rained down on Chiba like raindrops. Paper jutsu, dance of the paper. Chiba utilized the mobility of the dance of the paper to the fullest, using his paper wings to nimbly dodge, like a small boat navigating through raging waves, occasionally dispersing part of his form to lessen the impact. In any case, Chiba preferred to endure the burning of the 5 tails chakra rather than take on Han's terrifying strength head-on. This guy's brute strength was among the top in the ninja world. Crash under the enhancements of the dance of the paper and the 8 gates, Chiba barely managed to withstand Han's torrential attack. But he was still battered and his injuries were increasing. I've been set up by Bailuhu. He said to devour as much as we could. But he didn't say it would take this long. Chiba lamented inwardly. If he hadn't saved some of the 8 tails chakra to occasionally use healing mist to recover, he would have been done for. Swish! After a brief struggle, Han realized that Chiba wouldn't be easily dealt with in a short time. So, he feigned an attack to distract Chiba, heading straight for the meatball behind him. Earth Grudge Fear, Tentacle. Chiba reacted quickly, immediately releasing Earth Grudge Fear toward Han's figure. But unfortunately, it was a hair's breadth too late to restrain him. Having lost the initiative, Chiba could only watch with bloodshot eyes as Han, propelled by steam, pounced on the immobile Bailuhu like a hungry tiger. No, senior uncle. Thinking of the rewards and tools he was about to lose, Chiba let out a heart-wrenching roar, reminiscent of Shikamaru calling Asuma. 3rd, swift release. However, just then, Bailuhu's voice suddenly rang clear, and the enormous meatball began to rapidly shrink, disappearing in an instant. Ding! Treatment successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining storm release. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Chiba's mind. What? The series of twists came too suddenly, and Chiba had not yet reacted. At this moment, the younger version of Bailuhu appeared next to him, jumping up to pat his head and smilingly asking, Master Nephew, you seemed very worried about me just now? thanks to the abnormal effects of the ghost bud technique. After devouring 2 tentacles, Bailuhu's condition quickly returned to full, making Chiba's special medicine usage nearly perfect, thus earning him a reward from the system. I accept your concern, and for the upcoming battle, I will be the master. Bang! Before Bailuhu could finish his sentence, in Chiba's shocked gaze, the originally missed Han suddenly flew over and kicked Bailuhu away. Damn it, if you can't play, just give me your account. With such high strength, you can't even defeat a B-rank ninja? Chiba secretly complained and spread his paper wings to catch Bailuhu in mid-air, neutralizing Han's force and bringing him safely to the ground. What a troublesome pair. Han's mouth was emitting white smoke, and his imposing large body was continuously approaching the two, coldly speaking. Master Nephew, he attacked me suddenly. I was careless at that moment, I didn't dodge. Wind release, Gale Demon Dragon. While explaining to Chiba, Bailuhu angrily formed hand seals with both hands and directly used his strongest killing move. How could he hit him in front of his master nephew? Did he really think Bailuhu didn't care about face? Boom! The sky was once again shrouded in rolling thunderclouds, and Bailuhu's control over chakra seemed to have improved significantly. After rapidly executing the wind release secret technique, he actively charged toward Han. Meanwhile, at the foot of Mount Shumi, about 20 minutes later, several rock ninjas finally arrived. Huh, why is there a sand ninja here? Alive or dead? At this moment, one of the rock ninjas noticed Yakura and was just about to bend down to check when another rock ninja suddenly pointed at the sky and exclaimed, "Forget her. Look at the sky. What is that? Is it a ninjutsu or a natural phenomenon?" Upon hearing this, the others simultaneously looked up at the sky, and the leading rock ninja's face suddenly changed. This is definitely not a natural phenomenon. It must be some kind of large-scale lightning release ninjutsu. Damn it. How could the enemy be so strong? Hurry up the mountain. Lord Han might need our help. Okay. Under the command of the leading rock ninja, the others disregarded everything else and rushed up the mountain with all their might. Although Han appeared proud, he was actually kind-hearted and would always help the ninjas from his village with a cold face. Everyone liked this big guy. Therefore, even knowing this trip was dangerous, they were more than willing to go for Lord Han. At the peak of Mount Shumi, 3 figures were entangled in a fierce battle. And with Bailu joining the fray, Chiba felt much more relaxed, while Han's expression grew increasingly grim. Bailu's steel release could withstand his immense strength. The dark release could absorb his ninjutsu. The swift release could match his speed, and he was also nurturing a terrifying killing move with wind release in the air. What kind of monster are you? Han whispered, watching Bailu desperately trying to prove himself in front of Chiba. Having been considered a monster since childhood, it was the first time Han felt that someone like Bailuhu was the real monster. After all, he was clearly not a Jinchuriki and had no tailed beast support. How could he possess such powerful strength? I'm not a monster, Bailuhu said. I am just an ordinary person who continuously strives to catch up with you naturally strong individuals. Chiba and Bailuhu cooperated seamlessly, becoming increasingly fierce in their attacks and gradually gaining the upper hand, while Han struggled to defend himself, losing the composure he had at the beginning. Damn it, I can't keep playing to their rhythm. I might really. It's ridiculous to think that the proud Han had never considered that one day he would be suppressed, not by his village's Jinchuriki, but by 2 ordinary people. In the face of Chiba and Bailu's strange techniques, his once prized brute strength became entirely ineffective, and the few ninjutsu he was proficient in were either absorbed or evaded. Thinking of this, Han no longer hesitated and focused his gaze on the Mu King within him. Mu King. Understood. Han's figure suddenly twisted as he engaged with Chiba and Bailu. Before they could react, Han transformed into a white giant beast over several meters tall under the influence of chakra. With the head of a dolphin, the body of a steed, and 5 tails as white as snow, this was the complete form of the 5 tails Mu King. Boom! Mu King's hooves stomped forcefully on the ground, causing rocks to shatter, dust to swirl, and the entire mountain to tremble. Chiba and Bailu, who had just fought with Han, were now directly under Mu King's hooves, losing their balance from the force. Whoosh! The two simultaneously chose to spread their wings, dodging back and forth under Mu King's iron hooves, narrowly avoiding the fate of being turned into a meat patty and flying into the air. Tail Beast Bomb. Han did not expect to crush the two who almost ignored physical attacks. He fully transformed into a tailed beast, wanting to release the tailed beast bomb without interference. Mu King opened his mouth wide, and a purple-black energy sphere, far larger than before, gradually solidified in his mouth. Han aimed to take out Chiba and Bailuhu in one go, along with the terrifying thunderclouds brewing in the sky. Not good. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. Chiba's face changed drastically. He was somewhat far from Mu King, and, at this distance, using the diamond lock would not be able to lock onto the agile Mu King. He could only raise his hand to condense a spiraling shuriken and throw it fiercely at the giant body of Mu King on the ground, hoping the faster shuriken could hit Mu King's massive form. First, wind release, thundercloud, resonance wave. Bailuhu also formed hand seals with both hands, sending a bolt of lightning down toward Mu King on the ground. Whoosh. However, the seemingly heavy Mu King was actually extremely agile and easily leaped to evade their attacks, while the tailed beast bomb in his mouth grew larger, ready to be released at any moment. Damn it, Chiba was anxious. The coverage of the tailed beast bomb was massive, and there was no time to stop Han now. How would he and Bailuhu withstand that terrifying damage? Chapter 91. Ascending to the pinnacle of power, breaking free from Konoha. Lord Han, we're here to help you. Just at this critical moment, several rock shinobi rushed to the summit of Mount Sumeru, instantly diverting the highly tense attention of both parties. Ichigo, Yuryu, why did you come up here? Hurry back. Upon seeing the group, Han's expression changed dramatically, forcibly controlling the Mu King to close its large mouth, abruptly halting the release of the tailed beast bomb. Oh no, it seems we've caused trouble. The summit of Mount Sumeru was shrouded in mist, and with the light completely obscured by thunderclouds. The rock shinobi only realized the situation as they reached the top, and then they sensed something was wrong. This Han actually cares about the lives of others? With a sudden turn of events, Chinya, who initially wanted to escape, froze in place and keenly seized the opportunity. Diamond lock. Chinya turned and dove toward the ground, chains suddenly shooting out from his body, wrapping around the Mu King below. Clang, clang, clang. The hard chains crisscrossed and instantly ensnared the Mu King's hind legs, then coiled up like a serpent around its limbs, binding it entirely. Is this the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan? Boom, boom, boom. Han was taken aback, no longer paying attention to the rock shinobi. He controlled the Mu King to keep raising its hooves, muscles taut, trying to use its brute strength to break free. But the chains around him only tightened, showing no signs of loosening, as if a strange power was continuously suppressing his strength through the chains. Lord Han, seeing Han's figure firmly bound by Chinya, the rock shinobi's eyes turned bloodshot, and they all launched attacks toward Chinya, who was stabilizing the chains and couldn't easily move. Earth style, earth spike gun. Earth style, rock pillar gun. But in the next moment, a small figure stood in front of Chinya. Second, underworld style, evil self-destruction fight. Bairu, who formed hand seals, and the earth-style chakra released by the rock shinobi was instantly absorbed by him, then transformed into a surging chakra flame in his hands, roaring toward the rock shinobi. Two rock shinobi failed to dodge and were hit by the chakra flames, emitting piercing screams under the furious burning of chakra. Facing these so-called elite rock shinobi, Bairu, who had absolute dominance. Ichigo, Yuryu, hurry and leave. Watching his fellow villagers fall before him, the Mu King struggled violently, causing the chains to rattle, and the sudden massive force made Chinya feel overwhelmed. This was partly because this guy excelled in brute strength, aided by boiling release, and partly because the combined efforts of this man and beast even unleashed a force greater than that of the bull demon. Uncle, come help me. Chinya's face turned red from the strain, calling for support from outside. He controlled the chains, trying his best to restrain the Mu King, but was being dragged forward, leaving long scratches on the hard ground. Be careful, nephew. Storm Release Ultimate. Storm Demon Dragon. Bairu, who shouted. And the Storm Release Ultimate he had been charging finally took shape, dyeing the entire sky black. Boom, boom, boom. After a brief silence, the thunderclouds in the sky suddenly rolled violently. Thousands of lightning bolts surged out like silver snakes from the clouds, striking down toward the Mu King on the ground with a deafening roar. At that moment, Bairu, who seemed like the thunder god, any lightning style, was insignificant compared to his Storm Release Ultimate. Oh no, oh no. Seeing the dense lightning bolts descending, Chinya instinctively wanted to loosen the chains. But then he thought, damn it, my chakra chains aren't conductive. Lord. Amid the desperate wails of a rock shinobi, hundreds of lightning bolts, each as thick as an arm, all struck down on the Mu King. ZZZ, ZZZ, ZZ, in an instant, the Mu King's body convulsed, the immense electric charge making Chinya feel a tingling sensation even through the chains, not to mention the Mu King, the main target of the attack. Under Chinya's binding, The Mu King took the full brunt of Bairuhu's storm release ultimate with its face. Boom! With a muffled sound, the Mu King's massive body instantly dissipated. The diamond chains lost their target and crashed to the ground with a clatter. Only a charred Han, whose red armor was blackened by electricity, lay on the ground, twitching incessantly, truly living up to the title of Dance Emperor. All right, Chinya, I've taken care of the troublesome guys. At this moment, Bairuhu also walked over, having killed all the rock shinobi who had come up the mountain, even disposing of their bodies cleanly. I didn't expect this guy, who seemed so arrogant and dismissive, would actually care about the lives of a few ordinary people. Compared to him, I feel like a villain. Looking at the fallen Han, Bairuhu shook his head, feeling inexplicably touched. You're not like a villain. You are a villain. Chinya glanced at Bairuhu, then looked again at Han, who was lying before him and had lost the ability to resist. Chinya felt a sense of unreality. This is the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, a being capable of perfectly controlling the power of tailed beasts, and yet it has been taken down by me, just like that. Moreover, the complete tailed beast he had longed for was quietly lying before him. Ripe for the picking? Yes. Are you a bit excited, nephew? I'm just as excited. Bairuhu tiptoed and smiled, wrapping an arm around Chinya. For an ordinary guy like me, to one day take down a powerful figure known throughout the ninja world. This feeling is truly wonderful. Chinya nodded, taking a deep breath, trying to keep calm. That is right, uncle. Now you believe in the power of bonds, right? Yes, yes. Of course. After Chinya's continuous persuasion and sincere performance, Bairu, who was already so enchanted that he couldn't find his way back. Now, whatever his nephew said, he believed. If his nephew told him to do Sarutobi Hiruzen, he would immediately rush to Konoha and drop his pants. After such a hard battle, it was finally time to reap the rewards. After shaking off that feeling of unreality, Chinya became excited. This gamble had yielded immense rewards. First of all, the system rewards. Storm Release compensates for the difficulty of controlling lightning, transforming it into freely controllable lasers. A bloodline limit that combines the advantages of both water and lightning attributes. That is to say, Chinya not only leaped to become a ninja with all attribute chakra, but also mastered a new bloodline limit power. Bairuhu truly did not disappoint him. And even more bountiful than the system rewards was, of course, the complete tailed beast within Han. Uncle, you probably can't control a complete tailed beast either, right? I want the 5 tails inside him. How about leaving him to you? He also possesses the power of a bloodline limit. Chinya looked at Bairuhu beside him, tentatively speaking. Well, that is fine. A hint of joy flashed across Bairuhu's face. His boiling release far surpasses Yezong's scorching release. It can create a relationship of mutual generation within my body. Under Chinya's overall planning, the two happily entered the division of spoils phase. Diamond Lock. Chiba violently broke the seal on Han's body and once again unleashed the Diamond Lock. Chains pierced directly into Han's body, continuously delving deeper, binding the Nine Tails Mu Wong within the ceiling space. Out! Chiba shouted, and the chains instantly tightened, pulling the resisting Mu Wong out of Han's body. After pulling him out, Han convulsed even more violently. Master Uncle, I'll seal the tail beast. You take care of the person. Alheit, Gust Yahotechnik. Bairuhu formed hand seals, and his body swelled again, transforming into a flesh ball that completely engulfed Han, beginning to digest him. Bang, bang, bang. Han's life signs, and were already very weak, and Bairuhu had no obstacles in devouring him. On the other hand, Chiba faced strong resistance from the 5 tails, making it difficult to absorb him. After all, right in front of the tailed beast, eating their companion was like turning Bo Ikao into a meat pie right in front of GFA. Master Uncle, come help me. Absorb as much of the 5 tails chakra as you can. Chiba, feeling embarrassed and angry, called Bairuhu over for help. After all, he didn't intend to empathize with the tailed beast. He just wanted to gain its power. Can I get your body if I can't get your heart? A force fruit doesn't need to be sweet. It just needs to quench my thirst. I'm coming, Chiba. Upon receiving his nephew's request, Bairuhu returned to his original form, eagerly approaching to help share the burden. Bagua Sealing Lock. With Bairuhu's assistance, Chiba finally managed to fit the large 5 tails into his body, successfully seizing Iwagakure's nuclear weapon and changing the password. Chiba, will now be the Jinchuriki of the 5 tails, feeling the continuous surge of power within him. Chiba was filled with excitement. Now, he could be considered one of the strongest in the ninja world, from a novice medical ninja to starting out to now being a supreme powerhouse. I have put in so much effort. Chiba reflected in his mind. What do you think? System? System. Chiba, although all the knowledgeable people have been dealt with, your mission could be considered a failure. Just as Chiba teased the system, Bairuhu jumped up and patted his shoulder. Don't go back to Konoha, Chiba, come with me. Bairuhu said seriously. You carry too many secrets, even more than I do. Even if you can hide it once or twice, one day it will be exposed. Konoha can't accommodate people like us. I know, Master Uncle, but I still have some ties in Konoha that are inconvenient to pack up and take away. Chiba shook his head. Images of Tsunade, Nanoyu, and Shinosuke flashed in his mind. So, Master Uncle, I have an immature idea. The corners of Chiba's mouth curved slightly as he looked at Buru and said, since Konoha can't accommodate us, why not find a way to turn Konoha into our own? Chapter 92, Returning to the Village with Yi Tsang, Outwitting F4. What? After hearing Chinya's grandiose words, Beilu, who was left dumbfounded. He had thought that researching forbidden techniques under Sarutobi Hiruzen's nose, betraying the village, and hunting down Umbu teams and bloodline ninjas was already bold enough. Compared to his own disciple, he was still too conservative. Uncle, you'll understand when you reach my age. Chinya was in a good mood and teased. Either lie flat completely, or make a final push, rich third generation. Sleep on the floor today, and cough cough, that part isn't necessary. Chinya, since you still want to return to Konoha, I won't advise you anymore. Just push all the blame onto me. Beilu, who advised, grabbing Chinya's hand. If you're suspected or encounter danger after returning, come find me. Also, tell those three that I'm fine. Uncle, you're so kind. Having you is my blessing. Chinya was moved to tears by Beilu, whose words. Having such a tool person, what more could he ask for? Even Shimura Danzo wouldn't be this proactive in taking the blame. If one day I become Hokage, I will definitely have you as my advisor. Chinya promised, gripping Beilu, whose hand firmly. The Iwagakure team could arrive at any moment, so the two couldn't linger. Before parting, Chinya advised Beilu who to absorb the power of the Five Tails as much as possible, suppressing its chakra to an extremely low level and limiting its recovery. Before I have the ability to control Mu Wong, I plan to keep him in a skeletal state. This way, I can gradually master the tailed beast's power and minimize the risk of my chakra surging being detected. Chinya thought to himself. Following Chinya's suggestion, Beilu, who planned to develop in the land of rice, where the original Sound Ninja village is located, while Chinya began the paper dance technique. Searching for Yi Tsang's figure nearby. Why did this woman faint on the road? Did she hit her head? Chinya found Yi Tsang at the foot of the mountain. Her body already covered in frost, breathing heavily. If it weren't for her good physique, she might have frozen to death. Sorry, I didn't expect the battle to last this long and almost forgot about you. Chinya murmured as he unfastened Yi Tsang's clothing, using his hands to wipe the frost off her body and began to treat her. With the mission failed and the Five Tails Jinchuriki mysteriously missing, offending a Wagakure was inevitable. However, if he could save Yi Tsang, this important witness, proving that Beilu, who was a rogue ninja, and that Konoha had sent him to hunt Beilu, then both Tsunade and Sarutobi would have something to report. Of course, more importantly, this was Yi Tsang. Ding. Treatment successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the right to use any wind release ninjutsu enhancement 1. Chinya poured pure chakra into Yi Tsang, quickly pulling her back from the brink of death, and the system prompt followed closely. Wow, this is a good thing. Chinya's eyes lit up, and without a second thought, he used the enhancement right on the wind release, spiraling shuriken. He had just been troubled by his opponents growing stronger, making even the prince's ultimate moves ineffective. This time, Yi Tsang was indeed helpful, and the feel was pretty good. Ding! Enhancement successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining super wind release, spiraling shuriken. Enhancement description. Scale upgraded, power doubled. A parting gift. Wow, this enhancement effect is so powerful. The damage has doubled. Chinya was astonished. If he had known this technique earlier, he could have taken down Hanliang's ultimate technique directly, killing and setting fires for a golden belt. The ancients truly did not deceive me. Chinya was very satisfied with this reward. Wind release, tailed beast, ultimate move upgrade. Each one was enough to make him happy. At this moment, Yi Tsang in Chinya's arms let out a groan. Chinya hurriedly adjusted her clothing and sat up straight, asking, "You're awake? Ah, it's you. How could you just throw me out like that? Were you trying to kill me? Do you know what it feels like to fly in the sky while your soul is chasing behind?" After regaining consciousness, seeing Chinya's face made Yi Tsang furious, and she grabbed Chinya's clothes and shook him hard. "I was just acting in haste. That guy wanted to eat you. It was dangerous for you to stay there." Chinya explained. "Right, is that guy dead? Did you kill him?" Yitsong asked excitedly. Sigh, that guy was too strong. I wasn't his match and almost got killed myself. Shinya shook his head. Fortunately, at the critical moment, someone from a Wagakure came looking, and one of them happened to fit that guy's taste. They fought all the way out of here. That level of battle, I couldn't intervene at all, and worried about your safety, so I stayed to save you. Shinya's words had no loopholes. Plus, Yitsong had seen Shinya decisively attack Beiluhu, so she believed him. Hoshino, she was eaten. Yitsong's eyes turned red, and she leaned on Shinya's shoulder, crying uncontrollably. I know, those who practice such forbidden techniques truly deserve to die. Otherwise, they wouldn't be classified as rogue ninjas by Konoha. It's just a pity I didn't have the ability to kill him myself. Shinya indignantly echoed Yitsong's sentiments, comforting her. Their bodies were close together, and, at that moment, Yitsong really needed comfort. She urgently needed to do something to release her suppressed emotions. 2 hours later, Shinya, along with Yitsong, successfully reunited with S.H. Ju and others with the help of the communication monkey. Shinya, what can I say about you? We worked hard to carry out the mission, and you went off to flirt. As soon as they met, S.H. Ju's eyes were clouded with jealousy, and he pulled Shinya aside to scold him. S.H. Ju, my strength is growing. You aren't feeling inferior, thinking you don't match up to me, affecting our brotherhood, right? Shinya directly ignored S.H. Ju's words and countered. Of course. S.H. Ju wanted to retort loudly, but under Shinya's serious gaze, his voice grew smaller, and he lowered his head, not daring to look Shinya in the eye. But right now I'm already falling behind you. Sooner or later, you'll feel I'm dispensable. S.H. Ju looked at the ground and said softly. Shinya suddenly saw Beiluhu's shadow in S.H. Ju and was shocked. You brat, look me in the eye. S.H. Ju was still sulking. But Shinya forcefully lifted his head and said, Listen up, S.H. Ju. Without you, there wouldn't be today's me. So regardless of strength, no matter what happens, you, S.H. Ju, will always be my brother, Shinya, and that will never change. Understand? Nearby, Yano and Kai stared in disbelief at this scene. You two haven't seen each other for just a few hours. Why are you getting all sentimental? Did something happen that we don't know about? Woo-woo, Shinya. Facing Shinya's heartfelt declaration, S.H. Ju's nose turned sour, and rubbing his eyes, he asked, Then what if I tell my sister about your close relationship with those two girls? How will you respond? Are you trying to test whether my sword is sharp? My sword is by no means dull. After a bit of scuffling, the slight misunderstanding in Sheng Tian's heart dissipated, and the two reconciled as before. Chiba, who is that woman? At this moment, Yano approached and whispered in Chiba's ear, casting an unfriendly glance at Yakura. Let me introduce everyone. This is Yakura from Tsunade. We nearly lost our lives at the hands of Buruhua, which is how we met. Chiba said solemnly. Buruhua is too strong. This mission is beyond what our small team can handle. I plan to take Yakura back to Konoha to meet with Lord Third. Chiba continued. Let's talk as we walk. A week later, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen had specially invited Mito Minyan. After listening to Chiba and Yakura's account, their expressions turned grim. So, after training in that forbidden technique, Buruhua's strength has become formidable enough to rival the five-tails Jinchuriki of a Wagakure? That's correct, Lord Hokage, Chiba answered without missing a beat. I understand. You take Yakura back to rest. As a guest, we must meet all of her needs, understand? After giving Chiba a few instructions, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to Yakura and forced a smile, saying, Yakura, don't worry. In a few days, I will send elite Konoha shinobi and envoys to accompany you back to Tsunade. All right, Lord Hokage. Chiba and Yakura left the Hokage's office, barely able to contain their excitement, feeling that they had successfully covered up the situation this time. Haha, Chiba, just now your Hokage said that I must have all my needs met? Yakura bit her lip and repeated. Chiba immediately became alert and distanced himself from Yakura, asking, What do you want? I want, Chiba. Yin, what do you think about this matter? Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face darkened, and he asked Mito Minyan beside him. As for Tsunade, it's manageable, the losses aren't significant. And with Yakura's testimony, it proves that Buruhua is indeed a rogue ninja from Konoha. We can satisfy them by giving up some benefits. Mito Minyan adjusted his glasses and said, The more troublesome matter is a Wagakure. According to intelligence, the five-tails Jinchuriki is likely in grave danger. And Inoki will definitely not let this go easily. However, it's fortunate that Chiba saved the witness, so they have no reason to engage in a full-scale war with Konoha. But a retaliatory attack is probably unavoidable. After hearing Mito Minion's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and sighed, saying, well, this can be considered a blessing in disguise. This child Chiba is quite reliable, perfectly inheriting my will of fire. Mito Minion glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, but said nothing, thinking to himself that as long as the old man was happy. By the way, Minion, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly said thoughtfully, do you think this powerful forbidden technique developed by Baruhua could be used for Konoha? Mito Minion's heart tightened. After pondering for a moment, he slowly nodded, saying it can. Chapter 93 Chiba, Lord Sakumo. Are you even capable? You forced my hand. Multiplication technique. 3 days later, Yakura returned to Tsunade with the utmost sincerity from Konoha, avoiding a potential conflict. As expected by Mito Manen, the furious Onoki indeed sent nearly 100 elite Iwagakure shinobi to launch a retaliatory attack on Konoha. Chiba had initially thought he would be sent to the front lines to serve as a trauma team to save lives. But he was surprised when Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered him to temporarily set aside his umbu duties and fully assist Orochimaru in his research. Outside Konoha, in Orochimaru's laboratory, our Hokage is quite interesting. He previously thought Baruhua's research was too evil, yet now he hints that you should privately study this forbidden technique. While cultivating the organization's cells, Chiba teased Orochimaru. Hiss, in the eyes of such big figures, power has no distinction between good and evil, only whether it can be used by them. After working diligently for a while, Orochimaru seemed to think of something and looked up to say, by the way, Chiba-kun, I need to remind you of something. Due to the need to deal with a Wagakure, Shimura Danzo has regained power. You need to be careful, as he may take this opportunity to eliminate some uncontrollable individuals like you. Chiba raised an eyebrow and smiled. Lord Orochimaru, I heard you've been getting close to Danzo lately. Why are you warning me? Upon hearing this, Orochimaru put down his experiment and said seriously, Chiba-kun, my relationship with Shimura Danzo is merely one of mutual use. You and I are true confidants who can support each other. Then, Lord Orochimaru, I've been helping you for so long. When can you give me a couple of forbidden technique scrolls? Ah, Chiba-kun, you are mistaken. Your help was in obedience to the Hokage's orders. Even if there is a reward, you should seek it from the Hokage. Talking about being mutual confidants. It's really deceitful. A man's words are as unreliable as a ghost. Chiba rolled his eyes. Orochimaru was a typical case of not seeing the rabbit before he released the eagle. However, he was already prepared and took out a scroll from his pocket, handing it to Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, I have something here that you will definitely be interested in. How about we exchange? Oh, Orochimaru showed a look of great interest as he took the sealed scroll, and upon Chiba's indication, he released the sealing technique. Bang! Amidst a burst of white smoke, a gigantic octopus tentacle suddenly appeared, and Orochimaru's expression instantly turned to shock. This is the tale of the 8 tails. That's right. Lord Orochimaru has a good eye. Considering we're confidants, just give me 3 to 5 forbidden technique scrolls as a gesture. Chiba patted the astonished Orochimaru and said with a smile. With the addition of the 5 tails, these 2 tails had become idle. One was kept for self-preservation, and the other naturally had to be utilized for value creation. Chiba-kun, I am indeed somewhat interested in this, but 5 forbidden technique scrolls are too many. Orochimaru regained his composure, shook his head, and said, how about this? I just happen to have recorded some new forbidden techniques. You can choose one at will. 3, 2. That's fine. Chiba reluctantly accepted the price of 2, and you wait, Orochimaru. Let us see if I can come up with any ideas next time. Chiba-kun, take a look. Which 2 forbidden techniques do you want? Soon, Orochimaru brought a pile of forbidden technique scrolls, indicating for Chiba to choose freely. Just these 2. After casually browsing for a while, Chiba took out 2 scrolls. Chiba did not choose Hinata's happy technique, as she had not yet been born. Instead, he chose Izuna's happy technique, Flying Thunder God, and Konan's happy technique, Mutual Explosive Tags. These 2 forbidden techniques matched his own situation very well and could quickly translate into tangible combat power. For over half a month, Chiba spent time in Orochimaru's laboratory, mainly because this research was quite promising. In the original plot, Orochimaru would successfully replace Shimura Danzo's arm with one adorned with a red ghost watch after about a decade. If he could use the ghost bud technique to reduce the rejection rate of the Hashirama cells, and the recipient was from the Senju bloodline, this time would be significantly shortened. Not good, Chiba, something big has happened. One day, just as Chiba was observing the newly cultivated cell forms, he suddenly heard Ju's anxious voice from outside the laboratory. What's wrong, Shu? Chiba immediately set down his experiment, left a shadow clone behind, and directly opened the door to meet his brother. Didn't you ask me to keep an eye on Lord Sakumo before you left? Upon meeting, Shu pulled Chiba back hastily. In the past few days, rumors targeting Lord Sakumo have suddenly spread throughout the village, saying that he carelessly abandoned a mission, causing great losses for Konoha. Even his companions have come forward to openly accuse him. I felt something was off, so I rushed to find you. Say you explain it immediately. What? Chiba's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. He had previously suggested to Sakumo to take on fewer missions and act low-key to avoid trouble, but unexpectedly. Whoosh! Chiba realized the seriousness of the issue and directly picked up Shu, using the dance of the paper technique to fly back to Konoha. Lord Sakumo, you mustn't do anything foolish. Upon returning to Konoha, Chiba could no longer fly freely and could only rush with Shu towards Sakumo's home, anxiously thinking. Father, I'm back. It was the time when school was over and Hatake Kakashi returned home, but after waiting for a long time in the living room, he did not receive his father's gentle response. Father? Father. Kakashi, somewhat puzzled, pushed open Sakumo's door, and the next moment, his pupils trembled in disbelief, letting out a low roar. Boom! It was as if thunder roared outside, illuminating the dim room. He saw Sakumo curled up, lying in a pool of blood, looking so helpless and lonely. Why did you abandon me? Kakashi's world lost its color, turning into a sea of blood as he lunged towards Sakumo, his small body trembling uncontrollably. That father who always remembered to bring him a gift upon returning from missions. That father who would gently pat his head no matter what mistakes he made. That father who would always leave the light on for him no matter how late he returned home. Why would he leave him? Why? Why did you leave me alone in this cold world? Kakashi's heart ached, tears streaming down his cheeks, splashing into Sakumo's pool of blood and creating ripples. This was the first time he cried in his life, and also the first time he felt despair, because the person who sheltered him from a storm was no longer there. There would never be anyone to give him gifts again, no one before Kakashi could react. Two young men who were taller than him burst in. One of them Kakashi recognized, seemingly a subordinate and close friend of his father. How could this happen? Lord Sakumo. The two were Chiba and Shoshin, who had rushed over. Upon seeing the tragic scene in the room, Shoshin's eyes were filled with rage. Sakumo was also his lifesaver. He couldn't understand how the iron-willed Konoha white fan could choose to end his own life because of some rumors. Under Kakashi's indifferent gaze, the two knelt before Sakumo simultaneously. Shoshin tentatively reached out to check Sakumo's body, but as if shocked, he quickly withdrew his hand, his face filled with anger and regret. Chiba, Lord Sakumo's body, is all ready. Shoshin glanced at Kakashi, swallowing the words cold back down, and whispered, let's retrieve Lord Sakumo's body. It's the least we can do to send him off.